Chapter 1. Confess to the school beauty and get a billion reward. Name, Chen-mu, gender, male, blood type. The identity information has been verified correctly, and the Xinhao game system is being bound. Successful binding of the Xinhao game system. Listening to the strange voice in his head and looking at the translucent virtual panel in front of him that only he could see, Chen-mu was now confused. Before this, he would never have thought that he, who had just been dumped by his girlfriend of 3 years, would awaken the godly rich game system in the next second. As an old bookworm who has been reading novels since he was 12 years old, how could Chen-mu not know what the word system means? Be more clear about what the super rich system represents. Ironically, the reason his girlfriend, no, his ex-girlfriend broke up with him was because the son of a coal mine owner fell in love with her. An unexpected short video made Chen-mu's ex-girlfriend Zhao Li a little famous on the Douxia app. Combined with slow motion shots and very suitable background music, it has received 580,000 likes and over 20,000 comments. And that rich second generation was one of them. After the rich second generation found out that Zhao Li was in the same university as him, he immediately began to pursue her madly and pestered her in various ways. Even when Chen-mu was around, she didn't give up. She even found some thugs and asked them to go to Chen-mu's house and threaten him to leave Zhao Li, otherwise she would kill him. Faced with the continuous financial offensive, Chen-mu's girlfriend, who he had been dating for 3 years and had already started discussing marriage, was easily stolen away by the other party. Sad? Not really. But feeding a dog for 3 years is better than feeding it for a lifetime, right? Not to mention, now that he has awakened the godly rich system, Chen-mu really can't think of a reason to be sad. Sad? The corners of his mouth were becoming harder to suppress than AK, and he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Thinking that he had just broken up and suddenly burst into laughter, passers-by might think he was a psychopath, so Chen-mu held back. He now just wants to know, what is the function of this system? After some checking, Chen-mu realized that the greatest function of the Xinhao game system was to make his real life like a game. As long as he completed the tasks one by one, he could get all kinds of super rewards. So, what's my first mission? Out of curiosity, Chen-mu clicked on the task list. There is only one task in the taskbar: confess your love to the school beauty Su Shirin. Whether you fail or not, you will be rewarded with 1 billion Daxia coins. Time left for the mission, 1 hour. If the host does not confess to Su Shirin within 1 hour, the mission will be automatically invalidated. There will be no reward or punishment. Confess to the school beauty Su Shirin? Chen-mu really didn't expect that this system would be so big right from the start. Su Shirin is one of the 2 most beautiful campus beauties at Nanjing University. Because of her outstanding looks and figure, she is often approached by scouts from the entertainment industry. However, she turns them down all on the grounds of her studies. If Chen-mu were to guess, Su Shirin must have at least 100 suitors at Nanjing University, if not 1,000. Do you want me to confess to her? Chen-mu frowned slightly, looking helpless. But when I saw the following sentence, which stated that regardless of whether the mission was completed or not, a reward of 1 billion Daxia coins would be given, Chen-mu's eyes suddenly became firm. Anyway, I've already lost face, so what's the harm in losing it again? There's still a 10 billion reward if I fail. Is this a big loss? Chen-mu convinced himself. He doesn't want to be a poor boy anymore. It's time to seize the opportunity and start to turn his life around. If he has to use cheats and still lives such a miserable life, even he will look down on himself. After making up his mind, Chen-mu looked at the time and knew that Su Shirin would go to the library every time at this time. It is impossible not to know this, mainly because there are so many people like this lurking on Su Shirin's route every day, secretly observing her beauty. After meeting several times, Chen-mu gradually regained his memory. Soon, Chen-mu saw Su Shirin, who was wearing a blue and white school uniform, a ponytail, and big round glasses. But even so, she still couldn't hide her pure beauty. She deliberately buried her head, trying to ignore the gazes that kept focusing on her, quickened her pace, and rushed to the library. Seeing this, Chen-mu walked up without hesitation and stood in front of Su Shirin. It's not that he hadn't thought about finding a time when they were alone to secretly confess to Su Shirin. That way, even if he was rejected, he wouldn't be embarrassed in public. But, aside from the fact that the mission only lasted for an hour, how easy was it to be alone with a celebrity like Su Shirin? Let's just fight it quickly. Chen-mu's behavior quickly attracted the attention of fans and passers-by. Fuck. What does this kid want to do? Another idiot who doesn't know himself and wants to confess his love to Su Shirin. I'm looking forward to seeing his distraught expression after being rejected by the school beauty. today's fun is over again. It is important for a person to know himself, but obviously, he doesn't. I know this guy. His girlfriend of 3 years was stolen away by Zhao Qing, the mine owner's son, in just 3 days. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. There is such an inside story? Could it be that this kid has gone crazy because of the pressure? Shenmue didn't care about the sounds that came into his ears. Compared with 1 billion great xia coins, a little sarcasm means nothing. Shenmue knew what was more important. However, just as he was about to approach Su Shirin, he was stopped by a man who came out from the side. He raised his hand and blocked his way. Boy, you want to chase my goddess? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself first to see if you are qualified? Get out of the way. Don't come here to make yourself miserable and humiliate yourself. Seeing him put himself in the role of a knight protecting the princess, Shenmue found it ridiculous and asked, "Who are you to him? What do you have to do with this?" "I'm Zhang Tian, vice president of Goddess Su's fan club." The man puffed out his chest proudly. "So, do you want to confess your feelings? If you like me but don't have the courage, just get out of here and don't get in the way." Shenmue's eyes were fierce. The mission time passed by little, with only more than 40 minutes left. He doesn't want to miss out on 1 billion daxia coins, which is enough for him to live a carefree life. "You." Zhang Tian was choked. The words came to his lips but he swallowed them back. His brain was working rapidly, organizing his thoughts. Shenmue didn't have time to fool around with him, so he walked around Zhang Tian and went straight to Su Shirin. "You, what do you want to do?" Su Shirin took a half step back, looking at Shenmue vigilantly with her big watery eyes. Shenmue smiled brightly and said, "Su Shirin, I have liked you for a long time. Can you be my girlfriend?" As soon as these words were spoken, countless people screamed, whispered, and talked continuously. No one expected Shenmue to be so direct. Su Shirin was also a little confused and stood there in a daze. At the same time, a virtual panel popped up in front of Shenmue again. Mission completed. The host has successfully confessed to the target Su Shirin, and the reward is being distributed. Rewards were distributed successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving daxia coin plus 1 billion. Chapter 2, invite a beautiful woman to dinner and reward her with a top sports car. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 10 million. 100 million. Billion. Billion. Shenmue confirmed it several times in his heart before he was sure that he was not seeing things and that it was really 10 billion. The next second, the phone started vibrating. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and saw a text message. I opened the text message. It was from the bank, a transfer message indicating that the amount received was exactly 1 billion. To prevent the effort from being in vain and turning it into just an illusion, Shenmue opened the bank app, entered his password, and clicked to check his balance, 1,334.56. It was also at this moment that Shenmue truly confirmed that he had become a lucky man and was selected by the godly rich system. As long as you have this system, a counterattack in life is no longer a dream. At this moment, Shenmue is full of hope for his future life. "I'm sorry, I just want to finish my studies now and have no intention of dating." After a brief daze, Su Shirin calmed down and refused. "Oh, I see. Sorry to bother you then." Shenmue acted calm and there was no trace of sadness on his face. After all, he never thought that Su Shirin would really agree to confess his love to him. The reason why he confessed to her was simply for the 1 billion yuan mission reward. Now that the mission is completed and he has received a full 1 billion yuan, may I ask, why should Shenmue be sad? "Ha, that's what I said. How could Goddess Su fall for that loser?" "Pu Xinnan, before you confess your love, can you please take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you have the qualifications? I wouldn't even want this kind of person who is nothing if you give him to me, let alone a woman like Su Shirin. Go and inform Batman quickly, tell him we found the Joker, ha ha ha." After witnessing Shenmue's failed confession, all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule followed. There were many people who took advantage of Shenmue's misfortune and cursed him madly, just to satisfy their own sense of superiority. Shenmue didn't feel anything, but when Su Shirin heard these words, her 10 fingers unconsciously grasped the book in her arms. He believed that there were reasons behind this, which led to Shenmue becoming the target of public criticism. Shenmue did nothing wrong in confessing his love to them and should not be belittled by them like this. Seeing that Su Shirin did not leave, he looked embarrassed instead. Shenmue was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that Su Xiao's mind is so delicate and kind. Just as Chen Mu was thinking about leaving as soon as possible, away from this place of trouble, and thinking carefully about how to spend the 10 billion. The system panel pops up again, task list updated. Oh. Is there a new task to complete? Chen Mu looked excited. Who would complain about having too much money? Use your mind to switch to the task page. A total of 2 tasks have been updated. Task 1, invite a beautiful woman with a beauty score of more than 90 points to dinner. If she agrees, you can get a top-of-the-line sports car. Task time limit, 3 hours. Task 2, complete a spending spree to get a 100x critical hit rebate chance plus 10. Top sports car. 100 times critical rebate opportunity? After confirming through eye contact, it was all what Chen Mu wanted. A beauty with a score of 90. Chen Mu was just thinking about where to find a beauty with a beauty score over 90 points, and his eyes fell on Su Shirin the next second. A beauty with a score of 90, isn't she far away in the sky and yet right in front of you? Chen Mu suddenly had an idea and took a half step forward. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said to Su Shirin, well, just promise to accompany me for dinner so that I can save some face, okay? Seeing Su Shirin was hesitant about whether to agree, Chen Mu struck while the iron was hot and promised, don't worry, it's really just a meal. I will never have any improper thoughts about you again. After dinner, I will not go to pester you again. How about it? Su Shirin hesitated, and finally uttered the word okay. Zhang Tian eavesdropped for a long time with his ears perked up, but he couldn't hear a single word. Seeing that Chen Mu had clearly been rejected by Su Shirin, he still ignorantly lingered around her. Zhang Tian couldn't bear it any longer and decided to seize this opportunity to perform well in front of Su Shirin. Use this to enrich your identity as a flower protector. You little rascal, Goddess Su has already rejected you. Can you be sensible and stop embarrassing yourself? Immediately. Disappear. Get out. Zhang Tian scolded. Chen Mu always treated him as heir and ignored him. He raised his voice and asked Su Shirin with a smile, Su Xiaohua, since we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, can we be ordinary friends? Yes. Su Shirin nodded in agreement. Zhang Tian was struck by lightning as soon as these words came out. He felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped by an invisible hand. The rest of the onlookers also had dumbfounded expressions. For people like them, isn't it a luxury to be able to be friends with a school beauty like Su Shirin? To celebrate our friendship, it's about time, I would like to treat you to a simple meal. What do you think? Chen Mu asked again. Okay. Su Shirin said sparingly. I don't know why, but I always feel like something is not right. Not sure if I'm overthinking it. What? Goddess Su actually agreed to have dinner with him? Woo, in the end, the clown is actually me. Nima, there is such a trick. You know how to play it. Envy. Jealousy. Hate. Retreat to advance, this is a good move, brother. I thought he was a rookie and was on the first floor, but in fact, he was on the 5th floor. Awesome, so awesome. I wonder if he will accept disciples, even if they only require tuition. Everyone's attitude towards Chen Mu's painting style suddenly changed, from disdain at the beginning to admiration. Chen Mu was not interested in these flatteries at all. His eyes were fixed on the system virtual panel that only he could see. Tip update, congratulations to the host for successfully inviting a top beauty with a beauty score of 98 to dinner, and the top sports car has been issued. Note, since the host has not yet obtained a driver's license, in order not to affect your use of rewards, the system will also give you an additional driver's license and intermediate driving skills. Extra driver's license and intermediate driving skills. This system is really generous. How could Chen Mu not love her? He couldn't help loving her. Satisfied. I can't be more satisfied. For such a system, he would take as many as he could get and would never reject any of them. So, system, when will my sports car arrive? Or do you want me to go to a specific place to pick it up? Chen Muxin asked. System, the reward is on the way and is expected to arrive within 5 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chen Mu still has this bit of patience. It's inevitable to be excited when you are about to own your first sports car. Before this, he once thought that he would never have the chance to own a sports car in this life. Chapter 3, the sports car arrives and amazes everyone. Goddess Su, why do you want to be friends with someone like this? Zhang Tian couldn't understand and doubted his life. Making friends with this kind of people will only lower your status and your image as a goddess in the eyes of others. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this. Once he said it, Su Shiren's favorability towards him, which was already zero, dropped directly to negative. Not only was his face expressionless, but it also showed a bit of indifference. Who I am friends with and who I want to be friends with is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Tian had the words on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't know how to say it. It feels like a dumb person eating Coptus chinensis, unable to express the bitterness. Zhang Tian couldn't bear to yell at Su Shiren, so he turned his anger towards Chen Mu, intending to vent all his anger on him. He took out his wallet, pulled out a stack of red banknotes, and handed it to Chen Mu. I don't care what your purpose is in approaching Goddess Su. Take this money, get out of here, and never show up next to her again. Take a look at the stack of banknotes in Zhang Tian's hand. It looks like several thousand yuan. For Chen Mu, who had just become a billionaire with assets worth tens of billions, this amount of money was not even a drop in the bucket. What? You think it's too little? Seeing that Chen Mu was still hesitant to take the action, Zhang Tian raised his lips and mocked again. Or are you shocked by seeing so much money for the first time? Hey! Look at my memory. He raised his hand and held his forehead, as if he had thought of something. Normal. After all, your girlfriend was taken away by someone because you are too poor. A toad is a toad. Don't dream of eating swan meat every day. Reality is not a fairy tale. Take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself whether you are qualified to do so. Zhang Tian's family has a little money. Although it can't compare with those top rich second generations, he thinks he can still compare with people like Chen Mu. No, that's not right. Think about it carefully. He is a poor guy, how can he be compared with me? To think this way is simply to lower your status. Do you think you are rich? Chen Mu asked calmly. He did not get angry because of Zhang Tian's words. He was very calm. I don't think I'm very rich, but at least I'm richer than you. Zhang Tian responded without thinking. He added firmly, to put it bluntly, my monthly pocket money is what you can only earn after you enter society and work hard for a whole year. This is the gap between you and me, do you understand? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the approval of the onlookers. Indeed, the words are rough but the truth is true. It's good that this will help him understand the difference and keep his distance from Goddess Su, so that he won't get into trouble. It is said that people are not divided into different classes, but the reality is quite the opposite. It is important for a person to know himself. If I were him, I would never stay here and pester him. Boy, don't be so unconvinced. Zhang Tian's family owns a mine and has tens of millions of assets. You, a poor loser, can't compare to him. All kinds of sarcastic remarks and insults were directed at Chen Mu. Seeing that he was the target of public criticism because of Zhang Tian, Su Shiren was panicked, but facing those dozens of mouths, she didn't know what to do. Chen Mu still acted calm and collected. He glanced at the time and saw that the sports car was almost there. Victory is in our grasp, so why panic? Boom boom boom. Just as Zhang Tian was thinking about striking while the iron was hot and continuing to target Chen Mu, making him feel ashamed and escape on his own initiative. But a deafening sound like the roar of a wild beast came to my ears, approaching rapidly. Zhang Tian was absolutely sure that it was the sound of a sports car. Judging from the highly artistic sound, it is definitely a super sports car. As an out-and-out sports car enthusiast, Zhang Tian has a deep understanding of this aspect. Unfortunately, his financial resources were limited, and he begged his father for a long time before he finally convinced him to buy himself a sports car worth about 1 million yuan. Upon hearing that a top-notch supercar appeared at Nanjing University, Zhang Tian instantly lost interest in making fun of Chen Mu. Why should you waste a great opportunity to broaden your horizons for a poor guy? Like everyone else, he immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Oh my god! After seeing the silver sports car clearly, Zhang Tian's jaw was almost dislocated because his mouth was open too wide. He cursed unconsciously, unable to hide his shock. He said in disbelief, there are only 3 top-of-the-line sports cars in the world, and one of them is actually in our Jiangcheng? I couldn't help but associate and filter in my mind, wondering who in a place like Nanjing University has such financial resources. When his words reached everyone's ears, they immediately caused a lot of heated discussion. They whispered to each other and started discussing. A top-of-the-line sports car limited to only 3 units worldwide? So awesome? Look at what you said. Could it be that young Master Zhang can still deceive us? You guys are late with the news. This is a limited edition sports car specially built for the 100th anniversary of the Royce Group, one of the 3 largest sports car companies. It is the fastest and most valuable sports car in the world, bar none. It is of extraordinary value and collection value. You can't buy it even if you have money. It's a symbol of status. Someone who is quite knowledgeable about this aspect stepped forward and explained. Don't talk to me about this nonsense. I don't understand. Just tell me directly, how much is that sports car worth? Someone in the crowd asked impatiently. This number. The man with glasses raised a finger. 10 million? 100 million. Fuck. 100 million? The young man was already surprised when he thought it was 10 million. He didn't expect that the glasses man's next words would open his eyes even more. His heart was filled with waves of shock and he couldn't calm down. Just a reminder, it's not 100 million Great Xia coins, it's 100 million US dollars, the man with glasses added. 100 million US dollars. According to the current exchange rate, it is equivalent to more than 700 million Great Xia coins. When the word 700 million were uttered, the entire audience was speechless, and many people were so shocked that they were speechless. It's because they are very sure that they will never be able to earn this much money even if they live in poverty for several lifetimes. But one of their mounts is worth 700 million. Exaggerated. It's really too exaggerated. I don't know who is qualified to ride in such a sports car. Either rich or noble. Do you think it's possible that this is a prince from some country who is coming to study in our Nankai University? It is indeed possible. In short, he is definitely a big shot. I am looking forward to seeing his true face. There are many different opinions about the identity of the owner of this top sports car, and countless people are curious. However, what they don't know is that the owner of the top sports car that makes them feel the disparity in the world is actually far away in the sky and right in front of them. Chapter 4: Beautiful Women in Luxury Cars, Making People Envious. I saw the car stop and the door open. Zhang Tian rubbed his hands on his trouser legs, wanting to go up to greet the important man and get to know him. Since there is such an opportunity, we must not miss it. After making sure there was no sweat on his hands, Zhang Tian walked straight towards the middle-aged man with a little gray hair on his temples and wearing a neat suit. In the middle of the conversation, my brain was working quickly, thinking about topics that the other person might be interested in. For example, starting with sports cars? Zhang Tian is quite familiar with the racing circle and feels that this can be used as a starting point. Hello, my name is Zhang. Zhang Tian walked up to the middle-aged man and raised his hand. However, when he was only halfway through his words, the other party treated him as air and avoided him without giving him the chance to finish his words. Zhang Tian stood there, feeling everyone's eyes focused on him, feeling extremely embarrassed. It's impossible to advance or retreat. I really don't know what to do. Then, Zhang Tian felt even more desperate, and unbelievable things happened one after another. I heard a middle-aged man's voice from behind. Dear Mr. Chen, this is the key to the Jiaying sports car you reserved, please accept it. Reservation? Mr. Chen? Who is Mr. Chen? Zhang Tian didn't dare to look back, he stood frozen in place, with a very bad premonition in his mind. The next second, Chen Mu's voice sounded, with only one simple word, okay. That sound? Although it was only one word, the shock this word brought to Zhang Tian's heart was incomparable. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva. Now, he didn't dare to turn around and look. Afraid of getting an answer that is hard for me to accept. At this time, the onlookers nearby could no longer control their inner surprise, excitement, and spoke excitedly. Fuck. That sports car, was it his? Didn't you just say that he was dumped because he was too poor? How come he now owns a sports car worth hundreds of millions, of which there are only 3 in the world? Can someone explain this to me? Don't look at me, how would I know? It seems that he is 100% a hidden rich second generation. The reason he hides his identity is just to find a pure love, but it is obvious that the other party did not seize this opportunity to leap over the dragon gate and turn from a black chicken into a phoenix. This reminds me of a line from a movie. I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but who knew I would be alienated instead? I'm going to be honest. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a billionaire. Damn it, Goddess Sue is so lucky. Not only does she have a good figure and good looks, but she is also involved with such a top second-generation rich man. Why don't I have such good luck? As soon as the 700 million yuan sports car Jiaying appeared, everyone's reputation of Chen Mu suddenly reversed. From the toad wanting to eat swan flesh, to now, it is hard to tell who is the toad and who is the swan between Chen Mu and Su Shirin. Envy, uncontrollable envy. Countless girls were eager to replace Su Shirin immediately and agree to become Chen Mu's girlfriend. I really don't want to miss this opportunity to rise to prominence and become a wealthy wife. Su Shirin was also very surprised. She didn't expect Chen Mu's financial resources to be so exaggerated. In Su Shirin's opinion, a car worth several million is already quite outrageous. I didn't expect that there are sports cars worth hundreds of millions in this world. I couldn't help but wonder, is this car made of gold? Chen Mu didn't plan to waste time, so he raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Let's go, I've already booked a restaurant. Okay. Su Shirin did not change her mind because of this series of events. In her opinion, once you have promised someone, you must keep your promise and not break it. Watching Chen Mu and Su Shirin walking past him, at this moment, the last bit of hope in Zhang Tian's heart disappeared. The legs suddenly became soft as cotton, unable to support the body, and fell down. After realizing that something was wrong, he quickly adjusted his posture, knelt on the ground, faced Chen Mu, and said loudly, "I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you just now. Please forgive my mistakes and don't bear grudges with me." The total net worth is tens of millions, compared to a person whose even the value of his mountain sports car is over 700 million. How big is the gap? All I can say is that it is so big that Zhang Tian can't see clearly and it is difficult to describe in words. However, he was right about one thing. He was indeed a villain, so villainous that Chen Mu never took him seriously from beginning to end. Being petty with such people will only lower your status. He opened the passenger door for Su Shirin like a gentleman and decided to go to the restaurant. I didn't think of throwing her away after using her. Instead, I felt that there should be related tasks that could be completed by Su Shirin in the future. Boom boom boom. The sound of the engine is like the roar of a tiger or a dragon, deafening. Just like that, Chen Mu drove away in his luxury car carrying Su Shirin, the school beauty admired by everyone. Only a group of people were left, still in shock and stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. Seeing Zhao Li coming in with bags, her best friend Lin Wei immediately asked, "Zhao Li, where have you been? Something big has happened, do you know?" Zhao Li pretended to lift the various packaging bags in her hands and said, "My boyfriend just took me to the mall. They were all brand name goods. I clearly said I didn't want them." Sigh. He seems to be sighing, but in fact he is full of envy. The meaning of his words was clear to them all, and none of them intended to expose him. After all, we still have a year to get along with each other, and we will see each other every day. I don't want to make the relationship between me and my roommates too awkward. By the way, you just said something big happened. What big thing happened? After putting things on the bed, Zhao Li recalled this sentence and asked curiously. Chen Mu. Hearing these two words, Zhao Li immediately raised her hand and interrupted the other party without waiting for him to finish speaking. "Don't mention this person to me. I don't want to hear anything about him. I promised my boyfriend that I will never get involved with that poor loser again." But Lin Wei wanted to say something. Zhao Li raised her voice again and clapped her hands. "Today is a big day for me. It happens to be dinner time. How about I treat you guys to a meal? Haven't you always wanted to go to a star-rated hotel? My boyfriend just gave me a VIP membership card of a 3-star hotel. Do you want to go?" Zhao Li took out the VIP membership card from her wallet, not missing any opportunity to show off. "Yes," Lin Wei said first. Several others followed suit. As for the matter concerning Chen Mu, Lin Wei decided to wait until she got to the hotel and had dinner before talking about it. Otherwise Zhao Li would be in a bad mood and regret it. It's a free dinner, why not eat it? They were not fools and decided to give her a good beating. Chapter 5, Show off your wealth and feel good all the time. Chen Mu had no idea about the series of events that happened to Zhao Li in the dormitory, and he was not interested in it. I have already decided in my heart that Zhao Li, this woman, should become a thing of the past without any remembrance of her. Just treat a few years of youth as wasted. Rather than reminiscing and regretting the past, he would rather cherish the present. Not long. Chen Mu followed the satellite navigation and drove his sports car, Jiaying, to a 5-star hotel called Xinghai. Are we going to eat here? Looking at the luxurious hotel in front of her, Su Shireen felt a little uneasy. She had never been to such a high-end hotel. Yes. Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. Su Shireen originally wanted to say something, but seeing that Chen Mu had already gotten out of the car, she had no choice but to swallow the words and followed him out. Welcome two distinguished guests to our Shanghai hotel. After hearing the news, the lobby manager hurried over to greet them. It goes without saying that anyone who can afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions must be a big shot and must be treated well. You know, their entire hotel is not as valuable as Chen Mu's car. How dare I offend you? Excuse me, have you two booked a room? The lobby manager asked after welcoming Chen Mu and Su Shireen into the hotel. No, just find a place for us. Chen Mu replied. Okay, I'll ask someone to arrange the best seat for you right away. The lobby manager immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the workgroup, and sent messages to several waiters in the restaurant. Let them prepare everything before he takes Chen Mu upstairs. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Feeling the awe in the lobby manager's words, Chen Mu became more certain of one thing: in this era, money is king. If it weren't for the sports car, he would probably be mistaken for someone who came to cause trouble, and would be stopped outside by the security guards and would not be allowed in. Be more determined to seize the opportunity of the system's arrival and binding, and rise against the sky. Bite. Soon, the elevator door opened. You two, this way please. Continuing under the guidance of the lobby manager, Chen Mu and Su Shireen walked towards a position near the window with an excellent view. From here, you can overlook a large area of the city. At night, when every light is on, it will be even more shocking. After they were seated, the waiter handed two menus to Chen Mu and Su Shireen respectively. When Su Shireen took the menu, her eyes widened unconsciously at the first sight. I was really shocked by the prices. After flipping through a few pages, I found that the most exotic ones cost hundreds of dollars, and dishes worth 4 or 5 figures appeared on the list as a matter of course. Don't be polite to me. After all, I invited you to dinner. Chen Mu saw Su Shireen's embarrassment and comforted her. Okay. Su Shireen agreed reluctantly, and then ordered the cheapest steak set meal, worth 888, not wanting to take advantage of Chen Mu too much. Chen Mu did not force Su Shireen to order food. His eyes fell on the menu in his hand, and then he looked at the only remaining show-off wealth task floating next to it, on the system panel, and in the taskbar. A plan came to mind. So he said to the waiter, 2 black gold abalones, 2 white jade sea cucumbers, 2 Boston blue dragons, 1 5 steak, and 1 sushi platter set. Chen Mu ordered dishes worth more than 300,000 yuan in one breath. Of course, the most expensive item among the more than 300,000 is a bottle of red wine, which alone costs more than 200,000. The waiter told me that there are only more than 200 bottles in the world, and the person who brewed this red wine died several years ago. It is the type that one bottle is less if you drink it. That's why it's so expensive. As expected, Chen Mu's crazy ordering behavior attracted countless people's attention. Do any of you know that person? He bought over 200,000 yuan worth of wine without even blinking an eye. I don't know him. Logically speaking, the wealthy circle in Jiangcheng is big and small. If there really is such a person, I should have heard of him. As for the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, it is definitely impossible for her to be simple. I thought that I was already very impressive for spending 20,000 or 30,000 yuan on a meal, but I didn't expect that he could spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a meal. Amazing, really amazing. As the old saying goes, there are always people better than you. Just get used to it. There will always be people better than you. As long as they were talking, it proved that Chen Mu had succeeded in showing off his wealth. Sure enough, the next second, a system prompt popped up. Congratulations on successfully completing the show-off mission. Get a 100x critical hit rebate chance plus 10. Chen Mu could vaguely understand the literal meaning. To prevent misunderstanding, please check the detailed introduction. 100x critical rebate opportunity. Your next 10 purchases will automatically receive a 100x critical rebate. For example, if you spend 370,000, you can get 37 million after a 100x rebate. After seeing the system's explanation about the 100-fold rebate opportunity, Chen Mu was stunned. No matter how much you spend, you will get a 100-fold rebate. This is too violent. However, is it limited to the next 10 purchases? It seems that I have to find a way to make the amount of money in the next 10 purchases larger when settling. The next second after Chen Mu thought about this, a clear idea came into his mind. He would not be satisfied with a mere 37 million. He raised his hand and called the waiter who was waiting by the side, waiting for his order at any time. "Sir, how can I help you?" The waiter strode up and asked in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I was worried that Chen Mu had some unspeakable secret. Chen Mu couldn't read minds, so he didn't know what the waiter was thinking. He said bluntly, "Please tell everyone here that they will be responsible for paying for any consumption they make when I leave." "Do you want to book the whole place for a treat?" the waiter said in surprise. I couldn't help but wonder how rich Chen Mu must be to be willing to spend money to treat a stranger to dinner in a 5-star hotel. Little did people know that the reason Chen Mu spent money like this was actually to make more money. "You can understand it that way. The time will last until I leave." Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. "Okay, I understand. I'll go ask the boss first." The waiter didn't dare to make a decision on his own regarding such a big matter. I was worried that if the dishes were ordered and Chen Mu didn't pay and ran away with the bill, I would not be able to take the responsibility. Even if you sell yourself, you're not worth that much money. "No problem, no rush." Chen Mu smiled faintly. "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter strode away, his eyes moving left and right, anxiously looking for the lobby manager. When I saw my colleague, I quickly asked, "Have you seen where the manager is?" "He is in the kitchen watching the chef cook and controlling the quality," the colleague responded. "Okay." After saying that, the waiter walked towards the kitchen in quick steps. When I opened the door, I heard the lobby manager giving orders to the chef like an emperor. However, since he is in a high position and has great power, others can only coax him and dare not offend him too much. I'm so afraid of offending him that even if I'm not fired, he will make things difficult for me everywhere. Think about it, if you endure for a while, everything will be peaceful. If you take a step back, the sky will be broad. There's no need to cause trouble for yourself. Why bother? Manager. The waiter strode to the lobby manager. "What happened?" The lobby manager stopped what he was doing and asked. "Manager, those two people you just brought here, are they here to cause trouble?" The man actually said that he would treat everyone present to a meal. The waiter expressed his concerns. "Making trouble?" Hearing this, the lobby manager laughed. This little money is nothing to him. Chapter 6. The more you look at him, the more handsome he becomes. Mission update. "Manager, what do you mean? I don't understand." The waiter looked confused. That customer owns a top-of-the-line sports car, which is limited to only 3 units worldwide and worth $100 million. How could he be short of your meal money? The lobby manager looked at the waiter speechlessly and scolded him. "What? There are only 3 units in the world, and if it costs $100 million, wouldn't it be more than 700 million Great Xia currency?" The waiter almost dropped his jaw after hearing this. Based on his understanding of the lobby manager, he didn't seem like someone who would joke about such things. Without waiting for the waiter to say anything, the lobby manager said sternly, "In short, no matter what he asks, you must do your best to meet it. If you can't complete it, come to me for a solution." "Yes. I'll do it right away." Soon, everyone in the restaurant knew that Chen Mu had booked the entire restaurant for a treat, and they all raised their glasses to express their gratitude. Naturally, I didn't hesitate to be polite and ordered all the expensive dishes and wines that I usually didn't dare to order. His original intention was to take advantage of the situation, but he didn't know that the more money he spent, the greater the benefit for Chen Mu. Chen Mu wished they were more greedy. Retracting his gaze, Chen Mu noticed the gaze of Su Shirin, who was sitting opposite him, and asked casually, "Is there anything dirty on my face?" "No, I'm just curious about who you are. How could someone as rich as you be robbed?" As if she didn't want to expose Chen Mu's scars, Su Shirin stopped talking about it and didn't bring it up again. "Facts have proved that my approach of hiding my wealth was correct, wasn't it?" Chen Mu asked Su Shirin. "Indeed." Su Shirin found it hard to disagree. It is also believed that Zhao Li's decision to leave on her own initiative will only benefit Chen Mu. If such a person were to become a family with her, he would only suffer greater losses. But if you show off your wealth like this, aren't you afraid that someone with impure intentions will approach you? For example, me? Su Shirin said half-jokingly. "Don't be afraid. I believe in you." Then, Chen Mu showed a meaningful expression. "Even if Goddess Su really has this idea, I won't refuse." "Why?" Su Shirin knew that Chen Mu was joking and did not take it seriously, so she continued to ask. "Because you are beautiful, you are qualified. Chen Mu said seriously. Hearing this, Su Shirin was slightly stunned, and reacted after a few seconds, yes, really, thank you for the compliment. Su Shirin had heard many compliments about her beauty, but for some reason, when these words came from Chen Mu's mouth, she felt a little uneasy. Moreover, I always feel that Chen Mu seems to be becoming more and more handsome. Not sure if I was hallucinating. Actually, it's not. In front of Chen Mu, where she couldn't see, the system panel popped up. Task, gain +5 favorability of the target Su Shirin, task status, completed, task reward, 10 points of charm, issued. It was only after seeing the reward prompt after completing the task that Chen Mu reacted. After completing the floating task, other tasks were updated. Including the one that has been completed, there are 2 more. Task 2, play a piano piece for the target Su Shirin, no matter it is good or bad, you will be rewarded with God-level piano skills. Task 3, make the target Su Shirin have a 20% favorability towards you, and you will receive a Shanghai hotel. Shanghai Hotel? If Chen Mu remembered correctly, the hotel he was in now was called Shanghai Hotel. As long as I reach 20% favorability, I can become the owner of this 5-star hotel. In this regard, Chen Mu could only say that this system was worthy of being called a godly rich system. It was really too generous. When I turned my head, I noticed the black piano placed in the middle of the restaurant. Chen Mu decided to complete the task as soon as possible. Anyway, the food hasn't been served yet, so just treat it as a pre-meal game. So he asked, Goddess Su, are you interested in piano? I'm interested. I really like the sound of the piano. Unfortunately, I don't have much talent in this area. Su Shirin's eyes darkened as she answered. She obviously likes it but has no talent for learning it, which seems to be a big regret in her life. In response, Chen Mu stood up and said, I happen to have some understanding of this aspect. If you don't mind, how about I play a song for you? Great. Su Shirin was quite surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Mu could play the piano. After getting Su Shirin's reply, Chen Mu left his seat and walked straight towards the piano. In this regard, the waiter who received the order from the lobby manager dared not stop him and decided to turn a blind eye and let him do it. Noticing Chen Mu's behavior, the other diners started a heated discussion. He wants to please her and conquer her with his talent after his financial support? He's rich, talented, and looks even better than the stars on TV. Which woman can resist a man like him? Anyway, I can't refuse. If he wants to have that kind of feelings for me, I will definitely agree without hesitation. Even if I go to a hotel with him right now, it's not impossible. If that big boss who has been pursuing you for several months but hasn't even touched your hand hears this, he will be furious. I can't help it. He's rich, but not good looking. I'm a face person. Chen Mu ignored the voices, sat in front of the piano and opened the piano lid. Then, he placed his 10 fingers on the keys. Just when everyone thought they could hear heavenly music, the sound that came out as Chen Mu's 10 fingers danced back and forth on the piano keys was unbearable to the ears. Helpless, one should be grateful for what one has received and be soft-hearted when receiving favors. Now, I finally understood why Chen Mu wanted to treat me to dinner for no reason. It turns out it was for this moment. Bear it. There's no need to be stingy with money. The most important thing is that they don't think they have the strength to compete with Chen Mu. If you really offend someone like this, who can easily spend millions to treat others to a meal, you can imagine what terrible consequences will occur. I can't afford to offend you, I really can't afford to offend you. Keep repeating in your heart, be patient and you will have peace. Take a step back and you will have a bright future. But someone doesn't think so. He refused Chen Mu's invitation and told the waiter that he would pay for it himself and didn't mind the small amount of money. He considered himself an artist and couldn't stand Chen Mu's money-driven approach. Unexpectedly, this time Chen Mu used such poor piano skills in the field he was best at to insult his ears. Unable to bear it any longer, he slammed the table angrily and stood up and said, That's enough. Stop polluting my ears with garbage. You are not worthy of playing that piano. Chapter 7 Obtain God-level piano skills and a 5-star hotel. Is this person crazy? How dare he provoke that top rich second generation? He does have the capital, don't you know him? I don't know him. Is he famous? Of course he is famous. He is the musical genius of our Jiangcheng, Du Yefeng, who once won the Global Silver Medal in a world-class piano competition. Global Silver Award. No wonder there is pride. Seeing that someone recognized him, Du Yefeng appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very happy on the inside. and he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. But he knew very well that he had to remain indifferent in order to appear cool. Du Yefeng didn't know Chen Mu, and he had no grudge against him. She simply looked down on nouveau riche like him, and couldn't stand the way he used such poor and amateur piano skills to flirt with girls in front of her. The originally delicious meal suddenly became tasteless due to his influence. Little did he know that, out of his sight, in front of Chen Mu, a system prompt popped up. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level piano skills. On the other hand, Su Shirin mistakenly thought that Chen Mu wanted to use this method to build up her confidence, and that her lack of talent could be made up for by hard work. Favorability increased by a few points. Chen Mu was just about to use his God-level piano skills to perform well in front of Su Shirin and increase her favorability towards him to 20%, so as to obtain 100% of the shares of Shanghai Hotel. Who would have thought that in the next second, the system prompt would pop up again, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a building at Shanghai Hotel. Is this done? Chen Mu himself was also surprised. He got a hotel worth hundreds of millions so easily. In order to thank Su Shirin and test the effect of the God-level piano skills, Chen Mu prepared to play a song. Unexpectedly, before the fingertips touched the keys, they were grabbed by a hand that reached out from the side. Chen Mu looked up and saw that the owner of the hand was none other than Du Yefeng, who had been chattering non-stop beside him since a while ago. What are you doing? Chen Mu asked in confusion. A newbie like you is not worthy of touching this piano. You will only insult it. Du Yefeng said with a cold face. Insult? Yes. An insult. Du Yefeng said firmly, even if I kick it, I can beat you by several blocks. So confident? Chen Mu, who had just acquired God-level piano skills, did not take Du Yefeng, the so-called musical genius, seriously at all. At this time, more attention was paid to the system panel. After the previous tasks were completed, new tasks were updated. Task 1, compete with the target Du Yefeng in piano skills. Regardless of winning or losing, you will receive 100 million. If you win, the reward will be multiplied tenfold. Task 2, use your superb skills to kill Du Yefeng and destroy his heart. If the mental damage reaches 100, you will get a luxury villa. Seeing that these two tasks were all related to Du Yefeng, Chen Mu started to joke with himself, keeping the words in his heart, so, shouldn't I be thankful for him looking for trouble and coming to provoke me? Is this any different than giving me 1 billion and a luxury villa for free? It's not arrogance, but confidence. Chen Mu really didn't think that Du Yefeng's piano skills were comparable to the divine skills he gained from completing the mission. There is a huge difference between the two sides. It seems that you are not convinced. In that case, do you dare to compete with me? Whoever plays worse will disappear and get out. Du Yefeng suggested. This was exactly what Chen Mu wanted, so he readily agreed, okay. Seeing Chen Mu agree to the bet so easily, everyone, without exception, broke into a cold sweat for him. He will definitely lose. Yeah, how can an ordinary person possibly compete with a professional pianist who won the silver medal in the global piano competition? Indeed, I believe everyone can see how good he is at playing the piano. Even so, I think that he has the confidence to accept Du Yefeng's challenge, which is more than anyone else present. They discussed it one by one. The results were all the same. Almost everyone thought that Chen Mu would lose and Du Yefeng would win. Geniuses also have different levels. What's more, Chen Mu is not a genius. I really can't find any reason not to lose. Get out of the way. I'll go first. Du Yefeng shouted. His idea was very simple, to use absolute strength to make Chen Mu realize the gap and defeat him without a fight. Then get out of here quickly, don't be an eyesore and ruin your mood for eating. As for the female companion that Chen Mu brought with him, this is the type that Du Yefeng likes. I thought that the reason why Chen Mu forced himself to play the piano even though he didn't know how to play it was definitely because Su Shirin was interested in the piano. In this regard, Du Yefeng is a professional among professionals. Who knows, by playing a piece of music, you can kill two birds with one stone. First, slap Chen Mu hard in the face and make him lose face in public. At the same time, make Su Shirin have a strong interest in him and win her over in one fell swoop. If you miss this kind of beauty this time, you don't know when you will see her again. Du Yefeng wanted to try his best and leave no regrets. Chen Mu stood up and made way, not panicking at all, because he already knew the outcome. Du Yefeng sat on the chair, raised his 10 fingers, quickly got into the mood, and began to play. After the song was finished, it attracted a lot of praise and applause. Oh my god! Such beautiful music! No wonder he became the global runner-up. Yes, I have never heard such beautiful music. It looks like he won't be able to win today. Don't use your hobby to challenge other people as careers. This saying is really true. After witnessing Du Yafeng's true strength, no one believed that Chen Mu could have any advantage in this competition. There is no advantage at all, and you will definitely lose. Although they really hoped that Chen Mu could win, the gap was too big and they didn't dare to have any illusions. When his eyes fell on Chen Mu, he saw his calm expression. Those people couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't Chen Mu panicking at all? Su Shirin, on her part, felt very guilty. He regretted mentioning the piano. Now, although Chen Mu had good intentions, he was entangled with a troublesome person. He had already been embarrassed in public once before, and now Su Shirin really didn't know how to compensate him. It's not too late to surrender now. Du Yafeng stood up and said. He thought that his performance this time was very good and was definitely not comparable to Chen Mu. Chen Mu ignored him, sat on the chair, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to play. This kid, is he really trying to go against me and piss me off? He really overestimates his own abilities. Du Yafeng didn't take it seriously and simply thought that Chen Mu was making a last-ditch effort. With his ability, he is not even qualified to carry my shoes. Chapter 8, Crush and Make $1 billion in Profit. But soon, as Chen Mu's 10 fingers fell on the keys and played them back and forth, the sound of the piano came out. The confident and complacent smile on Du Yafeng's face disappeared in an instant. I wondered several times if there was something wrong with my ears. Otherwise, how could I have auditory hallucinations? Looking around, I saw that everyone had the same expressions of shock, admiration, and envy. Du Yafeng then realized that he had heard correctly. He turned his gaze to Chen Mu and determined, this kid is pretending to be a novice, trying to play the pig and eat the tiger. If Chen Mu knew Du Yafeng's idea, he would definitely deny it immediately. I really didn't want to play the pig and eat the tiger, but I really didn't have the ability to do so just now. It's all Du Yafeng's bad luck that he chose to show off right after he had acquired god-level piano skills. Put your face in front of yourself and let yourself hit it. It's already been brought to him. If he doesn't fight, wouldn't that be giving the other person no face? On Su Shirin's side, the look she gave Chen Mu changed slightly. His eyes were full of surprise. He obviously hadn't expected that after Chen Mu displayed his true strength, he would be so exaggerated. To Su Shirin, who often listens to piano music and even spent thousands of dollars to watch a concert by the internationally renowned piano master de Levine, that level is even better than the others. It's no exaggeration. No matter what others think, Su Shirin has already determined that Chen Mu's level is world-class. And it is world-class that beats other world-class teams. When Chen Mu finished playing a song, his 10 fingers left the piano keys. The diners were still immersed in the ocean of music composed by Chen Mu, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Bang bang bang. It was only after hearing someone applauding that he suddenly reacted, stood up in awe and started applauding. For a moment, the applause was thunderous. Good. You played it really well. I have never heard such a beautiful and moving piece of music. Yeah, it's obviously the same song, but he played it with a completely different feeling. Perfect, too perfect. Who said just now that he would definitely lose? With this level, is it sure that he won't be beaten? That guy ran away a long time ago. He was probably afraid of retaliation. Then she is just overthinking. Would such a big shot care about her? Just from their discussions, it is not difficult to tell which is better and which is worse. Chen Mu looked up at Du Yafeng and asked knowingly, I shouldn't have lost, right? The mission has been completed. And the supplementary conditions have been met, and the reward has been increased tenfold. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion. Du Yafeng. Gnashing his teeth, he said indignantly, being arrogant and conceited will only ruin you. You mean, only people like you who have no talent can be proud? Chen Mu asked back. Didn't forget the second task of killing people and destroying their hearts. He was determined to get that luxurious villa. You. Du Yafeng raised his hand, furious. What? You want to hit someone? The others said hurriedly when they saw this. Upon hearing this, the security guard was ready to step forward and stop Du Yafeng at any time. Du Yefeng had no choice but to put down his arms and snorted disdainfully, "Don't be complacent, there is still a long way to go in the future, and it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Talent can only give you a slight edge. In the future, maybe the music I play with my feet will be better than yours." Chen Mu could see that Du Yefeng was a person who was extremely unwilling to admit defeat. Putting this aside, his words just now reminded Chen Mu, "Playing the piano with your feet." This kind of sarcastic sentence can often be seen in games, such as "I can beat you with my feet." Chen Mu knew very well that his previous taunting was not enough to cause 100 mental damages, and he had to take drastic measures. It was decided to adopt Du Yefeng's advice and give the man a taste of his own medicine. What do you want to do?" Seeing Chen Mu taking off his shoes, Du Yefeng thought that he wanted to slap him in the face with his shoes. "It's nothing, I just want you to realize the gap between us," Chen Mu said with a faint smile. Du Yefeng was bewildered after hearing this. He didn't understand. How could the difference in social relations have anything to do with taking off shoes? Then I saw Chen Mu taking off his socks, moving the chair back, sitting on it, and stretching his feet towards the piano keys. This guy actually wants to play the piano with his feet to humiliate me? Du Yefeng frowned, and his disgust towards Chen Mu reached its peak. Deciding to kill someone with a borrowed knife, he looked at the lobby manager standing beside him. "If I remember correctly, this piano is worth at least 300,000. Is it really okay to let him do this?" Hearing this, the lobby manager did not respond immediately. Of course he felt bad, but he knew even more clearly how huge the difference was between the piano and the sports car that Chen Mu was driving. There was no comparison at all, it was a crushing defeat. Seeing that the lobby manager didn't say anything, Du Yefeng became even more furious and chose to vent his anger on Chen Mu. "How dare you call yourself a musician when you do this? You are insulting music and art." Chen Mu was puzzled by this and asked, "When did I ever say that I am a musician? An artist? I am just an ordinary person." Du Yefeng was speechless. At this moment, a figure passing by caught the attention of the lobby manager, who exclaimed in surprise, "Director Zhang." "Mr. Zhang?" Du Yefeng was still thinking about how to refute Chen Mu. After hearing these two words, he realized that the big man behind the scenes was dissatisfied with Chen Mu's behavior and planned to come forward in person to punish him. Chen Mu was so arrogant and domineering in his hotel, using his stinky feet to play the piano that he bought at a high price. What's the difference between this and hitting him in the face with your hands? What big shots care about most is face? Du Yefeng was certain that he didn't need to say anything, let alone try to exaggerate and provoke anger, because Zhang Qingxiang himself would never let Chen Mu go. Du Yefeng had heard a long time ago that the owner of Shanghai Hotel, Zhang Qingxiang, was a man with a very hot temper and could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. The more this happened, the happier Du Yefeng became. As if it was already foreseeable, Chen Mu was severely scolded by Zhang Qingxiang, crying bitterly, tears streaming down his face, and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Sympathy? Not at all. Du Yefeng wished that Chen Mu would be as miserable as possible. "I hope that Chen Mu will continue to clamor and offend Zhang Qingxiang to death." In a rage, Zhang Qingxiang had someone break Chen Mu's hands, making him unable to play the piano from then on. There is no other way. Chen Mu's talent is too amazing. At this age, he is already at a world-class level. Give him another 10 or 20 years, 20 or 30 years. I can't imagine it, I really can't imagine it. Let me ask, how could Du Yefeng, who is also a pianist, not be angry? But then, Zhang Qingxiang's words surprised Du Yefeng. He faced Chen Mu, bowed 90 degrees, and handed over a parchment bag with both hands. "Mr. Chen, this is the 100% share transfer contract of Shanghai Hotel, please take a look." Chapter 9: Get a luxurious villa. When Zhang Qingxiang said this, the whole audience was shocked. There were clearly dozens of people present, but it was as quiet as a cemetery, dead silent. It was so quiet that there was not a single sound, to the point where you could hear a pin drop. Obviously, no one could have anticipated such a thing except Chen Mu. I originally thought that Chen Mu was just an ordinary diner like me, but I never thought that the next second, this 5-star hotel was transferred to his name, and he held 100% of the shares. Seeing Chen Mu took the contract and wrote his name on it. The lobby manager couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and was very glad that he had always chosen to stand on his side before, otherwise something big would have happened now. The top-of-the-line limited edition sports car worth hundreds of millions, plus the fact that he has now fully acquired the Shanghai Hotel, all these pieces of evidence are proving Chen Mu's true identity and how extraordinary he is. He is definitely not an ordinary person. If there is nothing else, I will not disturb Mr. Chen. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Zhang Qingshan left respectfully. Seeing that his every word and action were full of respect for Chen Mu, the diners, who were considered elites in their respective fields, couldn't help but be curious about Chen Mu's true identity. Who is this guy? He wants to buy a hotel worth hundreds of millions of dollars just like that? This is not the key point. The key point is that the Shanghai Hotel is now doing a booming business and has a bright future. The fact that Zhang Qingshan was willing to sell the hotel proves that he not only has amazing financial resources, but also has amazing power behind him. He's handsome, rich, and powerful. Oh my God, how can there be such a perfect man in the world? It is important for a person to know himself. If the female companion Chen Mu brought with him was not so stunningly beautiful, many women with a beauty score of over 85 points present would have thought about approaching him. If you succeed, the most prosperous life will be waiting for you. Become a wealthy wife envied by countless people. It's a pity that Su Shirin's appearance is overwhelming to them, and they don't feel that they have any competitiveness in front of her at all. He decisively gave up and could only watch Chen Mu, this piece of swan meat, wishing for it but unable to get it. This feeling is really depressing. After Zhang Qingshan left, Chen Mu casually threw the contract he had just signed on the piano, just a few inches away from Du Yifeng. The words transfer contract suddenly caught Du Yifeng's eyes. He stood there in a daze, words on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't know what to say. Can I play now? Chen Mu asked Du Yifeng. Du Yifeng was speechless. Now, the hotel belongs to Chen Mu, and the piano is naturally Chen Mu's property. How can Du Yifeng, an outsider, be qualified to teach others how to do things? Du Yifeng's face is not thick enough to be this thick. The next scene made Du Yifeng speechless. His face turned red and his neck became thick. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into and hide there for the rest of his life. Chen Mu's finger skills made him admit defeat. But no one could have imagined that Chen Mu's talent was so high that the music he played with his toes could still easily surpass his own. In the eyes of others, Du Yifeng was once a young and famous musical genius, but now he has been crushed like this, and his self-confidence is gone. This is exactly the plot development that Chen Mu wanted to see. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxurious villa, a Fashanju villa. After Chen Mu played a famous song with his feet, he got a villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars smoothly and easily. Chen Mu has never felt as much as he does now that making money is so simple. Are you convinced? Chen Mu asked Du Yifeng. You, don't be so proud. It's just a gift from God, it's not a real ability. Du Yifeng's voice was trembling, giving people a feeling that he would cry at any time. Ah. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu shook his head and sighed, feeling that this guy was hopeless. He put on his shoes and socks, stood up and looked at the lobby manager. The lobby manager understood what Chen Mu meant and quickly said to the security guard beside him, "What are you all still standing there for? Get this guy out right away and permanently ban him from entering Shanghai Hotel." Upon hearing this, the two security guards hurried over and lifted Du Yifeng up from the ground. Regardless of his resistance and struggle, he was taken away by force. Du Yifeng's strength was not enough to show off in front of them, and he was completely unable to compete. Because he was too noisy, one of the security guards even covered his mouth with his hands, and he could only make humming and ah sounds, making it difficult to understand what he wanted to express. Just like that, he was forcibly taken away in full view of everyone. Chen Mu, on his part, washed his hands and returned to the dining table. He asked with a smile, "How is it? Am I playing well? Not bad?" Su Shirin looked at Chen Mu with an incredible expression. That guy's piano skills are not even 1,000th, 1/10,000th as good as yours, but his arrogance and complacency are 1,000, 10,000 times as good as yours. Chen Mu could clearly feel that because he catered to her interests and showed off his genius in piano, Su Shirin's favorability towards him far exceeded 20%. I finally understand the charm of the word talent. Chen Mu laughed, "Really? It seems that I have to be more arrogant in the future and not be too low-key. After all, as the old saying goes, good people are often bullied." Then he raised his hand and picked up the bowl and chopsticks, motioning, "Eat quickly, or the food will get cold." Okay. Su Shirin agreed. During the meal, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Mu several times. Now, there is really no way to look at Chen Mu with a normal mind. It felt like a deer was running around in my heart and I couldn't calm down at all. The 10-point increase in charm, coupled with the amazing piano skills, left a very deep impression in Su Shirin's mind. I never thought that there would be such a talented person in the world. Even Su Shirin, who had the title of school belle and was known as the flower of Jialing, couldn't help being moved. I want to have more connection with Chen Mu. I haven't heard enough of the perfect piano music played by Chen Mu, the sound of nature. I want to listen to it a few more times. But I don't know how to start. She had never had the experience of actively talking to other members of the opposite sex. Even agreeing to go out for dinner alone with a strange man was the first time. My mood suddenly became extremely complicated, and all kinds of random thoughts began to form. Chen Mu's mind was not on Su Shirin at all. Why? The reason is simple. System tasks updated. The opportunity to make money and become a wealthy man was once again in front of Chen Mu. And this time, a total of 3 tasks were updated. Chen Mu knew clearly which was more important, money or school beauties. Chapter 10 times rebate. 3 super rich missions. Having been used to being poor, and having been poached by a rich second-generation man, Chen Mu became obsessed with making money. Coupled with the fact that he was bound to the super rich system, his obsession became even deeper. Make money. Must focus on making money. Having money is equivalent to having everything. From the moment he acquired 10 points of charm attribute, Chen Mu knew very well that the rewards that the godly rich system could bring him were definitely more than just money. Not only can it enable you to achieve great financial success, but also astronomical figures that are difficult for others to imagine. The same is true for other aspects. All-round development. Check out the tasks. Task 1, face the hooligans without fear, stand in front of the target Su Shirin, show your unique dominance, and be rewarded with the title of Kung Fu Master. Task 2, take the school beauty Su Shirin to go shopping in a mall, and you will be rewarded with a mall. Task 3, spend 100 million to get a chance to extract a full level skill. Kung Fu Master. 1 chance to extract a max level skill? Obviously, these 2 things interested Chen Mu more than a shopping mall. Just as he had thought just now, the rewards that the super rich system could give him were more than just money. The more of this skill the better, and Chen Mu must get it. The reason is very simple. When you have money and status, it is inevitable to have friction with others, so the ability to protect yourself is very important. For example, regarding the thugs mentioned in the first task, Chen Mu knew without thinking that it must be Du Yefeng who was not convinced and felt that he had embarrassed him, so he deliberately hired thugs to teach him a lesson. Little did he know that doing so would not only fail to teach him a lesson or cause him any harm, but would instead deliver yet another super rich mission and top-level rewards to him. Chen Mu smiled faintly, looking forward to completing the task and gaining his first skill. At the same time, just as Chen Mu thought, Du Yefeng was thrown out of the hotel like garbage. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The resentment was piling up in his chest and he couldn't spit it out or swallow it. His eyes were bloodshot and he made up his mind to teach Chen Mu a lesson. So he took out his cell phone and called a human trafficker he knew in Jiangcheng, asking him to bring more people over. Not only did Du Yefeng want to teach Chen Mu a lesson, he also specifically instructed him to break Chen Mu's hands and feet, all 10 fingers, and 10 toes, to completely destroy him. Let him understand that the more talented he is, the more he should restrain his edge. Otherwise, he will only bring himself endless troubles. Du Yefeng had to admit that he really envied Chen Mu's talent, and it was precisely because of his jealousy that he wanted to destroy him. Typical mentality of destroying it if you can't get it. After hanging up the phone, Du Yefeng smiled grimly and looked up at the floor where the hotel restaurant was located. Boy, spend the rest of your life regretting offending me. Not long after, Chen Mu and Su Shirin finished their meal, responding to the National Clean Plate campaign. After finishing with some dessert, Chen Mu stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'll take you home." "Ah? Are you going back now?" Su Shirin responded subconsciously, wanting to stay with Chen Mu for a while longer. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I was so ashamed that I didn't understand why I said such a thing. Seeing Su Shirin looking at a loss, she didn't know what to say. Chen Mu struck while the iron was hot and found the right opportunity to speak. "If Goddess Su has time, can you accompany me to the mall? To be honest, I have a poor appreciation of clothing. It would be great if you could give me some advice." "No problem. I'm good at this kind of thing." Su Shirin really didn't lie, because this was related to what she studied. She agreed without hesitation. Why? Su Shirin herself didn't know, she just didn't want to go back early. "This is the first time I have this feeling, it is so wonderful that I can't describe it. Could it be that As soon as the thought came to his mind, Su Shireen immediately shook her head and dismissed it. Thinking carefully, it has only been less than half a day since I met him and got to know him, how could such a thing happen? Put away your unnecessary thoughts so as not to make a fool of yourself. When leaving, there was no need to pay the bill because the hotel was already under Chen Mu's name. Do you pay yourself? Fortunately, Chen Mu had a backup plan. He didn't have to pay, but the bill for the meal he just treated could still trigger a 100-fold rebate opportunity. Chen Mu asked the lobby manager to calculate the total amount, which was 12 million. Chen Mu couldn't help but think, these people are really rude. But it's a good thing this way, as it allows Chen Mu to make a lot of money. Successful consumption of 12 million. 100-fold critical strike rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Daxia coin plus 12000000000. Even though it is only 12 million, after a 100-fold rebate, it is still an astronomical figure. Chen Mu accepted the money without hesitation and left with Su Shireen. After seeing the two people enter the elevator, the sighs never stopped. More than 10 million, without blinking an eye, no wonder they can make money. I'm so jealous. I'm crazy jealous. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet such a big guy just now. Who says it's not true? If I can establish a relationship with him, be promoted by him, or be noticed by the family behind him, it will be impossible for me not to rise to prominence. Alas, there was only one chance, but apparently, neither you nor I could seize it. Life is made up of regrets one after another. Don't worry about them. Just get used to them. Everyone was talking at once. Bite. After a beep, the elevator door opened. Chen Mu and Su Shireen walked out talking and laughing. As soon as I walked out of the hotel gate, a staff member drove his Jiaying sports car back to the door and got off carefully. I'm afraid of getting bumped into something by accident. It was clear that if the sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars was scratched or even had a little paint removed, he would lose everything. Mr. Chen, here are your car keys. He presented them respectfully with both hands. Yes, thank you. Where? Chen Mu took back the car keys and got into the car with Su Shireen. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. All the staff present bowed 90 degrees to see Chen Mu off. Even if Chen Mu is not their boss, this car alone is worthy of such high-top treatment from them. We cannot be disrespectful, and we dare not be disrespectful. I know one thing better than anyone else, if I really offend such a big shot, he can make me disappear from the world with just one word. As for Chen Mu, as expected, he was surrounded by a group of gods of wealth shortly after he drove out of the hotel. Without them, Chen Mu would not be able to complete the task and get the reward. Why not consider him the god of wealth? Chapter 11 earned the title of Kung Fu Master. Who are these people? Su Shireen subconsciously grabbed the seatbelt in front of her, having never seen such a scene before. Especially when those people looked at her with vulgar and obscene eyes, as if she was not wearing any clothes, she felt deeply disgusted. They are just a bunch of clowns. Don't take them seriously. As Chen Mu spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and continued, You stay in the car, I'll take care of everything. Okay. Su Shireen agreed subconsciously. For some reason, when she saw the sunny smile on Chen Mu's face, the worries in her heart disappeared instantly and she felt particularly relieved. It seems that as long as Chen Mu is there, all problems will be solved and there is no need to worry. Su Shireen also didn't understand. She and Chen Mu had only known each other for less than half a day, but she had such a strong sense of trust in him. Chen Mu didn't care about what she thought of him. All his attention was on the system panel that popped up in front of him after the car door closed. Mission completed. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Kung Fu Master. The next second after the system prompted, a large number of unfamiliar memories flooded into Chen Mu's mind, and then he quickly became familiar with them. Those kung fu moves flashed before my eyes like movie scenes and turned into muscle memory, as if they were born with me. Wonderful, very wonderful. Chen Mu could clearly feel that he had become stronger, very strong. He is so strong that he doesn't even need to take these minions in front of him seriously. You're so brave, little brat. I was worried that you were hiding in the car and didn't dare to get out. The leader of the 20 or so people, named Zhang Bao, codenamed Brother Bao, came in front of Chen Mu with an arrogant expression. Bang! Chen Mu didn't say much, he just raised his hand and slapped Zhang Bao in the face. The sound of slaps was deafening. The younger brothers who were originally ready to rub their hands and beat Chen Mu up were all stunned. Words came to their lips, but they didn't know how to say them. Look at Chen Mu, and then look at Zhang Bao, who stumbled several steps because of Chen Mu's slap, lost his balance and fell to the ground. I really couldn't believe my eyes. Wasn't it the same for Zhang Bao? He sat on the ground, his face full of disbelief, his hands covering his face. The constant burning pain made it impossible for him to doubt the truth. He suddenly came to his senses, with unrestrained anger showing on his face, revealing his madness. He bared his teeth like a mad dog and roared, "What are you still standing there for? Destroy him for me." Zhang Bao had already made up his mind to not only break but also cripple Chen Mu's index finger as Du Yefeng requested. They will also beat him into a vegetative state, unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life, and we will increase the dosage without raising the price. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as this. In this area, no one has ever dared to slap Zhang Bao in the face. Chen Mu must pay with blood. Otherwise, if word gets out, how can I continue to be the big brother? You stinky boy, you dare to attack Brother Leopard, you are really tired of living. There was a sound of a yellow-haired man attacking from behind. Even though Chen Mu didn't have eyes behind his back, his ears were sharp enough to sense the sound of the man's punch. He dodged it easily by turning sideways. What? The yellow-haired man widened his eyes and felt incredible when he saw his fist being dodged by Chen Mu. Before he could retract his fist, his wrist was grabbed by Chen Mu. When dealing with the enemy, Chen Mu didn't know what it meant to show mercy. He used a little strength and broke the man's wrist with a snap. Ah! The yellow-haired man's scream was so earth-shaking that it could be heard clearly dozens of meters away. You little bastard, I'm fucking. Bang! Boom! Without giving the yellow-haired man a chance to finish his words, Chen Mu kicked him in the chest with lightning speed. The yellow-haired man immediately bent his body, like a kite with a broken string, with his feet in the air, and flew backwards uncontrollably for 7 or 8 meters. He had no time to struggle, his head tilted and he fainted completely. So strong. After the actual combat, Chen Mu discovered that the improvement that the title of Kung Fu Master brought to this body was much greater than he had imagined. Amazing, very amazing. He was so powerful that he didn't even dare to associate the weakling from the past with himself. He's so strong. Su Shirin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Chen Mu in surprise. I didn't expect him to be so good at fighting. Facing the numerical difference of dozens of people, he was not afraid at all and could intimidate the opponent with his own strength. At this moment, in Su Shirin's eyes, Chen Mu was like an ancient cavalry general, majestic and awe-inspiring. Favorability rises unconsciously. So he is a martial artist. No wonder he is so arrogant. Let's all come together and teach him a lesson. Let him know what strength in numbers means. Zhang Bao was not panicked. I still feel that I have an absolute advantage. Even if Chen Mu was the national martial arts champion, he could not be defeated by his men. After all, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone dozens of hands. No matter how powerful Chen Mu is, there will always be a time when he runs out of energy, right? Could it be possible that he could continue to fight like this? Upon hearing this, the gang of hooligans came to their senses and had the same idea as Zhang Bao. They felt that they had the advantage in numbers and would not lose, and would definitely crush the situation. More than 20 people rushed towards Chen Mu without hesitation. The goal is clear, to gather everyone's strength and destroy him. Little did they know that the martial arts champion and Chen Mu, who holds the title of Kung Fu Master, were worlds apart. To paraphrase a certain Kung Fu movie star, nowadays Kung Fu is mostly used for performance and health preservation, which is completely different from the ancient times. In ancient times, people spent several years, dozens of years, or even decades to practice a move for the purpose of killing people. Commonly known as the killing technique. The improvement that the title of Kung Fu Master brought to Chen Mu belongs to the latter. Everything he had refined in his mind could become killing skills as long as he wanted. However, Chen Mu is not stupid. He knows very well that Daxia is a world governed by laws. No matter how much of a scum these guys are, killing them yourself will only do harm and no benefit. However, if all of them are abolished, it can be considered as legitimate defense. Immediately, without waiting for them to get close to him, Chen Mu had randomly selected a lucky person, stepped forward, covered his face with 5 fingers, and then exerted force downwards suddenly. The man's body fell backwards uncontrollably, unable to resist Chen Mu's tremendous force. Bang! Immediately, the back of his head hit the ground hard, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Chen Mu controlled his strength very well so that it did not cost him his life. The consequences range from concussion to vegetative state. The other people, seeing this scene, had no time to react. Chen Mu had already moved among them like flowing water, leaving corpses everywhere he passed. There were more than 20 people, and in less than 5 minutes, all of them fell to the ground. No one could see his movements clearly. How could this happen? This is impossible. The reason why Zhang Bao was still sitting on the ground was because of fear. His legs were so weak from fear that he was unable to support his body to stand. You just said that there is strength in numbers? Chen Mu glanced at Zhang Bao, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 12 Bloody Abuse. Attention from the school beauty. When Zhang Bao met Chen Mu's eyes, even though he thought he was knowledgeable and had experienced many ups and downs, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's just because the strength displayed by Chen Mu was too abnormal. Zhang Bao would never have dreamed that his proud subordinates, more than 20 people, could not defeat Chen Mu, a bookish guy who seemed to be completely powerless. Even Zhang Bao knew that the person with the highest fighting power among the fighters could not compare with that method. There was a difference of several dimensions. The words gold medal fighter are no longer enough to describe Chen Mu. It should be changed to ace, the best. Zhang Bao was puzzled. How could a young man who was still wet behind the ears have such amazing skills? He even suspected that there really existed a method of cultivating immortals in this world. Chen Mu was either a hermit who had regained his youth, or his body was possessed by someone else. Otherwise, this combat effectiveness is too difficult to explain clearly. Seeing Chen Mu walking towards him, Zhang Bao's pupil shrank, and he suddenly came back to his senses and said quickly, "Little brother, don't mess around, let's talk it out. This is a legal society, it's not appropriate to brandish knives and guns. How about this, let's find a barbecue stall and we two brothers won't leave until we are drunk." Zhang Bao's principle in life is very simple: a real man lives between heaven and earth and must be able to bend and stretch. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Seeing Chen Mu extending his hand, Zhang Bao smiled and stretched out his hand, thinking that Chen Mu wanted to shake hands and make peace with him. However, the moment Chen Mu grabbed his wrist, he twisted it with his backhand. All I could hear was the sound of bones breaking, like firecrackers, crackling non-stop. "Ah! What are you doing?" Zhang Bao looked at his broken arm hanging beside him. He could only feel the pain but could not control it. It was twisted into a knot. His eyes were bloodshot as he questioned. Snap! 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 Chen Mu did not respond verbally, all his attitude was shown in his actions. Teach Zhang Bao another lesson, give someone a taste of their own medicine. Since Zhang Bao wants to cripple his limbs and become a thug for others, why should I be polite? When you don't have the strength, you can still comfort yourself that a little impatience will ruin great plans. Now that you have the strength, but you still endure it, that is simply a mental disorder. When the time comes to take action, you must take action. A good horse is often ridden, and a good person is often bullied. This is an eternal truth. You. Zhang Bao kept saying "you" for a long time but couldn't utter the second word. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Make sure all are resolved and nothing slips through the net. Chen Mu returned to the car and left them to fend for themselves. Start the car and decide to complete the next task. Take Su Shirin to the mall for shopping and get a mall as a reward. This is a good opportunity to buy yourself some decent clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. This will help you avoid those people who like to distinguish people by their clothes and look down on them. Chen Mu doesn't care about other people's opinions, he simply doesn't like trouble. Why go through the trouble of avoiding trouble? Unless it is counted as a task, you can get massive rewards. In the car, not long after leaving Shanghai Hotel, I heard Su Shirin's curious voice, asking, "Student Chen, have you learned Kung Fu?" "Just a little hobby," Chen Mu said with a smile. With just a little interest or hobby, you can beat dozens of people by yourself and make them lose their way? Su Shirin has seen humble people before, but it is the first time she has seen someone as humble as Chen Mu. If it were anyone else, let alone having 1% of Chen Mu's strength, their heads would probably be sticking up in the sky and they wouldn't be able to recognize themselves. Maybe it's because I have some talent in this area? Chen Mu said casually. Naturally, it was impossible to tell Su Shirin about the awakening and binding system. As for the matter about the system, Chen Mu had already decided at the moment of binding it that he would take it into the coffin and not tell anyone. I've only seen people as amazing as you in movies, but movies are fake. Su Shireen could clearly feel that she was becoming more and more interested in this peer in front of her. I want to unravel the mysterious veil that is piled up like layers of bamboo shoots. I want to know, besides his superb piano skills that are comparable to those of the world's top masters, and his powerful kung fu, how many unknown sides does Chen Mu have? Curiosity kills the cat, perhaps, that's what it feels like? Thank you for the compliment. Chen Mu smiled faintly. Su Shireen did not ask any more questions and just kept to the point to avoid annoying others. A few minutes later. Traffic light. Su Shireen was just thinking about what to say and looking for a topic when she saw an old man suddenly stop in front of the car with a basket in his hand. After looking at each other, the old man looked down at the car and then threw the basket into the sky. All kinds of vegetables and fruits that had already wilted were scattered everywhere. Then, the old man lay down slowly. This scene really stunned Su Shireen. I have heard of scam and seen a lot of related news, but this is the first time it has happened to me. Ouch. Someone was hit. Come and see, someone was hit. The old man shouted. Soon, a large crowd gathered. On the one hand, they came to watch the fun, and on the other hand, they wanted to experience the luxury cars up close. Holy crap! This car looks so cool. Limited edition worldwide, collection value exceeds 100 million, how can it not be cool? A lot, how much? 100 million? That's too much. Is the car body made of gold, or are the tires made of gold? What a fuss! If I told you that the 100 million refers to US dollars, wouldn't you be scared to death? Thank you, I already peed. It's worth 100 million US dollars? If converted into Dacia currency, it would be several hundred million. After learning this fact, the old man turned his back to everyone and smiled happily. I didn't expect to meet such a big customer just after opening my business today. The old man would feel sorry for himself if he didn't make some money from him. He knew very well that for these successful and wealthy people, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. If they had the time to bother with me, they would earn back several times the money. The old man was already prepared to control Chen Mu. Uncle, there is a dash cam in the car. Su Shireen said, unable to bear it any longer. I thought the old man would stop here, but he was not ashamed, but proud of it. He raised 3 fingers and said, 300,000. Without 300,000, this matter can't be solved in a short time. 300,000? Why don't you just go and rob it? Su Shireen said speechlessly. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not. I'm a dying man anyway, so I'm not afraid of wasting time. The old man perfectly interpreted the words rude and unreasonable. You. Su Shireen really had no way to deal with this old scoundrel. Chen Mu originally wanted to call the police directly. At this time, the system panel popped up, random task has been triggered. In the face of fraud, never compromise, and reward God-level medical skills. Chapter 13 Obtain divine medical skills again. At first, Chen Mu thought that the tasks would only be refreshed after all were completed. I didn't expect that new tasks could be randomly generated based on the environment and what I encountered. Turning such a troublesome matter as fraud into a system task, will you give out rewards? If the system is going to work this way, Chen Mu actually hopes there will be more troubles like this. The more the better. After all, who would complain about having too many rewards and skills? The 4 words divine level medical skills aroused Chen Mu's strong interest. There is no need to say much about the importance of medical skills in this era. Whether it is humans, animals, or plants, everyone will get sick. Having medical skills is equivalent to grasping the lifeline of these people. Especially for those big shots. It is not difficult to know from the word God level alone that this reward is definitely not inferior to the previous title of Kung Fu Master in God level piano skills in terms of its perversion. Diseases that can be cured by famous doctors in the world can be cured by divine medical skills, and diseases that cannot be cured by famous doctors in the world can also be cured by divine medical skills. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of the word God level? Thinking of this, Chen Mu spoke directly, it doesn't matter. If you like to waste time, we can call the police and waste time slowly. Of course, you can also choose to go to the hospital, and I will bear all the examination fees. However, if the evidence proves that you are committing fraud, then you will be fully responsible for all the losses in my future business caused by your delay. The old man wanted to retort to Chen Mu as usual, but before he could finish his words, the voice of a passerby reached his ears. A sports car worth hundreds of millions of yuan must cost millions of yuan every minute. Even if we send that guy to northern Myanmar and sell him, we still can't afford the loss. I can only say that he chose the wrong person to scam this time. For someone like this, it would only take a few minutes to make him disappear. Disappeared from the human world? Aren't you exaggerating a bit? This is a legal era. Do you think a rich man like him needs to do it himself? Don't forget, money makes the world go round. He is so rich, do you think there will be few assassins willing to work for him? The young man, who had some doubts just now, swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and was obviously convinced by the other party. The old man also shut his mouth and was convinced. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart, swallowing my saliva, and cold sweat broke out from my forehead. I was caught in a dilemma, with two thoughts entangled and wrestling with each other in my mind. Chen Mu's attention was no longer on him, but on the reward prompt that popped up in front of him. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level medical skills. 2 words, easy. It's easier than you can imagine. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh, it really is a super rich system. It's amazing. If there is a scoring system, I must give it 100, not 101. I won't be afraid of the system being proud if I give 1 point more. On the other hand, the old man, after some mental struggle, decided to give up trying to scam Chen Mu. However, just as he was about to stand up, a voice came from the crowd, Dad. Dad, what's wrong with you? The man who was flustered and looked anxious was none other than the old man's son, Zhao Dongyang. He is a big and strong man with a tattoo on his arm. His overall appearance gives people a very intimidating feeling. But his acting skills are far inferior to those of young actors, not to mention old ones. You are really going too far. You don't want to take responsibility for hitting someone, and you even threaten my father. Do you really think there is no justice in this world? Zhao Dongyang knelt beside the old man, hugged him with one hand, raised the other hand, pointed at Chen Mu, and scolded loudly. The attempt was to attract more onlookers and put pressure on Chen Mu. I must seek justice for my father today, otherwise, I would be unworthy of being his son. Zhao Dongyang said righteously. But his acting was so poor and stiff that the words "give me money" were almost written on his face. Soon, before Chen Mu could speak, Zhao Dongyang showed his true colors and said loudly, 1 million. If I don't have 1 million today, this matter can't be resolved. I must fight you to the end and see who suffers the greater loss in the end. He looked like he was determined to give it his all and die if he failed. Why should I give you 1 million? Chen Mu asked coldly. Of course it's because you injured my father and broke both of his legs. Is it too much to pay 500,000 for each leg? As he spoke, Zhao Dongyang did not forget to look at the old man. Seeing this, the old man had no choice but to continue his acting, covering his legs and saying, yes, yes, yes. Oh, my 2 legs, 2 good legs, are broken just like this, how am I going to live in the future? Are you sure both of his legs are broken? Chen Mu asked again. Of course. I am his biological son, how can I joke about such a thing? Zhao Dongyang said solemnly. Chen Mu bent down, picked up a small stone from the roadside, and flicked it with his fingertips. The stone flew out with a whoosh, and the speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Afterwards, the stone flew towards the old man and hit an acupuncture point just as Chen Mu had expected. Thanks to the divine medical skills, Chen Mu now has a thorough understanding of all the acupuncture points in the human body. And the acupoint he just hit can increase the pain several times in a short period of time. Coupled with the powerful force contained in the stone itself, the old man's face changed in shock, his teeth bared, and he jumped up from the ground like a spring. Ouch. Ouch. My head hurts so much. In front of everyone, he ran and jumped back and forth. The piercing pain brought by the stone made him completely unable to care about other things. Didn't you just swear that I broke both of his legs and he couldn't stand up? Chen Mu asked Zhao Dongyang. This can only mean that God saw that our Zhao family is kind-hearted, so he blessed my father and cured his legs. What does this have to do with you? Give me the money quickly, otherwise, the account will not be settled. Zhao Dongyang maintained a tough attitude and was unwilling to give in. How can we just watch the cooked duck fly away? He must get this 1 million today. With this 1 million, he can marry the goddess he has admired for a long time. What's wrong with taking a gamble for your lifelong event? What is face? He no longer wants it. You don't really think that you can get 1 million just by being a little more aggressive? Is money that easy to make? Chen Mu sneered. You little brat, don't be so shameless. Go and find out what kind of influence I, Zhao Dongyang, have in this area. Don't look for trouble. Zhao Dongyang said with a fierce look in his eyes. He looked as if he wanted to eat Chen Mu alive on the spot. Little did people know that Chen Mu, who now has acquired several magical skills, no longer intends to swallow his humiliation and has completely bid farewell to his former cowardly self. If you get out that you have cheats but are still suppressed, it will be so funny. Dream on. A brief response of 2 words. Okay. Very good, since you are really looking for death, I will help you. As soon as Zhao Dongyang finished speaking, several burly men immediately walked out of the crowd. Chapter 14, Terrifying Combat Power, Shocking Everyone. Chen Mu was not surprised at all at the appearance of these burly men. In fact, he had noticed a long time ago that there was something wrong with Zhao Dongyang and these guys. They were whispering and discussing something in the crowd. Now it is even more certain that they are a group of people who specialize in doing dirty business of fraud. If the old men fail to succeed, they will step forward and use their numbers to force the victim to compromise. Generally speaking, in this situation, most people will choose to compromise, fearing that things will get bigger and bigger and eventually get out of hand. Although Chen Mu has the financial resources, he is still not prepared to indulge these people. Zhao Dongyang, seeing all the helpers coming out, had a large number of people and a proud and confident smile on his face, and said, "Just now it was 1 million, now it will take 10 million to solve this problem. Otherwise, I will make you a cripple for life." Zhao Dongyang's eyes were fierce and his tone was serious, and it didn't sound like he was joking at all. In response to this, Chen Mu remained calm and said, "You don't have the ability." Zhao Dongyang was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that even at this time, Chen Mu still dared to ignore him, mock him, and look down on him. The onlookers also felt that Chen Mu must be crazy. At this time, the safest way is to pay money, settle the matter peacefully, and then find an opportunity to call the police afterwards. But Chen Mu chose the most impulsive and dangerous one. He was worried that by the time the police arrived, Chen Mu would have been completely beaten to a cripple by Zhao Dongyang and others who were blinded by anger. Of course, there are exceptions. If it were in the past, Su Shirin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, might have been worried. But not long ago, she had witnessed with her own eyes that Chen Mu fought against 10 people alone and slaughtered more than 20 people. Now I have absolute trust in him. I really don't think that these few small fry in front of me can be Chen Mu's opponents. Okay. Very good. Get started. Zhao Dongyang lost his patience and gave orders to several people. Right now, rather than 2 million, he wanted Chen Mu to pay the price for his arrogance. You have a few stinky bucks, and you really think you are invincible? I will teach you a lesson today and make you admit your mistakes. Zhao Dongyang secretly vowed in his heart. Not afraid of Chen Mu's revenge or calling the police. For him, prison was a place he was already familiar with, and it was no different from going home. As for revenge? As the saying goes, the fierce ones are afraid of the violent ones, and the violent ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Zhao Dongyang had nothing anyway, so the worst that could happen was that he survived and put an end to it all. He still didn't believe that a rich man like Chen Mu could regard his life as worthless as he did. I feel that he is just pretending, and once he finds out that he is serious, he will be so scared that he will kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Not to mention 2 million, I'm willing to give even 5 million or 10 million. Bang! Boom! Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard the sound of wind beside his ear and caught a glimpse of a figure flying out from the corner of his eye. Zhao Dongyang slowly turned his head and saw one of his men lying a few meters away, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. There was a very clear footprint left on the black short-sleeved shirt, on the chest. He can kick someone so far? Zhao Dongyang was stunned, his face full of disbelief. When his eyes returned to Chen Mu, he found a pile of dead bodies lying on the ground at his feet. Only the last subordinate was left. He was so frightened that he had no will to fight anymore. He retreated again and again, shouting, "Don't! Don't come over here!" The next second, he suddenly felt something pressing against his back. He turned his head and was about to yell at the other person to get out of the way, but he found out it was a street lamp. I felt a murderous aura coming towards me. When the man turned around, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. He had no time to dodge and was hit by a punch, breaking his nose and causing blood to flow out of his nose. Then his eyes rolled back, his legs went limp, and he fainted. This? Seeing this scene, Zhao Dongyang's legs almost went weak and he fell to the ground. Who would have thought that Chen Mu, a seemingly weak and bookish man, would be so experienced and ruthless when he started fighting? Just like those kung fu masters in the movies. Or maybe, a once powerful underworld tycoon. In short, it is in sharp contrast to his appearance, and he looks like two different people. You just said that you wanted to cripple my legs? Chen Mu wiped the blood off his fist and walked towards Zhao Dongyang. No! Don't come over here. I warn you, if you dare to do anything wrong, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Dongyang stepped back step by step, with a look of fear on his face, nothing to hide. Chen Mu ignored him and continued walking towards Zhao Dongyang. In a desperate situation. There was a loud snap. Zhao Dongyang actually took out a switchblade from his waist, pressed the button, and the blade with a cold glow popped out, pointing it at Chen Mu. I said, "Don't come near me." Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to stop Chen Mu, but he also made him speed up and get closer to him. Without waiting for Zhao Dongyang to react, Chen Mu quickly took action and grabbed his wrist. Immediately, there was a sound of snap, and Zhao Dongyang's hand was twisted off. Ah! Zhao Dongyang felt excruciating pain. His clenched fingers opened uncontrollably and the blade slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Snap! Chen Mu didn't intend to let Zhao Dongyang go just like that. He kicked him again, breaking and shattering his right calf. Zhao Dongyang lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, this time, because the injury was so severe and the pain was too intense, his mouth was open but no sound could be heard. You want to cripple my legs, so I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs. Isn't that fair? Chen Mu asked with a smile. In Zhao Dongyang's opinion, that smile was no different from that of the devil. Then, he squatted down, moved a little closer to Zhao Dongyang, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Let's just let this go peacefully. It will benefit both you and me. If you want to call the police, I don't mind, but you have to think clearly. You were the ones who made the mistake first, and you outnumbered us. Most importantly, you pulled out a knife. You should know whether I was acting in self-defense or not, right?" Chen Mu's words silenced Zhao Dongyang. I thought he was just a young kid, but he turned out to be a veteran. Or, I can spend tens of millions to hire 2 professional killers to solve this matter forever? Chen Mu made his threat clear. Gulp. As soon as the word professional killer came out, Zhao Dongyang's body shook and he swallowed his saliva. After some mental struggle, he was finally forced to compromise under the pressure of Chen Mu's strength and dominance. I'm sorry. I promise this won't happen again next time. Zhao Dongyang adjusted his posture, knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and asked for forgiveness. Many of the onlookers at the scene lived nearby, and they knew very well how ruthless and vicious Zhao Dongyang and his gang were. No one thought that Chen Mu could defeat all of them by himself. No one would have thought that the strength displayed by Chen Mu would force a ruthless character like Zhao Dongyang to kneel down and kowtow, begging for forgiveness. One stone caused 1,000 ripples and sparked a lot of heated discussion. Chapter 15 X-Ray Eyes. This guy is so strong. I love him. Not only is he handsome, he's also rich and has great martial arts skills. He makes me feel safe. It's a pity that his girlfriend is too beautiful. Otherwise, I would definitely chase him. You? A toad wants to eat swan flesh. What's wrong with a toad? A toad is not allowed to have dreams? What if they come true? With this skill, I feel like many professional bodyguards would not be his match. For a time, the opinions of onlookers about Chen Mu rose sharply. There are many young women who have a secret crush on him. When Su Shirin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard them say that they were Chen Mu's girlfriends and felt deeply envious, she couldn't help but clench her fingers on her thighs. The mood is very subtle. Yes, very subtle. There is no aversion. Seeing Chen Mu remain silent, Zhao Dongyang thought that his sincerity was not enough, so he quickly took out a bank card from his underwear pocket and presented it to him, saying, "This contains all my assets, a total of 200,000 yuan. The password is 233444. Please accept it." Roll. Accept the bank card. For Chen Mu now, 200,000 is indeed not a lot, so he can just consider it as a lesson for Zhao Dongyang. Okay, I'll leave right now, right now. Chen Mu's casual words scared Zhao Dongyang and others so much that they quickly crawled away. I'm afraid that if I'm a step late, I'll lose my life here. If it were someone else, they might doubt whether the other party has the strength and confidence. But this happened to Chen Mu, and they had no doubt at all. Judging from how ruthless Chen Mu was, Zhao Dongyang was already afraid of him to the core. I don't want to see him again in this life. He avoids him more than the plague. I decided that from now on, I would avoid places where Chen Mu would appear, for fear of offending him again. They were like drowned dogs, running away in a panic with their tails between their legs. Chen Mu also turned around and returned to the car. While fastening his seatbelt, he smiled and said to Su Shirin, "It's solved." Okay. Su Shirin came back to her senses from the shock of Chen Mu's powerful strength and agreed. Then shall we continue according to the original plan? Chen Mu asked again. No problem. Su Shirin nodded. I wasn't going to break the contract and had already imagined several outfits that would suit Chen Mu's style perfectly. I decided to wait until we get to the mall and then help him put some clothes together. She just stared at Chen Mu, thinking over and over, but she just couldn't understand why someone as outstanding as Chen Mu, who was almost perfect to the point of having no flaws, would be asked to break up. From another perspective, if Su Shirin was that woman, she felt that she would definitely regret it to death. I think Xiao Li has really no vision. Some things, even if the person himself intends to conceal them, are not difficult to see from the small habits in daily life. For example, even if Su Shirin didn't know Chen Mu's true background, just by looking at his confident expression, it was not difficult to know that he was definitely not that simple. Is there anything dirty on my face? Chen Mu asked with a smile when he noticed Su Shirin looking at him. No. Su Shirin's pretty face turned red. She realized that she had been staring at Chen Mu for too long, so she quickly turned her head and avoided his sight. Chen Mu saw through the situation but did not say anything. He just focused on driving to the nearest and largest shopping mall in Jiangcheng. Chen Mu always felt that the system task of going to the mall to shop and obtaining a shopping mall would be like what happened in the hotel before, and the current shopping mall would be directly given to him as a reward. In this case, you must choose a larger and more valuable one. The shopping mall that Chen Mu chose to complete the task this time is called Century Shopping Mall, with a market value of over 100 million. What is even more valuable is the land located in the city center, which is worth more than 2 billion. Chen Mu was prepared to take a gamble and see if the shopping mall would be like the hotel, distributing the hotel itself and the title deed as a reward. Even if he couldn't get it, he could still get a shopping mall by just spending money on shopping. For Chen Mu, it was a huge profit. After finding a parking space in the underground parking lot and parking the car, Chen Mu and Su Shirin got out of the car. The two found the elevator entrance. I pressed the button and waited patiently for the elevator to come down from the upper floor. The numbers changed little by little. At this time, there were voices of several young people talking and laughing behind. Su Shirin subconsciously looked in that direction, and those people happened to look in the same direction. Faced with such a beautiful face, his eyes were immediately fixed on her. Hey! Beautiful lady! One of them nudged his companion with his arm. Although the voice was small, in such a quiet environment, every word of it was still heard by Chen Mu and Su Shirin. They ignored it. But it was obvious that those young people did not want to miss this wonderful fate. He walked up to her and started chatting her up in a familiar manner. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Do you want to go eat sushi with us? Random mission has been triggered. When the target Su Shirin is harassed, you are not afraid of danger and help her get rid of the hooligans as a boyfriend. You can get the skill, X-ray eyes. X-ray vision? Chen Mu had thought that a random task would be triggered under such circumstances, but he did not expect that the reward would be so generous. After acquiring the god-level medical skills, the role and value of the skill of X-ray eyes in Chen Mu's mind is no longer limited to peeking at beautiful women. More importantly, it can see through the human body more clearly than X-rays, and can see through the internal organs, meridians, limbs and bones, and accurately identify problems. Coupled with his god-level medical skills, he dares to keep the life of someone who the king of hell wants to die at midnight. He must acquire this skill. It's just pretending to be a boyfriend, there's no loss for him. Even if it would make Su Shirin's impression of him decrease, Chen Mu didn't care. Rewards are more important. Before Su Shirin could say anything, Chen Mu raised his hands, hugged her shoulders from behind, and pulled her into his arms. He looked at the men with a fake smile and said forcefully, "Sorry, she's already taken." Su Shirin's pupils widened in shock. She raised her eyes and looked at Chen Mu in disbelief, stunned. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Disgust? No, not at all. It's just subtle. If someone else did the same, Su Shirin would definitely push the person away, step back, and stay away. But at this moment, she forgot what to do and just stared at Chen Mu blankly, distracted. Are you her boyfriend? The yellow-haired young man asked with a suspicious look. Yes. Chen Mu nodded confidently, without any flaws on his face. I thought the other party would give up. Who would have thought that after hearing what he said, the yellow-haired young man actually smiled slightly. That's great, I'm telling you clearly that your girlfriend is mine now. Chapter 16 The Magical Uses of X-Ray Eyes. Chen Mu originally thought that these guys would know what it means to restrain themselves and know when to stop. Unexpectedly, after learning about the relationship between him and Su Shirin, they not only did not stop, but became even more excited and enjoyed it. In their view, using so-called strength to snatch someone else's girlfriend is something to be proud of. They show it off and use it as a topic of conversation after dinner. He hesitated to speak. Thinking carefully, it was useless to reason with this group of people. Glancing sideways at the elevator that had just reached the 5th floor, Chen Mu said softly, "That should be enough." "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." The yellow-haired young man moved his face closer to Chen Mu, with a provocative look on his face. Faced with this kind of suicidal behavior of offering his face to him for a beating, Chen Mu was generous and did not refuse. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped the yellow-haired young man in the face with lightning speed. He was beaten so hard that he spun like a top, with stars in front of his eyes. Fortunately, several of his companions were quick to support him and prevent him from falling to the ground. "Yang Tian, are you okay?" Someone frowned and asked worriedly. "Do I look like I'm in trouble?" "It's okay, you don't need to help me," Yang Tian said stubbornly. He thought of himself as the boss and couldn't afford to lose face. Immediately, he turned his spearhead back to Chen Mu, gritting his teeth and saying, "Boy, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble." "Oh? What's the big deal?" Chen Mu smiled indifferently. Now, he doesn't take the threats from these small fry seriously. It would be a degradation of his status and there is no need to do so. Even if God comes today, he can't save you. That's what I said. He shook his head violently to regain consciousness. Yang Tian looked left and right, and said in a commanding tone, "Brothers, teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of going against us." Although he kind of hated Yang Tian's behavior of forcibly binding him and his attitude of giving orders like a boss. But at the moment, as good brothers, we must stand together and not let outsiders laugh at us. They were rubbing their hands together, looking very aggressive, twisting their necks left and right, their bones crackling, as if they were determined to teach Chen Mu a lesson. "Brat, give me." Bang! He hadn't even finished his words when he raised his arm, and he didn't even have time to clench his fist. Chen Mu had already punched him in the face. The whole person flew backwards immediately, with blood spurting out of his nose. He fell against the wall and fainted before he could even struggle. This scene was obviously something Yang Tian and the others had never expected. They were all stunned and looked terrified. No one told him before he came here that Chen Mu, despite his seemingly frail figure, actually had such terrifying fighting power. Exaggerated. Everyone, come together and don't give him a chance. Yang Tian always believed that he had more people and more power and could not lose. Everyone looked at each other and agreed with Yang Tian's idea. They no longer took it lightly and decided to join forces to deal with Chen Mu. Let him feel what it means to be outnumbered by 2 fists. Little did he know that he had seriously overestimated himself and underestimated Chen Mu's strength. There was no time to react. By the time he reacted, his feet were already off the ground, and he was flying backwards uncontrollably. A brutal energy did not disappear after Chen Mu hit him with a punch. Instead, it continued to increase the pain and the power penetrated into his muscles. Without even struggling, they fainted one after another. This is also one of the benefits brought by the X-ray eyes. Chen Mu can clearly know the weakest points of each person's defense and give them a heavy blow. Afterwards, only Yang Tian, who had been standing behind the crowd out of caution, was left. My mouth opened involuntarily, as if it was dislocated and could not heal. Yang Tian couldn't understand how a person could be so powerful. Are you sure you're not kidding? He always thought that fighting one against many only happened in TV dramas. But I never expected that one day it would happen right before my eyes in such a realistic way. Seeing Chen Mu walking towards him, Yang Tian was so frightened that he came to his senses instantly. He raised his hands, blocked them in front of him, and tried to persuade him, "Friend, I was just playing a little joke with you just now, don't come over, we can talk it out." This kind of talk was useful before, but now? Chen Mu couldn't listen to it. In a flash, he appeared in front of Yang Tian like a ghost. The words came to Yang Tian's lips but he didn't have time to say them. Bang! Chen Mu slapped him and sent him flying. A dozen teeth, along with a mouthful of blood, came out of his mouth and splattered on the wall like ink. One by one, the teeth fell to the ground with a clatter. Then, there was another bang. Yang Tian couldn't control his steps and his head hit the wall heavily. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Bite. Just at this moment, the sound of the elevator door opening came from behind. As the elevator door opened, several guests looked at each other in surprise after seeing the scene outside. Look at Chen Mu, look at Su Shirin, and then look at the group of guys lying on the ground. It is not difficult to understand, and there is no need to ask more questions. It is easy to associate what happened. It is indeed wrong to judge people by their appearance, but sometimes it does work. When Chen Mu and Su Shirin are compared with Yang Tian and others, there is no need to hesitate and one can instantly tell who is the good guy and who is the bad guy. It was expected that this group of hooligans were probably attracted by Su Shirin's beauty and wanted to take advantage of her. They never expected that Chen Mu was a hidden fighter, which was why they suffered a great loss. Even if that's not the case, it has nothing to do with them and I don't want to get involved. Not wanting to end up like Yang Tian and the others, he left quickly. Let's go in too. Chen Mu wiped the blood off the back of his hand, turned around, and said to Su Shirin with a smile. Okay. Su Shirin nodded in agreement. The two entered the elevator, and Chen Mu decided to go to the clothing area on the third floor based on the icon on the button. After exiting the elevator and looking at the dazzling array of global luxury brands, Su Shirin regained her composure and asked, Mr. Chen, what is your budget? There is no budget. As long as you think it's suitable and I don't look ugly in it, that's fine. Chen Mu stated. Anyway, as long as he successfully completes a shopping trip, Chen Mu can get the entire shopping mall. Budget? There's no need for such a thing. At least that's true for Chen Mu. It would be harder to look ugly when those clothes are on you, right? Su Shirin told the truth. It's my honor that Goddess Su said so. Chen Mu responded with a smile. Let's go with that one. It's one of the best in the world in terms of reputation and design style. After careful and detailed consideration, Su Shirin raised her finger and said, Okay. Chen Mu agreed readily. If you can't wait to complete your purchase and trigger a 100-fold rebate, you can also get a Century shopping mall and become the big boss of this place. Chapter 17, Rich and Inhumane. When the waiter first saw Chen Mu come in, he only took a glance and realized that Chen Mu's outfit probably cost less than 200 yuan in total. With this little money, you can't even buy a pair of socks, let alone the cheapest clothes in the store. After all, it is an internationally renowned luxury brand. As an experienced salesperson with more than 20 years of experience, the woman believes that she has this vision. Just as he was about to walk out from behind the counter and persuade Chen Mu to leave so as not to disturb other customers and lower the brand image, Su Shirin, who appeared later, instantly interrupted the salesperson's thoughts. In her eyes, Su Shirin is extremely beautiful, one of the top beauties. With just this face, she can become extremely popular in the entertainment industry. The waiter would never dare to offend such a person. Because even if she has no background, sooner or later she will be found by a young man from a wealthy family and is destined to marry into a wealthy family. I can't afford to offend you. I absolutely can't afford to offend you. But what the salesperson did not expect was that Su Shirin, such a stunning beauty, was actually talking and laughing with Chen Mu, and there seemed to be a bit of admiration in her words. Wait. Could this guy be a hidden rich second generation? Other than that, the salesperson couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation than this. He had indeed seen many rich second generations who were obviously very rich but liked to dress themselves up as ordinary people in order to test people's hearts. He can win the heart of such a beautiful woman, so his identity must be very important. He must be worth at least 100 million. The salesman had never been so sure of anything. After confirming Chen Mu's identity, he immediately changed his attitude. With a formal smile on her face, she strode towards Chen Mu and Su Shirin, and asked respectfully, Both of you, is there anything I can help you with? No need, we can just look around ourselves. Since Su Shirin had agreed to choose clothes for Chen Mu, she naturally didn't need the salesperson to intervene, so she politely declined. Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything. The salesperson absolutely respected Su Shirin's right to speak. Let's go over there and take a look. Su Shirin raised her hand and pointed to the men's area. Okay. Chen Mu gave the decision-making power to Su Shirin and agreed. When Su Shirin was faced with a variety of high-quality clothes, she was hesitant about which one to choose. In front of Chen Mu, a system prompt popped up, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a Century Mall. It's really not easy to get this reward. Chen Mu thought that the task would not be completed until he paid the bill. After completing the task of shopping in the mall with Su Shirin, the next task to be completed is to reach a consumption amount of 100 million. After completion, there will be a chance to draw a maximum level skill, and Chen Mu doesn't want to miss it. It feels a bit difficult to decide. I always feel that each piece is very suitable for you and seems to be tailor-made for you, Su Shirin said truthfully. Now in her eyes, Chen Mu has already fulfilled the description of perfect male god. Great looks, humble, from a privileged family, and extremely talented. If a man like this is not perfect, then what is perfect? In that case, then buy them all. Chen Mu raised his hand and waved to the salesman behind the counter, whose eyes never left him. The salesman pointed at his nose and confirmed that it was him that Chen Mu was waving at. He quickly walked up and asked, "Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you too? Please help me calculate how much all the men's clothing, shoes, socks, and various decorations will cost in total." Chen Mu said casually. "You mean all?" The salesperson asked in disbelief, suspecting that Chen Mu was making fun of him. "Yes, all of them." Chen Mu nodded affirmatively, firmly, and not at all like he was joking. After hesitating for a moment, the salesperson finally agreed with okay. Then he turned and walked towards the counter. It wouldn't waste much time anyway. He could just open the warehouse, check a few options, and get the answer immediately. After following the process, the salesperson himself was also shocked by the string of numbers. The main store sells everything, not only clothes, shoes, ties, and handbags, but even glasses, hats, and watches, covering the entire range. After confirming the price was correct, the salesperson returned to Chen Mu. One could already imagine what expression Chen Mu would have after knowing the price. He will definitely regret playing this joke on himself. Even if he is worth over 100 million, he will still be scared. "Sir, I have checked as you said, and the total value of all men's products is over 120 million. I thought that these words would probably scare Chen Mu, but I didn't expect that he remained calm. Moreover, the salesperson could actually see some satisfaction and excitement in Chen Mu's eyes. I decided that I had seen it wrong. After all, that's 120 million, not $1.22. Faced with such an astronomical figure, it is impossible for anyone to remain calm. Little did he know that Chen Mu was actually very happy in his heart because he would soon be able to acquire another maximum level skill. Without hesitation, he said, "I want them all." "Sir, are you really not making fun of me?" The salesperson asked tentatively after being stunned for a few seconds. "Why do you say that?" Chen Mu asked back. "That's 120 million. Are you sure you want to buy it?" The salesperson asked again and again to confirm. "I'm sure." Chen Mu took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. The salesperson took the bank card skeptically, went back to the counter and got the card machine. It was at this time that Su Shirin finally found an opportunity to speak and asked, "Student Chen, do you really want to buy the men's product worth 100 million? "Yes." Chen Mu affirmed, "Didn't you say that they suit me very well and it's hard to choose? In that case, just buy them all, one set a day, and wear them slowly." Su Shirin fell silent. "I've seen some luxurious people, but I've never seen anyone as luxurious as this one." The most important thing is that Su Shirin is willing to believe that Chen Mu has this ability. She is different from the salesperson. She knows very well that Chen Maguang is a sports car worth hundreds of millions and is limited edition worldwide. "Won't your family members complain if you spend so much money?" Su Shirin asked. "Family?" Chen Mu smiled faintly. "I earned all this money by myself, and I have no father or mother. They died a long time ago." "Sorry." Hearing this, Su Shirin quickly apologized. She didn't expect Chen Mu's life experience to be so miserable. "It's okay, it's over." Chen Mu shook his head and told her not to worry about it. Soon, the salesperson returned to Chen Mu with the machine and handed it to him with both hands. "Sir, the amount has been set. Please enter the password." To be honest, until now, she still couldn't believe that Chen Mu could really come up with 120 million. She couldn't imagine how rich a person had to be to spend 120 million on clothes and all kinds of luxury goods without blushing, feeling calm, or breathing heavily. Those who know that it is the Xia currency, those who don't know may think it is the ghost money issued by the Tiandi Bank. Chapter 18 Billions in Rebates. Title of Super Painter. Okay. Chen Mu agreed, took the machine from the salesperson, and entered the password neatly. The next second, a synthetic prompt tone was heard from the machine: payment successful. Payment successful? The salesperson was so surprised that he was too excited to control his voice when he heard these 4 words. Chen Mu didn't care about the salesperson's mental journey or expression changes. At this moment, all attention is on the system panel that pops up in front of you. Consumption of 120 million successful. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 12 billion Dasha coins. 12 billion? That's right, Chen Mu had just spent 1 billion yuan, and the second opportunity for a 100-fold rebate immediately returned Chen Mu 12 billion yuan. This is not over yet, the prompts are still continuing. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize for a max level skill. Do you want to use the full level lottery opportunity? Of course you use it, otherwise keep it for the new year and pass it on to the next generation? Even if Chen Mu is willing, the system may not agree. Lottery in progress. The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of Super Painter. A painter? Chen Mu believed that this skill was still very useful. A good painting could easily be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in the upper class society. As a full-level skill, Chen Mu does not need to wait until his death to become famous like most famous painters. It is always good to have many skills. Chen Mu did not despise it and accepted it honestly. After receiving all the rewards, Chen Mu closed the system panel and found that the salesperson was still standing there in a daze, looking as if he had not recovered from the shock. So he said, "Since there is no problem with the money, please pack all the things for me and send them to Fashanju Villa number 1. Villa number 1 in Fashanju? The salesperson suddenly raised his eyes, still with an expression of disbelief, and stared at Chen Mu. Yes. Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. The school beauty Su Shirin standing next to him was not unable to understand the salesman's mood at the moment. As far as he knew, Fashanju Villa was the most luxurious villa in Jiangcheng and was worth hundreds of millions. Looking around the world, it can be ranked among the best and is often featured in major magazines. It is a symbol of identity and status. Su Shirin had thought that Chen Mu would live in a very luxurious place, but she never expected that the Fashanju Villa number 1 that she often heard people mention would actually be his. Curious, very curious, who on earth is Chen? He has no father or mother, but he can become a top first-generation rich man by himself. In her eyes, Chen Mu has become synonymous with the word mysterious. Okay, I got it. I will pack all the goods as soon as possible and deliver them to your house. The salesperson suddenly came to his senses and dared not delay. For a distinguished guest like this, it would be a small matter if the business was in a mess. But if you offend him, that would be a big deal. You wouldn't even know how you died. I can't afford to offend you, I really can't afford to offend you. Goddess Su, please choose a set of clothes for me to wear now. After all, this was what he had agreed with Su Shirin in advance, so Chen Mu decided to proceed as usual. Okay. Su Shirin agreed quickly and started to choose carefully. After knowing that all the men's products in the store were bought by Chen Mu, she no longer had any worries. She quickly picked out a set of clothes for Chen Mu, which, according to her aesthetic taste, was very suitable for Chen Mu. Chen Mu took the clothes and pants and was very satisfied. At least it's more valuable than the cheap clothes he's wearing now. Then wait here for me, I'll go change my clothes. Chen Mu said. Okay. Su Shirin agreed. Mr. Chen, please come this way. The salesperson was very considerate. He quickly raised his hand, made a gesture of invitation, and led Chen Mu to the fitting room. Su Shirin had nothing to do, so she decided to go to the ladies' area to see what the latest popular design styles were and expand her knowledge. She was watching carefully, and soon, a strange man's voice came from behind her. Beauty, are you alone? Su Shirin was already accustomed to this kind of thing and was no longer surprised by it, so she ignored it. Beauty, if you like this dress, I can buy it for you, but in return, you have to date me, how about it? The man still did not give up and began to launch a financial offensive. Not interested. This time, Su Shirin finally responded. However, this answer was completely different from what the man was thinking. There was a world of difference between them. Then how about this? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, you can choose any clothes within 100,000 yuan, with no limit on the quantity. How about that? Of course, this is not the limit of my financial resources. As long as you behave well in the future, I will buy you more luxury goods. As the man spoke, a vulgar look appeared on his face, and he deliberately emphasized the word later. Su Shiren's face was filled with annoyance when she heard this. Turning around, he said with an extremely cold face, I told you, I'm not interested in you, can you please stop bothering me? The man was stunned. He didn't expect Su Shiren to refuse so decisively. He didn't believe there was a woman in the world who didn't like money, and concluded, this woman must be just pretending to be reserved, using this as a bargaining chip to make a big opening for her. Despite this, the man remained calm and had no intention of getting angry with Su Shiren. The reason is simple, Su Shiren's beauty makes him feel what it means to be in love for 1,000 years at first sight. This top-notch beauty is worth wasting more of his time and energy. It seems that you are doubting my financial resources? The man smiled faintly and took out a business card from his pocket. Let me introduce myself. I am the executive chairman of Sinmao Group, which ranks among the top 10 in Jiangcheng. I earn 5 million a year. He raised his voice deliberately when he mentioned the figure of 5 million. However, Su Shiren's expression remained unchanged, and she never even intended to accept the business card. Accepting the business card is equivalent to giving a man hope, and she doesn't want to give a man hope or let him have even the slightest illusion. Seeing that Su Shiren was still indifferent to him, the man's expression finally couldn't hold back. Beautiful lady, even if we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, we can still be friends, right? Leave some space for each other so that we can meet again in the future. With my ability, I can easily make you unable to stay in Jiangcheng. Seeing that Su Shiren refused to accept his toast, the man began to threaten her. Hearing this, Su Shiren's favorability towards the man, which had already been 0, dropped directly to negative. His voice was still cold, I don't want to be friends with you. Please respect yourself. You. The man could no longer bear it and subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to slap Su Shiren to let her know the consequences of offending him. Bang! However, before the hand could fall, Chen Mu, who had changed his clothes, grabbed his wrist. With a cold look in his eyes, he asked, What do you want to do? Chapter 19 Chairman? He took 100% of the shares. You little brat. You have nothing to do here, get out of here right now. Before you think of being a hero to save the beauty, first consider whether you have the ability to do so. The man's face turned fierce. As if realizing that his words had no effect, the man immediately added, You little brat, I'm an 8th level yellow belt in Taekwondo. Do you really want to be my enemy? Believe it or not, I will beat you to a pulp. Although he said that, he used all his strength with his hands, but failed to break free from Chen Mu's grasp. How come this guy is so strong? What did he eat to grow up? The man was just wondering when he heard Chen Mu say, looking for teeth on the ground? You mean, like this? Before the man could speak or react, he could already see Chen Mu's sandbag-sized fist in front of him, filling his field of vision. Bang! Boom! Chen Mu punched the man right in the face, breaking his nose, denting his facial bones, and most of his teeth fell out. Along with blood, they spurted out of his mouth and fell to the ground with a clatter. The whole person flew backwards 2 or 3 meters. Is this the strength of a yellow belt Taekwondo master? Chen Mu asked coldly. With his yellow belt strength in Taekwondo, he might be considered quite capable among ordinary people, but compared with Chen Mu, who has been awarded the title of Kung Fu Master, he is far behind, like the distance between heaven and earth. Ah! My teeth, my teeth! The man wanted to reach out to cover his mouth, but he did not dare to touch it because of the intense pain. Blood continued to flow out, filling the entire mouth with a slight taste of rust. You little brat! Do you know who I am? I'm Dai Enquin, the executive chairman of Sinmao Group. You dare to attack me? I can make you disappear from Jiangcheng in a minute, believe it or not. The man said angrily. I don't believe it. Chen Mu answered decisively. If you ask him why he is so confident, the reason is simple. Because before he took action, the system gave him another random task. He protected Su Shiren from Dai Enquin's hands, played the role of a hero saving a beauty, and taught him a severe lesson. Chen Muchuan did it, and the rewards are being distributed. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the shares of Sinmao Group. That's right, after that punch, not only did Chen Mu not worry about provoking a difficult and troublesome person, but he became his immediate superior. The so-called executive chairman is nothing more than an agent elected by major shareholders. Now, all the shares are in the hands of Chen Mu. How to deal with Dai Enquin is entirely up to Chen Mu. Let me ask you, when does a master need to be afraid of a lackey? You little bastard. If I don't take revenge on you, I, Dai Enquin, will write my name upside down. Dai Enquin gritted his teeth subconsciously. It would have been fine if he hadn't bitten, but once he did, it hurt so much that he couldn't stop crying. He had never felt such intense pain before. I'll wait. Chen Mu said expressionlessly, not taking Dane Quan seriously at all. The person in charge of delivering the contract is already on the way. Chen Mu wants to see how Dai Enquin will take revenge on him. What happened? At this time, the salesperson who heard the noise ran out and asked. Seeing Dai Enquin, who was beaten, and then looking at Chen Mu, his face looked grim. On one side are the Store's Gold VIPs, and on the other side are people who have just spent hundreds of millions and can definitely become top, supreme VIPs. If possible, the salesperson doesn't want to offend anyone, mainly because he can't afford to offend anyone. My brain was working fast, thinking about how to persuade the two to reconcile, to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing. Otherwise, if the gods fight, I, a mortal, will suffer. You came just in time. I bought clothes from you just the day before yesterday. You shouldn't have forgotten me, right? I'm the gold VIP of your store. If you still want me to come to your store to shop in the future, do it immediately. Right now. Go call the security guard over, beat this guy up for me, and then treat him like garbage and throw him into the trash can. Dan Quan planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife. This made Chen Mu deeply understand the huge gap in identity and status. That? I'm afraid not. The salesperson looked embarrassed. No? What do you mean by that? I am the gold VIP of your store. Dai Enquin emphasized. To be honest, this customer just spent 120 million in our store. He is the first customer to reach the supreme VIP level since the brand was founded. The salesperson naturally stood completely on Chen Mu's side. I said this in the hope that Dane can understand the gap and stop while he is ahead. Put. Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Dan Quan couldn't help laughing. Why don't you say he spent 1 billion or 10 billion? It's just bragging anyway, why not exaggerate? You weren't expecting him to be your good-looking self and you fell in love with him, so you wanted to be his bootlicker and deliberately did this to deceive me? How boring. How childish. Dane scolded. Sir, everything I said just now is true. I have no need to lie to you. If you don't believe me, I can pull up the transaction records for you to review. The salesperson tried his best to explain. No need. Anyone who knows a little about computers can modify that kind of thing. Dai Enquin didn't give the salesperson a chance to explain. But. No buts. Where's your boss? Call your boss over here quickly. Dai Enquin interrupted the salesperson forcibly and didn't want to continue joking with her. Our boss. Where is Mr. Chen? The salesperson was interrupted again in the middle of his words. However, this time, the person who interrupted her was not Dai Enquin, but the store owner who hurried in from outside, sweating profusely and looking anxious. It is also the only agent of luxury brands in Daxia. Boss, you're here. The salesperson walked over quickly as if he had seen a savior. Where is Mr. Chen Mu, the man who just transferred 120 million to the company's account? Asked the boss Zhao Su. Mr. Chen is over there. The salesperson raised his hand to signal. After confirming Chen Mu's identity, Zhao Su hurried over, ignoring Dai Enquin who was lying on the ground covered in blood. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the owner of this store and also the general agent of the Mile brand in Daxia. 120 million has been received. Thank you very much for your support. This is the Supreme VIP card, the only one in the world. Please be sure to accept it. Zhao Su bowed 90 degrees and presented a black VIP card with both hands. When faced with such a generous and lavish guest, we must give him 100% respect. The reason why the uniqueness of the Supreme VIP card was emphasized was mainly because Zhao Su believed that no one except Chen Mu could achieve this achievement. Just because a consumption amount of 100 million was set at the beginning to upgrade to the Supreme VIP, it was simply a bad taste of the founder. I guess even he himself didn't expect that 100 years later, someone would actually do it. Listening to their conversation, Dai Enquin, who was standing by, was petrified. Chapter 20. You're fired. 100 million? Did this guy really spend 100 million in this store? Are you sure you're not kidding? Dane sincerely hoped that the salesman and Zhao Su were just joking with him, but he could see from the respect they showed to Chen Mu from the bottom of their hearts. Dane couldn't even convince himself, let alone convince others. I couldn't help but wonder, who is this guy who can easily spend 100 million on clothes? What remains is fear. Dan Quan knew his own worth very well, and he could never afford to provoke such a person. I was thinking about how to apologize to Chen Mu. If I showed a better attitude, the other party might consider that I have some influence and make peace with him. As the saying goes, one more enemy is worse than one more friend. Dan Enquin thought that he was fully qualified to be friends with Chen Mu. Secretary Yang. Why are you here? Just as Dan Quan was thinking of the words and preparing to speak, he was interrupted by Zhao Su. Secretary Yang? Following the direction his gaze was pointing, Dane turned around and looked. I recognized this man as Yang Tao, a capable aide to the chairman of Century Shopping Mall. I saw him at a banquet before. Dane was completely confused. Why did Yang Tao appear in such a place? Could it be that you are here to buy clothes? Secretary Yang, what brings you here? Zhao Su walked up to him and asked enthusiastically. I'm looking for. Looking around, Yang Tao fixed his eyes on Chen Mu. He quickened his pace and walked towards him. Mr. Chen, it's a great honor to meet you. Mr. Chen? Zhao Su and Dan Quan were both surprised. They didn't expect that Chen Mu knew each other. Then I thought about it and it was normal. The upper class circle is big, but also small. You can see them everywhere if you look up or down. Mr. Chen, President Meng is overseas and cannot come back for the time being. However, the contract is ready. As long as you sign it, you will be the owner of Century Shopping Mall from now on. Yang Tao handed over the contract for the transfer of 100% shares of Century Shopping Mall with both hands. What? He is the owner of Century Shopping Mall. Dane was stunned. Zhao Su standing by was just as dumbfounded as he was. He had never expected that the Century Shopping Mall would change hands in the blink of an eye. Suddenly I understood, and finally understood why Chen Mu could, like an ordinary person taking out a few $100s, take out 120 million to book the entire theater. What? Do I need your permission before I can buy this shopping mall? Chen Mu looked at Dai Enquin coldly. That's not what I meant. Dan Quan quickly shook his head and waved his hands to explain. Chen Mu didn't bother to argue with him. He picked up the pen, took off the cap, and signed his name on the contract. Officially become the owner of this premier, large shopping mall. When Dan Quan saw Chen Mu signing his name on the contract, his heart sank. Then I won't bother Mr. Chen anymore. I still have some things to take care of at the mall. Secretary Yang Tao said goodbye. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Chen Mu responded. Mr. Chen, please allow me to express my gratitude to you again. Zhao Su bowed deeply to Chen Mu at 90 degrees, no, more than 90 degrees. Such a big customer must be treated with 100% respect. Even if they couldn't be friends, Zhao Su definitely didn't want to become his enemy. If you offend such a person, you can imagine what the consequences will be. Dai Enquin, who just wanted to beat Chen Mu up, understood this feeling deeply. However, the next second, a voice that made Dane even more desperate came from behind. Excuse me, is Mr. Chen Yukin here? Dai Enquin would definitely not have misheard this voice. It was Zhao Chuan, one of the major shareholders of their Sunmao Group, who held 30% of the shares. Why would Mr. Zhao come to a place like this? Mr. Chen, could it be that he also knows this person? Could it be that Sunmao Group is going to cooperate with Century Mall? Then Dane was panicking. He was worried that Zhao Chuan and other shareholders would abandon him as a pawn in order to successfully reach a cooperation with Century Shopping Mall. He knew very well that he was just a pawn chosen by these shareholders. Anyone can replace this chess piece. Mr. Zhao, get out of the way. Zhao Chuan didn't have the time to waste on Dane. After listening to his nagging, he saw him walking towards him, blocking his way, and reached out to push him away. He walked straight towards Chen Mu, and when the person he was facing was Chen Mu, the expression on his face immediately changed. A perfect interpretation of what it means to change one's face faster than turning the pages of a book. Mr. Chen, I have contacted the 16 shareholders of Sunmao Group and have signed the share transfer agreement. Please take a look. Zhao Chuan also respectfully presented the contract with both hands. I trust you to do the job. Chen Mu said that, but in fact he had no doubt about the system's capabilities. I don't think that an ordinary person like Zhao Qiuan can resist the rules of the system. If he dared to defy the power of the system and set a trap for himself in the contract, Chen Mu would look upon him with a higher regard. Chen Mu picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. In less than 10 minutes, after becoming the new owner of the Century Shopping Mall, he also took over the Sinmao Group, which was worth hundreds of millions in the city. How is this possible? How could such a thing happen in the world? Mr. Zhao, I don't understand. Now that Sinmao Group's business empire is expanding smoothly and is thriving, its future is bright. Why are you selling your shares at this time? Dai Yanquan asked doubtfully, not understanding the train of thought of Zhao Qiuan and the others at all. Because Mr. Chen offered a sky-high price that we can hardly refuse, so, do we have to get your permission before we sell our shares? Zhao Qiuan asked with a cold face. No, that's not what I meant. Dane Quan quickly denied. Even though Zhao Qiuan has sold his shares and has no relationship with Sinmao Group, he is still someone that Dan Quan cannot afford to offend. Be it connections or financial resources, a small character like Dai Yanquan cannot compete with them. However, compared to Zhao Qiuan, the person that Dai Yanquan is most afraid of now is Chen Mu. No matter how hard I racked my brains, I still couldn't figure out what kind of terrifying power was behind Chen Mu. After buying the World Mall, he could also spend an astronomical sum to buy the Sinmao Group. Little did he know that Chen Mu actually didn't spend a penny, and the reason he was able to take over Sinmao Group was thanks to Dai Yanquan's self-destructive behavior. Now this clown is of no use to him. Chen Mu immediately announced, Dane, that's all right? You're fired. Chapter 21, Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Expel? Hearing this, Dane felt a chill in his heart for a second, and now he felt hopeless. With a plop, he didn't care about his dignity. He knelt down in front of Chen Mu, bent down, cowed out and said, Boss Chen, I didn't recognize the great man. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Please consider that I have worked hard for Sinmao over the years. Even though I have no merit, please let me go, I beg you. Chen Mu didn't even bother to respond to this, let alone care. He looked at the security guards standing by the door and ordered, You guys, throw this guy out, beat him up, and throw him into the trash can. The main goal is to give people a taste of their own medicine. Dai Yanquan had threatened to do something to Chen Mu before, and now he was returning his threat exactly as he promised. Upon hearing this, several security guards hurried in, not daring to disobey the new chairman's words. From behind, Dane was lifted up like a chicken. Feeling his feet being forced off the ground, Dane Quan struggled and said, Mr. Chen, please forgive me, Mr. Chen. It seemed that he felt Chen Mu's determination and decisiveness. Dan Quan steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and spoke with a threatening tone, Mr. Chen, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. Do you really have to push me to the point of desperation? Chen Mu ignored him and treated Dane Quan as heir. Shun, woo-woo. It seemed as if he was worried that Dan Quan would say too much, anger Chen Mu, and affect his future. A security guard was quick-witted and covered Dane's mouth tightly before he could finish his words. No matter how he struggled, he could only make vague and meaningless sounds like woo-woo. Guilt? There is no need for this kind of thing. It's all Dane's own fault. Chen Mu's idea now is very simple. He will not allow anyone to bully him. With the system, you can open the life cheat and let others ride on your neck and pee and shit, showing off your power. If the news gets out, it will embarrass the cheater. Noticing Su Shirin's gaze towards him, Chen Mu turned to face her and asked with a smile, How is it? Goddess Su, does this dress suit me? It fits. Very well. It fits better than I thought. No, I should say, this dress is tailor-made for you. Su Shirin said from the bottom of her heart. I feel that Chen Mu is much taller and more handsome than those big stars on TV with beauty filters. Her height, figure, and facial features are all impeccable. Out of a full score of 100, Su Shirin could give Chen Mu 101 points without hesitation, 1 point more. She was not afraid of Chen Mu becoming arrogant, as he did have the confidence and strength to do so. So much so that when Su Shirin looked at him, her heart couldn't stop beating like a deer. Su Shirin has been single since childhood and has never been in a relationship, so she doesn't really understand what this feeling is. I just feel like I'm a little weird. The salesperson next to him highly agreed with Su Shirin's evaluation of Chen Mu. Now, I am full of awe towards Chen Mu. Please pack the rest and send it to me. Chen Mu said. Okay. No problem. You are so polite. It is my honor to do something for you. The salesperson bowed and saw Chen Mu and the other man off. On the way. Student Chen, did you buy this shopping mall and cinema group simply to teach that guy a lesson? Su Shireen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I simply see the development potential of these two companies. As for him? Coincidence, purely coincidence. Chen Mu said casually. I see. Su Shireen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two entered the elevator together. Seeing Chen Mu press the button to go upstairs instead of downstairs, Su Shireen was puzzled. Student Chen, do you have anything else to buy? Yes. Chen Mu nodded. Is that so? Su Shireen thought, since she had nothing else to do, she decided to accompany Chen Mu to the end. Bite. With a beep, the elevator door opened. Su Shireen noticed that this floor was mainly where various valuable jewelry and brand-name watches were sold. In terms of value, it is not cheaper than those luxury clothes mentioned above, and it is even cheaper. Chen Mu chose a watch store and walked in. He often heard people say, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. There are still 8 100-fold rebate opportunities left, so you can take this opportunity to make more money. If you have money but don't make it, you're a fool. Who would complain about having too much money? Dear guests, is there anything I can do for you? Seeing that Chen Mu was dressed elegantly and accompanied by a stunning beauty, the waiter walked out quickly from behind the counter to greet him politely and enthusiastically. Which is the most expensive watch you have? Take it out and let me see it. Chen Mu went straight to the point. If he wanted to buy something, he had to buy the most expensive and best one. When it comes to watches, you get what you pay for. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. The salesperson would not be suspicious of a person wearing million-dollar brand-name clothing. This made Chen Mu deeply realize what it means that Buddha relies on gold ornaments and people rely on clothes. Sir, this is a watch that our store created in collaboration with Master Michel. It is the only one of its kind in the world and is called Star Domain. After patiently listening to the salesperson's long introduction, Chen Mu asked, I like this watch very much. How much is it? 32 million. To be honest, the salesperson was still quite nervous when he said this number. There are actually quite a few wealthy people who come to the store, and there are also quite a few people who like this watch. But when they heard the number 32 million, without exception, they all kept their distance and carefully put their watches back. I'm afraid that a scratch will lead to my bankruptcy. Okay, wrap it up first. I want it. In addition, I like the watch designs in your store. Pack them all for me and pay by credit card. Chen Mu took out his bank card and said casually. It seemed as if this was just a trivial matter to him. All? You mean all? The salesperson asked in disbelief. It was hard not to suspect that Chen Mu was joking with him. Sir, all the watches in our store are worth hundreds of millions, she reminded. No problem. Chen Mu said with a smile. He was not scared at all by the words hundreds of millions said by the salesperson. After all, it's all for the purpose of getting a 100-fold rebate. The more money you spend, the more money you have. What's there to worry about? Okay, I'll calculate it for you right away. After operating the computer for a while, the salesperson told Chen Mu, Sir, all the watches together are worth 350 million. Okay, swipe the card. Chen Mu's attitude remained the same, calm as still water. Okay. After some operation, the salesperson handed the card swipe machine to Chen Mu, also wanting to verify whether Chen Mu had the financial resources. It's not that the salesperson looked down on Chen Mu, but he had never heard of or seen such a wealthy and extravagant customer before. Chapter 22 Billions in Rebates. Chen Mu took the machine from the salesperson and his fingers danced quickly back and forth on the keys, giving people the illusion of playing the piano. I quickly entered the 6-digit password, and then I heard a machine-synthesized voice, payment successful. Payment successful? Upon hearing these words, the salesperson couldn't control his emotions and subconsciously blurted out what he should have kept in his heart. Whatever is going on in your heart is written all over your face at this moment. Consumption of 350 million successful. 100-fold rebate was triggered successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 35 billion Dasha coins. After spending 350 million, not only did he get a bunch of world-famous watches for free, but he also made another 35 billion. Cool. Chen Mu had only one feeling in his heart, and that was cool. With this money, even if the system is untied immediately, Chen Mu doesn't have to worry about his living problems for the rest of his life. With hundreds of billions, even if he lies down and does nothing in the future, he can still live the life that others dream of, with everything provided for him. For example, living in a super luxurious villa and hiring a few top-notch maids to serve you in your dream life. Sir, I'll pack it for you right away. The salesman said hastily, forcing his jaw to close, which was about to dislocate due to excessive shock. I was worried that if I neglected it, Chen-Mu would cancel my plan to book the entire theater. That won't do. She was still counting on getting a commission so that she wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. At this moment, in the salesperson's heart, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he worshipped Chen-Mu like an ancestor. After packing, send it to Villa number 1 in Fashanju. Chen-Mu left the address verbally. Okay, Fashanju number 1. After a brief pause, the salesperson's face, which had finally calmed down, became excited again. Are you sure it's Fashanju number 1 villa? Yes, I'm sure. Chen-Mu nodded calmly and affirmed. Okay, I understand. The salesperson thought about it carefully. Isn't it normal that Chen-Mu could casually take out hundreds of millions to buy watches and live in Villa number 1 in Fashanju? To be honest, apart from this, the salesperson couldn't think of which luxury house was more suitable for Chen-Mu's identity. Fashanju Villa number 1 is, without a doubt, the most luxurious residence in Jiangcheng that is worthy of Chen-Mu's status, bar none. While the saleswoman was busy, Chen-Mu looked at Su Shirin, who was still distracted, and said with a smile, Goddess Su, you have been with me for so long. Is there any watch you like here? Pick one at random. How can this be possible? Su Shirin quickly refused. It was not because she disliked Chen-Mu's kindness, but because she knew very well that the cheapest watch of this brand would cost tens of thousands of yuan. For no reason, she really didn't feel that she was qualified to accept such a valuable gift. Just consider it as a token of my appreciation, okay? Chen-Mu said again. Su Shirin was still hesitating, but Chen-Mu had already taken out a watch from behind the counter that he thought was very suitable for Su Shirin. I think the design style of this watch suits you very well. Try it. Just as Su Shirin was about to agree, she saw the label on the box, which clearly read, price, 380,000. 380,000? This price really caused a big shock to Su Shirin's heart. She came from an ordinary family, without any great background or rich relatives. Even the family's annual salary combined was still a long way from enough to buy this watch. Unable to refuse the kindness, Su Shirin looked around and pointed to a watch worth 12,000 yuan. She said hastily, I like that one more. If you don't mind, can you give it to me, Mr. Chen? Since Su Shirin has said so much, Chen-Mu will not force it anymore. Nodding his head, he agreed, okay. Chen-Mu took out the watch and wanted to put it on Su Shirin himself, as a gift to thank her for helping him get so many rewards from the rich. Although Chen-Mu really wanted to give her a big gift, since she thought the cheaper one would be better, there was no reason for Chen-Mu to curry favor with someone he didn't like. Come on, try it. Chen-Mu said. Okay. Su Shirin no longer refused and stretched out her hand, ready to take the watch and put it on. To say that I don't like it would be a lie. Putting aside the price, she really thinks this watch is very beautiful and the design style really suits her aesthetic taste. However, just as his hand was about to touch the watch, someone else reached out and snatched it away. Honey, this is the watch I told you about before. It's 12,000. Buy it for me, okay? A seductively dressed woman deliberately spoke in a coquettish voice. Okay, I said I would buy it for you, and I will buy it for you. When have I ever lied to you? The man put his arm around her waist and said lovingly. Thank you, dear. I love you. The woman was delighted when she heard that. She stood on tiptoes and, ignoring the eyes of others, she quickly touched the man's face. In an instant, Chen-Mu caught a look of disgust in her eyes, which quickly disappeared. Chen-Mu was not surprised at this. In any era, there are people who choose to marry for money rather than love. At least it is profitable. However, Chen-Mu had no intention of accommodating these two people. He snatched the watch back from the woman's hand before she could put it on. What are you doing? When the woman saw her watch being snatched away by Chen-Mu, she became furious and almost revealed her true nature. Haven't you heard of first come, first served? Chen-Mu asked back. What do you mean by first come, first served? I only know that in a place like this, whoever has money owns the things, said the woman confidently. How do you know I have no money? Chen-Mu asked again. You. The words were on the tip of her tongue. After looking Chen Mu up and down, the woman realized that he was wearing all branded clothes. With a light snort, in order to win the argument, he selectively ignored the exquisite workmanship and sneered, "I don't know where you picked up this cheap outfit from, and you have the nerve to show off. How ridiculous. Sister, I think you are pretty, don't be fooled by others. This kind of person has no money and nothing else. What do you want by following him?" I originally wanted to say that she has no looks and no figure, but I really don't have the confidence. It's too against my will to say it. You don't have to meddle in my business. At this time, Su Shirin naturally stood with Chen Mu without hesitation. TSK. The woman rolled her eyes. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Brother, I have already promised to buy this watch for my girlfriend. Can you give it up for me? The man said politely. No. Chen Mu refused decisively. Hey! Why are you like this? Just because I give you a little color, you want to open a dyeing factory, right? Don't be shameless. Upon hearing this, the charming woman next to her became even more excited, and it was like a shrew scolding in the street. Chapter 23, When the chairman comes, you have to serve him tea. The watch was about to be in my hands. What if it was lost because of Chen Mu's fuss? How can a woman not be anxious and angry? His tone became even more aggressive, not taking Chen Mu seriously, and he shouted, "Give me the watch right now. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it." What happened? At this time, the salesperson who was busy sorting in the warehouse heard the news and walked out quickly. You've come just in time. I want this watch. Please wrap it up for me. By the way, kick this poor, uneducated guy out, lest he affect my spending. The woman interpreted the words sarcastic and harsh to the fullest. He is the kind of villain in TV dramas who can completely arouse people's anger as soon as he appears on the scene. I thought that after the salesperson heard that I would buy the watch, he would immediately stand on my side and kick Chen Mu out. Who would have thought that after she understood the whole story, her face would be as cold as an iceberg? Miss, sir, could you please leave? Our temple is too small to accommodate 2 Buddha statues like you. The salesperson said in a serious tone. Did you hear me? I told you to get out of here right away. Don't be shameless. I feel ashamed for you. The woman raised her hands and pretended to slap her face. Miss, you misunderstood. What I meant was that you and the gentleman next to you should leave, the salesperson corrected. What? You want us to leave? We are consumers. Consumers are God. Why do you want us to leave? Who gave you this power? The woman said angrily. It's very simple. Mr. Chen is the highest level VIP customer of our store. Even if the chairman comes, he has to be served tea and water. The salesperson retorted. Huh? Are you kidding me? The seductive woman didn't take the salesperson's words to heart at all, thinking she was just bragging. Most likely, he was attracted by Chen Mu's beauty. Seeing that Chen Mu is quite good looking, he wanted to win Chen Mu's favor in this way. Who is kidding you? Mr. Chen just spent 350 million to buy all the watches in the store. The salesperson anticipated what the woman was going to say next, took out a tablet and displayed the bank's transaction information. This is the transaction receipt, it's still fresh. The woman snatched the tablet away, looked at the long string of numbers, and swallowed. Still unwilling to give up, how should I know if you guys are teaming up to cheat and want to get away with it? Enough! She was interrupted by the man's shout. Honey! The woman looked aggrieved after being yelled at by the man. I've said enough. The man's eyes turned fierce. The woman, who felt targeted everywhere, turned from grievance to endless anger, dissatisfied, and said, Are you still a man? Your woman was bullied by others like this, and you didn't help, and asked me to shut up? Don't you really believe their lies? Bang! This time, the man still did not give the woman a chance to finish her words. Seeing that she would not listen to reason, he simply slapped her hard in the face and interrupted her forcefully. Doing this is to save her as well as to save myself. Men are not as naive as women, thinking that the salesperson would collude with Chen Mu in advance to fabricate such a transaction record. You hit me? The woman covered her face and asked in disbelief. Mr. Chen, what happened? The woman was about to go crazy and pounce on the man when she saw a team of uniformed security guards rushing in. Throw this crazy woman out, block her forever, and never receive her again, so as not to cause trouble for other customers and affect business. Chen Mu waved his hand. Yes. Upon hearing this, several people quickly surrounded the woman and raised their arms. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Don't you know that there should be no physical contact between men and women? What right do you have to kick me out? Believe it or not, I will sue you. The woman struggled. However, his thin arms and legs were meaningless in front of this group of security guards who were either professional bodyguards for special forces soldiers. Okay, you can complain all you want, it won't do any good anyway. I forgot to tell you that I have already bought this shopping mall. Chen Mu said with a wry smile. What? The woman looked ashen. In despair, he was forcibly taken away. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, Okay, keep your eyes open next time. Chen Mu interrupted the man. Seeing that he had never made things difficult for him from beginning to end, he was not going to argue with him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will always remember your teachings. The man bowed several times. After seeing that Chen Mu really didn't intend to bother with him, he left with peace of mind. He was extremely thankful that he had noticed something was wrong and realized that Chen Mu had an extraordinary demeanor and must be a big shot, so he restrained his temper. The man thought he knew better than anyone whether a person with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan was qualified to act arrogant in front of a big shot like Chen Mu. The person who is in the way has left. Come, I'll put it on for you. Chen Mu's gaze returned to Su Shirin. Okay. Su Shirin no longer refused. She raised her hand, rolled up her sleeves, and revealed her slender arms. Chen Mu opened the watch chain, put it into Su Shirin's hand, and then buckled it. Well, not bad. It really suits you. Chen Mu spoke in a tone of appreciating a work of art. Su Shirin is not only beautiful, but also has top-notch hands, making her fully qualified to be a hand model. The watch worth more than 10,000 yuan made her look like it was worth tens or even millions. Thank you for the compliment. Listening to Chen Mu's words and looking at the watch on her hand, Su Shirin's fair cheeks flushed. The salesperson next to him smiled but said nothing. Afterwards, I saw that it was already dusk and the sun was about to set. Chen Mu took the initiative to offer to drive Su Shirin home. Okay, then I'll trouble you, classmate Chen. Su Shirin did not refuse. At this moment, being polite would seem awkward, giving people the feeling that you are keeping people at a distance, being pretentious, and acting pretentiously. Just call me Chen Mu, classmate Chen. It sounds a bit strange. Chen Mu said. Then don't call me goddess. It always feels a bit weird. Su Shirin had always wanted to complain about this and finally found a chance to say it. Then, Chen Mu turned his head to look at Su Shirin and shouted seriously, Shirin? Yeah. Although she was very shy, Su Shirin nodded and agreed. After all, she asked for it herself. Bite. With a prompt tone, the elevator door opened and we arrived at the underground first floor. Chen Mu and Su Shirin smiled at each other and prepared to walk out of the elevator to find a car. However, before he took a step out, he saw a group of uninvited guests. One of them was not a stranger, as they had had a conflict not long ago. Chapter 24, Fight the Bully and Get a Monetary Reward for Critical Hits. This person was none other than Dai Enquan, the executive chairman of Sinmao Group, who was furious because of his failed attempt to flirt with Su Shirin and was eventually fired by Chen Mu. It wasn't just Dan Quan who came, there was also a group of aggressive people standing behind him. After obtaining the title of Kung Fu Master, Chen Mu could see that these people, without exception, were all martial artists. The muscular arms and calluses on the fingers are all signs of training. What do you mean? You haven't learned your lesson yet, and you want to cause trouble for me? Chen Mu took Su Shirin's hand and pulled her behind him. Looking at Chen Mu holding her hand, and then looking at his broad and tall back standing in front of her, Su Shirin's heart was deeply touched. His already pounding mood became even more difficult to calm down. His face flushed, his lips pursed tightly, and he subconsciously lowered his head. Even without a mirror, it is not difficult to guess what expression you would have at this moment. Su Shirin didn't really want others to see her face at this moment, as it would be embarrassing. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Chen. These are my seniors and juniors from the Taekwondo gym. We just happened to have dinner here and met by chance. Let's not talk about that. I want to apologize to you solemnly. I was blind and offended you before. I am very sorry. As he spoke, Dane turned towards Chen Mu and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Without waiting for Chen Mu to speak, the first thing he said after he straightened up was, "Look, I'm sorry, but when can I be reinstated? You have just taken over the company and are not familiar with many of the business operations. It is easy for something to go wrong if you change the general at this time. I am sure that you will give me this opportunity, and I will definitely not let you down. Is there any talent in this world that money cannot hire? If so, what if I can pay you 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times more?" Chen Mu asked Dai Yanquan. "You have such a talented person in front of you, why waste all that money?" Dane said, forcing a smile on his face. "Talent is important, but what's more important is that if I like someone, why should I spend money to make myself uncomfortable? Besides, this little money doesn't matter to me. Even if the company goes bankrupt, it's the same. The most important thing in life is to be happy and content." Chen Mu preached the truth. To sum it up in one sentence, I don't like you. Dai Yanquan certainly knew what Chen Mu wanted to express, and his smile became much more forced. "You little brat. My junior brother has already apologized to you sincerely, but you still insist on being aggressive," said a sturdy man, taking a few steps forward. "Brother, don't get excited. I'll have a good talk with him." Dane walked forward in a pretentious manner and stopped the man. After calming the strong man down, he turned to Chen Mu and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, they drank a little and have explosive tempers, so they may not be able to control themselves. Why don't you think about it again? My brothers and sisters are very caring towards me. I'm worried that they might get excited and hurt you." "Are you threatening me?" Chen Mu asked coldly. No, that's not true. How dare I threaten you, Mr. Chen? I'm just stating the facts. I hope more than anyone else that you can be healthy. Therefore, I implore you again and again to consider this seriously." Dane Quan perfectly interprets what it means to say one thing and mean another. No need for that. I don't like to change a decision that I have made. Chen Mu's attitude remained consistent. Don't be scared by this group of people who look strong on the outside but are actually weak. Random mission has been triggered. Face the hooligans, don't be afraid of threats, beat them all, and every time you beat someone down, you can get a random critical hit money reward. Random critical hit money reward? The system prompt that suddenly popped up made Chen Mu more determined. You little bastard. You don't want to be ashamed of yourself. You want to die? I'll help you do it. Dan Quan glanced at him sideways, and the fellow student from the Taekwondo gym, who noticed the hint on his facial expression, immediately walked quickly towards Chen Mu, intending to teach him a lesson. So that Chen Mu knows that they are not joking. Bang! Boom! Originally, he just wanted to scare Chen Mu, but he didn't expect that before he could even clench his fist would hit him first. The man didn't react in time and was hit by a punch, breaking his nose. He flew backwards uncontrollably. He fell to the ground and tried to struggle, but within 2 seconds, he fainted. Successfully defeated the hooligans. Congratulations to the host for receiving the monetary critical hit reward, Dasha coin plus 50 million. 50 million for beating up a gangster? This money is too easy to earn. Chen Mu was ecstatic. Su Shirin behind him was still worried that Dai Yanquan's group was more numerous and powerful, and whether Chen Mu would get hurt. On the other hand, Chen Mu felt from the bottom of his heart that there were too few people, really too few, and there should be more. 1 more would be 50 million, 2 more would be 100 million. It would be a waste if you don't make this money. Junior brother. You're asking for a beating, you little brat? Seeing his fellow junior brother being beaten by Chen Mu to the point of bleeding from the nose and falling unconscious, the senior brother could no longer tolerate it and had no mood to carry out the plan. They immediately swarmed towards Chen Mu. Dane had no intention of stopping this. He could see that Chen Mu was determined not to let him return to Sun Mao Group today. If that's the case, why stop it? It would be better to use these people to teach Chen Mu a lesson and vent his inner resentment. As for Chen Mu's revenge? Dane Quan was not worried at all. He had already decided to immigrate overseas. The friendship between fellow disciples and brothers? There is no such friendship. Dane is just using them. Facing the people who were besieging him, Chen Mu turned into the elevator god of war and took advantage of the fact that the elevator door could not allow too many people to pass through at one time. Hiding in the elevator, beating up anyone who comes in. Or get punched in the face, covered in blood. Or he would raise his foot high and kick him in the chest, sending him flying and knocking down several people. Successfully defeated the hooligans. Congratulations to the host for receiving the money critical hit reward, 50 million Dasha coins. Successfully defeated the hooligans. Congratulations to the host for receiving the monetary critical hit reward, 100 million Dasha coins. Successfully defeated the hooligans. Congratulations to the host for receiving the monetary critical hit reward, 30 million Dasha coins. On the other hand, the Taekwondo hall shouted loudly, but in fact, it didn't even touch a hair of Chen Mu. Through fighting with them, Chen Mu accidentally noticed that the monetary critical hit reward was related to the body size and overall combat effectiveness of these people. The stronger the combat power, the higher the money critical hit reward. As the senior brother of these people, Chen Mu kicked him away and immediately received a critical hit and won 100 million Dasha coins. He saw people lying around him, some of them unconscious after being punched and kicked by Chen Mu. Dane was completely panicked. Chapter 25. Another full-level skill is delivered to your door. There's one left. Chen Mu is not going to let Dai Enquin go, even if he is the weakest among them. After all, he is worth 10 million, right? Even though his net worth has already exceeded 10 billion, Chen Mu will never despise having little money. Not to mention, he had some resentment in his heart towards Dai Enquin's actions. Now that he had a chance to teach him a lesson and get a monetary critical hit reward, why not do it? No, don't come over here. Feeling Chen Mu's gaze, Dane was extremely panicked. I only knew that Chen Mu was rich and had a powerful background, but I never imagined that his fighting ability would be so high. Single-handedly, he slaughtered more than a dozen martial artists. It's really shocking. Dane Quan turned around immediately, with only one thought in his mind: run, the farther the better. He didn't want to be like those people lying on the ground, beaten black and blue and bleeding. If you can't afford to provoke me, can you not hide away from me? However, just as he turned around and before his foot could touch the ground, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder. Where do you want to go? Then, Chen Mu's voice, which was more terrifying than the god of death, reached Dan Xuan's ears, making him feel hopeless and his face as pale as paper. I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Dane turned his head slowly, his expression was forced, and his tone was even more forced. I'm sorry, I have a bad temper and can't take a joke. Bang! Without giving Dane Quan a chance to speak, Chen Mu directly uppercut him and hit him hard on the chin. Dane had a full mouthful of teeth, many of which were broken and bleeding as they squeezed out of his mouth. The whole person fainted on the spot without any chance to react. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground in front of me. Although this was not the first time Su Shirin had witnessed Chen Mu's powerful fighting skills, she still felt shocked. In the past, Su Shirin might have thought that this behavior was too violent. But now, she just felt that he was domineering. Handsome. She was completely on Chen Mu's side. He thought that this was not his fault. When someone picked on him, he couldn't just hold down Chen Mu's head and force him to admit his mistake and get beaten, right? There is no such thing in the world. I don't sympathize with Dan Quan and the others at all. I think they deserve it and it's their own fault. Why did he have to offend Chen Mu when there were so many people to offend? Successfully defeated the gangsters. Congratulations to the host for receiving the money critical hit reward plus 5 million. Only 5 million? A hint of disappointment flashed across Chen Mu's eyes. Dan Quan was even less valuable than he had imagined. However, he gladly accepted the money. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dasha coin plus 1 billion. Oh. Chen Mu showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that after getting rid of all the ruffians, there would be an extra reward, a full 1 billion. I finally understand why this system is called the super rich system. It is indeed very rich. The 4 words spending money like water are the most appropriate to describe it. Let's go. I'll take you home. Chen Mu returned to the elevator door and extended his hand to Su Shirin. Okay. Su Shirin did not hesitate and placed her white fingers on Chen Mu's hand obediently. Chen Mu held her hand and took Su Shirin away. It took only a few minutes to find the car. He opened the car door for Su Shirin like a gentleman. Thank you. Su Shirin smiled and got in the car. In the past, she was very resistant to getting along with the opposite sex and didn't want to have too much contact with them. Now, while getting along with Chen Mu, I have a very comfortable feeling, like being bathed in spring breeze, and I can't help but linger. Where do you live? Chen Mu asked as he sat in the driver's seat. Su Shireen told the address. Chen Mu entered the address into the map, located it, and searched for the nearest route. Drive out of the underground parking lot and leave Century Shopping Mall. Thank you for your hard work today. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Chen Mu took the initiative to speak. No, actually I enjoy it too. As Su Shireen spoke, she clenched her fingers into fists. Is that so? Then. Chen Mu's expression suddenly changed when the words came to his lips. Su Shireen noticed that he was looking at the rearview mirror with a frown on his face. Then he turned his head and looked at the rearview mirror on the right. Then I saw a silver van. If Su Shireen remembered correctly, the van had been following them closely for 7 or 8 minutes. Are they here to cause trouble again? Su Shireen asked worriedly. It's okay. I'll take care of everything. Chen Mu looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely happy on the inside. After all, someone else came and offered him money. Who wouldn't he be excited when the god of wealth comes to your door? Yeah. After hearing these words from Chen Mu's mouth, Su Shireen felt particularly safe and had no doubt at all. Afterwards, Chen Mu stopped the car on a sparsely populated road. There are too many people on the street and it's hard to take action. The van followed closely behind and stopped. The car door opened with a bang, and a group of people came out with machetes and steel pipes in their hands. Seeing that the other party was holding a weapon, Su Shireen couldn't help but worry. How about we call the police? Random mission has been triggered. Defeat all enemies and get a chance to win a maximum level skill lottery. As soon as Su Shireen finished speaking, a new task came. Another chance to win a max level skill prize. Good, this is great. Chen Mu felt ecstatic. I couldn't help but feel that Su Shireen was my lucky goddess. I could get in touch with her more often in the future. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of small fry and are not worthy of my attention. It's okay. Chen Mu comforted softly. Then you must be careful. Although Su Shireen believed in Chen Mu, she still reminded him again and again because she didn't want to see him get hurt. Okay. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. I am extremely curious, what kind of maximum level skill can I draw this time? Desperate to know. This kind of life is exactly what he has always dreamed of. No, it should be said that it is a life that he could never even dream of. You didn't expect that I would come to you. You made me lose face before. The last woman to get out of the car was the charming woman who had a conflict with Chen Mu in the watch shop before. Who are you? Chen Mu deliberately forgot about the charming woman. You bastard. You don't take me seriously at all. Brother Long, as long as you destroy him for me, I will be your woman from now on. The charming woman turned to the leader beside her and spoke in a charming voice. You're the one who said that. Brother Long had been waiting for this day for a long time. He did not hide his inner desire at all, and looked the charming woman up and down greedily. Look at what you said. I would never dare to lie to you, Brother Long. The charming woman said, and then she took the initiative to fall into his arms. Brother Long was no longer polite, he put his arm around her waist and laughed. Don't worry, from now on, you are my Jiao Long's woman. In Jiangchun, no one can bully my woman. Brothers, don't be polite to him, just break his limbs. Let him understand deeply that if he dares to attack my Jiao Long's woman, the end will be terrible. Chapter 26, Just because you have a gun, do you really take yourself seriously? As soon as Jiao Long finished speaking, his gangster-like subordinates clenched their weapons and walked quickly towards Chen Mu. They all wanted to take this opportunity to perform well in front of Jiao Long, so as to be valued by him and become his right-hand man. At this moment, in their eyes, Chen Mu had undoubtedly become a stepping stone. They rushed to be the first, afraid of being left behind, and watched the opportunity to rise being taken away by others. Little do they know that they are the real stepping stone. Chen Mu was in no mood to waste time, so he rushed into the crowd at full speed and took the initiative. It was so fast, like a ghost, and its movements were so quick that it was hard to keep up and there was no time to react. By the time he reacted, severe pain had already spread throughout his body and he fell to the ground. There were also people who refused to believe it and swung out the blades in their hands, making an anticipatory move and deciding to give Chen Mu a blow. However, the knife was only halfway through its swing when it stopped coming down. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't move it at all. Immediately afterwards, his pupils shrank and his face was filled with horror as he realized that his wrist had been grabbed by Chen Mu, who had rushed in front of him at some point. The force was so great that he couldn't resist it at all. Facing this last man, Chen Mu did not intend to give him a chance to breathe. He clenched his fist and fired at his abdomen. Puff! A punch hit the young man's abdomen. His face changed drastically and turned pale. His mouth opened unconsciously and he vomited a mouthful of stomach acid. Then his eyes rolled up, revealing a large area of white, and he fainted on the spot. Everything happened so fast, the whole process took less than a minute. Zhao Long's smile finally came to his senses at this moment, and the corners of his mouth that had been raised suddenly fell. I feel complicated and don't know how to express it. The charming woman standing next to him was no different, with a look of shock written all over her face. He had seen people who were good at fighting, but he had never seen anyone as good as Chen Mu. The evil has reached its extreme. Seeing that the system reward had not responded, Chen Mu's gaze shifted to Zhao Long, the charming woman. I thought to myself, it seems that I have to get rid of them all at once. Without saying a word, he strode towards the two of them. See Chen Mu walking quickly towards me. Panicked, Zhao Long, the charming woman, was completely panicked. Brother Long, we. The charming woman grabbed Zhao Long's shoulders from behind and said nervously. At this time, Zhao Long couldn't help but have the idea of showing off. Don't worry, I'm here, what are you afraid of? His gaze returned to Chen Mu, and he forced a slightly forced smile. Boy, you have good skills, I admire you very much. Do you want to follow me, Zhao Long, in the future? I promise to make sure you have the best food and the best drinks. Are you worthy? Chen Mu was speechless. He didn't know where this guy got the confidence to think that he would submit to him. Not to mention following Zhao Long, even if he knelt down and surrendered to him, Chen Mu was not going to accept it. How can such a waste compare to a full-level skill? You don't deserve. Chen Mu's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Zhao Long's heart. Gritting his teeth, he opened the driver's door. At first, Chen Mu thought that this guy wanted to get in the car and run away. The next second I realized that I had misunderstood him. Zhao Long flipped up the table mat and took out a privately assembled pistol from underneath. This is Zhao Long's greatest confidence. He stepped out, slammed the car door, loaded the gun, raised the pistol with both arms, and pointed the black muzzle at Chen Mu. Zhao Long showed an unprecedented confidence on his face. Boy, you didn't expect that, did you? Seeing Chen Mu remain silent, Zhao Long became even more proud. Come on, tell me again, am I worthy of it, or am I not? I advise you to think twice before you act. If something goes wrong, you will be the only one who gets hurt. Brother Long is so handsome. Seeing Zhao Long take out the gun, the charming woman turned into a fangirl and flattered him in various ways. In her eyes, Zhao Long's image suddenly became domineering and majestic. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would be beaten up by Chen Mu like those people lying on the ground. Seeing that Zhao Long had a gun, this sense of crisis disappeared instantly. I'm glad I didn't choose the wrong person. He sneered at Chen Mu. You only know a little bit of kung fu, but you really think you are invincible? Are you arrogant? Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Then he said to Zhao Long, Brother Long, shoot quickly, break his leg and teach him a lesson. Can't wait to see Chen Mu bleed. Suddenly I thought, I seem to be quite cruel. Complacent. Behind Chen Mu, Su Shirin, who was sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car, was extremely panicked when she saw this scene. He originally wanted to get off the car, but then he thought again that even if he got off, he wouldn't be able to do anything and would only cause trouble for Chen Mu, so he decided to give up. He took out his cell phone and decided to call the police secretly from an angle where Zhao Long and the charming woman wouldn't notice. At this time, Chen Mu spoke up, just because you have a gun, do you really take yourself seriously? Stinky boy, don't be so arrogant. Zhao Long had only said half of his words when he was horrified to find that Chen Mu appeared in front of him. The speed is so fast that it seems like a ghost. Zhao Long wanted to shoot again, but it was too late and he had no chance. Chen Mu would never give him this opportunity. Thanks to the improvements in all aspects brought by the Kung Fu master, Chen Mu's body movements and speed are far superior to ordinary people. The moment he noticed Zhao Long's movement, he quickly acted, and his 5 fingers, like eagle claws, grabbed the shoulder of the right arm holding the gun. The force penetrated 3 parts of the flesh and bones, and then his wrist twisted violently. With a snap, Zhao Long's shoulder bone was broken. The entire arm lost control and fell to the side. The pistol slipped out of his hand and fell. Chen Mu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, reaching out and grabbing it. When Zhao Long took a few steps back, his balance was unstable and he fell to the ground. Chen Mu raised his gun and pointed it at Zhao Long's forehead. This scene reversal was something that neither Zhao Long nor the charming woman had expected. I never dreamed that Chen Mu's strength could be so strong that even a gun could not do anything to him. Seeing this, Su Shirin behind him was surprised. She silently put down her phone and turned off the screen, thinking there was no need to call the police. He was deeply aware that he had seriously underestimated Chen Mu's strength. He is 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger than he thought. Little brother, don't be impulsive. I was just joking with you just now. I apologize, I am willing to apologize. I'm sorry, I promise I won't trouble you again in the future. Zhao Long has completely lost his former arrogance. Right now, there is only the desire to survive and full of humility. Are you kidding? Chen Mu laughed. Yes. Zhao Long nodded heavily and repeated quickly, it's just a joke, it's just a joke. Then I'm just joking with you. After saying that, he pointed the gun downward and aimed at Zhao Long's thigh. Bang! Chapter 27. Get the maximum skill again. Unexpected situation. Although Chen Mu has never eaten pork, has he never seen a pig run? He had never used a gun, but the actual operation was much simpler than he imagined. The most important thing is that Zhao Long had already loaded the bullet in advance. All Chen Mu needed to do was to aim at him and pull the trigger, that's all. Plus, since the distance is so close, there is no need to worry about accuracy. The bullet flew out of the chamber quickly, accompanied by a puff sound, and a stream of blood spurted out, penetrating into Zhao Long's thigh, leaving a bloody hole on it. Blood flowed out like a fountain, staining a large area of his green pants red. Ah! My legs! My legs! The double pain from his hands and legs made Zhao Long miserable. Seeing that he was in pain, Chen Mu threw the gun aside and attacked again, grabbing Zhao Long's other arm. Wait! What do you want to do? Don't be like that. Snap. Without giving Zhao Long a chance to finish his words, Chen Mu broke his left shoulder in the same way, leaving both of his hands disabled. The bones and nerves were torn apart by Chen Mu. Even if Zhao Long used up all his belongings and went to the most advanced hospital, he would not be cured, and his future life would be doomed to be a useless one. Pity? Why would Chen Mu sympathize with a bully? I'm afraid that such things have happened to many people because of him. After all, he even took out a gun. Finally, the intense pain that rushed to his brain triggered Zhao Long's body's self-protection mechanism, causing him to faint, lose consciousness, and fall to the ground. Seeing that the reward mechanism still hadn't been triggered, Chen Mu decided that he had to get rid of the culprit behind all this. He was quite sure that there was no one in the car. What do you want to do? You are a grown man, you won't bully a woman, right? The seductive woman clasped her fingers together, held on tightly, stepped back, and looked at Chen Mu with fear in her eyes. Bang! Chen Mu was too lazy to waste time talking to this kind of person. He just slapped her in the face and sent her flying. The seductive woman fell to the ground, without even having time to open her mouth, her cheeks puffed up and her mouth filled with blood. I spit it out quickly and could clearly feel that there were large particles. When I spit it out, I realized that those particles were nothing but teeth. You've gone too far. The charming woman glared at Chen Mu fiercely and shouted, do you know how to be gentle with women? A grown man, you actually bully a defenseless woman like me. If this gets out, won't you feel ashamed? When you called so many people to deal with me alone and wanted to use your numbers to bully the minority, why didn't you think about losing face? Chen Mu asked. Chen Mu's words left the charming woman speechless. Before he could say something, he felt Chen Mu's hand falling on his shoulder. Then, he suddenly recalled what had happened to Zhao Long just now. No! You can't! No, I can! Chen Mu interrupted the charming woman forcefully, and with a click, he crippled her left hand first. I thought she could hold on a little longer, but unexpectedly, she fainted and fell to the ground. Later, when his eyes fell on the woman's face, Chen Mu realized from the subtle movement of her eyebrows that she was pretending to be dead. Obviously, they think that by doing this, they can avoid retaliation. Chen Mu saw through it but didn't point it out. He raised his foot and stepped on the calf of the charming woman. Don't give anyone a chance to react, exert force instantly. Bang! The sound was like bamboo being roasted over fire and then bursting with a bang. Smash it! Smash it! Ah! A scream. Chen Mu was very sure that this time, the woman really fainted and was not pretending to be dead. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to win a prize at the maximum level. Shenmue retracted his foot, landed on the ground, and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Sure enough, we have to deal with all these people before we can complete the mission." He no longer focused his attention on the charming woman and Zhao Long and the others. He left them in the wilderness. It all depended on their own luck when they would wake up or be discovered. Shenmue turned and walked towards the sports car and Su Shirin. At the same time, he used his mind to operate on the system panel to confirm the extraction of his next full-level skill. Extracting full-level skills. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-level writing skills. Top-notch writing skills. Although Shenmue felt that this skill was of little use to him, he had no reason to dislike it, as it was always good to have many skills. Keep it, it will come in handy in the future. Open the door, get in the car, and fasten your seatbelt. Student Shenmue, you are so strong. You are so strong that you don't seem like a human, Su Shirin said excitedly. The scenes just now gave him the feeling that he was watching a top commercial blockbuster, with his adrenaline rushing through him. But I am indeed a human being, Shenmue joked. Of course, it is impossible to tell Su Shirin about the system. It must be kept secret until death and taken into the coffin. Even if the system does not restrict this, for example, if you tell others about it, you will be erased. Telling others about the system would do Shenmue no good and might even bring unimaginable disasters to the other party. It does all kinds of harm and no benefits. Let's not talk about this. It's getting dark. I'll take you back as soon as possible so that your parents won't worry. Shenmue started the car. Okay. Su Shirin nodded in agreement. With his superb driving skills, Shenmue drove almost sticking to the side of the road, bypassing the corpses lying on the ground and driving away. As for their personal safety, there is no need to worry at all, as Shenmue knows how to act with discretion. At most, a mosquito will suck some blood, and you will wake up sooner or later. In order to prevent them from being run over by a car, Shenmue was considerate enough to turn on the flashlights of the car they were driving towards as a warning. Shenmue didn't want to cause any loss of life and attract official attention. A few minutes later, we returned to the city. Shenmue continued to drive towards the community where Su Shirin lived according to the instructions on the satellite map. Soon, we arrived at Sunshine Community. Which unit do you live in? Shenmue asked again. In front, turn right, Unit 11. Su Shirin raised her finger and said. Okay. Shenmue agreed and drove over. As soon as I turned the corner, I saw an ambulance parked downstairs of Unit 11. Shenmue didn't have any associations at first, until he glanced sideways and noticed the panic on Su Shirin's face. Soon, the car stopped. Su Shirin had unbuckled her seatbelt in advance and ran quickly towards the ambulance. Mom, Dad, what happened to Dad? Your father has had another heart attack. I have to accompany him to the hospital for emergency treatment. The food is in the kitchen. You can heat it up and eat it yourself. After saying that, Su's mother hurriedly followed the medical staff into the car and left with the ambulance. Su Shirin was left standing there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. She clearly remembered that the doctor had said that if her father went to the emergency room again, there was a high possibility that. Shirin, get in the car. At this time, Shenmue drove the car to Su Shirin, raised the door, and said to her. A new task has just been refreshed. Chapter 28 Small Goal, Secretly Becoming the Richest Man in the World. Random task has been refreshed. Cure the heart disease of the target Suguahao and obtain a private hospital. Shenmue was overjoyed when he saw the task pop up in front of him. He never expected that one day he would have the opportunity to own a hospital of his own. There is no need to say how profitable the hospital is and how high its profits are, not to mention that it is a private hospital. Shenmue had a hunch that if he continued to complete tasks like this, sooner or later, the industries under his name would spread all over the world. He was not going to let go of any opportunity, and quietly set a small goal in his mind to quietly become the richest man in the world. An industrial tycoon. Look at Su Shirin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with her head buried deep, her 10 fingers on her thighs, her trouser legs tightly clenched, and a crystal tear falling down. Shenmue comforted him, "Don't worry, your father will be fine. I also know some friends in the medical field. If necessary, I will ask them to help." Although this is false, Shenmue can become friends with those in the medical field. For example, investing hundreds of millions? Donating a building? The saying that money makes the world go round is not just talk. What's more, Shenmue didn't intend to rely on those people. Instead of trusting them, he would rather trust the God-level medical skills he had obtained. If even the God-level medical skills can't save Su Shirin's father Su Guihao, then no one in this world can save him. Unless, there really are gods and gods in the world. Thank you, classmate Chen Mu. Su Shirin's eyes were filled with emotion and ripples appeared in her eyes. Even if it was just a word of comfort, she did calm down a lot. Soon, the car drove to the hospital located in the city center, which is the largest and best hospital in Jiangcheng. Many people from other places would drive thousands of miles to come here for treatment. The reason is very simple. Besides being the best hospital in Jiangcheng, it is also ranked among the top 10 in Daxia in terms of influence and strength. Many medical technologies are even ranked in the top 5 and are extremely famous. After getting off the car, the two quickly entered the hospital building. After confirming with the nurse at the counter the floor and room number where Su Guihao was being rescued, they quickly rushed there. I didn't choose to take the elevator because there were too many people waiting at the elevator door at this time, and it would waste a lot of time. Chen Mu asked Su Shirin to go up first and he would follow. He didn't mean to escape, he planned to go to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Even if he was a miracle doctor, he needed tools to treat people. Not to mention, it is a major disease like heart disease. Decided to find someone from the Traditional Chinese Medicine department and buy a set of silver needles. Okay, see you later. Su Shirin didn't think much about it and went upstairs quickly. Retracting his gaze, Chen Mu followed the sign above his head and walked towards the area where the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine was located. Is this it? After making sure he was in the right place, Chen Mu raised his hand and was about to knock on the door when he heard a woman's voice from behind the door. Please, save my son. The foreign doctors can't find out what disease my son has. Now I can only count on you. Miss, please get up first. We will do our best to treat your son. The doctor's voice followed closely. In order to avoid disturbing them, Chen Mu pushed open the door quietly. The doctor asked the little boy to take off his shirt, revealing a body covered with pustules and swollen white spots, which was a real test of his psychological endurance. Is there an analysis report? Asked the doctor. Yes. The woman quickly took out several medical reports from her bag and handed them to the doctor. Every time I checked, they said it was fine and just prescribed some ointment to apply. But the more I applied, the worse it got. Is that so? The doctor touched the pustule with his hand and asked the little boy gently, does it hurt? The little boy shook his head, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt normally, but it will suddenly flare up at night, with a rapidly rising temperature, severe vomiting, and diarrhea. The woman explained in detail. Listening to and looking at the situation, the doctor was also a little puzzled. Based on his experience, it was indeed just an ordinary pustule. Logically speaking, as long as the pus was cleaned out and ointment was applied to inhibit bacterial reproduction and speed up inflammation, the patient would recover within a week. The doctor was very sure of these words, as his colleagues had also said them before, so there was little point in repeating them. With his hands folded across his chest, his brows furrowed, and his expression troubled, he carefully recalled the medical books he had read before, trying to confirm whether there were similar difficult and complicated diseases. Move aside. As a master of God-level medical skills, Chen Mu could tell the cause of the little boy's illness and the treatment method at a glance. Just as he was about to open his mouth to remind him, someone suddenly jumped out from behind and pushed him away. Fortunately, Chen Mu's lower body was stable enough. If it were someone else, it is not certain whether he would fall hard. Lu Chang, I didn't expect these two people to come to you. I advise you not to waste your time. How can you Chinese medicine solve the problem that we Western doctors can't solve? The safest way is to let them go to the imperial capital, where there are the most advanced equipment. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. The visitor sounded like he was offering reasonable advice, but his actual tone was full of sarcasm towards Dr. Lu Chang. And distrust and contempt for traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Qian, I'm seeing a patient in the outpatient clinic. If possible, could you please not disturb me? Lu Chang, who had disliked Xian Guangduan in the first place, disliked him even more after hearing this. More annoying than flies and mosquitoes. Look at you, you are a person who doesn't know how to appreciate a good person. I'm offering you a solution out of good intentions, but you don't appreciate a good person's kindness. Why are you being so aggressive towards me? Xian Guangdua has already mastered the art of filing a complaint first against his benefactor. As long as he wants, he can say that black is white. Seeing that Lu Cheng didn't want to pay attention to him, Xian Guangdua turned to the woman and started to talk nonsense again. If you want to save your son, there is no other possibility except relying on more advanced imported medical equipment. If the probability of Western medicine curing him is 10%, then the probability of Chinese medicine curing him is not even 0.001. His words were firm and decisive, with an unquestionable force. Xian Guangfa. Don't go too far. Seeing Xian Guangfa slandering the traditional Chinese medicine he had studied for more than 10 years and his beliefs, Lu Chang could no longer tolerate it. He stood up from his seat suddenly, unable to hide his anger. Why are you so anxious just to tell the truth? Could it be that the problems that the machines and equipment can't detect can be solved by your eyes, a few broken needles, and a few broken grasses? In that case, you might as well tell everyone here what disease he has. Xian Guangfa looked proud, and was sure that Lu Chang would not be able to explain it. Lu Chang was speechless. Boom! 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 Just when Lu Chang was in a dilemma, he didn't know what to do. Chen Mu raised his hand and knocked on the doorframe. I have to correct you on something. Chinese medicine is not as bad as you say. Secondly, the only thing that can save him is the traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 29 50% shares of a random listed company. Who are you? Xian Guangfa looked Chen Mu up and down, searching his memory carefully, but found that he had never seen this person before and he looked very unfamiliar. New here? Chang Guangfa asked again. Chen Mu shook his head, just passing by. Just passing by? Xian Guangfa laughed when he heard this, and laughed angrily. When will it be the turn of you amateurs to point fingers at us professionals? He waved his hands with a look of disgust on his face. If you are not sick, go and have fun. If you are sick, get treatment immediately. I suggest you go see a brain doctor. Xian Guangfa was very angry, so naturally he would not give face to someone he had never met before. Although he disliked Lu Chang, they worked in the same place after all, so he couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, the appearance of Chen Mu gave Xian Guangfa a chance to vent his anger and use him as a punching bag. It seems that the foreign doctor you apprenticed to was not very good. He couldn't teach you medical skills, and he didn't even teach you the most basic morals. So, what on earth did you learn? Chen Mu asked seriously. What did you say? Xian Guangfa was furious. Forget about Lu Chang, at least he does have some skills, but Xian Guangfa thinks that he has not fallen to the point of being looked down upon by a kid who came from nowhere, has no strength, and is still wet behind the ears. Just as he was about to step forward and have a good talk with Chen Mu about the truth. On the side, someone rushed out. This person was none other than the mother of the sick little boy. Little brother, you can cure my son's disease, right? Random task has been triggered. Treat the boy's illness, slap the unscrupulous doctor in the face, and be rewarded with 50% of the shares of a random listed company. Yes. Looking at the system panel in front of him that only he could see, Chen Mu nodded in affirmation without hesitation. I have already figured out the pattern of random tasks. In short, as long as you get into trouble, you can trigger a random rich man mission. Chen Mu didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He could save a life and get a huge reward at the same time. Why not do it? If things continue like this, within half a year the boy's body functions will drop to that of a 90-year-old, and within a year he will die. With medical skills and rewards, there was no reason for Chen Mu not to take action. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Of course, Chen Mu would never save those who are his enemies, and he would always make it clear who was gracious and who was resentful. Please, save my son. The woman knelt down in front of Chen Mu in desperation. Not to mention kneeling down to Chen Mu, she would do anything to save her son. You get up first, I can save him. Chen Mu helped the woman up and was not prepared to ask for anything from her. The system had already paid in advance. Thank you, thank you. The woman stood up and raised her hand to wipe her tears. I kindly advise you not to trust this kind of miracle doctor who comes from an unknown background. It is even a question whether he has a medical license. Xian Guangfa said sarcastically. He just made a few verbal ridicules and did not stop Chen Mu. Why stop it? Xian Guangfa wished that Chen Mu would kill him. While this incident was a lesson for himself, it happened in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Not only Lu Chang, but everyone in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine was to blame. Thinking this way, there is even less reason to stop it. Little brother, can you tell me what disease he suffers from? While Lu Chang was curious, he also wanted to test the strength of Chen Mu. To put it more bluntly, spider venom is caused by the bite of a wild spider. Currently, humans don't know much about this kind of spider. It is a very ancient and rare species in the world. Chen Mu said truthfully. Spider, hee hee. Xian Guangfa was about to taunt him when he heard the boy's mother excitedly say, yes. I didn't keep an eye on him that day and let him run into the forest. After he came back, red spots started to appear all over his body. I think he must have been bitten at that time. Seeing that Chen Mu could easily point out the possibility that the boy was ill, the woman became more determined that her son could be saved. Lu Cheng didn't ask any more questions and raised his hand to make an invitation gesture. There is no need for him to hinder others from saving those he cannot save. Even if there are risks, it is much better than watching people get sick, unable to be cured, and slowly wait to die. Besides, this is the best hospital in Zhangcheng. Even if something really happens, rescue work can be carried out immediately. Seeing that Lu Cheng agreed to let Chen Mu treat the boy, Zhen Guangfa shut his mouth and stopped talking. He stood aside, mentally prepared to watch the fun. He is a typical example of someone who likes to watch the fun and is ready to find his superiors to sanction the entire department of traditional Chinese medicine. It's best to just get rid of all these outdated, old, and useless things. What era is this? Why are we still keeping the dregs of this era? That's right, in Xian Guangfa's view, traditional Chinese medicine is the dregs of the times, and all its previous effects were exaggerated. We selectively ignore the fact that 100 years before the emergence of Western medicine, the thousands of years of history of Daxia were all supported by traditional Chinese medicine. Do you have silver needles? Chen Mu asked Lu Cheng. Yes. Lu Chengli immediately took out a silver needle bag. Chen Mu unfolded the needle bag on the table, and silver needles of various lengths and thicknesses appeared at once. He asked the boy to sit on the stool and straighten his back. Afterwards, his hands moved as fast as lightning, continuously taking out needles and applying acupuncture. In just a few blinks of an eye, the little boy was turned into a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, the boy's heart was in his throat. Noticing the worry on her face, Chen Mu said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt." After saying that, she did not forget to confirm with the boy, "Little brother, does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." The boy shook his head in denial. Not only did it not hurt, but I felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Even when the disease is not occurring, there is still a dull pain. Okay, the last injection may be a little painful, but as a man, I believe you can endure it. Chen Mu came to the boy and took his hand. Yeah. I'm a man and I can bear it. Hearing the word manly, the boy's expression and eyes suddenly became firm. Humph, he is indeed a miracle doctor. He has no medical skills and relies entirely on fooling people. Upon hearing this, Xian Guangfa continued to sneer and did not miss any opportunity to mock Chen Mu. Lu Cheng had a different opinion on this. No, that's not right. He is definitely not kidding. Whether it's the strength or the accuracy of his acupuncture, he is better than those top Chinese medicine doctors I know. He stared at Chen Mu with great curiosity. How could a young man who looked to be in his early 20s have such powerful skills that others could not accumulate in decades? Who on earth is this boy? I couldn't help but be curious. Hearing this, Xian Guangfa was not convinced at all. Instead, he became sarcastic and said, "You mean, he can cheat people better than those old scammers?" Lu Cheng rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Believe that facts speak louder than words. I am 100% convinced of Chen Mu's medical skills. Chapter 30: Obtaining the Gold Mine. The Dying Man. Chen Mu ignored the quarrel between the two and took the little boy's hand with his palm facing up. Then he grabbed one of his fingers and pierced his fingertip with a completely unused, clean silver needle. The boy frowned and closed his eyes, obviously feeling the pain, but he held it back. You are worthy of being a man. Seeing this, Chen Mu did not hesitate to praise him. The boy chuckled. Is that poisonous blood? Lu Cheng clearly noticed that after Chen Mu pulled out the needle, a stream of black blood uncontrollably gushed out from the little boy's fingertips. There were many drops of blood dripping and splattering on the ground. Yeah. Chen Mu nodded and agreed with Lu Cheng's guess. After the flowing blood returned to its normal color and was no longer black, Chen Mu took out the cotton swab and asked the man to hold it down. Afterwards, he took out the dozens of silver needles that were stuck in his body one by one. As the silver needles were pulled out one by one, the pustules shrank and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Chen Guangfa, who had been shouting just now, was completely stunned and began to doubt his life when he saw this scene. I never thought that traditional Chinese medicine could actually be useful. Not only is it useful, but the effect is also exaggerated. No, it's an exaggeration. This is a level that Western medicine cannot reach even if it develops for decades. So much so that Qian Guangfa couldn't help but have thoughts like, is this guy really not cheating? Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50% of the shares of Dashang Gold Mine. Shares of listed companies were easily acquired, and they amounted to a full 50%. Relying on this 50% stake, Chen Mu has the final say in the company. Chen Mu was already very happy that he could get shares in a listed company. I never expected that this listed company is mainly engaged in gold business. The company not only owns a large number of gold mines, but also has thousands of gold and silver jewelry stores across the country. It is quite well known. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine how valuable that 50% stake is. How is it? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? After pulling out the last silver needle, Chen Mu asked the boy softly. No. The boy shook his head desperately. Thank you, big brother. He jumped off the stool politely, faced Chen Mu and bowed deeply. No. Chen Mu helped him up. The boy was so sensible and polite. As the person who saved him, Chen Mu felt very happy. Miracle doctor. Thank you for saving my son. How much is your bank account? I will transfer the money to you right away. If it is not enough, please give me some time. I will even sell everything I have to get the money for you. The boy's mother said on the spot. 100 yuan. Chen Mu responded. He originally didn't intend to take the money. After all, that 50% stake was worth at least hundreds of billions, nearly 1 trillion. However, he was worried that the woman would feel bad if he didn't charge her anything, so he just charged a symbolic amount. When the woman heard that Chen Mu only wanted 100 yuan, she became even more determined. Chen Mu was the real miracle doctor in the world. Without asking too much, he took out 100 yuan and presented it with both hands full of respect. Goodbye, big brother. The woman took the boy away. The boy raised his hand and waved to Chen Mu with a bright smile. The mother stood at the door and bowed slightly again. Then he quietly closed the door and left. Seeing this, Lu Cheng stood up impatiently and walked towards Chen Mu. Little brother, you are really amazing. May I ask, which hospital do you work for? If possible, how about we have a private drinking party and exchange some ideas? Seeing this, Shen Guangfa said unconvincedly, it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, what's the big deal? Do you really take him seriously? Ridiculous. Qian Guangfa. Lu Cheng couldn't bear it anymore and said. He has always respected Chen Mu, a capable and compassionate doctor, from the bottom of his heart. He felt very uncomfortable when he heard Qian Guangfa insulting him like that. That's right. Besides, do you have a medical license? If not, don't blame me for suing you for practicing medicine without a license. You will go to jail for that. Qian Guangfa continued to sneer. You, get out. Lu Cheng couldn't bear it any longer, pointed in the direction of the gate and shouted angrily. Dr. Lu, there is no need to waste your words or get angry with a dying person. As the saying goes, the dead are the greatest. Chen Mu tried to comfort Lu Cheng. He didn't do this to displease Qian Guangfa or to deliberately distort the facts. But after using the God-level medical skills, through the word look and the 4 tests of observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation, Chen Mu saw that Qian Guangfa would not live long. On the surface, he looked fine, just like a normal person, but in fact, he was already terminally ill. It won't be long before all the problems will be exposed one after another, and they have already deteriorated to the point where modern medicine is completely incurable. Therefore, Chen Mu doesn't mind reminding Qian Guangfa. Chen Mu could cure the disease, but he was not magnanimous enough to pretend that what happened before had never happened, maintain the compassionate heart of a doctor, and treat Qian Guangfa. Chen Mu didn't care whether he was dead or alive. A dying person? The dead are the greatest? Hearing these words, Qian Guangfa was immediately furious. You little bastard. What did you say? How dare you curse me to death? I'm not cursing you to death. I'm just telling you the truth. You probably haven't had a physical examination in a long time, right? Chen Mu knew very well that large hospitals like this usually provide free physical examinations to their employees, especially doctors, on a regular basis. The reason why Qian Guangfa's illness worsened to this extent was probably because he never went to the hospital and never took it seriously. This was because his current physical condition could not be cured in just 1 or 2 years. Even if it is discovered 1 or 2 years earlier, it may still be possible to treat it. Although it cannot be 100% cured, it will still be possible to live a few more years. You, stop talking nonsense. Qian Guangfa showed an obvious guilty look, mainly because what Chen Mu said was right. He has always been confident about his physical condition, so every time the hospital wanted a physical examination, he would slip away. Are you talking nonsense? Go get yourself a physical examination and check it out. It won't take much time, right? Chen Mu asked back. Humph, stop exaggerating. Do you really think you are a miracle doctor? Ridiculous. I don't want to waste my time with you. After saying that, Chen Guangfa turned and left, slamming the door shut, venting his dissatisfaction. Mr. Chen, he is just like that. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Cheng apologized on his behalf. It's okay. Chen Mu didn't care and told Lu Cheng not to mind it and let the matter go. Come to think of it, he really has. Hesitant to speak, Lu Cheng looked in the direction Qian Guangfa left. Well, he's probably on his way to the physical examination right now. Chen Mu nodded in affirmation, perfectly grasping Qian Guangfa's inner thoughts. Chapter 31 I won't let him die, even if the king of hell comes. In fact, Chen Mu guessed it right. After leaving the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Chen Guangfa was very disdainful of Chen Mu's words at first. I say don't care, but the more I say it, the more I can't stop thinking about it, and the more I think about it, the more I care. In the end, Chen Guangfa very honestly got himself a full body checkup. Even though it has come to this, he still insisted, just check it out. Next time we talk about this topic, I will have sufficient evidence to prove that he is indeed a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Qian Guangfa does not believe in the so-called traditional Chinese medicine. It is the dregs of the times and will be eliminated, without a doubt. Dr. Qian, I have postponed the examination schedule for those patients. You can go in for the examination. A nurse came to Qian Guangfa and reported on her work. Okay, thank you for your hard work. If you have any problems next time, you can ask me for help. Qian Guangfa raised his hand, patted the nurse on the shoulder, and said some polite words. Thank you, Dr. Qian. The young nurse nodded repeatedly in agreement, taking Qian Guangfa's words to heart. Little did she know that Qian Guangfa was just being polite to her. On Chen Mu's side, after accepting Lu Cheng's request to exchange contact information, he successfully obtained a brand new pack of silver needles. Then he said goodbye to Qian Guangfa and quickly rushed to the emergency room where Su Shirin's father was. If you go too late, the loss will be incalculable. Although it is a god-level medical skill, it is not a magical skill. If a person is really about to die, Chen Mu will be powerless to save him. On the contrary, as long as Father Su was still alive, and Chen Mu didn't let him die, even if the king of hell himself came, it would be useless. As soon as they arrived, they saw Su Shirin and her mother snuggling together, both of them with sad faces. Chen Mu walked forward and asked with concern, "How is uncle doing?" Su Shirin raised her head and shook it. "We are still trying to save him." "Shirin, who is this?" Mother Su looked at Chen Mu, then at Su Shirin, and asked. "Mom, let me introduce him. He is my friend, Chen Mu." Su Shirin originally wanted to say classmate, but felt it was too unfamiliar. I thought to myself, Chen Mu and I should be considered friends now, right? Unsure, he looked at Chen Mu with great trepidation, afraid that he would deny and correct him. If the students of Nanjing University knew about this scene, they would be shocked. Their unattainable campus goddess, who could only be admired from afar, was actually worried about whether she could become Chen Mu's friend. "Hello auntie, my name is Chen Mu. I'm Shirin's friend and classmate." Chen Mu responded. "Hello." Su's mother Lulan nodded in response. "Mom, the reason I was able to get here so quickly is thanks to him driving me." Su Shirin also tried her best to say good things about Chen Mu in front of Lulan. "I don't want Lulan to have a bad influence on Chen Mu. Thank you, Xiao Chen." Although Lulan was very sad because of her husband Su Guohao's illness, she still smiled after hearing this. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Chen Mu said no more. At this time, it would be better to let the mother and daughter calm down. Sit in the seat next to him. The only thing you need to do next is to wait patiently for news from the emergency room. However, the reason why the system assigned me such a task should be based on some foresight, right? Chen Mu couldn't help but think. If the rescue is really going to succeed, how would I have the chance to do anything? In a blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes passed. Finally, I heard the door lock open. Su Shirin and Lu Lan, mother and daughter, quickly stood up and walked towards the attending doctor who had taken off his mask. Lu Lan asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my husband's illness? Doctor, is my father okay?" Seeing the two people's anxious expressions, the doctor was used to it. He shook his head and said softly, "Please accept my condolences. We have tried our best." How could it be? Hearing this, Lu Lan's body immediately went limp and she fell down. "Auntie, be careful." Thanks to Chen Mu's quick eyes and hands, he supported her and avoided injury. On the other hand, Su Shirin, who was standing aside, was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. It was not difficult to see the blow that this news brought to her from the tears in her eyes. "Doctor, please, try again, please save my father." Su Shirin burst into tears and begged desperately. "I'm sorry, the dead cannot be revived. Please accept my condolences." The doctor lowered his head and comforted. Soon, a body covered with white cloth was pushed out from behind the ward door. "Dad!" Su Shirin couldn't hold it in anymore and ran over quickly, bursting into tears. Chen Mu also supported Lu Lan and walked to the stretcher. Lu Lan lifted the white cloth with trembling hands, hoping so much that the person lying underneath was not Su Guohao. However, things went against one's wishes and more sufferings befell the poor. The moment she saw Su Guohao's pale face, Lu Lan rushed up, held his face with both hands, and cried, "You unfaithful man, didn't you say that you would stay with me until we grow old? Why did you leave alone first?" The nurses and doctors stood quietly by and did not disturb the family. I fully understand their feelings. Even though for them this happens every day. Seeing the mother and daughter crying inconsolably, Chen Mu stared at Su Guohao's face. Take another look at the words to be completed on the task page. It was confirmed that he was not dead, but the equipment could not detect it. He is in a dying state and has only one breath left. "Auntie, Shirin, if you don't mind, can you let me give it a try?" Chen Mu suddenly spoke. "Try it?" Hearing this, the doctor and the nurse looked at each other, not quite understanding what Chen Mu meant by "give it a try." Feeling the doubtful gazes of Su Shirin and Lu Lan, Chen Mu took out the needle bag he carried with him and said, "I know a little bit about medicine, maybe I can save my uncle's life." Poof! Realizing that something was wrong, the doctor who had laughed out loud quickly turned his head away and pressed his fist tightly to his lips to cover and suppress the laughter in his heart. He has seen many people who like to show off, but this is the first time he has seen someone who likes to show off as much as Chen Mu. There are so many good times to choose, but why choose this time in this place? Mom, classmate Chen Mu is very capable. He might really be able to save Dad. Su Shirin regarded Chen Mu as a savior. Looking at her daughter's determined eyes, Lu Lan hesitated again and finally nodded in agreement. "Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Chun. Just try it out, no matter how slim the hope is, what if it comes true?" The doctors and nurses did not intend to stop it. The family members have agreed, so there is no need for them to be bad guys and stop it. Anyway, the dead cannot be resurrected. If you try to stop it by force, you will only be hated by the family members and be regarded as a villain. Doing this is really a thankless task. They don't want to cause medical disputes and risk their future or even their lives. "Dr. Lin, do we really not need to stop him?" The nurse asked in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. "Why should we stop it? We have no reason to deprive people of their hope," Dr. Lin said politely. "Is that so?" Seeing that her leader, Dr. Lin, agreed, the nurse stopped talking. His attention shifted to Chen Mu, wanting to see how capable he was to dare to make such a boast that he could bring the dead back to life. The nurse was very sure that Su Guohao was indeed dead, and he died right in front of her. Machines will not lie, let alone the cutting-edge machines they imported from abroad at a cost of millions. "I'm already prepared mentally, it depends on how mentally prepared Chen Mu, the school belle, is." Contrary to what the other two thought, Su Shirin's trust in Chen Mu grew stronger. It's not just the idea of trying every possible means to save the situation. But she truly believed from the bottom of her heart that Chen Mu had the ability to snatch her father's life back from the hands of the King of Hell. Chapter 32 Get a Private Hospital. Seeing Chen Mu taking out the silver needles and starting to insert them into Su Guohao one by one, Su Shirin and Lu Lan, mother and daughter, dared not breathe and both had cold sweat on their palms. I kept praying in my heart, hoping a miracle would happen and that nothing would happen. Chen Mu was not panicking at all and was as steady as an old dog. By taking Su Guohao's pulse, we confirmed that he was still breathing and could be saved. The nurse and the attending physician seemed a little anxious and kept checking the time, hoping that Chen Mu would give up as soon as possible and not waste their time. They are busy and have a lot of work to do. Doctor, I seem to see the patient's fingers move just now. The nurse reached out and tugged at the doctor's sleeve. Although her voice was very low, it could not hide her inner surprise. How is that possible? You must have seen it wrong. Do you think that a dead person can really come back to life? The doctor acted very calmly, without any hesitation at all. He was sure that the nurse must have seen it wrong. However, just as he finished speaking, Chen Mu raised his needle and pierced it into his forehead, completing the task. Ah! The sound of rapid breathing was particularly clear in such a quiet atmosphere and reached the ears of doctors and nurses. It was as if he was a victim who had just drowned and was rescued. The breathing gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Chen Mu began to take out the needle, smiled slightly, and said to the mother and daughter, "Auntie, Shireen, I have saved my uncle's life." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Guohao, who had been declared dead, opened his eyes and sat up from the stretcher. "This is husband. Dad. Great, you're okay." Su Shireen and Lu Lan rushed forward, one hugged Su Guohao tightly, and the other threw herself into his arms. Facing such a warm and harmonious scene, the nurse and the attending physician standing nearby were bewildered and their jaws dropped. How could this happen? A person who was clearly dead actually came back to life. This shouldn't be possible. The doctor held his head with both hands and kept talking. He couldn't understand it, he really couldn't understand it. The nurse was so surprised that she was speechless, and in her heart she worshipped Chen Mu as a god. Because apart from gods, he really couldn't understand who else could bring the dead back to life and forcibly pull someone who had one foot at the gates of hell back to the world of the living. However, Chen Mu had no intention of explaining too much to them. At this moment, all my attention is focused on the system panel that pops up in front of me. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tiannan Private Hospital +1. Tiannan Private Hospital? If Chen Mu remembered correctly, the hospital he was in was called Tiannan. He didn't know much about the strength of the major hospitals, so he realized, it turns out that this hospital is the strongest hospital in Jiangcheng. Looking back at the scene when we got here, the area is indeed very large. A large area is filled with Tiannan Hospital's inpatient buildings. If you don't know, you might think it's a rich neighborhood. I was just targeted and ridiculed by the doctors here. Chen Mu really wanted to see what expression Xian Guangfa would have when he knew that he had become the new owner of the hospital. However, the most urgent task at the moment is to transfer Su Guohao to the ward and let him rest for a while. After all, he had just undergone a major operation and was forcibly pulled back from the brink of death by Chen Mu. He would have to be hospitalized for a few days for observation at least. Although Su Guohao was usually stubborn, after knowing that Chen Mu was his savior, he listened to Chen Mu's words and gave up the idea of being discharged from the hospital. After hearing this, the nurses and doctors immediately did as they were told, not daring to disobey. Just based on Chen Mu's miraculous medical skills of bringing the dead back to life, it was not difficult for them to know that Chen Mu was someone not to be trifled with. There is no chance of a good outcome if you offend him, and I really don't have the courage to do it. Quickly arrange a superior ward. At the same time, Chen Guangfa, in great anxiety, finally waited for his examination report. "How is it? Is everything okay?" he asked the doctor who was walking towards him with a report. The doctor hesitated, looking worried, and handed the report to Qian Guangfa. "Take a look for yourself." To be honest, after seeing the doctor's expression, Chen Guangfa already had a bad feeling in his heart. After being stunned for a moment, she still took the report from him. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed, his face turned paler, and big drops of cold sweat dripped onto the report. "Could it be that you took the wrong one? I'm obviously very healthy, but you tell me that none of my internal organs are healthy?" Qian Guangfa asked in disbelief. "There is only one report form at the moment. There is no way I could have taken the wrong one." The doctor's words made Qian Guangfa's already disappointed heart plummet. "Is there still hope?" Qian Guangfa asked again and again, his eyes full of pleading. "If only one organ is problematic, there is still a 10% chance of cure. However, in your case, the possibility is extremely small. It can even be said that there is no need for treatment at all," the doctor said truthfully. Qian Guangfa: "Okay, there are other patients over there who need me to see. You, just take care of yourself in the last few months." The doctor sighed, turned around and left. He didn't stay long because he really couldn't help. Qian Guangfa remained silent, standing there like a petrified man. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly widened. That's right. Since that guy can see what's wrong with my body just by looking at it, it means he can definitely treat me. No. There is no time to hesitate. We must find him before he leaves the hospital. Otherwise, where can we find him in such a huge crowd? Chen Guangfa threw the report into the trash can and hurried towards the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Hopefully, Chen Mu is still in Lu Cheng's office. Do 2 steps at a time and don't waste even a minute. I was afraid that if I was a second late, the king of hell and the god of death would appear in front of me. A few minutes later, he pushed open the office door with a bang. When Lu Cheng saw Qian Guangfa appear, he looked unhappy. What are you doing here again? I'm treating a patient. Can you please leave? Dr. Lu, let's not talk about this for now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I just want to ask, where is the miracle doctor just now? Qian Guangfa asked in a gentle voice. Lu Cheng was quite surprised to see his humble look. It was the first time he saw Qian Guangfa's new attitude besides his arrogance. Miracle doctor? Didn't you previously scold him for being a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Lu Cheng asked jokingly. That's because I was blind and didn't recognize a true hero. Please, tell me where he is quickly, otherwise, it will be too late. Qian Guangfa said anxiously, almost crying. Seeing this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but frown and asked, what happened? Chapter 33. What is your relationship with our Shireen? He was right. He was right about everything. Qian Guangfa said excitedly. Got it right? What did you get it right? Lu Cheng was confused. The next second, he suddenly reacted, as if he had thought of something. You don't mean to say that what Mr. Chen said before about your short life is true, right? It must be admitted that until this moment, Lu Cheng still believed that Chen Mu's previous words were just to scare Qian Guangfa, nothing more. Traditional Chinese medicine does emphasize observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation, but it is not that exaggerated. To really tell what disease the patient has, there must at least be external manifestations, like the boy's. But Qian Guangfa obviously did not meet this standard. There were no signs of disease outside his body, and he was no different from a normal person. No matter how skilled Chen Mu was in medicine, how could he know that the patient was dying without any contact? It's not that Lu Cheng doesn't trust Chen Mu's medical skills. On the contrary, he is very convinced of Chen Mu's medical skills. I simply feel that the things mentioned above are too outrageous and impossible to exist. Or perhaps, one's imagination is limited by one's strength. Yes, just like what Dr. Chen said, my body may look bright and beautiful on the surface, but it is actually rotten and there is not a single healthy part among my internal organs. I just went for a physical examination and it seems that I only have less than a year left to live. In half a year, all the symptoms will gradually manifest themselves. By then, I will be living a life worse than death. Just thinking about this kind of thing, Chen Guangfa couldn't help but shudder. Afraid. Extremely afraid, it feels like my life is in the hands of others. How can I be as arrogant as before? As long as he can survive, let alone not being arrogant and controlling his temper, he would be willing to be Chen Mu's dog. Faced with the decision between life and death, Chen Guangfa suddenly felt that dignity was not that important. Hearing this, Lu Cheng was extremely surprised. He did not expect that Chen Mu's medical skills were so advanced. With just one glance, you can see the symptoms that can only be detected through layer-by-layer scanning with cutting-edge equipment. Although he found it unbelievable, Lu Cheng did not doubt it. The reason is very simple. Just based on Qian Guangfa's previous attitude, how could he possibly speak for Chen Mu? Secondly, it was not the first day that Lu Cheng knew Qian Guangfa. He thought he knew better than anyone how bad he was. If it weren't for that good relative, Chen Guangfa would have been fired 100 times based on the amount of patient complaints he received. How could he have stayed until now? Anyway, tell me where he is first. You can't just stand by and watch him die, can you? You are a doctor after all, how can you do such a heartless and unethical thing? He thought Qian Guangfa had really changed, but he didn't expect him to play moral blackmail on him again. Lu Cheng looked at him with eyes full of indifference. Because he didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mu, Lu Cheng said perfunctorily, Mr. Chen and I are not familiar with each other. He left not long after you left. What? Why didn't you say it earlier? You wasted my time. Xian Guangfa slammed the door and left, returning to his usual sarcastic and mean image. Seeing his performance, Lu Cheng became more convinced that his decision not to tell him Chen Mu's contact information was correct. The other side. Su's father, Su Guohao, has been successfully hospitalized and placed in a dedicated ward. After the nurse left, Su Guohao finally had the chance to speak up while looking at the surroundings. Xiao Chen, I just heard from the nurse that this is some kind of exclusive ward. It must be very expensive, right? I feel like I'm almost well enough. There's no need for me to stay in such an expensive ward. I can just move to an ordinary ward. This was not the first time Su Guohao had been hospitalized. He knew how expensive it was and did not want to add to the burden on his family. Uncle Su, you don't have to worry about the hospital expenses. They are all free. Shen Mu believed that as the owner of the hospital, he was qualified to make such a decision. All free? Su Guohao, Lu Lan and others had not yet reacted to what Shen Mu wanted to express. Boom! 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 The door, which had just been closed, was knocked again. Come in. Shen Mu responded. Then, a man in a uniform, a well-tailored suit, and gold-rimmed glasses strode in. Excuse me. The whole person gives people the feeling of being a modest and polite gentleman. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen? The man glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on Shen Mu. He was the only one who fit the description. Yes, it's me. Shen Mu nodded in affirmation. Okay, this is the Tiannan Hospital share transfer contract I prepared. Please take a look. If there is no problem, just sign your name on it. The entire Tiannan Hospital, including the land, will belong to you. The man handed over the contract with both hands. Okay. Shen Mu symbolically turned the page and took a look at it. Seeing Shen Mu looking up at him, the man understood what he meant and quickly took off the pen from his chest. He still presented it respectfully with both hands. Here you go. Shen Mu took off the pen cap and wrote the two words Chen Mu in the place where his signature was required on the contract. Officially, in the legal sense, he completely owned Tiannan Hospital. This scene really stunned Su Guohao and Lu Lan. Before this, no one would have imagined that this young man in front of him not only had outstanding medical skills, but also would become the new owner of this big hospital. His eyes unconsciously turned to his precious daughter, wondering how Su Shirin could be related to such a big shot. The most important thing is that the relationship between the two of them doesn't seem simple. As people who have experienced it, they are extremely confident that what they think is correct. These two people are definitely not just ordinary friends. Well, since there's nothing else, I won't bother you anymore. After finishing his job, the man chose to say goodbye. Closed the door quietly. He didn't want to offend Shen Mu, and even more so didn't want to offend the huge family power behind him, because he knew he couldn't afford to offend him. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to buy this hospital. Su Guohao spoke first, his eyes becoming more and more appreciative of the young man, as a future father-in-law. I think this hospital has great potential in the future, and the other party just happened to be thinking of selling it, so I bought it. Chen Mu lied. Indeed, the hospital industry is extremely profitable. Su Guohao agreed. By the way, Xiao Chen, your family. Dad. Seeing that Su Guohao was about to expose Chen Mu's scars, Su Shirin, who knew that he had no father or mother, quickly stepped forward to stop him. Seeing his daughter so excited, Su Guohao stopped asking questions. So he changed the topic and said, Ahem. Xiao Chen, what is the relationship between you and our Shirin? Upon hearing this, Su Shirin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 34, the villainous face is fully revealed. Dad. Why are you asking this? Shen Mu and I are just ordinary friends. It's not what you think. Su Shirin said with a blushing face. As he spoke, he did not forget to secretly observe the expression on Shen Mu's face. Worried that he would become distant from me. Now Su Shirin can no longer treat Shen Mu normally. Just considering that he pulled his father back from the brink of death, it is impossible. Ordinary friends? You two are not dating? Su Guohao said with a disappointed look on his face. I also thought you were dating, but you just didn't tell us. Lu Lan said. His eyes were full of admiration for Chen Mu. We're really just ordinary friends. Su Shirin didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mu. Judging from Su Guohao and Lu Lan's attitude, it is clear that they regard Chen Mu as their future son-in-law. She felt that if she wasn't firm in her attitude, there would definitely be misunderstanding. There's no rush for things like fate. If it's not the right time now, maybe it will be in the future. When Lu Lan spoke, her eyes were all on Chen Mu. She was very satisfied with this future son-in-law. Not only is he talented and capable, he is also humble and not difficult to approach or get along with. It's really rare. The couple agreed that there was no one in the world more suitable for their daughter than Chen Mu. Mom! Su Shirin's face turned red all the way to her ears and even her neck. What? Don't you like Xiao Chen? Lu Lan asked back. Su Shirin hesitated to speak. It would be a lie to say that I had no feelings towards Chen Mu at all. After spending the day together, she felt very comfortable. There is absolutely no sense of alienation or rejection like when I get along with other boys. Being with Chen Mu feels like being bathed in spring breeze. But Su Shirin didn't dare to think too much, for fear that if she did, she and Chen Mu would no longer be able to be friends. Just when she was in a dilemma, the door of the ward was slammed open. Great! I finally found you. When the four heard the noise, they turned their heads almost at the same time. Except for Chen Mu, they had no impression of the doctor in the white coat. Chen Mu was not at all surprised why Qian Guangfa appeared here. I just didn't expect that he would come so quickly. Dr. Chen. You got it right. You got it all right. I really admire you. Since you can tell what disease I have at a glance, there must be a way to cure me, right? Please, save me. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Qian Guangfa came to Chen Mu, first excitedly flattered him, and then sincerely begged Chen Mu to help him save his life. I only treat people. If you want, you have to find a veterinarian. Chen Mu responded coldly. Even though he could hear Chen Mu indirectly cursing him as a bad person, Chen Guangfa had no choice as he had to ask for help from someone and his life was in his hands. As an elite in this field, Chen Guangfa knew better than anyone that his illness could not be cured by Western medicine alone. The only thing they could count on was Chen Mu's ancient medical skills. On the way here, Chen Guangfa heard from the nurse about the incident in which Chen Mu used silver needles to bring a person who was declared dead by a computer back to life. Therefore, he was even more certain that Chen Mu could save himself. After all, compared to the dead, at least I am still alive, so the difficulty should be lower. With a plop. Qian Guangfa was helpless and had to kneel in front of Chen Mu, raised his hands and slapped his cheeks. Pa pa pa. It looked like he was using heavy force, but in fact, the moment it was about to touch her cheek, he immediately withdrew his force and was unable to do it. Dr. Chen, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I beg you to forgive my mistakes and have mercy on me and save my life. Qian Guangfa blinked quickly, forced out tears, and said in a humble manner. On the other hand, Su Guahao, Lu Lan and others did not have any negative thoughts towards Chen Mu because he did not help the person in danger. Chen Mu believed that Qian Guangfa must have done something against the law, which was why he refused to treat him. Compared to Qian Guangfa's behavior of playing the victim, they are more willing to believe in Chen Mu's character. Incurable. Chen Mu was firm in his attitude, leaving no room for compromise. Dr. Chen, can you still be considered a doctor like this? As doctors, don't we all have to be compassionate? Qian Guangfa began to use moral blackmail. Chen Mu was not afraid of this and retorted, I am not a doctor, just an ordinary person with some medical skills. Your tricks are useless to me. You're not a doctor? Qian Guangfa's eyes rolled when he heard this, and a plan came to his mind. He stood up from the ground, his expression mixed with a bit of pride, as if he felt that he had caught Chen Mu's weakness. Then he said, then I guess you don't have a medical license? Then do you know that treating people without a medical license is a crime? As he was talking, he simply omitted the honorific for Chen Mu, changing you to you. He just wanted to overpower Chen Mu and let him know that he was not kidding him. If you don't treat me, I will sue you and send you to jail. Okay, go ahead and report me. Chen Mu said indifferently. Don't push me. Or do you think I don't have the ability to do this? To tell you the truth, my brother-in-law is the vice president of this hospital. He has considerable connections and influence in the entire medical community. If he takes action, you will be in big trouble. For more than 3 years. Qian Guangfa began a more direct threat. Hearing him bragging about his brother-in-law, the vice president, Lu Lan and Su Guahao looked at each other and tried hard to suppress their laughter. It's easy to imagine who is stronger, the vice president or the boss. Qian Guangfa is so angry that he doesn't even realize his death is approaching. Vice Dean? Chen Mu laughed. Then I really want to see him. Call him over. Boy, don't regret it. I'll give you 3 seconds to test. No need to think about it. Call him over, I want to see how you and him send me to jail. Chen Mu forcibly interrupted Qian Guangfa. Okay. Very good, since you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. Seeing that Chen Mu had an attitude of being fearless, he thought that he was joking with him. Qian Guangfa took out his mobile phone, found the word brother-in-law in the contact list, and called him. Hello? Brother-in-law, Ward 901, I'm in trouble, please come over. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guangfa looked smug and said, You'll regret it later. He was prepared to see the scene where his brother-in-law, the vice president, arrived and Chen Mu knelt down, hugged his thighs, and begged him not to hold him accountable. Come to think of it, it's quite exciting. I felt that I had no reason to act so servile from the beginning and make Chen Mu think that I was easy to bully. We must use tough measures to deal with such people. Chapter 35, Resurrection Secret Medicine. Resurrection from the Dead. Qian Guangfa's brother-in-law, Sun Changlin, was originally thinking about how to please the new owner of the hospital. I didn't expect to receive a call from Qian Guangfa, this brat, can't he cause me less trouble every day? However, Sun Changlin is a well-known henpecked husband, so I dare not refuse to help him. I am worried that if I don't, Qian Guangfa will complain directly to his wife when he returns home tonight. By then, Sun Changlin will inevitably have to kneel on the washboard. Forget it. Anyway, we still don't know who the so-called new boss is. It's a bit too early to think about currying favor with him now. Let's solve the urgent problem first. After saying that, Sun Changlin walked out of the office and headed towards Ward 901 that Qian Guangfa mentioned. Let's see who was so brave as to attack his brother-in-law in Tiannan Hospital. He must be tired of living. In the entire Tiannan Hospital, everyone knows that Sun Changlin is second only to 2 people and above 10,000 people. Except for the big boss behind the hospital and the dean, Sun Changlin doesn't take anyone seriously and can be said to be an omnipotent person. After all, the boss rarely appears in the hospital, and the dean is always out attending various promotional meetings. He is very busy, flying here and there all day long. Arrived at Ward 901. While tidying up his appearance, Sun Changlin was thinking about resolving the matter as quickly as possible and then finding out more about the identity and background of the new boss. See if you can gather some valuable information and then cater to their interests. As a human being, you cannot escape desires. If you have money, you can start with women, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Grasp the door handle and push it down. Opening the door, Sun Changlin strode in. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed twice, probably making sure everyone knew he was coming. Hearing the voice, Qian Guangfa quickly turned around and strode over. Brother-in-law, you're here. This kid is deliberately looking for trouble with me, you have to take care of it for me. On top of that, he was practicing medicine without a license. What? Practicing medicine without a license? Hearing these 4 words, Sun Chenglin's expression became serious. Do you know that practicing medicine without a license is illegal? I just watched someone die without helping him, and I feel guilty about that, Chen Mu retorted. You knew I didn't have much time to live, so why didn't you save me? Qian Guangfa spoke first. I said, I only save people, not animals. Chen Mu still said the same thing. You. Qian Guangfa clenched his teeth so tightly that his back teeth were almost broken. She turned to look at Sun Changlin and said aggrievedly, Brother-in-law. Look at him. He bullied me like this. If I knew, I would definitely not let him go. This kid. Seeing that Qian Guangfa brought up the tigress and his family again to hint at him, Sun Changlin was helpless. He remained calm and said to Chen Mu, as long as you treat my brother-in-law, I will forgive you for practicing medicine without a license. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. Sun Changlin was not discussing with Chen Mu, but telling him that he must do as he said, otherwise he would face imprisonment. Random mission has been triggered. Facing threats, ignore them, expel the target Qian Guangfa and Sun Changlin, and eliminate the harm for the people, and you can get the Resurrection Secret Medicine +1. Secret medicine for resurrection? When Chen Mu saw these 4 words, his face became very upset. Not sure if I understood it wrong. Without giving it much thought, since there is a task, just complete it first. After receiving the reward, there is plenty of time to study and ponder it slowly, so there is no need to rush. Before that, you 2 are fired. Chen Mu exercised his authority as the owner of the hospital. After hearing these words coming out of Chen Mu's mouth, Chen Guangfa and Sun Changlin were stunned on the spot. After several seconds, Chen Guangfa finally reacted. He held his stomach and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, brother-in-law, did you hear what this kid said? He said he wanted to fire us. Put. Sun Changlin also couldn't help but laughed out loud. Although he had indeed heard about the change of ownership of Tiannan Hospital, Sun Changlin really didn't think that the new owner of Tiannan Hospital would be such a little kid who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. Who would believe it if he told others about it? Anyway, Sun Changlin didn't believe it. Before you brag, you might as well make a rough draft first, so as not to blow the horn out of proportion, Chen Guangfa said sarcastically. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful or I will hold you legally responsible. Sun Changlin made the same statement. In response to the two's attitudes, Chen Mu took out his mobile phone. Find the contact information of the secretary that was automatically added by the system in the contact list. His name is Secretary Zhang. Hello, Secretary Zhang? I'm in trouble. Can you come over here? Okay, I'll wait for you. After explaining the situation, Chen Mu hung up the phone. Boy, you're really putting on a good show. You know the chairman's secretary's last name is Zhang, right? Didn't you just take out your phone to search for it? Sun Changlin still didn't take Chen Mu seriously. Treat him as a complete joke. Xian Guangfa thought that Chen Mu was just pretending and wanted to scare him away and then run away. There are so many gamblers in the world that I can't find him. Oh, naive. Su Guahao, Lu Lan, and Su Shirin behind him did not interrupt. Knowing this kind of thing, they had nothing to say. Boy, my patience is limited. Are you going to treat him or not? I'm telling you, don't push me too far. If you push me too far, I have plenty of ways and connections to torture you and make you wish you were neither alive nor dead. Chen Guangfa came in front of Chen Mu and acted arrogantly. After being troubled by him time and time again, it would be a lie to say that Chen Mu had no resentment in his heart. Bang! A slap hit him directly on the face and sent him flying. A few teeth fell out. You dare to hit me! Xian Guangfa fell to the ground, covering his face with his hands, looking like a little nagging woman. Because you deserve to be beaten. Chen Mu's eyes were cold. Brother-in-law. Xian Guangfa turned his gaze to Sun Changlin again, looking for a backer and wanted him to support him. You've gone too far. Sun Changlin didn't expect that Chen Mu would dare to attack his brother-in-law in front of him. What's more, he slapped me in the face and didn't take me, the vice president, seriously at all. This is not an era where martial arts is respected. What's the use of you being a good fighter? No matter how good you are at fighting, can you really fight 10 or 100 people at once? Sun Changlin hoped that Chen Mu could think carefully about the logic behind this and not act on impulse. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you keep talking, I'll beat you too. Chen Mu raised his hand and dug his ear with his little finger, with a look of disdain on his face. How outrageous! How dare you! As soon as Sun Changlin finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind him, repeating his words. The voice was more fierce and powerful. Sun Changlin turned around and looked. After seeing who was coming, the resentment in his heart disappeared immediately. Secretary Zhang, why are you here? Chapter 36 One More Life. Another 5-star hotel. Sun Changlin thought, Secretary Zhang must have just been passing by and heard that I had an argument with someone, so he came all the way to calm the situation and help me out. In short, he did not associate Zhang Tiany's appearance with the phone call Chen Mu just made. Secretary Zhang, there's no need for you to personally handle this small matter. I can do it myself. Don't dirty your hands or else it will spread out and lower your status. Sun Changlin flattered the secretary very skillfully. Don't give face to the monk, but give face to the Buddha. Zhang Tiany is the boss's personal secretary. Even if he doesn't give face to Zhang Tiany, he has to give face to the boss. Otherwise, if the boss hears about it and thinks I have ulterior motives, things will be troublesome. Get out of the way. Zhang Tiany pushed Sun Changlin away, too lazy to waste words with him, and strode towards Chen Mu. Secretary Zhang is determined to do me a favor? Seeing his strong attitude, Sun Changlin found it difficult to refuse. However, Zhang Tiany's subsequent performance and the words he said left Sun Changlin petrified and speechless on the spot. Mr. Chen, you are looking for me? What trouble have you encountered? I will definitely do my best to assist you in solving the problem. Zhang Tianyi stated. In Tiannan, if I want to fire someone, I don't need anyone's permission, right? Chen Mu asked Zhang Tianyi. It's not so much that he wanted to know the answer, but rather that he wanted the two idiots, Sun Changlin and Chen Guangfa, to listen carefully. Of course. After all, the entire Tiannan hospital is your private property. It is your freedom to fire anyone you want. Zhang Tianyi nodded in affirmation. I just said I wanted to fire these two people, but they said I didn't have the qualifications. Tell them whether I have the qualifications. Chen Mu looked at Chen Guangfa and then at Sun Changlin. When his gaze swept over them, Chen Guangfa and Sun Changlin felt their hearts sink to the ground. I really didn't expect that Chen Mu is actually the new owner of Tiannan Hospital. Zhang Tianyi's face turned pale when he heard this, fearing that this matter would implicate him. He turned around, faced Chen Guangfa and Sun Changlin, and said solemnly, "You two are fired. From now on, never show up in Tiannan again. In addition, I will mobilize all my connections and blacklist you throughout the industry." Zhang Tianyi added. He just wanted to make Chen Mu calm down and show his loyalty at the same time. Secretary Zhang, I'm wrong, boss, I really know I was wrong. I was blind and offended you just now. I apologize. Please, don't fire me. Sun Changlin was reluctant to leave the position of vice president after working so hard. What's more, he was afraid that Zhang Tianyi would really blacklist him in the entire industry. Sun Changlin believed that as long as he wanted to, this could be easily done. After all, the circle is big and small at the same time. There is no reason for those top figures to be unhappy over a small character like me. Sun Changlin knows better than anyone that in the eyes of the real bosses, he is just a chess piece that can be abandoned at any time. It's not even close to being indispensable. Chen Mu did not respond. He didn't want to give up a super reward that could very likely change his life just for these two people. Seeing Chen Mu didn't say anything, Zhang Tianyi said more emphatically, "Why don't you get out now? Do you want me to ask someone to ask you to leave? Especially emphasize the pronunciation of the word please." Sun Changlin. In the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and closed his mouth. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to be forgiven. Continuing to act recklessly will only make the situation worse. Losing your job and failing in the medical field is better than losing your life, right? Without saying a word, he left in a daze. Mr. Chen, do you need me to contact someone to teach them a lesson? Zhang Tianyi asked Chen Mu for confirmation after seeing the two leave. There's no need to waste manpower and resources on such people. Sorry for bothering me with the trip. Chen Mu waved his hand. One has to be more restrained in front of elders like Su Guohao and Lu Lan. No, you're too polite. Afterwards, Zhang Tianyi confirmed that he had nothing to do and left the ward. Sorry for making a fool of myself for you, uncle and aunt. Chen Mu took the initiative to say. No, I think you did the right thing. If such a person stays in the hospital, he will only be a nuisance. Su Guohao expressed his true thoughts and stood completely on Chen Mu's side, unwavering. Indeed. Lu Lan nodded in agreement. Su Shirin didn't say anything, but she followed suit and nodded quickly. After learning of their attitudes, Chen Mu said no more and moved on from the topic. At the same time, he multitasked and checked the system prompts that popped up in front of him. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Resurrection Secret Medicine +1. Next, quickly check out the detailed introduction of the secret medicine for resurrection. Resurrection Secret Medicine, after use, it can bring people back to life. When the Resurrection Secret Medicine is stored in the system backpack, you fall into a dead state and it can be used automatically. What the hell? After seeing this explanation, Chen Mu almost couldn't help but swear. I can't find any other adjectives to describe my feeling except the word awesome. It's like he has one more life than others. How can that not be awesome? Chen Mu simply loved this reward. Calm yourself down so that no one can see what's going on. Chen Mu said, Uncle, Aunt, it's time for dinner. I've booked a hotel nearby. If you don't mind, would you like to have a quick meal together? Hey, don't mind. To be honest, we should be the ones treating you to a meal. Su Guohao immediately shook his head in denial. Only. Seeing Lu Lan looking at Su Guohao with a worried look on her face, Chen Mu said, Auntie, don't worry, I'm just going out for a meal, nothing will happen. It's close to the hospital anyway, and I have silver needles with me. Since Chen Mu has said this, Lu Lan feels completely relieved. No matter who you trust, you must trust Chen Mu. After all, she was her husband's savior. I also witnessed an interesting thing when I left the hospital. The brother-in-law and brother-in-law, who were close friends not long ago, are now beating each other, cursing, and shirking responsibility in public, becoming the laughingstock of the onlookers. After Chen Mu, Su Shirin, and their group drove to a 5-star hotel 1 kilometer away. Why take a taxi instead of driving directly? The reason is very simple. Chen Mu's sports car only has 2 seats, the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Mu? The lady at the counter confirmed Chen Mu's identity. Yes, I have reserved a seat. Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. Okay, please take the elevator on the left, 12th floor. The lady at the counter raised her hand and gestured for invitation. Thank you. Chen Mu smiled slightly. Then he entered the elevator with Su Shirin and the others and pressed the button for the 12th floor. At this time, the system panel popped up again. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Haotian 5-star hotel +1. Chen Mu was confused. Where did the mission come from? Then, I suddenly remembered that I was so busy completing random tasks that I forgot to look at the task list. Chapter 37 Su Shirin, he bought another hotel? After checking, I found that including the task that has been completed, 4 new tasks to be completed have been refreshed. Task 1, take Su's family to a restaurant for dinner. This will further enhance the relationship and earn you a 5-star hotel +1. Task 2, if the amount of reward on any live broadcast platform exceeds 1 million within 24 hours, you will get a chance to win a God-level skill lottery. Task 3, participate in the purchase of a car, and if the amount reaches 5 million, you will get the full level of repairability. Task 4, in addition to the target Su Shirin, get the favor of a beautiful woman with a beauty score of more than 90, and the reward is 1 trillion. Now, Task 1 has been completed and the 5-star hotel has been successfully taken over. Only Tasks 2, 3, and 4 are left to be completed. Chen Mu felt so happy that he had gained unexpected benefits even though it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He hoped that the system would continue to work hard. He would never despise it. No matter how many orders came, he would accept them all. Bite. With a prompt tone, the elevator door slowly opened. Chen Mu closed the system panel and decided to think about the mission later as it could not be completed right now. Anyway, there is no time limit for completing the task, so he doesn't need to rush. Even within the 24 hours mentioned in Task 2, the reward is calculated from the time Chen Mu starts giving rewards, not now, so he has plenty of time. Coming out of the elevator, I looked at the luxurious scene in front of me. Although the Su family was not poor and had been to restaurants before, they were still shocked by what they saw and heard. I finally understand why hotels are divided into star levels. If they remembered correctly, the highest-end hotel they had been to was a 1-star hotel, but the hotel in front of them was a 5-star hotel. The gap is visible to the naked eye. Su Guohao couldn't help but worry whether the balance in his bank card was enough to pay for the meal. Looking at his wife Lulan beside him, he just hoped that she had enough money on her, otherwise, as an elder, it would be embarrassing. Su Guohao doesn't want to lose his dignity as a future father-in-law in front of Chen Mu, his future son-in-law. As a couple who have slept in the same bed for so many years, how could Lulan not see what Su Guohao was thinking? She straightened her chest and put on a confident expression, telling him not to worry. Seeing this, Su Guohao's nervous heart finally calmed down. Excuse me, is this Chen Mu, Mr. Chen? The waiter who was guarding the elevator door had received the message in advance. When he saw Chen Mu and others walking out of the elevator, he immediately stepped forward and greeted them warmly. Yes, it's me. Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. Okay, everyone, please come this way. The waiter stepped sideways, raised his hand, and made a very standard gesture of invitation. His every word and action was extremely professional. Not long. Chen Mu, Su Shirin and others were seated under the guidance of the waiter. A position close to the window, from here, you can have a panoramic view of most of the city. At night, after the sun goes down, when all the lights are on, it is so beautiful. Su Shirin couldn't help but take out her cell phone and decided to take a photo as a souvenir. In her opinion, today is a very memorable day in her life. I feel that the past 6 months this year was not as informative as the one day I spent with Chen Mu. So much has happened. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the menus, please take a look. The waiter distributed 4 menus to Chen Mu and his friends one after another. Xiao Chen, just order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite with us. Su Guahao said generously as he took the menu. However, after opening the menu, he instantly regretted it. It's not that I regretted inviting Chen Mu to dinner, but I regretted saying it too early and too big. The 4-digit or even 5-digit meal prices really surprised him and Lu Lan. Uncle and aunt, since it was me who proposed to have dinner here, how can I let you treat us? Let's do it next time. I'll keep this opportunity for now. Chen Mu saw Su Guahao's embarrassment and took the initiative to speak up to help him out. Su Guahao knew Chen Mu's good intentions and said to himself, what a good child. At this moment, not only was she very satisfied with Chen Mu, her future son-in-law, but she also felt that her precious daughter had gotten a great bargain by finding such an outstanding man. Just when Su Guahao was about to grit his teeth and politely decline Chen Mu's kindness, the waiter suddenly spoke, interrupting his words, Boss Meng, why are you here? Seeing the hotel owner walking straight towards him, the waiter became nervous and couldn't help worrying that he had done something wrong and would be scolded or even fired. I can't stop thinking about it. Mr. Meng? Is he the owner of this hotel? Su Guahao was wondering why the owner of Haotian Hotel appeared at this time. He stopped in front of Chen Mu and asked, You are Chen Mu, Mr. Chen, right? Hearing this, Su Guahao and Lu Lan were both shocked. I really didn't expect that Chen Mu's background would be so powerful. Even the boss of a 5-star hotel rushed to greet him as soon as he knew he was coming. Exaggeration. It's really too exaggerated. It suddenly dawned on me that what I knew about Chen Mu was just the tip of the iceberg. His true background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Subsequently, the mood of Su Guahao and Lu Lan changed again. From thinking that his daughter had gotten a great bargain, he turned to, is Shireen really worthy of Xiao Chen? If it were anyone else, Su Guahao and his wife would not be so unconfident. Chen Mu's energy was really too strong. It was unfathomable. The most praiseworthy part of my daughter's appearance is? To be honest, in their opinion, in terms of appearance, Chen Mu is definitely not inferior to Su Shireen. When the appearances are equal, the favorable conditions are gone. Combined with Chen Mu's terrifying background, it is reasonable for them to worry about whether Su Shireen is worthy of Chen Mu. On the other hand, Su Shireen didn't think so much. He first looked at Meng Changliang, then at Chen Mu, and always felt that this scene was familiar. The same situation seemed to have happened in the previous hotel. Is it possible that? Before Su Shireen could finish her thought, the possibility in her mind was confirmed. Meng Changliang took out a contract from somewhere, put it on the table in front of Chen Mu along with a pen, and said, Mr. Chen, I have prepared the hotel acquisition contract. Please take a look. If there is no problem, I have already signed and stamped it. As long as you sign your name on it, this Haotian hotel will be your private property from now on. After hearing what Meng Changliang blurted out, Su Guahao and Lu Lan looked at each other, both of them looking confused. Su Shireen also didn't expect that her words would come true. Chapter 38, There is a mine at home? Wrong, there is a home in the mine. Su Shireen really didn't expect that less than half a day had passed and Chen Mu had acquired another 5-star hotel. I always feel that in Chen Mu's eyes, this 5-star hotel is no different from ordinary people like them buying cabbage. Su Shireen had heard the phrase spending money like water many times, but this was the first time she had seen it with her own eyes. I believe that in this world, there is no one more suitable for these 4 words than Chen Mu. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was tailor-made for him. Su Shireen even suspected at one point that Chen Mu's family ran a banknote printing factory. Either there is a mine at home, no, it should be said that there is a home in the mine, which is more reasonable. Chen Mu took a quick look at the contract and quickly signed his name on it. It's a pleasure to work with you. I wish your business will prosper in the future and reach new heights. Before leaving, Meng Changliang did not forget to leave a word of blessing. Okay. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Meng Changliang did not stay long. He turned around and left the hall, stepped into the elevator, and as the elevator door closed, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The waiter was left confused. He had never thought that the young man in front of him had transformed from a customer to his own boss in the blink of an eye. The contrast was huge. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became even brighter. He was afraid of offending his new boss and had 100% respect for him in his heart. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect that you actually bought this hotel. Su Guahao expressed his inner surprise. I've been very interested in the catering industry recently, so I invested a little more. Chen Mu responded. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that you not only have outstanding medical skills, but also have an excellent and sharp vision in business. The more Su Guahao looked at Chen Mu, the more he liked him. In the past, he was a daughter slave, but now he wished that Chen Mu would immediately, right now, marry Su Shireen and have her become his son. Dad, you may not believe it, but he just acquired another hotel a few hours ago, and it is also a 5-star hotel. Su Shireen told the truth. What? Su Guahao couldn't calm down after hearing that. In less than a day, you have acquired 2 5-star hotels. Xiao Chun, you are really generous. The waiter standing nearby agreed. Like Su Shireen, I suspect that Chen Mu has a home in the mine. Spending this money is just like spending ghost money. This is the first time I see a rich man who buys a 5-star hotel for fun and purchases goods in wholesale. Okay, uncle, aunt, let's not talk about this anymore and order the food. It's my treat today, so don't be polite. Just order whatever you want. Chen Mu brought the subject back on track. I first ordered a 5A steak, cream of mushroom soup, and a plate of seafood fried noodles. Since his physical fitness has improved, his demand for food has also become greater. Okay, let me see. Since Chen Mu had said this, Su Guahao, Lu Lan, and Su Shireen were no longer polite. If you are too polite, it will seem distant. Order food one after another. Okay, I'll ask the kitchen to cook and serve the food for you right away. After confirming that everything was correct, the waiter left quickly, not daring to delay even a minute. 10 minutes later, 3 dishes were served one after another. The 4 of them ate and chatted in a very harmonious atmosphere. In the eyes of outsiders, they are a perfect family and there is no sense of any rift between them. Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom. Su Shireen put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up and walked away. He glanced sideways and confirmed that Su Shireen had gone far away. Su Guahao put down the knife and fork in his hand and looked at Chen Mu seriously. Xiao Chun, I have a question I have always wanted to ask you. Uncle, you can talk as much as you want. Chen Mu said generously. What do you think of our Shireen? Su Guahao asked directly. Chen Mu had thought about what Su Guahao might ask, but he didn't expect him to be so direct. No matter his appearance, talent, or character, he is an excellent person. Chen Mu spoke the truth without any intention of flattery. Then are you willing to give her a try? If you have this idea, we, as the elders, are willing to help you get together. Upon hearing this, Su Guahao immediately expressed his attitude. Uncle, fate is something you can't force. Besides, you don't want Shireen to be with me because of your pressure, right? Of course, I definitely have a good impression of Shireen. Chen Mu did not forget to add. Just as he said just now, Su Shireen has good looks, talent, and character. Chen Mu had no reason to dislike her. Indeed, the issues between you young people should be resolved by you young people yourselves. We, the older generation, will not interfere. Su Guahao listened to Chen Mu's words and decided to wait and see. He has already got the answer he wanted. As long as we make sure that Chen Mu has a good impression of Su Shireen, that will be enough. There is no need to rush into other things, as life is still a long way to go. Time passes by every second. Strange, why did Shireen take so long in the bathroom and hasn't come back yet? Looking at her watch, Lu Lan looked worried, wondering if something had happened to Su Shireen. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Su Shireen's voice coming from behind the corridor wall. Let me go. I don't want to drink with you, and my friends are waiting for me, please respect yourself. Shireen is in trouble. As a father, he felt very uneasy when he heard that his daughter was in trouble. He quickly got up and rushed over. Chen Mu and Lu Lan followed closely behind. Before he had taken a few steps, he saw Su Shireen being trapped in a corner by 3 slightly drunk men, unable to move forward or backward. Beauty, our brotherly invited you to drink. That's a favor to you. Don't be ungrateful. That's right. If you cooperate honestly, that's fine. But if you don't cooperate? Do you believe we can strip you naked right here and execute you on the spot? Hey! Seeing that the 2 younger brothers were too rude, Li Sanxiang raised his arms and stopped the 2 who were deliberately threatening Su Shireen. Then he pretended to be a gentleman, but with a rather vulgar smile, he said, Beauty, don't listen to their nonsense. They are just joking with you. I just want to make friends with you and have a drink with you. Please do me a favor. I don't drink. Secondly, I don't want to drink with you. Su Shirin was firm and refused without hesitation. I know these people are up to no good. As the saying goes, listen to advice and eat your fill. Beauty, I am a gentleman and I don't want to do anything violent to you. I hope you can think about it carefully before answering me. Li Sanxiang's smile froze and his words were full of threats. I said, I don't want to drink with you. Su Shirin raised her voice and emphasized. Damn it, you have no shame. Do you have the guts to reject me? After saying that, he stretched out his hand, planning to forcibly take Su Shirin away and go to the hotel room to make the matter a fait accompli. By then, Su Shirin won't be able to disagree. Chapter 39 Plunder all the property. Just as the hand was about to touch the trembling Su Shirin, it was suddenly grabbed by a hand that reached out from the side. Li Sanxiang immediately looked unhappy and turned his head away, ready to explode with anger. Who? Bang! Boom! Unexpectedly, Chen Mu didn't play by the rules at all and punched him in the face. The followers had no time to react before Li Sanxiang disappeared from their sight. I still heard a groan of pain, turned around and saw Li Sanxiang lying behind me. The nose, which was originally high and looked like a foreigner's, has now completely collapsed. I know without even touching it that the bone is definitely broken. He looked at Chen Mu with a troubled expression. This kid is really ruthless. Shirin, are you okay? Chen Mu asked with concern. It's okay. Chen Mu held his shoulders with both hands and asked this question. Su Shirin finally came back to her senses from looking at Chen Mu in a daze. She shook her head slightly and denied it. At this moment, Chen Mu's already tall image in her eyes became even taller. Su Guohao and Lu Lan, who arrived a little later, saw how much Chen Mu cherished their precious daughter, and after confirming that Su Shirin was not injured, the hearts that had been hanging in their throats suddenly settled down. They turned their heads to look at each other and smiled at the same time. Seeing how the two of them were getting along, as well as the micro-expressions on their daughters' faces, they, as people with experience, knew very well that this future rich son-in-law was a sure thing. Who are you, you little brat? How dare you ruin my good deeds? Li Sanxiang shook his head violently, and his consciousness became a little clearer. With the help of two followers, he stood up from the ground. The pain on my face did not subside at all, but I didn't dare to touch it. I felt that the slightest touch would be too painful. The more pain he felt, the angrier he became towards Chen Mu. The swan meat that was about to be in his mouth was forcibly taken away by Chen Mu, who used him as a stepping stone for him to be a hero and save the beauty. How could Li Sanxiang not be angry? At this moment, he wished he could cut Chen Mu into pieces. Random mission has been triggered. Faced with the provocation of a rogue, fight back strongly and you can plunder all of his property. Chen Mu, who had originally planned to strike Li Sanxiang hard, sneered when he saw the random task pop up in front of him. To Li Sanxiang, that smile seemed a little creepy, like that of a devil, and he felt a chill down his spine. I'll take care of this matter. Chen Mu said to Su Shirin. Okay. Su Shirin nodded obediently in agreement. Chen Mu was so strong that she couldn't refuse him. What? You still want to fight with me? No one really thinks that by relying on a sneak attack and getting lucky, they can really defeat the larger force with a smaller one? Li Sanxiang said sarcastically. The two followers understood what he meant after hearing this. They rubbed their hands together, twisted their necks, made crackling sounds, walked up to Li Sanxiang, and blocked Chen Mu's way. With a ferocious expression on his face, he was determined to teach Chen Mu, this ignorant guy, a lesson. By the way, use Chen Mu as a stepping stone to perform well in front of Li Sanxiang, the rich young master. Although they couldn't praise Li Sanxiang's character, it was undeniable that he was indeed generous. I'm mentally prepared to make a fortune. Boy, kneel down and kowtow to Master Li to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel and merciless and making you stay in the inpatient department for a few days. As he spoke, his head was almost raised to the sky and he looked down on others. The other person is also ready to take action at any time. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense? Chen Mu felt calm inside, and there was no expression on his face. Hurry to complete the task and plunder all the property of the Li family. Even though that little bit of money was not enough to make Chen Mu excited now, why not teach the social scum a lesson and get a valuable reward at the same time? The most important thing is to make sure that Li Sanxiang will no longer have the capital to bully others by taking advantage of his power from now on. Alright. Stop wasting time talking to him and just take action. Li Sanxiang ordered loudly. The The two men who originally wanted to yell a few words, after hearing this, did not hesitate and rushed towards Chen Mu with their fists raised high. Facing the attack from the two men, Chen Mu kicked them with two lightning-fast kicks, sending them flying 7 or 8 meters away on the spot. They fell to the ground, unable to get up. Like a maggot, it curled up into a ball and rolled over and over. He didn't struggle much before pain filled his brain, triggering his protective mechanism and causing him to faint. Seeing this scene, Li Sanxian was scared. He really didn't expect that Chen Mu's fighting ability would be so exaggerated. In a one-on-two situation, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he killed his own people in an instant. This kid is actually a martial artist. No wonder he's so arrogant. You little brat, don't think you're so great just because you know a little bit of kung fu. I'm Li Sanxiang, and my father is Li Yuanduo. Li Sanxiang appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. Isolated and helpless, he was worried that Chen Mu would continue to be violent towards him and make him bleed, so he quickly brought out the big backer behind the scenes to try to intimidate Chen Mu. Li Yuan Duo? If I remember correctly, he seems to be one of the top 10 richest people in Zhangcheng. Lu Lan looked worried. It must be the Li Yuan Duo, you know. I have indeed heard that he has a bully son named Li Sanxiang. Su Guahao gave an affirmative answer. Like Lu Lan, she was worried about Chen Mu. After all, the Li family had considerable influence in both the black and white worlds. Su Shirin's heart was relatively calm, because she was absolutely sure that the small Li family was not strong enough to act so presumptuously in front of Chen Mu. Not to mention the top 10 richest people, even if it is the one at the top of the rich list, it would be a pipe dream to want to be his enemy. I am 100% confident in Chen Mu's ability. Li Sanxiang's smug smile disappeared. It was because he noticed that Chen Mu, who should have been afraid, not only did not show any fear, but instead revealed a hint of a smile after he brought in his powerful father as a backer. That's right, Li Sanxiang was very sure, Chen Mu was smiling. And how could Chen Mu not laugh? The more Li Sanxiang flaunts his family status and promotes the status and influence of his father, the greater the benefits Chen Mu will gain in the future. What do you want to do? I warn you not to do anything rash. My father only has me as his son. If I get hurt, he will definitely make you pay for it. Seeing Chen Mu getting closer, Li Sanxiang's fear grew. I wanted to run away, but my legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Seeing Chen Mu approaching, Li Sanxiang looked around randomly, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Manager Wu! Manager Wu, save me!" It was like the last straw, and he desperately tried to grab it. Chapter 40, One slap creates a wealthy family. Wu Yu, the lobby manager, originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, but he heard that the new boss was having dinner in the restaurant and wanted to say hello. But, since Li Sanxiang has called me, it would be inappropriate not to show up. Wu Yu was not worried about how Li Sanxiang would view him. His main concern was that Chen Mu would think he was derelict in his duty when he knew that he was present but did not come forward to mediate. It is said that a new official will make 3 big moves when he takes office. It would be totally not worth it if he is used as an example to scare the monkeys by the other party. Walking quickly. After seeing Wu Yu appear, Li Sanxiang hurriedly said, "Secretary Wu, save me. Save me quickly. Get your people to kick this guy out." Li Sanxiang firmly believed that as a VIP customer of the hotel, there was no reason for Wu Yu not to stand on his side. Although he and Wu Yu were not very familiar with each other, they had some interactions. At least they knew each other and had met each other a few times. Previously, when Li Sanxiang met the consumption standards and became a super VIP, it was Wu Yu who personally delivered the VIP ID card to him. After hearing what Li Sanxiang said, Wu Yu's face turned pale and he didn't know what to say. He is not a fool, how could he help outsiders to deal with his new boss? Boy, kneel down and apologize and beg for mercy now, it's still not too late. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The security guards of Haotian Hotel are strictly selected from professional bodyguard companies and retired special forces soldiers. Your mediocre skills are not enough to show off in front of them. Li Sanxiang said complacently, as if he was sure that Wu Yu would stand on his side and Chen Mu would be in big trouble. Is that so? Chen Mu turned and asked Wu Yu. From his series of performances, Chen Mu could see that he knew himself. Mr. Chen, that's indeed the case. In order to ensure the safety of our customers in our hotel, most of the security guards are hired at high prices from big gold medal bodyguard companies, as well as a small number of retired special forces soldiers. Wu Yu explained. Did you hear it? If you did, hurry up. His voice stopped abruptly, and Li Sanxiang turned his gaze to Wu Yu in confusion. If he heard correctly, Wu Yu just addressed Chen Mu as Mr. Chen? I finally realized something was wrong. Could it be that this guy's background and backers are more powerful than mine? Thinking about it this way, it makes sense why Wu Yu didn't speak up for him immediately. Manager Wu, why do you call him Mr. Chen? Li Sanxiang asked, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Ahem. Hearing this, Li Sanxiang coughed twice and said seriously, let me introduce you. This is the new owner of our Haotian Hotel, Chen Mu, Mr. Chen. What? He is the new owner of Haotian Hotel. After hearing these words, Li Sanxiang's face turned pale with fright. He really didn't expect that Chen Mu's background could be so powerful. Judging from his appearance, he should be younger than me. He is younger than me, but he is already the owner of a 5-star hotel. God is really unfair. In the past, others always used these words on Li Sanxiang, but now, he used these words on Chen Mu. However, what really frightened Li Sanxiang was that Chen Mu's ability to buy a 5-star hotel at this age must be inseparable from the family power behind him. Li Sanxiang was worried that he had really hit a wall this time. I drank a little too much just now, so I did that. I apologize, and let's just let it go and make peace. How about that? Li Sanxiang didn't want to gamble on whose family background was more terrifying, between him and Chen Mu. Li Sanxiang is not a fool. Even if the Li family is really stronger than the Chen family, once the two families fight, both sides will suffer losses. By then, the Li family will be on the verge of death, and if those enemies unite, you can imagine what the outcome will be. Li Sanxiang didn't want to see the Li family fall into decline. He went from being a rich family's eldest son to an ordinary person overnight. All I can think about is apologies, reconciliation, and making a big thing small. He believed that Chen Mu should have the same idea as him, but he just needed to step back. Seeing Chen Mu approaching him, Li Sanxiang took the initiative to extend his hand as a symbol of friendship. Bang! However, Chen Mu slapped him in the face, making Li Sanxiang's head buzz. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu's frosty voice came to his ears again, not very good. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the company shares, real estate, properties, luxury cars under the name of the Li family. With just one slap, he earned one of the top 10 wealthy families in Jiangcheng. In Chen Mu's opinion, there is no better business than this. Li Sanxiang covered his face and froze in place. This was the first time since he was a child that someone dared to hit him in the face. At this moment, anger overcame reason. Li Sanxiang clenched his teeth and said angrily, "You dare to hit me in the face? Do you know that even my father has never hit me?" Bang! Chen Mu was annoyed by what he heard and slapped Li Sanxiang in the face again. This time, the force was even greater, making it difficult for Li Sanxiang to stabilize his lower body, and he stumbled out. Puff! Then, he spit out a lot of blood, accompanied by the sound of hard objects falling to the ground. If you look closely, you will find that it is actually the teeth that make those sounds. I'm not your father. Your father never beat you. What does it have to do with me? Chen Mu took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. It was a typical murder. I hit you in the face and still feel like my hands are dirty. Just wait for me, I'll call my dad to come over, don't run away if you have the guts. Li Sanxiang thought he knew his father well, and he would definitely not sit idly by and watch him being beaten like this. Take out your cell phone, open the contact list, scroll down, and find the word dad. When Li Sanxiang pressed the extract button, the elevator door opened, and then a familiar cell phone ringtone rang. Li Sanxiang was very sure that it was a song that his father Li Yuanduo loved very much. Turning around, he almost cried with joy. The person coming was none other than Li Yuanduo. So much so that Li Sanxiang couldn't help but wonder whether there was telepathy between him and Li Yuanduo. I just thought of him, and the next second, he was there. Li Sanxiang was delighted to see Li Yuanduo arrive. Now that he has a backer, he no longer takes Chen Mu seriously. Even if Chen Mu really had a big background, Li Sanxiang believed that with Li Yuan was influence in both the black and white worlds, there were ways to make Chen Mu disappear quietly in Jiangcheng, without leaving the slightest trace. As if he had evaporated into thin air. Dad, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death. Li Sanxiang got up from the ground and hurried towards Li Yuanduo. I thought I would hear words of comfort, but the only response I got was a slap. Chapter 41, The House is Gone. Real Estate, Free Gift. The pain from the slap on his face had not yet been eliminated, and now it was compounded. In addition, Li Yuanduo had no intention of holding back, and Li Sanxiang remained in pain, his eyeballs rolled up unconsciously, and he looked like he might faint at any time. Then, he suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes dropped, and he returned to the center, staring at Li Yuanduo, covering his face with his hands, and asked in confusion, "Dad, why did you hit me? If I don't hit you, who should I hit? You bastard! Get down on your knees and apologize to Mr. Chen," Li Yuanduo yelled. In this situation, no matter how much he protected his son in the past, he would never dare to become an enemy of Chen Mu. "I don't want the future of the entire Li family to be ruined because of Li Sanxiang alone. If he loses his big trumpet, he can continue to practice his small trumpet, but if the Li family is gone, Li Yuanduo will feel ashamed of his ancestors." "Mr. Chen?" Upon hearing this, Li Sanxiang's expression suddenly became weak. It was because he saw fear on Li Yuanduo's face. Yes, fear. It was the first time that Li Sanxiang saw Li Yuanduo, who had been a powerful figure for decades, showing such an expression. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Mu, puzzled. Who on earth is this guy? Bang! Seeing that Li Sanxiang was stunned and unmoved, Li Yuanduo immediately slapped Li Sanxiang in the face again. "Why don't you kneel down?" Li Sanxiang had no choice but to do as Li Yuanduo said. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said, "Yes, I'm sorry." An extremely reluctant expression was written on his face. He felt that he did not lose, but simply lost because his family background was not as good as Chen Mu's. "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry that my son offended you. From now on, I will discipline him strictly and prevent such things from happening again. Please calm down." Li Yuanduo took 2 or 3 steps to Chen Mu, and knelt down without hesitation. When Li Sanxiang saw this scene, his brain buzzed. He had thought that Chen Mu had a powerful background, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Even his own father, Li Yuanduo, one of the top 10 richest men in Jiangcheng, had to kneel down and beg for mercy. What on earth is going on here? At first, Li Sanxiang thought that the reason why his father was so angry and asked him to kneel down and apologize to Chen Mu was simply because he didn't want to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt himself by 800, thus giving other enemies of the Li family a chance to take advantage of the situation. Now, after seeing Li Yuanduo kneeling down to Chen Mu, Li Sanxiang's thoughts have completely changed. He clearly realized that the Li family and the Chen family behind Chen Mu were not on the same level at all. Even if it was described as a dimensionality reduction attack, it would not be an exaggeration at all. That's right, it's a dimensionality reduction attack. Otherwise, Li Yuanduo would not have behaved so humbly. Let's not talk about this. Is the contract ready? Chen Mu asked straight to the point. Ready. Ready. Contract? What contract? Li Sanxiang was surprised to see Li Yuanduo taking out the contract like a dog. I thought, could it be that the reason why my father knelt down to apologize was for this contract? To be able to cooperate with the Chen family? Thinking about it this way, everything suddenly made sense. All of the Li family's company shares, overseas investment shares, real estate, properties, luxury cars, are all here. Li Sanxiang was stunned by Li Yuanduo's words, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. I seriously doubted whether I was hallucinating. Those contracts, are they transfer contracts? Li Sanxiang really couldn't understand and shouted, "Dad, what are you doing? For such a small matter, there shouldn't be any need to sell all our properties to him at a low price, right? What's more, we have already knelt down, isn't that enough?" Yes, Li Sanxiang was willing to admit that he was blind and flirted with a woman he shouldn't have flirted with, but even after being beaten like this, he still completely gave up his dignity, knelt down with his father, and cowed out to apologize. On the other hand, Chen Mu looked as if nothing had happened, with not a single wound on his body. Isn't this enough? Low price? Fearing that Chen Mu might misunderstand, Li Yuanduo hurriedly made a statement, "Mr. Chen, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. These contracts are all free transfer contracts." No, free transfer? Li Sanxiang was completely confused and couldn't understand it at all after hearing these 4 words. The only thing that can be thought of is that behind Chen Mu is a wealthy family that has been around for hundreds of years. Under this family, there are many ruthless people in both the black and white worlds. Apart from this, Li Sanxiang really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Regret it now. Soon, he became so angry that he fainted. After taking the contract, Chen Mu asked Li Yuanduo to take Li Sanxiang and get out, and not to stay here and get in the way. After hearing this, Li Yuan Duo nodded quickly. Yes, I will take that rebellious son away right now, and I promise not to appear in front of you, Mr. Chen, again. Watching the father and son of the once top 10 wealthy families flee in embarrassment like rats, Su Shirin, Su Guohao, Lu Lan and their family were extremely surprised and shocked. It is hard to imagine how talented Chen Mu must be to be able to scare Li Yuan Duo into giving away all the family property that the Li family had worked hard for decades to accumulate for free just because of this one thing. Shirin, you have to work hard to win Xiuchen's heart. Such an outstanding man must have many suitors around him. Lu Lan warned in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Mom, what are you talking about? Between him and me, it's just. Glancing sideways at Chen Mu's approaching figure, Su Shirin seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Is there anything dirty on my face? Chen Mu asked Su Shirin. No. Su Shirin quickly shook her head to deny it. Then let's go back and eat. The food will not taste good if it gets cold. Chen Mu suggested. Okay. The three agreed in unison. Soon, after finishing their meal, the three of them left the hotel. After returning to the hospital, Su Guohao and Lu Lan stayed in the hospital. Chen Mu drove Su Shirin home. Well, classmate Chen Mu, thank you so much for today. Su Shirin closed the car door quietly and spoke. You're welcome. Chen Mu smiled brightly, telling Su Shirin not to take it to heart. After all, thanks to Su Shirin, he was able to make a fortune today, with money, luxury cars, various properties, real estate, and company shares, all to his heart's content. Random task has been generated. Agree to drive to pick up the target Su Shirin to school tomorrow morning to enhance the relationship between each other and get 1 billion Dasha coins. Successfully pick up Su Shirin the next day and get 10 billion Dasha coins. Good boy. Double reward. Chen Mu couldn't think of any reason to refuse. So he said, Shirin, your home is quite far from Nanjing University. I happen to be on the way. How about I pick you up tomorrow morning and go to school together? Okay. Su Shirin nodded and agreed without even thinking. Chapter 42, Fashanju, move into Villa number 1. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion Dasha coins. First get 1 billion Dasha coins, and after meeting Su Shirin tomorrow morning, you can get another 10 billion Dasha coins. Driving on the way to the luxurious villa in Fashanju, at this moment, Chen Mu was the only one left, and he no longer needed to hide his smile. Shout out, great! There is no doubt that this is the life he wants. 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen Mu drove his sports car to Fashanju, a famous wealthy community in Jiangcheng. This area is divided into villa area and building area. The luxurious villa that Chen Mu had obtained by completing a task was located in Fashanju. It was villa number 1, the best villa, no doubt about it. Seeing Chen Mu arriving in this sports car that was obviously not cheap, the security guard skipped the step of confirming his identity and let him pass. Welcome home, our distinguished resident. He shouted in a solemn and formal manner. Chen Mu smiled but said nothing. According to the coordinates marked by the system, I headed to Fashanju Villa number 1. After all, it was my first time here and I was not familiar with the road. Soon, Chen Mu drove to Villa number 1, which was located on the top of the mountain and had an excellent view. Park the car, get out, and walk towards the gate. Just as I was about to take out the key that came with the system to open the door, I saw that the door was ajar. Not only was there light in the room, but there were also voices coming from it. What's going on? If Chen Mu remembered correctly, Villa number 1 should not have been sold yet, so why was there someone inside? With doubts in mind, Chen Mu pushed the door and walked in. Just then I saw a man and a woman walking out. How is it? Miss Dai, are you satisfied with this villa? If you really want to buy it, I can make the decision and give you a 10% discount. It is not difficult to hear from his words that the man's role is sales. Women are buyers. Well, I like the house very much. I'll contact someone to pay right away. Dai Ai, who was wearing a bright red hip skirt and looked sexy, nodded. It is not difficult to see that she really likes this villa. That's great. The salesperson couldn't stop smiling when he heard that. As long as he could sell this villa and get the commission, the money he would be just enough to drive home the sports car he had been dreaming of for so long. Dai Ai took out her cell phone and was about to make a call, but she caught a glimpse of Chen Mu, so she asked the salesperson, who is he? Him? The salesperson followed Dai Ai's gaze and met Chen Mu's eyes. She looked unhappy, thinking that Chen Mu was a new salesperson who wanted to take advantage of his good looks to compete with her for sales. This was intolerable, so he took 2 steps at a time and walked over. "Who asked you to be here? Get out of here. Is there a problem with me showing up in my own home? Do I need your permission?" Chen Mu asked back without taking a step back. "Your home?" The salesman laughed when he heard this. "How many cups of horse urine have you drunk? You didn't even think before you brag. A loser like you is worthy of living here? Besides, how come I haven't heard that villa number 1 has been sold? Get out of here now. I warn you, don't make trouble for no reason, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. You can't afford it." As the salesperson spoke, he stretched out his hand and tried to push Chen Mu. I was very worried because this uninvited guy might make the cooked duck fly away. Bang! Chen Mu was quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbing the salesperson's wrist. Immediately, he waved his hand lightly. "Ah!" The salesperson's expression changed, he screamed, and ran out uncontrollably, slamming hard into the courtyard wall. He got a black eye and a swollen face. He squatted on the ground, holding his face with both hands, and cried out in pain, "Hiss! It hurts! It hurts so much!" Dai looked at all this and laughed instead of getting angry. "Although I don't know who you are, you have indeed caught my attention." "Ah?" Chen Mu frowned slightly, not understanding what Dai was saying. He did all this not to satisfy Dai. "Looking closely, you are quite handsome. So, I agree to your request to be my gigolo, but you have to be my lover in secret. How about that? I will give you 10,000 yuan, no, 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month." If it were someone else, Dai would only give the other party 10,000, but for Chen Mu, she was willing to add 10,000 more because Chen Mu had the capital. If it's more, Dai will have no choice. After all, she is also someone else's lover, and her own money is not enough to spend. How can she give more to Chen Mu? Living a life of luxury? Chen Mu increasingly discovered that he and Dai were chatting across regions and were not on the same channel at all. "I can't understand what she is saying. This is my home, you, get out." Chen Mu was in a hurry to complete several other tasks of the system. He had no time to waste with Dai and the salesperson, so he directly issued an order to expel them. "Ah!" Dai raised her hand to support her forehead and sighed. "Well, who made me like your face and figure? I'll add another 10,000. It will be 30,000 per month. No more. Don't be too greedy." Chen Mu hesitated, too lazy to waste any more words. He appeared behind Dai like a ghost, grabbed her by the back of the collar, lifted her up from the ground like a chicken, and threw her out the door. Ouch! Dai fell heavily on the ground, crying out in pain, and her buttocks were almost broken into 4 pieces. "Ms. Dai." Upon seeing this scene, the salesperson hurriedly chased after her, feeling extremely nervous. He seriously suspected that this deal was going to fail. While helping Dai up, he glanced sideways at Chen Mu, who was standing behind the door with an expressionless face. He gnashed his teeth. "I didn't expect this guy to be so despicable. In order to prevent me from negotiating a cooperation, he actually used such a despicable method. What's going on with you at Fashanju? Does your boss allow you to do whatever you want to customers?" Dai shouted angrily. Chen Mu's response was simple, he slammed the door shut. "Don't bother with these 2 idiots." Dai. Sale. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen anyone so arrogant. "Don't worry, Miss Dai. I'll call the security team right away and have them come up to beat that guy up. Let him know the consequences of going against you," the salesperson said immediately. Want to restore his image in Dai's eyes? If it really doesn't work, how about me? I'll be your gigolo. You don't need 30,000 a month, 10,000 will be enough, the salesman said with a licking face. Dai. Sensing Dai's cold and sharp eyes, the salesperson quickly changed his words. I was just kidding." He knew very well that he was not qualified. I quickly took out my cell phone and called the people down the mountain. As for Chen Mu, after a brief tour of the entire villa, his evaluation was just 2 words, luxurious. It is worthy of being one of the most luxurious villas in Jiangchang. The configuration is truly extraordinary. Chen Mu was very satisfied. Lying on a custom-made sofa worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. He took out his cell phone and downloaded an app called Dosha Live. Try multitasking by opening the system panel and taskbar. Task 1. If you give more than 1 million in rewards on any live streaming platform within 24 hours, you will get a chance to win a God-level skill lottery. Task 2. Participate in the purchase of a car, and if the amount of consumption reaches 5 million, you can obtain the full level driving ability. Task 3. In addition to the target Sue Shireen, get the favor of a beautiful woman with a beauty score of more than 90, and the reward is 1 trillion. Task 4. Agree to drive to pick up the target Sue Shireen to school tomorrow morning to enhance the relationship between each other and receive 1 billion Great Xia coins. Completed successfully pick up Sue Shireen the next day and receive 10 billion Great Xia coins. To be completed. Seeing this, Chen Mu decided to complete tasks 1 and 3 in one go. Find a beautiful anchor with an appearance score of more than 90 points, watch her live broadcast, and give her rewards. In short, use money to buy favorability. Earn 1 trillion. Chapter 43, a beautiful anchor with a 92-point appearance. However, the problem that Chen Mu is most worried about now is how to confirm whether the other party can reach 90 points or above 90 points. Using Shireen as a reference standard? This idea was quickly rejected by Chen Mu. The reason was very simple. Internet female anchors are different from real people. In addition to makeup, they also have various beauty filters. It looks like 90 points, but in reality, it may not even be 60 points. Internet head changing is no joke. It is difficult as ascending to heaven, to find a natural beauty like Sue Shireen, who is naturally beautiful and can easily reach 90 points even without makeup. Fortunately, the system quickly gave a pop-up window answer to Chen Mu's questions and difficulties. Please rest assured, the system will automatically score the appearance of the reward object you selected, making it easier for the host to complete the task. This is good. Chen Mu was very satisfied with the thoughtful settings of the system. Without further ado, open the Dosha live streaming platform and register an account with one click. As for the nickname, it's Black Heart Match. It's just a random name, without much meaning. I forgot which naming website I saw it on. Enter the ranking list first and choose popular anchors. Considering that this anchor is good looking, his popularity must be good and there must be a lot of people watching him. On the ranking list, the number 1 anchor is a male gaming anchor. Second place, zoning dance, and beauty. Chen Mu clicked in without hesitation. Loading the live broadcast room, the upper right corner shows that there are more than 100,000 people watching. The barrage refreshes very quickly, and if you are not careful, you can't see what they are saying. In the live broadcast, a woman in a sexy cosplay costume was facing a steel pipe, touching the edges of the pipe in various ways, which aroused the hearts of the boys and uncles. However, things were far from as smooth as Chen Mu had imagined. In front of Chen Mu, he could see clearly that next to the woman, there was a message, appearance score, 70. A 70-point appearance is considered good-looking among ordinary people, but it is far from the 90-point requirement of the task. You know what, this beauty filter is quite advanced. There's not even any spatial distortion. I guess it cost a lot of money. After Chen Mu complained, he decisively exited the live broadcast room. I clicked on several other anchors who were on the list in the beauty section. But, without exception, all of them failed to meet the standard of 90 points. The highest was only 81, and the lowest was 54. That's right, they couldn't even reach the passing score of 60. What's even more outrageous is that there was a woman dressed as a man with a voice changer. If it weren't for the system's friendly reminder, Chen Mu would probably have been kept in the dark like the viewers in the live broadcast room. I have to admit that guy understands men better than women. Ah. He sighed, I just want to complete a simple task, why is it so difficult? Where is the beauty section? Chen Mu looked speechless. I thought, why not, I should finish a task first. The beauty favors this task, and then I can think about it slowly later. While Chen Mu was hesitating, he accidentally clicked into the live broadcast room of a female anchor. After realizing it, I wanted to back out, but was attracted by the other person's singing. Professional? Chen Mu subconsciously felt that this kind of singing voice was totally suitable for debut. What surprised Chen Mu even more was the hint from the woman. Appearance score, 92. 92? Chen Mu showed a look of surprise and stood up from his seat in surprise. I sighed, it is true that even if you try hard to plant flowers, they won't bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they will grow into shade trees. Then again, I seem to have another chance to get 100 times the rebate. It would be a waste to top up in small amounts like this. Chen Mu simply contacted the customer service and sent a straightforward message, the maximum recharge amount you offer is too small. I want to recharge 100 million at a time. Can you give me an exclusive channel? On the other side, in the Dosha customer service department, a customer service representative named Yang Hong, who was drinking water, almost spit out the message when she saw the message sent by Chen Mu. Cough, cough, cough. He kept coughing because of choking. What's wrong? Are you okay? A colleague next to him asked with concern. Nothing, I just met an idiot looking for trouble. Yang Hong screwed the bottle cap on and put it aside, deciding to throw out the pre-edited quick phrase to get by. Looking for trouble. Upon hearing this, the colleague glanced at the computer screen curiously. Immediately, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, this guy is so funny, he actually said he wanted to top up 100 million? Do you think we are the bank of heaven and earth? I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well tease him, he said with a wicked smile. After thinking for a moment, Yang Hong gave the same sly smile. Put your fingers on the keyboard, type quickly, and send. Sir, if you are drunk, you can give me an address and I will call an ambulance for you for free. Smiling expression. Chen Mu. Then reply, I'm not kidding you. Yang Hong, dear, I'm not kidding you. Chen Mu, if you can't do it, you can contact your supervisor. I'm willing to wait. Yang Hong, sorry, our supervisor is very busy and may not be able to respond to you. Chen Mu, if you don't have this authority, please transfer me to other customer service. Thank you. Yang Hong, okay, sir, if you don't have any other questions, I will end my service here. Please give me a 5-star rating. After saying that, he ended the service with a snap, without giving Chen Mu any chance to speak. He didn't even follow his instructions and transferred the call to other customer service. Ha, I think that idiot must be really pissed now. Yang Hong had encountered some bad things today and was in a bad mood. But now, his mood became very good, thanks to Chen Mu. I can imagine that this kind of people are really boring. They pretend to be cool on the internet all day long to satisfy their own pitiful self-esteem. It's so funny. I agreed with it. Do you think these pictures will go viral if we post them online? Yang Hong asked. Of course, who doesn't like to see idiots? After saying this, the colleague took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and sent it to the customer service group, wanting to share this interesting story. Rich mountain residence. Chen Mu was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the pop-up window reminding him that the conversation had ended and asking him to give a rating. I really didn't expect that the other party would do this to me. Chen Mu also thought that if he couldn't stay here, he would find another place that would stay, but he finally found a beautiful woman with a face value of 92. I'm worried that if I change the live streaming platform, it will be difficult to find a second one. Moreover, even if you change the live broadcast platform, there is no guarantee that similar things will not happen again. Just as he was hesitating, the system panel responded. Random task has been triggered. If the cumulative recharge amount reaches 100,000, you can get 50% of the shares of Dosha Live platform. Become the largest shareholder of Dosha Live. Note, this consumption will not trigger a 100-fold rebate. This is good. Seeing this prompt, the corners of Chen Mu's lips rose unconsciously. He thought that this was God's help. No, it was the system's help. It turns out that this system can't stand being wronged any more than I can. Chapter 44, Acquire 50% of Dosha Live's shares. This is good. Seeing this prompt, the corners of Chen Mu's lips rose unconsciously. He thought that this was God's help. No, it was the system's help. It turns out that this system can't tolerate any injustice even more than I can. Chen Mu not only did not complain, but he admired it very much and liked this setting. I hope the system will continue to work hard. Chen Mu didn't really care about a mere 100,000. After some checking, the Fighting Shark Live broadcast is the most watched in the entire Dacia, and it ranks among the top 3. The market value has already exceeded 100 billion, and with 50% of the shares, it will undoubtedly become the number 1 shareholder and have the highest voice. Chen Mu wanted to see whether he could deposit his 100 million yuan into the fund after becoming the number 1 shareholder or not. He thought he was not magnanimous and was not going to let the customer service representative named Xiaohong off easily. She clearly had a better choice, but she chose to use the little customer service authority she had to forcibly block Chen Mu's mouth and prevent him from speaking. As the future largest shareholder of Dosha Live, it is reasonable for Chen Mu to fire such a toxic employee, right? Whether he can convince others is not important. What is important is that he convinces himself. After finally awakening the system, it is of course more important to make yourself happy than to consider others. Click on the recharge page. The maximum recharge amount for Dosha Live is exactly 100,000 yuan. It's quite convenient. He immediately clicked to confirm the recharge, bound the bank card, and entered the password. After everything is correct, click confirm and a pop-up window will pop up, recharge successful. The system followed closely, mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50% of the shares of Dosha Live. After getting the shares, Shenmu immediately asked the system to give him the executive chairman's phone number. Enter the phone number and make a call. The call was connected in almost a second. Mr. Chen, you're looking for me? Because of the influence of the system, the memory was tampered with, and the other party already knew that Chen Mu had become the largest shareholder of the Dosha Live broadcast platform. Chen Mu recounted what happened earlier, and then asked, "What should I do next?" "I don't need to teach you, right? If you don't understand, I can also let someone who does understand replace you." There was a hint of threat in his words. "Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Even through the phone, it was not difficult for Chen Mu to feel how serious the other party's expression was. You can hear it in the tone. "Okay, I leave it to you." After saying that, Chen Mu hung up the phone. Seeing the words hang up, Lu Daqing collapsed on the sofa, patted his chest and gasped, Fortunately, I almost got my job taken away by a new official." Immediately, he stood up from the sofa abruptly, with a firm expression and unable to hide his anger. He decided to go to the customer service department in person to find the customer service representative named Xiaohong. Even if the service recipients are not new shareholders of Dosha Live, there are still many problems that have reached the red line standard and are sufficient to be punished. Bite. The elevator door opened. Lu Daqing walked quickly into the customer service office. "Boss Lu, why are you here?" The manager, who was originally teaching the new employee, immediately changed his attitude after seeing who was coming. He walked up to him happily with a flattering expression. "If I don't come soon, you will make a fuss." Lu Daqing shouted angrily. "Director Lu, it's a misunderstanding. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Even if I have the courage of a bear or a leopard, I dare not do anything that violates the company's regulations." Even though he was not sure what happened, it did not stop Lu Daqing from admitting his mistake. In short, no matter whether you are wrong or not, since the leader is angry, it is always okay to admit your mistake quickly. Notice what's happening at the office door. Yang Hong and her colleague, who was also her best friend, couldn't help but stand up, revealing their eyes and observing secretly. "Isn't that Mr. Lu? Why is he here?" Yang Hong asked curiously. "I'm not sure, but if a person like him appears in the customer service department, things will definitely not be simple." The best friend analyzed it in a logical manner. "I don't know why, but I always feel a tightness in my chest and a bad premonition." Seeing Yang Hong holding her chest with her hands and looking frightened, her bestie laughed and said, "It's okay, don't worry. Even if that big shot really wants to cause trouble, he won't find us. To put it bluntly, you and I are really not worthy of each other." Yang Hong was just about to complain to her best friend about her harsh words. What does unworthy mean? But if you think about it carefully, what she said does seem to make sense, and her words are rough, but the logic is there. So just shut up and relax. However, the next second, the manager yelled, "Yang Hong and Su Lily, both of you, get over here." Hearing this, Yang Hong and Su Lily stared at each other in disbelief. "I never thought that this matter actually had something to do with me." There was no choice but to walk over obediently with a submissive expression on his face. "Director Lu, Manager Han, are you looking for me? You didn't have this attitude when treating customers before. Why are you being polite now?" Lu Daqing said with a cold face. "Mr. Lu, we have always worked diligently and conscientiously and have never treated our customers badly." Yang Hong said aggrievedly. He cried out that he was innocent and that there must be a huge misunderstanding here, and hoped that Lu Daqing could see through it. Lu Daqing briefly operated the tablet computer that Manager Han handed over, and then handed it over. "Take a good look for yourselves." Yang Hong took the tablet with a confused look on her face. After reading the chat history, she instantly understood what was going on. "Let me see." Su Lily also came forward curiously and said in surprise, "This person is not." They didn't expect that Chen Mu would go to complain to the executive chairman Lu Daqing about himself. Gritting his teeth, he cursed in his heart, "What a mean person, he can't take a joke, he is destined to achieve nothing in his life and be a poor loser. I have shown you the evidence, and you still want to make excuses? Lu Daqing asked. Mr. Lu, I admit that I was in a bad mood because of some trivial matters, so I said those thoughtless words. I am willing to apologize and admit my mistakes. Yang Hong bowed deeply. In his heart, he naturally sneered at Chen Mu's behavior of telling on her behind her back, but at this time, he definitely couldn't say it out loud. Accept the fine honestly, make a big deal out of a small matter, or even better, forget about it. Strict punishment is expressed externally and verbal education is given internally. Mr. Lu, I am also wrong. I shouldn't have spread the chat screenshots in the group. Su Lili and Yang Hong agreed with each other and generously admitted their mistakes. They think that no matter how serious the offense is, it is nothing more than a fine of 1 day or 3 days' salary, which is no big deal. In his heart, he had already greeted all of Chen Mu's 18 generations of ancestors. You are fired. Lu Daqing could see that they were unwilling to accept the decision, but it didn't matter. The important thing is that these two evils cannot be left behind. Chapter 45, Reward of 1 million. God-level driving. Okay, we will definitely learn from this lesson and make sure it never happens again next time. Yang Hong had only said half of the lines she had prepared in advance when she suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. After repeated confirmation, he asked, Director Lu, are you talking about dismissal? Yes, you are fired. Lu Daqing said without hesitation and firmly. Mr. Lu, isn't it too much of an exaggeration for you to do this? I admit that I did make mistakes, but my crime is not serious enough to get me fired, right? Yang Hong was dissatisfied. Yes, yes. Su Lili hurriedly echoed. Like Yang Hong, she didn't want to be fired, and she didn't want to be fired without any reason. Do you know who the person is who was silenced by your authority? Lu Daqing asked, not minding that the two men died clearly. I don't know. Although she answered that way, Yang Hong had already guessed in her heart that the user named Black Heart Match was most likely a relative of Lu Daqing. It is normal for relatives to help relatives, and as an outsider, I can only be bullied. He is the new shareholder of Dosha Live, and he is the shareholder with the largest share in the history of Dosha Live. Lu Daqing deliberately raised the volume of his voice, fearing that the two women could not hear clearly. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Yang Hong and Su Lili were stunned where they stood. I thought Chen Mu had some background, but I didn't expect his background to be so big. He turned out to be my immediate superior and the major shareholder behind the scenes. Seeing that Yang Hong was about to beg for mercy, Lu Daqing raised his hand and interrupted her, saying without patience, right now. Right now. Pack up your things and get out. Whether you want to sue or something else, we will accompany you, but you have to think clearly. Once you fall out with Dosha, no company will dare to hire you in the future, Lu Daqing reminded. When the two girls heard this, they had to swallow the words back and regretted it deeply. Just pack up your things and leave. On Lu Daqing's side, he has already instructed the programmer to remove the restrictions on Chen Mu's account, allowing him to freely recharge any amount. As for why he didn't directly change the unlimited reward coins, it's very simple, because Dosha is not his company alone. Another 50% of the shares are held by other shareholders. Okay, Mr. Chen, if you have any problem, please feel free to call me. I promise to resolve it as soon as possible. After confirming that the fire did not burn him, Lu Daqing finally felt relieved and put down his phone. I heard the sound of quarreling outside the window. I walked closer and found that it was Yang Hong and Su Lili who were fighting, blaming each other and shirking responsibility. Return to Fashanju. Chen Mu entered a long string of numbers, a full 100 million. After entering the bank card password, I was about to click to confirm the recharge, but then I moved my finger away. After thinking about it carefully, isn't 100 million too little? It seems like a waste of the opportunity to get 100 times the rebate. Just add another zero and recharge 1 billion directly. Chen Mu had thought about tens of billions or hundreds of billions, but that would be too conspicuous, so 10 billion would be enough. Confirm recharge. Second reminder, recharge successful. Successful consumption of 1 billion. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 billion Dasha coins. 100 billion Dasha coins were successfully credited to the account. After refreshing again, the live broadcast currency has reached 10 digits. 1 shark coin is equal to 1 large Xia coin. If you give a reward of 1 million, you will have a chance to win a god-level lottery, which is 100 gifts worth 100,000 yuan. Shenmue slid to the bottom of the gift list, found the most expensive gift, and added 10. Then confirmed the reward. When the special effects animation of the gift Star of Glory lit up in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded. Oh my god. I didn't see it wrong. Someone actually gave me the Star of Glory. Nah. These rich people are really scary. They can give gifts worth 100,000 yuan just like that. 100,000? Look carefully, he gave me 10 glory stars, a total of 1 million. How much? I came here because of your reputation. You are awesome. Excuse me, do you need any accessories on your legs? Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a rich man giving away 1 million at a time, and he's still a small anchor with less than 10,000 people in his live broadcast room. He must be a really rich person. If he really wants to run a business, why would he run such a small anchor? The anchor is so beautiful, I follow her. The black-hearted matchmaker is awesome. Please follow me. Thanks to the full channel banner reminder of Glory Star, more and more people are joining in. The live broadcast room became extremely popular, and so did the number of followers. Sheen Man's image is also one of the wives of all the Iron Men. This scared the female anchor Sheen Man quite a bit, as she had never seen such a grand scene before. After half a year of live streaming, it has been lukewarm. At its peak, the total amount of gifts received in a day was less than 500 yuan. Now, the number of followers has exceeded 10,000 and is still increasing rapidly. Coupled with the 1 million in real money rewards, Sheen Man is extremely nervous and suspects that the other party has rewarded the wrong person. Black Heart Match, did you give the wrong reward? If so, I can contact the platform for a refund. Sheen Man asked tentatively. That frightened, aggrieved and pitiful appearance aroused heated response. Haha, the anchor is really cute, I'm following her. Treasure anchor. Thank you, Matchstick Master. What talents do the anchors have? Show 1. Wow, my little man is finally going to be popular. Thanks to Mr. Match. Shenmue has no time to pay attention to them now, his attention is all on the lottery for God-level skills. Do you want to extract God-level skills? Extract. Without hesitation. Drawing in progress? Drawing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level driving ability. God-level driving ability? Shenmue frowned slightly, wondering. Click for details. God-level driving ability. No matter what kind of vehicle you use, whether it's flying in the sky, swimming in the sea, running on the ground, or outside the universe, you can gain full-level proficiency in 1 second. Fuck. I can even get full proficiency outside the universe? Does this mean that I can not only drive an aircraft carrier, but also a space rocket? I finally understand why one's driving ability can be called God level. He does have the confidence and qualifications to do so. After successfully completing a task and taking the reward, all Shenmue needs to consider next is how to use the money to get Sheen Man's favor and get the 1 trillion reward. According to the system, the standard for favor is that the favorability level reaches more than 80%. Neither high nor low. Click to view Sheen Man's current favorability towards you. Name, Sheen Man, favorability, 50. It's already 50? Shenmue really didn't expect it. Looking at the picture again, Sheen Man kept calling out to him, confirming whether he had given the reward to the wrong person, and she looked cautious. Shenmue suddenly felt that this girl was quite cute. Decided to continue the attack. Chapter 46, this favorability level is rising a little too fast. Shenmue, don't be nervous, I'm sure I didn't give the wrong reward. Seeing Shenmue say this, Sheen Man breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but why did you give me so much money? She asked in confusion. Shenmue, it's simple, because I admire your talent and beauty. Shenmue said without hesitation that he liked Sheen Man's singing and appearance. If you like someone, you like him or, there is no need to hide it. After hearing this, Sheen Man felt no disgust at all. Instead, she felt that Shenmue was a genuine person. The anchor is shy. Brothers, have you learned all the skills of the boss to chase women? I want to learn, but I don't have money. Can anyone lend me 1 million first? I want to practice it. I can hear your calculations even when I'm abroad. Congratulations to the anchor for reaching over 100,000 viewers in his live broadcast room. User Black Heart Match sent out Glory Star plus 10 in the live broadcast room of Sheen Man. Shenmue didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. The entire live broadcast room immediately lit up and became extremely lively. Another million. Awesome. So awesome. Who is this black-hearted matchmaker? In less than 10 minutes, he gave 2 million in tips. Does he have a mine at home? Correction, it's not that there is a mine at home, but that there is a home in the mine. Comparing oneself to others is like comparing oneself to a dead person. 666. Shenmue immediately sent a barrage, sing a song. Okay. Sheen Man said flattered. I never dreamed that one day my live broadcast room would be so lively. Someone will spend $1 million to order a song. Does Boss Match have any songs he likes to listen to? Sheen Man asked. Shenmue, as long as it's sung by you, it's fine. As soon as he said this, his favorability level, which was originally 50, directly increased to 70. Even Shenmue was frightened by the increased speed. It can be seen that Sheen Man really wants to be recognized. Okay. Then I will sing a song of beauty for you and everyone in the live broadcast room. Sheen Man said while operating the mouse to find the accompaniment. Shenmue was ready to listen to the music. Boom. 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 Just at this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Those two guys are still not going to give up? Shenmue said speechlessly. It's easy to imagine that it must be Dai AI and the salesperson who brought people here to cause trouble for him again. There was no choice but to put down the phone and go open the door. Let's see how many tricks the other party has. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Dai AI looking very proud. There was a large group of people in security uniforms standing behind him, at least 8 or 9 of them. Boy, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Miss Dai? After having a backer, the salesman spoke with his former arrogance and disdain. He is the typical kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Is this how you treat guests? Shenmue asked. You are such a shitty customer. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Are you qualified to live in a place like this? The salesperson said sarcastically. But I do live here. Shenmue said seriously, not as if he was joking. You can fool me, but don't fool yourself. That's so pitiful. The salesperson looked at me with contempt. I'll say it one last time. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to Miss Dai. Otherwise, don't force me to use force. The salesperson said angrily. Bang. Boom. Shenmue was not going to continue to care about the other party, and without saying anything, he punched him in the face. The salesperson had no chance to dodge and was knocked back several steps by the punch. Fortunately, the other security guards were quick to help him and prevent him from being injured again. You little brat. You are dead. The salesman covered his nose with one hand and pointed at Shenmue with the other, cursing. Blood kept flowing from between his fingers and dripping onto the ground. Silently he said oh with an expression that showed no concern. Gritting his teeth, the salesperson was so angry that he ordered in an angry voice, teach him a lesson. The security guards have been waiting to hear this sentence for a long time. How could they miss this rare opportunity to beat someone up with a clear conscience and vent the stress from their work? If you don't want to get beaten, then think carefully about my previous proposal. It's not too late to regret it now. Dai AI still didn't give up the idea of taking Shenmue in as her gigolo. It was because she liked this face so much. You don't deserve it. Shenmue said mercilessly. In his eyes, Dai AI's appearance doesn't even reach 80 points. Since you are really looking for death, you can't blame me. Dai AI was quite disappointed and took a few steps back to avoid the blood splattering on himself. Several security guards immediately rushed over and started punching and kicking Shenmue. Seeing this scene, the salesperson showed a look of joy and was looking forward to seeing Shenmue's face covered in blood, begging for mercy humbly. Ah! My nose! My nose! No! Don't break my arm, please, ah! Puff! It hurts! It hurts! However, this fact is completely opposite to what the salesperson thinks. In less than a minute, all the people he brought with him were knocked to the ground by him. Are you kidding? The salesperson was dumbfounded. Dai AI also looked incredulous. Unexpectedly, Shenmue looks like a pretty boy and frail, but in fact, under his gentle appearance, there is a ferocious beast hidden. Like it more. 50,000. I'll give you 50,000 a month. Be my man. From now on, you can live in this villa. Dai AI decided to support Chen Mu even if it meant saving some money. It must be very proud to have such an outstanding man by your side and attend various gatherings. It's not difficult to imagine with one's toes how envious and jealous she would be if her sisters knew that she had kept such a gigolo. Just thinking about it gave Dai AI goosebumps all over her body. You are ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts. Chen Mu remained indifferent. He rejected Dai AI's proposal without hesitation. A mere 50,000 yuan, he really doesn't care about it now. Don't go too far. Don't take advantage of the fact that I like you and do whatever you want. Dai AI was almost unable to bear it any longer. I think Chen Mu is too arrogant. That's right. The power behind Miss Dai is not something a reckless man like you can afford to offend. What era is this? You still speak with your fists. If you have no power or influence, those big shots will kill you in a minute. Chen Mu's look scared the salesperson who was acting like a bully just a second ago. He immediately became timid and quickly hid behind Dai AI, trembling. Chen Mu was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the car lights outside the door. Soon, the sound of the engine was getting closer. The car door opened and a man got out. This man was not unfamiliar to him because of the images added into his mind by the system. At first glance, I recognized that the other party was the behind-the-scenes boss of the entire Foshanju wealthy area. All the houses here were contracted, built, and constructed by him. Boss Lu. Boss Lu, you are finally here. You have to make the decision for us. After seeing Lu Xiangming appear, the salesperson strode away like an angry woman. Lu Xiangming is a well-known protective person in the entire Foshanju, and he has zero tolerance for those who bully his own people. Decided to kill with a borrowed knife and let Chen Mu learn a lesson. Bang! However, he did not expect that what he got in response was an extremely loud and crisp slap in the face. Chapter 47 It's a Small World. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? The salesperson covered his face with his hands, an expression of doubt about his life appearing on his face. He had no idea why he was slapped in the face. Shut up! Get out! At this moment, Lu Xiangming wished he could eat the salesperson alive. He doesn't want to offend the big customer who can buy villa number 1. The salesperson was so scared that he swallowed the words back. It was the first time that I saw Lu Xiangming so furious. I was so frightened by his eyes that I dared not speak and just stood aside obediently. Mr. Lu, you've come just in time. We met at a banquet before. My name is Dai AI. I'm sure you still remember me. Dai AI thought that Lu Xiangming came for her. With a smile on her face, she walked towards him enthusiastically. However, Lu Xiangming treated her as air from beginning to end and had no intention of paying any attention to her at all. He stepped around Dai AI and walked straight towards Chen Mu. Immediately, under the shocked gazes of the salesperson and Dai AI, he put his hands together on both sides of his trouser seams and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline my subordinates well and caused you trouble. Please forgive me. You've come at the right time. Please tell them the relationship between me and this villa. Chen Mu responded. I had no intention of blaming Lu Xiangming for this incident. After hearing this, Lu Xiangming immediately turned around and solemnly introduced, Villa number 1 has been bought by Mr. Chen and is Mr. Chen's property. Your actions are already considered an invasion of a private residence. What? This villa was really bought by him? The salesperson was confused when he heard the news. If he hadn't felt the pain so clearly in his body, he would definitely have suspected that he was hallucinating. Everything before my eyes is not real. You are all fired. From now on, never show up on Foshanju's territory again, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Lu Xiangming said sternly. The words were spoken very harshly. He didn't want these people to appear in front of Chen Mu again and affect his mood. Such big customers must be treated with care and seriousness. It's just buying villa number 1. What's the big deal? I was originally planning to buy this villa as well. Seeing Lu Xiangming and Chen Mu standing together, Dai AI said unconvinced. Mr. Lu is a smart man. I don't think you will stand against me for such a person, right? Dai AI secretly asked Lu Xiangming about his position, hoping that he could make his attitude clear. This is very important to Dai AI. She couldn't lose face today no matter what. Who do you think you are to speak nonsense in front of Mr. Chen? Lu Xiangming didn't take Dai AI seriously at all. To put it bluntly, he had no recollection of having seen this woman anywhere. Lu Xiangming never likes to waste memory on unimportant people. Mr. Lu. Isn't that too much? My boyfriend is Li Yuanduo, one of the top 10 richest men in Jiangchang. No matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't want to be his enemy, right? Li Yuanduo? Seeing Dai Ai's smug look, he thought about Li Yuanduo, who had handed over the entire Li family business in the hotel before. Chenmu smiled faintly and sighed inwardly, this world is really small. I really didn't expect that Dai Ai would be the woman Li Yuanduo kept outside. I know Mr. Li's character and style. He won't fight with me to the point where both of us suffer losses over a woman. You overestimate yourself. Lu Xiangming retorted. Humph. You are the one who overestimates yourself. Dai Ai refused to believe it. She took out her cell phone, found the word dear in the contact list, and dialed the number. After the call was connected, her attitude changed 360 degrees. She deliberately clamped her voice and said in a coquettish voice, "Hey, honey, I'm in Foshanju, someone is bullying me, please come and help me." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Okay, before hanging up the phone, she didn't forget to kiss the microphone. "My husband will be here soon. If you have the guts, don't run away." After hanging up the phone, Dai Ai returned to her aggressive and sarcastic self. "Okay, I'll wait." Chen Mu was calm and not panicked at all. No one knows the current situation of the Li family and Li Yuanduo better than him. Since Dai Ai was so ignorant and took the initiative to put her face in front of him, Chen Mu had no reason not to beat her. At the same time, a taxi got on. Li Yuanduo looked heavy. He was used to traveling in luxury cars, but this was the first time he took a taxi. There is no way. After all the Li family's assets have been donated to Chen Mu free of charge. Although he didn't know who Dai Ai offended, it had nothing to do with Li Yuanduo. He went to Foshanju this time not to support Dai Ai, but to draw a clear line with her. Li Yuanduo is not a fool. He knows very well that a woman like Dai Ai follows him simply for money. Now that she has nothing, she will definitely choose to leave. In this case, it would be better for me to break up myself, which would be more decent. Face is something that cannot be completely given up all at once. "Driver, please drive faster," Li Yuanduo urged. "I was worried that if I went too late, Dai Ai's mouth would implicate me and get me into trouble." "Okay." The driver agreed and glanced at the rearview mirror, looking very panicked. "I don't understand why Li Yuanduo, one of the top 10 richest men in Jiangchang, would appear in my car. People like him should have a special car to pick him up." The driver often read about Li Yuanduo's great achievements in magazines and local news, so he knew a lot about him. 7 or 8 minutes later, the car arrived at Foshanju. After paying the bill, Li Yuanduo walked quickly into the villa gate. "Honey, you're finally here." As soon as he stepped over the threshold, a figure bumped into him. "Honey, they bullied me, you have to stand up for me. If you had come a step later, my innocence would have been gone, woo." Dai Ai raised her head, forced out 2 lines of tears, and said pitifully. This set of operations and words completely confused Chen Mu and Lu Xiangming. Everyone agreed that with Dai Ai's acting skills, it would be a waste of her talent if she didn't go into the entertainment industry and become a professional villain. Out of a full score of 100, I can give her 101 points, 1 point more, and I won't be afraid of making Dai Ai proud. Because her acting is so good. She can definitely win over many demanding directors. What? There's such a thing. After all, they had slept in the same bed before. When Li Yuanduo heard that Dai Ai's innocence was almost violated, he was more angry at first. Subconsciously, I wanted to ask Dai Ai for an explanation. But when he looked over and saw Lu Xiangming, and the most important one, Chen Mu, the anger in Li Yuanduo's heart was extinguished in an instant and disappeared completely. Chapter 48, Campus Beauty, Luxury Car, and Devastated Ex-Girlfriend. How could it be him? Li Yuanduo was shocked. He never expected that the people who wanted to tarnish Dai Ai's innocence would be him and Lu Xiangming. After thinking about it again, I suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. Recalling Su Shirin, who was beside Chen Mu when they were in the hotel before. Since he already had such a stunning beauty, Li Yuanduo really didn't think that Chen Mu would be interested in someone like Dai Ai. As for Lu Xiangming, that's even more impossible. Li Yuanduo was no stranger to him and knew what kind of person he was. Secondly, Li Yuanduo is well known in the whole Jiangcheng for being henpecked and a henpecked man. It is absolutely impossible for him to betray his wife. After calming down and thinking back on Dai Ai's daily behavior, Li Yuanduo was 100% sure that the so-called near loss of innocence was all fabricated by Dai Ai himself. It was simply to make myself angry and help her out. Honey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call someone to teach them a lesson. Dai Ai couldn't wait to see the scene of Chen Mu and Lu Xiangming being severely punished by Li Yuanduo. Bang! The familiar sound of applause rang out again. Only this time, the slap did not fall on the salesperson's face, but slapped her hard on the face. Get out! You vicious woman, do you want to kill me? Mr. Chen, I can assure you that I have no intention of being your enemy. It is this woman who is causing all the trouble. From now on, I will completely cut off all ties with her and will never have any contact with her again. You can do whatever you want to her. Li Yuanduo came to Chen Mu tremblingly, with a humble attitude, and begged for mercy. It was also at this moment that Dai Ai suddenly realized that Chen Mu's background was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. He was so powerful that even Li Yuanduo, one of the top 10 richest men in Jiangcheng, had to bow down before him. Chen Mu waved his hand and told Li Yuanduo to go away. He didn't have time to waste on him. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your magnanimity. I'll get out of here right now. Li Yuanduo left in a hurry, without even looking at Dai Ai the whole time. My dear. No matter how Dai Ai called out, it was useless. Li Yuanduo had no intention of turning back or stopping, and completely abandoned her. You, who are you? Dai Ai questioned Chen Mu's identity. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that all the industries of the Li family are firmly controlled by me. Chen Mu said with a wry smile. What? Li, all the Li family's assets are in your hands. Dai Ai's eyes widened after hearing this. Thinking in this way, Li Yuanduo's previous abnormal attitude had a reasonable and perfect explanation. Mr. Lu, it's getting late and I want to rest. Could you please take care of these people? Chen Mu said while stretching and yawning. I don't want to waste any more time on this matter or on Dai Ai. No problem, my people are here too. As soon as Lu Xiangming finished speaking, a team of bodyguards rushed into the villa. He forcibly lifted Dai Ai from behind, then covered her mouth with his hand, not giving her a chance to speak, and took her away from the villa. Well, Mr. Chen, I won't disturb your rest. Good night. Lu Xiangming bowed deeply again before leaving. I don't think what Chen Mu said just now, that all of Li family's assets are under his control, is false. On the contrary, I am even more fortunate that I chose the right side. If I were to stand on Dai Ai's side, it is hard to imagine what a tragic ending it would be at this moment. Yeah. Chen Mu agreed and watched Lu Xiangming and his people leave the villa together. He turned around and went back into the villa and picked up his cell phone. In the live broadcast room, Qin Man was still singing hard. The whole screen is asking, where did the black-hearted match go? From the content of the barrage, Chen Mu learned that because he had not spoken for a long time, Qin Man mistakenly thought that he thought her singing was not good, so she worked so hard to get his approval. Chen Mu chose the gift Star of Glory, which was worth 100,000 yuan each, and adjusted the number of gifts given at one time to 100, the maximum value. Confirm the gift. The special effects animation of the Star of Glory once again filled the entire screen. Luckily, the matchstick boss didn't leave. As expected of a matchstick boss, every move is a Star of Glory. Wait. How many glory stars are there? 100? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. However, I am uneducated, so I can only say wow to everyone. 100,000 for 100, 10 million? Matchstick boss is awesome, definitely a peerless rich man. At this time, Chen Mu, who had been silent in the live broadcast room for a long time, also spoke. Sorry, I had something urgent to do just now and left for a while. After Qin Man learned the whole story, she shook her head to indicate that it was okay and sang Red Beauty again. After hearing this, Chen Mu gave another glory star worth 10 million as a reward. Nowadays, money is just a string of numbers to him, and spending 10 million feels about the same as spending 10 yuan before. Nema. I have given out more money than I could ever earn in my entire life. Matchstick boss is awesome. Wow, I really envy the anchor. We are both anchors, but why can't I meet such a big guy? In our great Xia, there is still such a rich man? Does anyone know who he belongs to? There are far more hidden wealthy families in Daxia than you and I can imagine. This is so awesome. A role model for my generation. Call the matchstick boss like crazy. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 trillion. Sure enough, compared to the flattery from those people in the live broadcast room, what Shenmue wanted to see more was this reminder. This is what he really wants. Spend tens of millions and easily get 1 trillion. Is this the feeling of spending more and more money? Shenmue fell on the sofa, looking very happy. Afterwards, Shenmue watched the live broadcast for another hour. Sheen Man sang for him alone for an hour. Seeing that her throat was a little hoarse, Shenmue took the initiative to suggest that she go off the air and have a good rest. It was getting late and he also needed to rest. Sheen Man did not reject Shenmue's kindness and chose to end the live broadcast. As soon as Shenmue exited the live broadcast room, he received a message from the background. It was from Sheen Man, her private chat account, saying that she wanted to make friends with Shenmue. Shenmue wrote down the account and added the other party as a friend. After chatting for a while, they said good night to each other and put down their phones. After a quick wash, Shenmue went up to the second floor and entered the master bedroom, intending to end the day. I have to pick up Sue Shireen from school tomorrow morning and win the 10 billion reward. The next day. Time passed quickly and the next day came in a blink of an eye. After washing up, Shenmue drove straight to the community where Sue Shireen lived. 10 minutes later, I saw Sue Shireen waiting on the roadside. Ask, didn't wait too long? No, I just arrived too. Sue Shireen shook her head, opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion Daxia coins. Shenmue completed the task successfully. How's the situation with your uncle? Shenmue asked with concern, looking for a topic to talk about. The doctor said everything is normal and he can be discharged after 2 more days of observation. Whenever Sue Shireen mentioned this, she couldn't stop feeling grateful to Shenmue. That's good. They were chatting happily and the atmosphere was harmonious. At the same time, Nanyang University. Zhao Qing, the son of the mine owner who kidnapped Shenmue's ex-girlfriend, drove a red sports car and deliberately parked it at the school gate. He also called Zhao Li and asked her to come out because he had a surprise for her. Zhao Li and several of her good friends rushed there as fast as they could. Honey, you came to me. Zhao Li walked up to Zhao Qing with a shy face. I feel everyone's attention is focused on me and I feel so happy. I have a surprise for you. Zhao Qing walked to the back of the car, opened the tailgate, revealing 999 carefully prepared bright red roses inside. Wow! How romantic! That's probably 999 roses. I'm so envious. She actually made it happen, something I couldn't even dream of. As expected, if you want to find a boyfriend, you should look for a rich guy like this. It's wrong to even breathe when you're with a poor bastard. Listening to the voice coming from her ears, at this moment, Zhao Li felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. She really enjoyed the feeling of being envied, jealous and hated, and hoped to hear more. However, the atmosphere was soon interrupted by the sound of an engine that sounded like the roar of a wild beast. Oh my god! What kind of sports car is that? It looks so cool. How can a sports car worth hundreds of millions not look cool? How many hundreds of millions? Does our Nanjing University still have such a ruthless character? Hearing this, Zhao Li couldn't help but look over, very curious about who was sitting in the car. Watching the car stop and drawing all the attention away, Zhao Qing felt very angry and unwilling. If it weren't for this damn sports car that suddenly appeared, he would have become the most eye-catching person in the whole venue. The next second, the car stopped and the door opened. When they saw clearly the person coming down from above, Zhao Qing and Zhao Li were stunned. Shenmue! How could it be you? You, how could you? Zhao Li couldn't understand what she saw and heard. I don't understand why Shenmue got out of such a luxurious sports car. What he didn't understand even more was why the campus goddess Sue Shireen was sitting in Shenmue's passenger seat. Impossible. How can someone like you afford a sports car? Goddess Sue, please don't be fooled by him. This poor loser is not worthy of you at all. Zhao Qing said hysterically. That's right, he is also one of Sue Shireen's many suitors. Sue Shireen had already inquired about the matter between Zhao Qing, Zhao Li, and Shenmue from her good friends last night. He was very angry about their behavior and decided to help Shenmue get back at justice. She walked over to Shenmue, took his arm, and said affectionately, "Can you please be more polite to my boyfriend?" Chapter 49 4 Years of Youth, Only 1 Million. Boyfriend? After hearing what Su Shirin said, several people were shocked and all stared at Chen Mu. Chen Mu turned his head to look at Su Shirin, who was holding his arm tightly, and a hint of surprise quickly flashed across his eyes. He also didn't expect Su Shirin to say that she was his girlfriend in front of so many people. Standing on tiptoe, Su Shirin pretended to be very intimate and whispered in Chen Mu's ear, "I just want to help you vent your anger. Do you mind?" Chen Mu suddenly realized it and shook his head with a smile, "Of course I don't mind." Looking at the two people getting along so well, Zhao Cheng shouted excitedly, "Goddess Su, you must have been deceived by Chen Mu. He is just a poor loser. How could he possibly afford such a luxury car? Shan Mu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. To piss me off, you even bothered to find someone to play your girlfriend. Unfortunately, I don't buy it at all. I haven't liked you for a long time. No, to be more precise, I'm tired of you. So, don't do such embarrassing things again. I won't even look at you." Zhao Li smacked her lips. In order to make her change her mind, Chen Mu really did everything he could. Even if he drives a luxury car, he still can't hide his poor appearance. I told you, how could the great goddess Su be interested in a loser like him? After hearing what Zhao Li said, Zhao Cheng suddenly came to his senses. Goddess Su was a very kind and good-natured person. She only agreed to help him show off after Chen Mu's repeated requests. Zhao Li, stop being so conceited. Chen Mu frowned. How desperate must he be to be unable to forget his old love for Zhao Li? I am being sentimental? Zhao Li walked straight to Chen Mu with disdain, holding the flowers given by Zhao Cheng. Only then did she realize that Chen Mu seemed a lot more handsome than she had remembered. He used to be an inconspicuous passerby, but now he seemed to be a handsome boy? What exactly has changed? You, what do you want to do? Seeing that Zhao Li's eyes were full of Chen Mu, Su Shirin suddenly felt a little flustered. Could it be that she wanted to get back together with Chen Mu? What I want to do has nothing to do with you, Su Shirin. You are just an actor he hired. Don't take it too seriously. Zhao Li's gaze moved from Chen Mu's handsome face to Su Shirin, her eyes full of sarcasm. With just one word from her, Chen Mu would return to her like a loyal dog, and Su Shirin would only become a joke in everyone's eyes. Su Shirin wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. Seeing Su Shirin being frustrated by Zhao Li's retort, Chen Mu took the initiative and directly pulled his hand out of Su Shirin's hand. In front of everyone, he put his arm around Su Shirin's shoulders and said indifferently, "Go on, I'm listening." You? Zhao Li was speechless. She pursed her lips tightly and stared at Zhao Li. How could Chen Mu find a girlfriend? His heart was filled with her. There was no way he would find a girlfriend, let alone find the campus beauty Su to be his girlfriend in such a short time after being dumped by her. Chen Mu, have you had enough of the trouble? I'm not interested in watching you acting with others. Today I'm going to make this clear. Even if all the men in the world are dead, I, Zhao Li, will never make peace with you. Understand? For someone as poor and powerless as you, only a blind ghost would fancy you. TSK, Chen Mu, if I were you, I would have run away with my tail between my legs by now. Why bother to embarrass yourself here? It's bad enough that you're embarrassing yourself, but you even dare to drag Goddess Su into this and make her embarrassed along with you. Zhao Qing, who was not far away, also echoed. The hand around Su Shirin's shoulder tightened involuntarily. He lowered his head and looked at Su Shirin, whose face was flushed. He really shouldn't have let Su Shirin get involved in this matter. After all, it would damage her reputation. No, it's not like what you said. I don't feel it's shameful to be with Chen Mu. On the contrary, I'm very grateful. I'm grateful that God gave me the opportunity to meet such a good and outstanding person like Chen Mu. Su Shirin, whose face turned red, couldn't help it anymore and blurted out what was in her heart. Chen Mu was stunned. He didn't expect Su Shirin to say that. Stop pretending. You're not acting like the character at all. Zhao Li interrupted Su Shirin dissatisfiedly. She knew better than anyone what kind of person Chen Mu was. After all, they have been together for so many years, and no one knows Chen Mu better than her. If Chen Mu was really as good as Su Shirin said, how could she leave Chen Mu and turn to someone else's arms? After all, you just want to save some face for Chen Mu and make me feel that leaving Chen Mu is the worst decision I've ever made and the thing I regret the most. I tell you, I don't regret leaving him at all. In fact, I think I left him too late and ruined several years of my youth. After saying that, Zhao Li stretched out her hand directly in front of Chen Mu. Chen Mu, you must compensate me for the loss of my youth over the past few years. Chen Mu's eyes darkened. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen one so shameless. I must have been blind to fall in love with Zhao Li at first sight, to be with her for such a long time, and even to want to marry her. Zhao Li, you're really going too far. Su Shirin, who was standing by, was so angry at Zhao Li's words that her whole body was heaving. She stared at Zhao Li with wide eyes. Your youth is youth, but isn't Chen Mu's youth the same? Don't you want compensation? Then you have to compensate him for the loss of his youth. Phew. Looking at Su Shirin, who was like a white and furry bichon frise, constantly yelling at others to protect him, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Through these days of getting along with Su Shirin, he slowly got to know her character. She was actually not someone who was good at arguing with others. But for him, she still argued with Zhao Li again and again. Gently patting the slightly agitated Su Shirin's shoulder, Chen Mu turned to look at Zhao Li, who was unhappy, and said, You want compensation? How much do you want? Just tell me a number. After all, I have to thank you for dumping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a good Su Shirin. Money, the thing Chen Mu has no shortage of is money. He has as much as you want. Chen Mu, why are you pretending? Don't you have any idea of your own worth? Don't I know how much money you have? Didn't you ask me to give you a number? Well, why don't you give me 1 million? I only want 1 million for my 4 years of youth. It's not too much, right? Seeing that Chen Mu said such words to provoke her, Zhao Li immediately became angry. Even if she broke up with Chen Mu, she couldn't bear to hear Chen Mu praise other women in front of her. Chapter 50 Obtain 1 billion Dasha coins. Everyone booed in surprise. Lily, aren't you making things difficult for Chen Mu? Let alone 1 million, I guess he can't even come up with 10,000. Aren't you making him a joke in front of school beauty Sue? After all, he is not like me who has plenty of money and can easily take it out. Zhao Qing was showing off in his words that he was a man with plenty of money. Unfortunately, his hint was not accepted by Su Shirin. At this moment, Su Shirin was so angry that she raised her hand and pointed directly at Zhao Li's nose, defending Chen Mu. You are too much. You actually have the nerve to ask Chen Mu for a big price. Have you forgotten who paid for your tuition, who paid for your living expenses, and who gave you pocket money? She didn't expect that Zhao Li would shamelessly ask Chen Mu for 1 million yuan in compensation for her youth. Obviously, all the money Zhao Li spent before was Chen Mu's. How could she still have the nerve to ask for so much? That's what he should do. Since I followed him, he should be responsible for all my expenses. Isn't that natural? If you don't have the money, you shouldn't take the job. He can't even support his girlfriend. Is he still a man? Zhao Li didn't care. She even felt that what Chen Mu gave her was very little. After all, after she and Zhao Qing had been together, Zhao Qing had never treated her badly. Chen Mu, do you know who gave me these 99 roses? I'm not interested in knowing. Chen Mu answered without thinking. Whether it is a human or a ghost, it has nothing to do with him. This is a gift from Zhao Qing. I've been with you for almost 5 years, but in these 5 years, I'm afraid you haven't given me as many roses as this one. On the contrary, when I was with Zhao Qing, he not only gave me flowers, but also bought me brand name bags, took me to the movies, watched fireworks at Disneyland, and stayed in 5-star hotels. The money he spent on me is more than you can ever earn in this life, the next life, or even the next life. Regardless of whether Chen Mu was interested in knowing or not, Zhao Li still wanted to speak out. She just wanted to let Chen Mu know how well she, Zhao Li, was living after leaving him. Ha! Chen Mu sneered. If he really told Zhao Li about the money in his bank card, she would probably be scared to death. What are you laughing at? Seeing the sneer on Chen Mu's face, Zhao Li asked dissatisfiedly. Why should I report to you? What qualifications do you have? Chen Mu stared coldly at Zhao Li, which made Zhao Li feel panicked. Was it her illusion? Why did she feel that she was a little different from before? She felt a little strange. Well, then you should compensate me 1 million. As long as you compensate me 1 million, we will owe each other nothing. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Li straightened her back. This was all owed to her by Chen Mu. Don't we owe each other anything? Chen Mu smiled rarely. She said it very easily. Although he is indeed not short of money now, it does not mean that his money can be used by anyone. In the past 4 years, I not only spent money on you, but also never treated you badly in life. In order to make you feel at ease, I didn't touch you, thinking of marrying you in the future. But you are now blaming me and asking me to compensate you for the loss of your youth. Having said this, Chen paused and looked at Zhao Qing, his words full of sarcasm. Why, is it that Zhao Qing's money is not enough for you to spend, or that he didn't give you money to spend, so you shamelessly come to me? You're talking bullshit. I have plenty of money, I can't spend it all even if I spend several lifetimes. I'm not like you, who needs to go out to work for 3 months just to buy an iPhone as a birthday present for Lily. Zhao Qing stood up immediately. He would not lose face in front of school beauty Su. It turns out that Chen Mu was such a man. Su Shirin stared at Chen Mu for a long time. She had been with Zhao Li for so many years, but they had never had sex. He is such a rare good man. Goddess Su, don't listen to what that bastard Chen Mu says. I, Zhao Qing, have everything I need, and I'm willing to spend money on women. Turning around, Zhao Cheng looked at Su Shirin and hurriedly explained, fearing that Su Shirin would misunderstand him because of Chen Mu's words. However, when he saw that all Su Shirin's attention was on Chen Mu, he couldn't help but get angry. How is Zhao Cheng not better than Chen Mu? If you want money, you have money. If you want beauty, you have money. If you want a good figure, you still have money. Chen Mu, you are not even as good as one of his fingers, why do you compete with him for Goddess Su? Chen Mu, if you can't come up with this 1 million, I can lend it to you, but I have a request. Feeling angry, Zhao Cheng naturally went to vent his anger on Chen Mu, the instigator. Brother Cheng. Zhao Li looked at Zhao Qing in confusion. Don't interfere in this matter. Zhao Cheng didn't even look at Zhao Li, staring straight at Chen Mu and raised his eyebrows provocatively. Chen Mu, 1 million is not enough for me, it's just a small number, but it must be an astronomical figure for a poor guy like you. My request is very simple, that is, don't show up in front of Goddess Su from now on, and I promise to lend you this 1 million, how about it? Zhao Cheng, you. Su Shirin never thought that Zhao Cheng would make such a request to Chen Mu. At this moment, the system panel popped up again, task list updated. Chen Mu paused, a new mission? Use your mind to switch to the task page. A total of 2 tasks have been updated. Task 1, punch Zhao Cheng and you will be rewarded 1 billion. Task time limit, 1 hour. Task 2, make Zhao Li regret breaking up with you, the host. If your mental critical hit value reaches 100, you will be rewarded with a luxury yacht. Chen Mu was ecstatic. He could get 1 billion by just 1 punch. What is the difference between this and picking it up for free? As for Zhao Li's mission, it was even easier for him because he knew too well what kind of person Zhao Li was. Goddess Su. Hearing Su Shirin calling his name, Zhao Cheng immediately changed his attitude and looked at Su Shirin with lustful eyes. But before he could finish his words, his sight towards Su Shirin was suddenly blocked by a tall figure. Zhao Cheng looked up, but what he saw was Chen Mu's face that he hated extremely. It's him again. Chen Mu, you. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Cheng flew out. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 10 billion daxia coins. Shaking his hands, Chen Mu remained calm as he looked at Zhao Qing, who was sent flying by his punch. From the moment he saw Zhao Cheng appear, his fist was already ready to move. You dared to hit me? Zhao Qing fell heavily to the ground and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked. This was the first time in his life that he was bullied in front of so many people. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would never forgive this idiot Chen Mu. I'm going to hit you, why do I have to wait for a day? Facing Zhao Qing's naked anger, Chen Mu shrugged with a relaxed look. Fuck your mother. Seeing that Chen Mu didn't take him seriously at all, Zhao Qing got up from the ground and rushed towards Chen Mu with his fists. However, when he was only 1 step away from Chen Mu put his hands in his pockets, raised his leg high and kicked Zhao Qing in the chest with 70% of his strength. The next second, Zhao Qing was flung flying. With a thud, it crashed straight into the sports car he was driving. He even smashed a mark on the car. After falling to the ground, he vomited blood, and in the blood there was a tooth covered in blood. Looking up in disbelief, Zhao Cheng glared at Chen Mu fiercely with anger filling his chest. Fuck. Chen Mu, you're fucking dead. Chapter 51, Breaking the Opponent's Limbs Alive. Ha! Facing Zhao Qing's provocation, Chen Mu walked over with a sneer. Without giving Zhao Qing a chance to dodge, he bent down and grabbed Zhao Qing by the collar, then punched Zhao Qing in the face without thinking. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1 billion reward. The next second, Zhao Qing's face swelled up instantly. Even 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. But after just a few moves, the originally arrogant Zhao Qing was already dying in Chen Mu's hands, with his eyes half closed, looking like a dead object without vitality. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 billion dasha coin. Plus 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 billion dasha coin. Plus 2. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 billion dasha coin. Plus 3. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 1 billion dasha coin. Plus. Chen Mu. The people present came to their senses and stared in amazement at Chen Mu, who looked like the king of hell and was full of hostility. No one dared to provoke him. He was afraid that he would get into trouble and become the next Zhao Cheng. Chen Mu, that's enough. Only Su Shirin was different from the others. She quickly walked to Chen Mu's side and grabbed his fist that was about to swing out. Don't waste your time and energy on this kind of person. He's not worth it. Seeing Su Shirin's kind advice, Chen Mu felt a little unhappy. After all, he could get a 1 billion reward for just one punch. Who would complain about having too much money? However, when he thought that future tasks might be related to Su Shirin, he had to give her some face. Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying this, Chen Mu let go of Zhao Qing. Suddenly, Zhao Qing fell heavily to the ground, breathing in big gulps of air. He didn't even dare to look at Chen Mu. He thought he was going to be beaten to death by Chen Mu. With his eyes squinted, Chen Mu looked at Zhao Qing, who was lying on the ground unable to move. Letting him go like this was really not Chen Mu's style. Squatting down, he grabbed Zhao Qing's arm. Snap! The sound of bones dislocating suddenly rang out. Then, a piercing howl broke through the sky. Oh my god! Chen Mu actually broke Zhao Qing's limbs alive, turning him from a normal person into a disabled person. Everyone was so frightened by the scene before them that they dared not even breathe. After dealing with Zhao Qing, Chen Mu withdrew his hand and straightened his slightly messy clothes, looking at the stunned Zhao Li with a gaze as sharp as an ice knife. After dealing with Zhao Qing, the next one to be dealt with is her, Zhao Li. Suddenly, when Zhao Li met Chen Mu's icy eyes, she shuddered and the hairs on her body stood up instantly. Chen Mu, he wouldn't attack her, would he? How could he possibly do that to her? She was the woman he loved the most. Chen Mu, what do you want to do? Because she was so scared, Zhao Li's tongue was tied when she spoke, and she stumbled over complete sentences. What can I do to you? Chen Mu smiled disdainfully. Zhao Li has always been arrogant and domineering, looking down on others. This is the first time he has seen such an expression on her face since he met her. It really makes people feel refreshed. Chen Mu, you are crazy, you are completely crazy. You dare to offend Zhao Qing, his family will definitely not let you go. Looking at Zhao Qing lying on the ground wriggling and wailing like a maggot, Zhao Li was very scared. If Chen Mu treated her like Zhao Qing, she would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, she could only bring up the power behind Zhao Qing to protect her own safety. Really? Chen Mu raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. He dared to attack Zhao Qing, so why would he be afraid of the people behind him? If you dare to come, don't blame him for being rude. Seeing the anger in Chen Mu disappear, Zhao Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and pushed all the faults onto Chen Mu. I know you still have resentment towards me, but you shouldn't do this. It's illegal for you to do this. Besides, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not living up to your expectations and not being able to give me what I want. That's why I left you. Oh. Facing Zhao Li's accusation, Chen Mu just responded lightly, then looked at Su Shirin beside him. He wants to make money more than teaching Zhao Li a lesson. Do you have time after school? I want to invite you to the most upscale Western restaurant in the area for dinner. By the way, can you help me find some Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, etc. that are worth at least 5 million? I want to buy one. What? The most high-end Western restaurant. Also need to change to Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, a car worth at least 5 million? When Zhao Li heard what Chen Mu said, she was shocked. But soon, the shock on her face disappeared, and was replaced by endless ridicule. Just Chen Mu, him? He is a poor guy, let alone 5 million, he may not even be able to come up with 5,000. What accessories can you buy for these luxury cars for a few $1,000s? Well, maybe just a pair of rearview mirrors? Yes. That's right. Isn't this car running fine? Su Shirin nodded and turned to look at the sports car worth tens of millions parked behind her. Although she knew that Chen Mu was not short of money, wasn't it a bit too wasteful? Change to another style. Chen Mu said lightly. Man, how is it possible to have only one car? Cars and famous watches are the best clothes for men. What's more, he could take this opportunity to complete the task and reach the maximum level of driving ability. With this skill, you can go sailing on a luxury yacht. Okay. Su Shireen nodded, and then, as if she had thought of something, she looked anxious. I have to go in, it's almost time for class. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you here after school. Chen Mu nodded and watched Su Shireen leave. Chen Mu, there's no one else here now, so there's no need for you to pretend to be generous in front of me. Zhao Li spoke to Chen Mu as soon as Su Shireen left. His pretense really made her uncomfortable, and he spoke as if it were the truth. Chen Mu glanced at her, and Zhao Li was so scared that she dared not say anything more. He took out his cell phone and ignored Zhao Li's presence. Send all the flowers from your flower shop to the gate of Nanjing University. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mu turned around and leaned against the car, with his hands in his pockets, acting nonchalant. Didn't Zhao Li just mock him for not being able to even afford flowers? He would let Zhao Li know that it's not that he couldn't afford it, but that she was not worthy of receiving flowers from him. Chen Mu. Lily, Zhao Qing seems to have fainted. Don't you want to go and check on him? Zhao Li's good sister reminded her. So Zhao Li had to retract her gaze, walked to Zhao Qing's side, and asked in a pretentious manner, Brother Qing, are you okay? Seeing that Zhao Qing didn't react at all, she had to turn her head and look at her good sisters behind her. What are you all still standing there for? Call 120. After a while, the ambulance arrived and lifted Zhao Qing into it. Lily, aren't you going with them? Zhao Li's good sister asked puzzledly. It's no use if I go. I'm not a doctor. Zhao Li explained impatiently, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Mu not far away. She heard every word Chen Mu said just now. She wanted to witness with her own eyes Chen Mu's embarrassment when he failed to pretend to be cool and see his lies being exposed. Chapter 52. The chairman of Zhao Group comes to visit. Half an hour later, 2 trucks appeared at the gate of Nanjing University one after another. The driver was about to take out his cell phone to call Chen Mu when Chen Mu waved at him and said, I'm here. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Mu? The driver walked over immediately and checked the information. Yes. Chen Mu responded. These are all the flowers you requested in our flower shop. Please come and check them. The driver turned and pointed to the various kinds of flowers that were brought into the truck. No need. Chen Mu stopped them, please move me down. So, under the gaze of everyone, tens of thousands of bouquets of various colorful flowers were placed in front of Chen Mu. How much? Chen Mu asked after they finished moving. Mr. Chen Mu, the total is 120,000. The driver wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, you are the first person to empty our flower shop. Our manager said he can give you a discount. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Mu, no need. Did you bring your POS machine? I have it. The driver quickly took out the prepared card reader. The next second, Chen Mu took out the card from his trouser pocket and handed it directly to the driver. Byte. Consumption of 120,000, payment successful. As the POS machine made a sound, Zhao Li, who was waiting to see Chen Mu make a fool of himself, suddenly changed her expression. This must be a lie. How could Chen Mu afford 120,000? This is 120,000, not 12 yuan. Okay, you can go now. Chen Mu said calmly after taking back the card. Thank you Mr. Chen Mu for your support. If you need anything else, please contact us. After that, the driver left with the workers. Looking at the brightly colored flowers that looked like a sea of flowers in front of him, Chen Mu inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhao Li's face that was as colorful as a palette. System prompt, target character's mental critical value plus 20. Pursing his lips, Chen Mu thought he had only overturned Zhao Li's prejudice against him, but he already got a critical hit of 20. This showed that Zhao Li's psychological endurance was really average. Next, Zhao Li's heart will probably have to endure various blows one after another. Pulling his hand out of his trouser pocket, Chen Mu saw a familiar face at a glance. That was Zhang Wei from their dormitory. Hey, Chen Mu, what are you doing here instead of going to class? Zhang Wei also saw Chen Mu not far away at a glance. He was wondering where the strong floral scent came from in such an autumn day. It turned out that someone had deliberately arranged it carefully. Maybe it was a confession of love? With so many flowers, it must cost a lot of money. The other party must be someone who is not short of money. Zhang Wei, please help me give these flowers to every girl leaving the school. After this, I will treat you to a health checkup. How about that? After Zhang Wei walked in front of Chen Mu began to speak. Ah, you mean, these flowers are yours? Hearing Chen Mu's words, Zhang Wei stared with disbelief. When did Chen Mu become a rich man? No, this is definitely not the money paid by Chen Mu, he must have been entrusted by someone. Okay. Thank you for your help. Chen Mu nodded and reached out to pat Zhang Wei's shoulder. If we give this task to Zhang Wei, he doesn't need to exert any physical effort and can still complete the task. How great is that? Oh, okay, I'll help you right away. Although Zhang Wei had many doubts in his mind, he suppressed them and took the initiative to take on the job. These flowers were delivered by him. Who knows whether these flowers were bought by Chen Mu or by him? Who knows, he might even take this opportunity to find a female classmate to become her partner. After all, who wouldn't like someone to give her flowers? Chen Mu. As soon as Zhang Wei left, Zhao Li immediately walked up to Chen Mu and said, "Where did you get all that money? You are not an orphan. Your grandparents who raised you were just poor farmers who had to dig the land and plant crops in the countryside. Besides, didn't they pass away one after another 2 years ago? You didn't get this money through illegal means." Chen Mu turned a deaf ear to Zhao Li's questions. Why should he pay attention to her when she talked to him? Who made the rule? Anyway, the system doesn't have it. Brother Mu, she. Zhang Wei came over with a few bouquets of flowers in his hands. He remembered that Chen Mu said to give flowers to all girls, which naturally included the girl next to him who didn't receive any flowers. Only when he got closer did he realize that this girl was actually Chen Mu's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Li, who cheated on him. Suddenly, he was embarrassed. Could it be that these two are going to get back together? How desperate must Chen Mu be to get back together with such a money-hungry woman? Except for her, you can give these flowers to anyone else you want. Chen Mu turned his head and said to Zhang Wei. Byte. System prompts, target character's mental critical value plus 10. As soon as these words came out, the system prompt sounded in Chen Mu's ears. Turning back, Chen Mu saw Zhao Li's face which turned pale and blue, looking extremely embarrassed. Chen Mu, you don't think that you can insult people like this just because you have a few bucks? I don't want them at all. Zhao Li's face turned red with embarrassment. She never thought that Chen Mu bought these flowers just to insult her. Did I insult you? Didn't you say you couldn't afford it? Chen Mu said sarcastically. She was the one who said she couldn't afford to send flowers, and she was also the one who said it was an insult. Zhao Li was the only one who said both good and bad things. When Zhao Li was still trying to make excuses, a car sounded behind her. Lily, that seems to be Zhao Qing's family. Seeing a seemingly majestic old man coming out of the car, Zhao Li's younger sister hurried forward to remind him. Seeing this, Zhao Li quickly turned her head to look. Looking at the old man with white hair and a cane that looked like it was worth a lot of money, she suddenly felt proud. He turned around and said to Chen Mu, you are finished. Zhao Qing's family has come to our door. Now, even gods can't save you. If you kneel down and beg me at this time, I don't think I can help you put in a good word in front of his grandfather. You? Chen Mu snorted, are you worthy? You. Zhao Li was so angry at his contemptuous expression that her face turned red and she was speechless for a moment. Don't refuse my toast. After a long while, she managed to say this, you will regret it soon. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the old man. Leaning against the sports car, Chen Mu looked up and down at the old man not far away. He is the chairman of the Zhao group. It is because of his connivance that Zhao Qing dares to act so arrogantly. After hearing what Zhao Li said, the old man suddenly looked towards Chen Mu, his eyes fierce and cold, as if he wanted to put Chen Mu to death and tear him into pieces. Zhao Li beside him looked at Chen Mu with a smug and arrogant look, as if telling Chen Mu that his good days were over. Chapter 53, The Verbal Attack Sent Old Man Zhao to the Hospital. Byte. Following the system prompt, Chen Mu saw another task added to the virtual system operation panel with blue light in front of him. Mission, counterattack Zhao Hanyang's revenge to gain charm plus 5, temperament plus 5. Wow, Chen Mu felt relieved when he saw the task sent by the system. In fact, even if the system did not issue the task, he would fight back. After all, he was not the Chen Mu who was unable to fight back and was at the mercy of others. Are you the Chen Mu who hurt my precious grandson Zhao Qing? Even though the old man's emotions were written all over his face, he still walked up to Chen Mu with the help of other bodyguards and questioned him arrogantly. Yes. Chen Mu raised his chin, without any concealment or timidity, and faced the old man's very aggressive eyes directly. Well, young man, you are brave and daring, that's great. The old man was slightly startled, then a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. But you hurt the only bloodline of our Zhao family. No matter how much I admire you, you have to pay the price for your actions. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the bodyguards following behind him who looked like well-trained thugs. With just a glance, the bodyguards immediately understood what he meant and walked towards Chen Mu. Take him away. After saying this, the old man no longer looked at Chen Mu. He turned around and walked towards his unassuming outie, having already decided that Chen Mu could not escape from his five-finger mountain. Click, boom, bang. Just as the old man was about to get on the bus, a dull sound of impact came from behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw the thugs who had followed their Zhao family for 10 years falling to the ground, each with an expression of pain on their face. What happened? Along with the old man's angry voice, the system's prompt sound also reached Chen Mu's ears. System prompt, character's mental critical value plus 10. System prompt, congratulations to the host for completing the counterattack mission, the reward has been issued. Ding dong. The virtual page disappeared with the counterattack mission, and was replaced by a new mission. Mission, use your mouth to make Zhao Hongyang so angry that he is sent to the hospital to gain learning ability plus 10. Learning ability? Does it refer to the ability to learn a wide variety of skills? Chen Mu was a little uncertain, but he knew that this skill would definitely be beneficial to him. Chen Mu, how could you? Seeing those thugs who were nearly 2 meters tall falling to the ground and groaning in pain, Zhao couldn't believe her eyes at all, and looked at Chen Mu with horror on her face. In her impression, Chen Mu was not only a skinny guy but also an unarmed weakling. However, the current Chen Mu could knock all these people to the ground in just a few moves. Is this still the Chen Mu she knew? Or is it that he is not Chen Mu at all, but Chen Mu's twin brother or younger brother, and he appeared here at that time just to help Chen Mu get justice? With some guesses, Zhao felt more and more that the Chen Mu in front of her was not the Chen Mu she knew. After all, it is impossible for a person to undergo such a drastic change in such a short period of time. You, who are you? The old man frowned. He realized that he had underestimated the young man from the beginning. With such strength, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Me? Chen Mu smiled. A college student who couldn't be more ordinary. The old man stared at Chen Mu for a long time, and it was obvious that he did not believe what Chen Mu said. If it is true as Chen Mu said, he is just an ordinary college student, how could he have such strength? Old man Zhao, it's really not my fault about what happened with Zhao Cheng. If you want to blame someone, blame him for showing off in front of me for no reason. I didn't intend to bother with him about cheating on me, but he just had to provoke me. You can't just let me do nothing and let him bully me. Chen Mu curled his lips. He was not the one who was wrong in this matter. It was Zhao Qing from the beginning to the end. As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, Zhao Li immediately took over his words and refuted. Bah, you were lying. It's obvious that you are resentful of me and Zhao Qing being together, and you are just taking this opportunity to take revenge. Are you worthy? Chen Mu glanced at Zhao Li indifferently. What qualifications do you have to deserve a fight from me? A materialistic woman who is obsessed with money, her leaving him is the greatest reward from God to him. After all, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the godly rich system and become a hidden boss. You. After being confronted by Chen Mu, Zhao Li could only bite her lower lip tightly and could not say anything in response. After hearing what Chen Mu said, the old man looked at Zhao Li thoughtfully. So the reason why his grandson was beaten and even had disabled limbs was all because of this woman Zhao Li? It is true that beauty is a disaster. If anything happens to Zhao Qing, I will never let you go. Suddenly, the old man spoke harshly to Zhao Li. No, Grandpa, you don't listen to him, it's not like that. Zhao Li was so anxious that tears came out. Ding dong. System prompt, character's mental critical strike value plus 30. Oh no, Chen Mu curled his lips. It was just as he expected. Zhao Li's future life was ruined even without his help. He, Chen Mu, would not take action if he did not want to, but once he took action, he would never let go easily. Zhao Qing's ending was destined to be unchangeable. Old Zhao, come to think of it, you can't let her shoulder all the responsibilities alone. Although the goal has been achieved, Shenmu still remembers the task that has just been updated. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your good-for-nothing grandson. If he had behaved himself, he wouldn't have ended up like a vegetable lying in bed from now on, needing someone to take care of his eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Oh, it's too tragic just to think about it. After all, for any normal person, this is a life worse than death. You, what did you say? A vegetable? You, what did you do to my grandson? After hearing this, the old man's turbid eyes suddenly widened, and his yellow eyeballs seemed about to fall out. It's nothing serious. We just twisted his limbs apart. Even with the most advanced technology or the most awesome doctor, there's no way to make him recover. Shenmu said the most vicious words in a very indifferent tone. He found that after having the system, he not only became rich, but also changed from a so-called introverted and timid man to a sunny and cheerful boy with a sharp tongue. He was quite satisfied with himself now. In the past, he was not good at speaking and could not talk, and he would always silently endure others making fun of him. Now, if anyone dares to tease him or make a joke, he has plenty of ways to make the other person know that a joke is only considered a joke if it makes everyone laugh. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my precious grandson become a vegetable? I'm still waiting for him to carry on the family line for our Zhao family. After hearing what Shenmu said, the old man's eyes suddenly turned black and his body became unstable. All the support points of his body were on the crutches in his hands. He covered his chest and his body was shaking violently. He stared at Shenmu fiercely. You dare to do this to my precious grandson, I will not let you go even if I risk my life. Chapter 54, ex-girlfriend is his bootlicker? Really? Then I'll wait. Facing the old man's threat, Shenmu didn't take it seriously at all. What kind of trouble could a mere Zhao family cause? The system is in his hands, and the world belongs to him, Shenmu. He is not afraid at all. You, cough cough, you. The old man was so angry at Shenmu's indifferent attitude that his chest heaved violently. Before he could finish his words, he fell to the side. Fortunately, the driver nearby was quick to reach out and catch him. The driver looked at Shenmu and felt helpless. Even the master couldn't do anything to Shenmu, so how could a mere driver like him be the other party's opponent? We can only send the master to the hospital temporarily and make a decision after he wakes up. Looking at Grandpa Zhao Chang who was sent away, Zhao Li felt as if all her strength was drained away at once. She fell heavily to the ground like a wildflower swaying in a storm. Her not-so-pretty face was as pale as paper, without any blood. Ding dong. System prompt, character's mental critical strike value plus 30. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The luxury yacht reward has been issued. Looking at Zhao Li who looked so pitiful, Shenmu did not have any sympathy in his heart. To him, Zhao Li only brought it upon herself. You are not Shenmu, you are not him at all. Zhao Li turned her head and immediately ran into Shenmu's cold eyes without any warmth. She yelled at Shenmu like crazy, who are you? What do you want? If I am not Shenmu, then who is Shenmu? Shenmu did not expect Zhao Li to be so crazy that he was not Shenmu. Are you kidding? He is the real Shenmu. No, you can't be Shenmu. Shenmu would not treat me like this. I am the woman he loves the most. Zhao Li shook her head frantically. Shenmu couldn't bear to hurt her, and Shenmu would never look at her with such eyes. Therefore, the person in front of her was definitely fake, he was definitely not Shenmu. My favorite woman? Shenmu pursed his lips. Well, I did say that, but things are different now. From the moment Zhao Li betrayed him, all the vows she made were gone with the wind and could not be taken seriously. Suddenly, Zhao Li laughed out loud without any warning. Huh? Shenmu, you still haven't let me go, you still have me in your heart, otherwise how could you still remember these words? Shenmu looked confused. Where does Zhao Li get the confidence to say such shameless words? Even if you have become different from before, I will never fall in love with you and will never be with you. Stop doing this useless work. Zhao Li slowly stood up from the ground. It is said that people who are loved are fearless. As long as Shenmu still has her in his heart, Shenmu will not do anything to her. At most, he was just making fun of Zhao Qing. There was no way he could hurt her. Rolling his eyes, Shenmu decided not to bother with Zhao Li anymore. After all, he had completed his mission and got the luxury yacht, so why waste time on Zhao Li? Just as Shenmu turned around and opened the door of the sports car, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. System prompt, there is a new task. So, Chen Mu used his mind to control and opened the virtual interface. Task, let Jolly become the host's liquor and be rewarded with 10 billion dasha coins, time limit, 1 month. Oh shit. Chen Mu couldn't help but swear. Shit is hard to eat, but money is hard to earn. He didn't want to bother with this crazy bitch Jolly at all. So he chose to ignore this task. Anyway, we don't need this little money, so there is no need to bow down for a few pieces of silver. Chen Mu. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice like an oriole sounded not far away. Following the sound, Chen Mu saw a young girl with a pure and bright smile in the sun, running towards him with her skirt lifted up and several heavy books in her arms. For a moment, Chen Mu couldn't help but stare in amazement. Chen Mu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. After school, a classmate pulled me aside to talk about something, so I was a little delayed. Su Shirin came to Chen Mu and apologized guiltily. It's okay, I didn't wait long. Chen Mu came back to his senses from his amazement and shook his head at Su Shirin. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the most upscale place in Jiangqing to eat Western food? I know there is a delicious Western restaurant, but I don't know if it can meet your expectations. Seeing that Chen Mu did not blame her, Su Shirin couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly changed the subject. Okay, as long as you like it. Chen Mu didn't care where to eat. He was not too particular about food. Okay, shall we go now? Su Shirin requested. Okay. Chen Mu nodded. Walking around the car, Chen Mu opened the passenger door very gentlemanly. He closed the door only after Su Shirin sat in the driving seat. Chen Mu. Just as Chen Mu was about to get on the car, Zhao behind him immediately called him. Chen Mu paused and looked at Zhao with some impatience on his face. You haven't compensated me 1 million yet. Although Zhao was talking to Chen Mu, her eyes were looking at Su Shirin who was beside Chen Mu. Su Shirin is the campus belle of Nanjing University. She is surrounded by all kinds of suitors. Even her boyfriend Zhao Qing was once one of her crazy suitors. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Chen Mu just now was clearly full of emotion, and it didn't seem like she was acting. Let's talk about it later. After saying this, Chen Mu didn't want to get entangled with Zhao Li for a moment, so he immediately opened the car door and sat in the driving seat. In the blink of an eye, he drove away from Zhao Li. Looking at the luxury car driving away in a cloud of dust, Zhao Li felt unwilling. Then, she immediately reached out to hail a taxi and followed Chen Mu's car. Arriving at the door of a Western restaurant, Chen Mu just got out of the car and keenly noticed the car behind him, but he just pretended nothing. Since Zhao Li likes to follow, let her follow. This is also a good opportunity to let her see Chen Mu's current strength. Watching Chen Mu and Su Shirin walk into the Western restaurant side by side, Zhao Li quickly got out of the car. This is her first time visiting this place. She thought Su Shirin would take Chen Mu to the Western restaurant that Zhao Qing often took her to. Before that, she thought that was the most high-end Western restaurant in Jiangqing. But the Western restaurant in front of him was much better than that restaurant just by its magnificent exterior decoration style, making people feel that only important people could enter here. Zhao Li raised her foot and walked in. Miss, do you have an appointment? As soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by someone. Want to make an appointment? Zhao Li was shocked. Of course, you can only enter our restaurant if you make a reservation. The lady at the front desk explained. Biting her lip, Zhao Li immediately pointed to Chen Mu and Su Shirin who were not far away. I'm their friend, I'm here to find them. Oh, is that so? Then please come in. After swaggering into the restaurant, Zhao Li was amazed by all the settings in front of her. This is the kind of place where people from the real upper class would come. All the places Zhao Qing took her to were just rubbish. Zhao Li? After ordering the dishes, Su Shirin looked up and saw Zhao Li coming towards them, looking a little surprised. How did she get in? No, why is she here? Could it be for Chen Mu? Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably nervous and subconsciously looked at Chen Mu. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 30. Before Chen Mu turned around, he received a reminder from the system. Chen Mu was speechless. He hadn't done anything yet, but he inexplicably gained Zhao Li's plus 30 favorability? Chapter 55, Abuse the ex-girlfriend and tell her to get out. Zhao Li, who was shocked by everything in front of her, walked to Chen Mu in disbelief. Chen Mu, what on earth is this place? Although it looked like a place to eat, there was actually a stage, and there were some familiar faces on the stage. There were several well-known mentor singers participating in a music talent show, singing lyrical songs on it. People who don't know would think this is a private concert. Don't bother me. Shenmue felt annoyed when seeing Zhao Li's curious look like a village girl entering the village for the first time. He originally thought that Zhao Li would definitely not be able to get in, but he didn't expect that she was able to get in. Zhao Li never expected that Shenmue would be so impatient when facing her, and she felt aggrieved. In the past, Shenmue always held her in the palm of his hand, but now, he treated her like a worn-out shoe. Mr. Chen, Miss Su, is there anything I can help you with? The manager who was not far away saw a woman standing next to Shenmue who had not yet sat down, and Shenmue looked unhappy, so he walked over immediately. Drive her away, and I will compensate for all the losses. Shenmue didn't even want to look at Zhao Li. When he saw her, his appetite, which had originally increased rapidly, seemed to be filled by something, and he had no appetite at all. How can that be possible? Mr. Chen, you just recharged 1 million with us. You are our VIP guest. As long as you have any needs, we will only try our best to satisfy you. The manager hurriedly explained and flattered. Shenmue is their VIP VVV, so naturally he has to serve this generous young master wholeheartedly and dare not neglect him in the slightest. 1 million? Zhao Li looked at Shenmue in disbelief. Shenmue, is he so rich? Just by having a casual meal, I recharged 1 million? Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 50. Hearing the system prompt, Shenmue frowned in frustration. Is Zhao Li suffering from some serious illness? The more he ignored her, the more her favorability towards him soared. Doesn't she have some hidden hobby? Turning around, the manager, who had been groveling a little, immediately straightened up and said to Zhao Li in a tone that would not brook refusal, Miss, since you are not with Mr. Chen, please go back to your seat. If you continue to harass Mr. Chen, we can only ask you to leave. Manager, she said she was a friend of Mr. Chen and Miss Su, so I let her in. The waiter not far away immediately came over and explained. Oh, it turns out that Zhao Li had the opportunity to come in because of his relationship. Shenmue immediately understood. However, he was still too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Li and leisurely picked up the menu in front of him and started to look at it. Except for this, bring us everything else. Pointing at a plate of unpalatable pasta, Shenmue said arrogantly. What? Suddenly, Zhao Li's face was slightly distorted with shock. She just accidentally saw the prices on the menu. Every item was in 4 digits. Shenmue asked, you want all? Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 50. Fuck. Shenmue finally turned his head in confusion and looked at Zhao Li, who was standing next to her and staring at the menu in his hand. Why was she still here? Moreover, from time to time, she inexplicably increases her favorability towards him? This gave him a creepy feeling. With just one glance from Shenmue, the manager immediately understood. Since this lady came in through Mr. Chen's relationship, he doesn't need to be polite to her. After all, Mr. Chen didn't want to see her at all at this moment. Ma'am, please go out. Not just anyone can come in here, he said to Zhao Li very impolitely. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Zhao Li was so embarrassed that she could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment on the floor with her toes. The next second, she reached out and grabbed Shenmue's arm, whispering, Shenmue, you can't let them do this to me. You can't kick me out of here. Seeing Zhao Li whispering something next to Shenmue, Su Shirin, who was sitting opposite Shenmue, bit her lips tightly, and her hands on her thighs were tightly grasping the hem of her skirt. She really minded Zhao Li and Shenmue being so close. Don't touch me. Shenmue frowned and shook off Zhao Li's hand without giving her any face. Don't let her claws dirty his clothes worth tens of thousands. Zhao Li, who was completely unprepared, was easily thrown away by Shenmue. She staggered back several steps and fell to the ground before she could stand firm. Suddenly, whispers from all around rang in her ears. TSK, this isn't a commoner girl who wants to use other people's connections to get ahead overnight. I think it must be. You can tell she is a very vain person by looking at the cheap clothes she is wearing. Another gold digger. Don't you see how much better the girl opposite her is? She has good looks, good temperament, and good taste. Only a fool would give up such a beautiful girl and accept a slut like her. If I were her, I would have crawled away in shame. So, you can't beat her. Her skin is thicker than a city wall. How can we compare to her? Ha, that is true. Ha ha. Listening to the slander from people around her, Zhao Li felt aggrieved and her eyes turned red. She bit her lip and looked at Chen Mu with tears in her eyes. Chen Mu was the one who fell for her tricks the most and couldn't stand her tears. He would definitely keep her. However, Chen Mu pretended not to see it. He put the menu aside and leaned back in his chair calmly and leisurely. Chen Mu. Zhao Li thought that Chen Mu's indifferent reaction might not have seen it. Are you going to let people eat? Chen Mu became more and more annoyed when he heard Zhao Li calling him Chen Mu left and right. Someone, please take this lady out. The manager was observing Chen Mu's expressions very carefully. Seeing that Chen Mu was becoming more and more impatient, he immediately gave orders to other people. So, before Zhao Li had time to get up from the ground, she was picked up by the tall and strong security guard at the door like a chick. Let me go, let me go. Chen Mu didn't ask you to kick me out. Let me go. I'm his girlfriend. No matter how she resisted, she was picked up and thrown out. As Zhao Li's voice gradually faded away, Chen Mu's frown gradually relaxed. Chen Mu, aren't you afraid that she will be sad and upset? Su Shirin slowly loosened her hands that were grabbing the hem of her skirt, picked up the water cup in front of her, and asked casually. Why should you be afraid? Chen Mu asked back. You and her before. Su Shirin lowered her head and said in a low voice. It's the past. From the moment she betrayed me, she no longer had any place in my heart. Chen Mu smiled. He was not that shameless. Zhao Li had cheated on him, but he still couldn't forget her. Is that so? Su Shirin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Chen Mu's answer. Fortunately, Chen Mu had already let go of Zhao Li. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 20. Chen Mu? What the hell? Chapter 56, beat up the foreigners and get a reward of 10 billion. Wasn't Zhao Liren already driven away? How could she still have such a sudden increase in affection for him from a distance? Someone explained to him what is going on. Chen Mu was confused. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Zhao Li's face pressed against the glass at the window of the table next to them. Her facial features were squeezed and deformed. It really scared him. Scare. Why is this Zhao Li still haunting us? What's wrong? Seeing Chen Mu's stunned expression, Su Shirin followed his gaze and saw Zhao Li not far away. She still has evil intentions towards Chen Mu. Don't worry about her. Retracting his gaze, Chen Mu spoke to Su Shirin. Okay. Su Shirin nodded. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that the way Zhao Li looked at her was as if she wanted to skin her alive. Outside the window, Zhao Li glared at Su Shirin viciously. If it wasn't Su Shirin, Chen Mu would not have treated her like this. Chen Mu, who is so gentle and always puts her first in everything, is bewitched by Su Shirin, so he ignores her. He looked at Chen Mu again, and the hatred in his eyes suddenly disappeared. How come Chen Mu looks better than before? Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 10. How could Chen Mu be so charming, far better than that nouveau riche Zhao Chang? Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 10. Judging from Chen Mu's behavior, he really has no shortage of money and does not take money seriously at all. Could it be that he is actually some super rich second generation and his previous poverty was just pretend? Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability plus 20. Grass. Hearing the system prompts ringing in his ears one after another, Chen Mu suddenly became angry. System, what's going on? I didn't pay any attention to her, so why is her favorability still rising? How high does it have to go for the mission to be completed? Can this mission be cancelled? System, reply to the host, to make the target person become your lick dog, the favorability value must reach plus 300. As the favorability value increases above plus 500, the task is completed. The task has been issued and cannot be cancelled. Thousands of alpacas galloped past Chen Mu's head. Hello. Just as Chen Mu and Su Shirin were having a Western meal together, a foreigner with very white skin walked over. Beauty, I've noticed you for a long time. Can I add your contact information? Can we have dinner together in the future? Chen Mu raised his head and took a look at the man. TSK, he looked decent, but it seemed like he didn't have any good ideas. She doesn't add anyone's contact information. Chen Mu directly refused on behalf of Su Shirin. He did not act on his own initiative, but helped Su Shireen out because he saw the embarrassment and resistance on her face. Jolly outside the window naturally saw this scene as well, and she smiled sarcastically. She thought Su Shireen was different from her, and that she was just attracting other men. Ding dong. Grass. Here we go again. When Chen Mu heard the familiar reminder, he wanted to shut down the system directly. Jolly, this bitch, can you please be quiet for a while? System prompt, there is a new task. New mission? Oh. It turns out there is a mission. Opening the system control panel, Chen Mu saw the tasks issued by the system. Task, teach Castanella lesson, reward hearing +5, taste +5, reward 30 billion dasha coins. Although Chen Mu doesn't understand what hearing and taste +5 means now, he is determined to get the 30 billion dasha coins. Beauty, please don't reject me first. I really want to be friends with you. The foreign man not only ignored Chen Mu's euphemistic rejection, but even went further. He bent down and put his hand on Su Shireen's shoulder. I am different from the man opposite you. Do you want us to book a hotel next door and give it a try? You. Su Shireen's face suddenly turned red with shame. It was the first time that someone had treated her like this. She felt extremely ashamed. Ah. Just as the foreign man put his face close to Su Shireen's face, he suddenly let out a painful wail. Chen Mu twisted the foreign man's arm and ordered, "Take your pig's trotter off her shoulder." Okay, I'll let her go right now. The foreign man quickly withdrew his hand, fearing that he would lose his other hand. Get out. Chen Mu pushed him away. Do you know who I am? The foreign man rubbed his hand that was hurt by Chen Mu, and said angrily, You can't afford to offend me. Can't afford to offend? Is that so? Chen Mu smiled disdainfully, as he was feeling upset. In recent years, these foreigners have come to the country to act as accomplices because of policies. He has long been displeased with them because he thinks they are superior to their own people. It just so happens that he has this opportunity, how can he miss it? So, he grabbed the foreign man by the collar and beat him up with his fist. Ding dong. System prompt, congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's favorability +30. Looking at Chen Mu fighting with foreigners in the restaurant, Jolly thought he was so handsome and cool. This was not the weakling Chen Mu in her impression at all. At this moment, Chen Mu was like an invincible god of war. He would kill gods if gods came and kill Buddhas if Buddhas came. He didn't take anyone seriously at all. Hey, you can't do this to him. Several foreign beauties immediately surrounded him, wanting to reach out but afraid of getting involved. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. The foreign man under Chen Mu's feet changed his previous arrogant attitude. At this moment, he curled up into a ball, holding his head with his hands and begging bitterly. Mr. Chen, you have taught him a lesson. Otherwise, just let him go for now. The manager also came over and persuaded. Chen Mu withdrew his hand. He had received the money and taught the man a lesson. That was enough. Caston, he is our VIP guest, not someone you can mess with casually. Please stop messing around like that. The manager helped the foreigner up from the ground and spoke to him earnestly. I don't care who he is. He won't be able to leave here today. The foreign man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Chen Mu unwillingly. Go and call Moscow over. Seeing that he was so stubborn, the manager had no choice but to give orders to others. So, after a while, a middle-aged foreign man dressed as a chef and looking very imposing appeared. The middle-aged man stared at Chen Mu arrogantly, his eyes full of sarcasm and pressure that could not be ignored. You are the one who attacked me, Castanel? Do you know that you are openly provoking the dignity of our country and destroying the friendly relations between our country and your country? Chapter 57, Ruining the Reputation of a Michelin Chef and Gaining God-Level Cooking Skills. Mosker, you're being too serious. These are just some minor frictions between young people. How can it be elevated to the national level? Before Chen Mu could speak, the manager at the side quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Some things, once they concern the country, are of great importance. How can it not be a matter between the two countries? Don't you know that we are the princes and nobles of the great country on which the sun never sets? How can ordinary people do this to us casually? Where do you put the face of us nobles? Where do you put the friendship between our two countries? However, Moscow was interrupted before he could finish his words. But this time the person who interrupted him was not the manager, but Chen Mu. Shut up! Chen Mu scratched his ears impatiently. How could he not hear that the other party was clearly trying to use the name of the country to force him to apologize? Unfortunately, Chen Mu wouldn't buy it. If the relationship between the two countries is really affected because he taught that stinky yellow-haired brat a lesson, then it can only mean that the sun never sets is looking for trouble and wants to cause trouble. You actually speak to your elders like this? Do you have any manners at all? Masker never expected that Chen Mu would speak to him like this. He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Education? Chen Mu snorted, you are not qualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became very strange. Masker's deep blue eyes stared at Chen Mu with wide eyes, as if he wished to tear Chen Mu into pieces. Daddy, he knocked out all my teeth, you can't just let it go. Castanel was supported and came to Masker. He stretched out his hand and a tooth covered in blood was lying quietly in his palm. We must use all our connections to put him to death. Looking at Castanel, who was speaking incoherently, Masker immediately took out his mobile phone. Although his current identity was just the head chef of a 5-star restaurant, in fact, he was not a simple person. Not long after Masker left with his phone, Castanel whistled at Su Shirin arrogantly and domineeringly, Beauty, if you know what's good for you, throw yourself into my arms. Su Shirin bit her lip and looked up at Chen Mu. She knew that Chen Mu was no ordinary person. Not only was he a skilled fighter, but he was also very rich. Originally, she shouldn't worry about what would happen to Chen Mu. But looking at McCastle's confident look, she couldn't help but worry about Chen Mu's safety. With just one glance, Chen Mu could tell from Su Shirin's face what she was thinking. He said, don't worry about me. I, Chen Mu, have never been afraid of anything. Even if Masker has someone above him, he is not at a disadvantage. After all, Chen Mu is no longer an ordinary person. Manager, those people from the TV station are here. A waiter with a panicked look appeared next to the manager. Ah! The manager patted his head in panic, how could I have forgotten about this? Turning around, the manager hurriedly looked at Chen Mu and bent down slightly, Mr. Chen, may I excuse myself for a moment? Yeah. Chen Mu waved his hand. Anyway, it makes no difference to him whether the manager is there or not. As the manager left, the already quiet atmosphere became noisy for some reason, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the entrance of the restaurant, I saw several people holding cameras and microphones, who were obviously from the news media, walking into the restaurant. Even Masker, who went to contact others, was pulled over by the manager to entertain a few people. Hey, aren't they from the most famous media in Jiangcheng TV? I remember that our official channel is recording a program called A Bite of Jiangcheng. They must be here to interview Chef Moscow. With the other party's reminder, Su Shirin also had some memories. She walked to Chen Mu's side, reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve. When Chen Mu looked at her, she said, Chen Mu, this program may seem like a local station, but it is linked to the central government. Maybe Masker really has someone above him. Don't worry, I won't be afraid even if there are people here. Chen Mu comforted him. But just when Su Shirin wanted to say something else, a female reporter walked towards them. After looking around, she walked straight to Chen Mu and said, handsome boy, we need a few people to taste the delicious food. Can you come? Chen Mu wanted to refuse. However, the system displayed a virtual panel directly in front of him without any warning. A new message appeared on the panel. Control with mind, open. System, congratulations to the host for triggering the random task, the task of destroying Masker's reputation, and the reward is God-level cooking skills. God-level cooking skills? Who cares? Since he is God-level, he will definitely take on this task. So, Chen Mu changed his previous thoughts and agreed directly, okay. Thank you so much for your help. When the reporter saw Chen Mu agreed, the smile on his face widened. Can I go? Seeing that Chen Mu agreed, Su Shirin asked hurriedly. You? The reporter looked at Su Shirin, then at Chen Mu, and then shook his head. Sorry, we already have other candidates. Let's work together in the future. After that, she looked at Chen Mu again, handsome boy, come with me. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Su Shirin pursed her lips unhappily. How could she not see that the female reporter had ulterior motives towards Chen Mu? That was why she wanted to go with her and did not want Chen Mu to be alone with the reporter. Led by the reporter, Chen Mu came to the upstairs of the restaurant. As soon as you enter the banquet hall, the first thing you see is a variety of fresh ingredients and knives shining with cold light placed on the eye-catching stage. Under the stage, there is a 3-meter-long table on both sides. Chen Mu was assigned the first seat at the long table on the left. There are more shots here, the female reporter emphasized. Oh. Chen Mu sat down and turned his head to look at Castanel, who was also sitting opposite him but was arranged at the last position. With such a comparison, the difference in treatment is immediately apparent. After all, their table was filled with all kinds of fruits. On the other side, apart from a few bottles of water, there was nothing else, which looked particularly shabby. Beauty, this is unfair. Why can he sit there but I have to sit here? Castanel was not satisfied with this arrangement. He immediately stood up and found the female reporter and questioned her. Whether in appearance or status, Castan is much better than the one sitting opposite him. A bandit like Chen Mu who only has martial arts skills is not worthy of comparing with him. Chapter 58. Dare to set a trap for him? Destroy it in public. He must have the ability to sit there. If you don't want to, just get out. The female reporter didn't tolerate Castanel at all and was very unhappy with him. Seeing that Chen Mu was looking at them, the expression on her face immediately changed, turning into a sweet and pleasing smile. Chen Mu was a little stunned and surprised. Could it be that this female reporter likes him? Before he could think about it, the female reporter had already walked to the stage with the photographer. The live broadcast starts now. Welcome everyone to A Bite of Jiangcheng. Now we are filming the famous Michelin chef Moscow. With the introduction of the female reporter, the filming officially began. OMO? Live broadcast. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't it be easier for him to destroy Moscar's reputation? This task was almost not challenging at all for him. Don't be complacent, let's wait and see. Castanel on the opposite side turned all his humiliation in front of the female reporter into grief and anger, and said to Chen Mu arrogantly and silently. Chen Mu had a look of disdain on his face, it was still uncertain who would win. As the female reporter explained, time passed by minute by minute. Soon, the first delicious meal made by Moscow was brought down from the stage. When he saw Chen Mu sitting in the most conspicuous position, the smile on his face suddenly froze and he was stunned. Mr. Moscar, what's wrong with you? The female reporter saw him standing there motionless and walked up to him and asked. As the camera got closer, Moscow could only hold on, it's okay, just a little nervous. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he still put on a smile and shared some of the food in his hand on the empty plate in front of Chen Mu. Chen Mu looked at the steak on the plate that was not even as big as his fist and the cherries wrapped in red berries. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. After all, he was broadcasting live now. What's the skill? Is this all he has? The foreigners are really stingy, not as generous and honest as the people in the great Xia country. Enjoy it. Moscar gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the camera, he would have kicked Chen Mu out long ago. This kid, how did he get in? Don't worry, I will definitely enjoy it well. Chen Mu felt so happy when he saw Moscar holding his breath and not daring to explode. He likes the way the other party wants to kill him but can't. Poof. A cold sneer came from Moscar's mouth, and then he walked towards the next person. The camera scanned everyone's faces, and the female reporter walked to Chen Mu's side. Immediately, the camera was pointed at Chen Mu's face. Chen Mu, who was about to open his mouth to swallow the delicious-looking cherry, put it down silently. After all, this is in front of the camera and many people are watching him. He has to have some idle image in mind, otherwise others will think he has never eaten Western food. Picking up the cutlery, he slowly picked up the cherry with the blade of the knife. This thing is not a cherry. It was some kind of meat, very soft and tender, without any bloody smell, but Chen Mu knew it was foie gras. Perhaps because his sense of taste was magnified, he pondered over it again and remembered that the goose meat he had eaten in the countryside also had a little bit of the taste. How does it taste? The female reporter called the photographer and asked her to take a picture of Chen Mu's face. Average. Chen Mu replied. Generally? Moscar, who was originally greeting other leaders, suddenly turned pale. Men hated most when people say they are average, no matter where they are. Suddenly, he returned to Chen Mu's table with a look of contempt on his face. Sir, do you know what this is? I guess you think it's just ordinary because you don't know it. Isn't it just foie gras? Chen Mu put down the cutlery and shrugged. What? Moscar's face changed after hearing this. He never expected that Chen Mu could have guessed it. Is this foie gras? I didn't taste anything. It didn't have any fishy smell at all, and it was so soft that I thought I was eating a dessert cake. Moscow's cooking skills are first-rate indeed. This foie gras has no bitterness at all and is very delicious. When Chen Mu said it was foie gras, everyone present realized what was in their mouths. Boy, you are pretty good. A person who looked like he had the highest status among the group gave Chen Mu a thumbs up. He is an expert in food criticism, but he couldn't even taste it, but was enlightened by this promising young man. Thank you. Facing the other party's praise, Chen Mu nodded politely. Hateful. He actually managed to install it. Originally, this honor should have belonged to him, Castanel. Now, all the limelight has been stolen by that brat Chen Mu. You can actually taste that this is foie gras, so you must be able to taste this as well. After all, Director Dong praised you so much. Moscard looked at the slices of meat on Chen Mu's plate with a dagger in his smile. Oh. Originally Chen Mu thought that what was on his plate was just a serving of beef, but looking at Moscar's strange and gloomy expression, he thought that this matter might not be that simple. He has to taste it carefully. Use cutlery to put the meat slices into pieces, insert the fork into the meat, and bring it to your mouth. After just chewing it 3 times, Chen Mu knew what kind of meat it was. Although his home is in the countryside, it is precisely because of that he had the opportunity to smell the meat. After all, dabbling in the countryside is nothing new. Although he had a distant memory of eating this kind of meat, as the taste buds continued to grow, he immediately associated it with the dish. No wonder Moscow dared to set a trap for him. Seeing Chen Mu frowning with a bad look on his face, Mosca suddenly became proud. I thought you were very powerful, little brother, but it turns out you were just so-so. Venison. Looking at Moscar's increasingly high spirits, Chen Mu spoke softly. Venison? Instantly, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Impossible. This is definitely not venison. Before Moscar could speak, Castanel at the other end stood up immediately, full of confidence. He knows his father well, and he knows his cooking skills even better. Deer are sacred and inviolable creatures in our Gileton. How could my father use a sacred creature as food? Chen Mu, you were just guessing. Looking at Castan's confident look, Chen Mu was secretly delighted. What else could this be but a divine assist? As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of God-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Chen Mu raised his chin slightly and looked at Moscar, who was already looking solemn and embarrassed. Really, Moscar? Moscar must be sweating profusely at this moment. I dare not admit it, but I have to admit it. After all, this is a fact that cannot be erased. If this is venison, I'll eat this table. Seeing that Chen Mu was not giving up, Castanel walked directly in front of Chen Mu and said, if this is not venison, then you must kneel down in front of the camera and in front of hundreds of thousands of people to apologize to the people of Gileton because you have insulted our dignity. Chapter 59, Accept the challenge and get 500 billion dasha coins and a skill that increases pain perception by 100 times? Okay. Chen Mu smiled. He was more than happy to have that. He raised his head, looked at Moscar, whose face was as black as coal, and said, then please tell me what kind of meat this is. Moscar remained silent. If he were to say in front of the camera that it was venison, it would not only be an embarrassment to himself, but also to Gileton. Of course he wouldn't do such a thing. Young man, you are really wrong. This is definitely not venison. Maybe the taste is a little similar to venison. After making up his mind, Moscar looked relieved. Are you lying with your eyes open? Chen Mu said and stood up. Where are you going? The female reporter asked hurriedly. It's just an apology. If he doesn't want to, she can just mention it for him and the matter will be over. Give me 10 seconds. After saying this, Chen Mu took a step onto the stage. In fact, it is not enough to just get Moscow's personal confirmation to verify whether this is venison. He had previously worked in a restaurant's kitchen to help out in order to buy a gift for Zhaoli, so he had some knowledge of the kitchen area. For a chef like Moscard, there can only be more ingredients, never less. So, after a while, Chen Mu took out a piece of marinated venison. Mr. Moscar, please tell me what kind of meat this is. Holding the piece of meat on the plate, Chen Mu walked into the camera. You are blind. You can tell it's beef at first glance. Castanel immediately took over Chen Mu's words without even looking at it. No. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had just praised Chen Mu stood up. Mosker, who had been trying to fool the matter, was shocked. It seemed that the truth could no longer be concealed. "This is definitely not beef," the middle-aged man said with certainty. Seeing that someone had a keen eye for talent, Chen Mu looked at Mosker fiercely. "Are you still unwilling to tell the truth? Director Dong, please listen to my explanation. Although this is venison, Before Mosker could finish his words, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man rudely. "Enough. Don't record this episode." Upon hearing this, Mosker seemed as if all his energy had been sucked away, and in a trance he suddenly looked 10 years older. As the virtual interface appeared in front of him, Chen Mu saw a reminder that the task had been completed. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task, you have obtained God-level cooking skills. Impossible, how can this be venison? It's obviously top-grade Kobe. Mosker interrupted Castanel before he could finish his words. Shut up. If it weren't for his useless days, how could he, a 5-star chef, become a laughingstock in the eyes of others? In the live broadcast room, everyone was scolding him, mocking him, saying that his 5-star rating must be fake. Suddenly, he turned around and stared at Chen Mu with hatred in his eyes. "Young man, since you can taste that this is venison, it seems that you are quite capable. Why don't you compete with me?" He could taste it, it was just his luck. Comparing your cooking skills with his is just courting death. His cooking skills are 20 years better than Chen Mu, who looks to be in his early 20s. How can the other party compare with him? The virtual interface popped up again. System, accept Moskel's challenge to receive 500 billion dasha coins, and when you touch someone, you can increase the pain of that person's body by 100. You can use it 5 times. 500 billion dasha coins? It's so tempting. Must get it. As for the thing about increasing the pain 100 times, having this skill is much better than not having it. Who would complain about having many skills? After accepting the task, Chen Mu also accepted the challenge given to him by Mosker. Okay, I agree. What do you want to compete with me? Chen Mu asked. Not only does he now have an extremely high sense of taste, but more importantly he also has god-level cooking skills. Even though Moskal was an amazing chef, his cooking skills were nothing but a show of skill in front of the chef god Chen Mu. What would you do? Moskal asked. He had been in Jiangchang and other places for nearly 25 years in total, and he knew the tastes of the people here and what the most delicious food was. Whatever you want to do, I will do the same as you, and then let everyone taste and comment on it. Chen Mu kicked the ball back to Mosker. Don't say that he bullies others by relying on his god-level cooking skills. He actually gave the other party the right to choose and let the other party cook his most outstanding food. Hey, young man, I advise you not to be too angry, otherwise you will be the one who suffers. Mosker paused. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to say that. Really? To be honest, I'm not afraid of being at a disadvantage. Chen Mu shrugged. After all, it was impossible for him to be the one who suffered a disadvantage. Okay. Since you said so, how can I not satisfy your request? Moskar paused and continued, I'm going to make my best 3 dishes, shepherd's pie, Welsh rabbit and Lancashire hot pot. Is that so? Chen Mu pinched his chin in thought. In front of him, the 3 things in Mosker's mouth were displayed on a panel that was glowing blue and looked very high-end. Desserts, their great Xia kingdom has thousands of years of cultural history from ancient times to the present, and there are countless desserts, any one of which can crush the other. As for rabbit meat, if you were to ask where rabbit meat is the most popular and more popular, it would naturally be Shu. Let alone hot pot, the hot pot in almost every city is different. Whatever flavor you want, it's available. For him, it's easy to deal with. Are you going to change your mind? Seeing Chen Mu in deep thought, Castan jumped out. He didn't believe that Chen Mu had the ability to be his daddy. Repent? How could that be? Chen Mu shook his head and said with a wicked smile, I was just wondering, didn't you say you were going to eat the table? How would you eat it? Hearing this, Castanel, who was about to mock him, froze, the corners of his mouth twitching. Yes, you said that yourself. The female reporter also echoed. Chen Mu glanced at her and could sense that she was not just joining in the fun, but was helping him. But he couldn't understand why she treated him differently when they didn't even know each other. You can't eat at this table. Mosker stood up to speak for his son. He just arrived in Dasha not long ago. He doesn't understand Dasha dialect very well and has misunderstandings about Qi. With these words, Castanel, who was frightened in his heart, immediately tapped his hands, and his dim eyes instantly lit up. Yes, that's right. I'm not talking about the table, not this, but the meatballs, beef meatballs. Chapter 60, The Polar Reversal Amazes Everyone. Chen Mu was speechless. What a typical example of being both a novice and a playful person. The accents of Zhuozhua and Maruzi are so different, and you have the audacity to say it. The female reporter complained without giving any face. She really should have someone take a picture of Castanel's shameless look and let the keyboard warriors on the internet say hello to him. This matter is over. The focus is on the competition between you and me. Mosker saw the opportunity and changed the subject. This matter won't be so easy to deal with. Chen Mu snorted coldly. Why did he look so easy to talk to? Oh no, to be more precise, he looked easy to bully? Castanel, you said those words in front of so many people in the live broadcast room. Why don't you dare to admit it now? Following the hint of the female reporter, the photographer who had turned off the camera reappeared beside Castanel and Chen Mu. You. Seeing the camera facing him, Castanel could only swallow the dirty words he wanted to say. Seeing that he was hesitating, Chen Mu didn't give in to him and just grabbed him by the collar. In front of everyone, he was pulled closer and pressed against the corner of the table. Nah. Just as Castanel was about to struggle, he felt a pain in his neck and his whole face was pressed against the corner of the table, which hurt his lips. Young man, you. Mosker hurried over to stop him. Mr. Mosker, do you want Castanel to go back on his word in front of hundreds of thousands of people and become a person without any credibility? The female reporter stretched out her hand to stop him. When Moscal heard this, he turned his head to look at the camera filming him and could only wave his hand. Of course, that's not what I meant. I just want Castanel to fulfill his promise. Did you hear that? Chen Mu increased the strength in his hands, and the knuckles of his fingers that were grabbing Castanel's neck turned white. In the face of absolute strength, Castanel had no choice but to do as he was told. His teeth chewed on the wooden table, making a clicking sound. The camera is focusing on his face in close-up. Poof. With a cold voice, Chen Mu let him go. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Are you satisfied? The female reporter leaned close to Chen Mu's ear and asked in a low voice. Chen Mu glanced at her and said calmly, not bad. Looking at the two people talking and laughing, Mosker instantly understood that the reason why Chen Mu appeared at the judges' table was not a coincidence at all, but there was someone behind him. This female reporter is no ordinary person. She is the director of Jiangcheng TV station, and the daughter of director Dong. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to bring her together with his son, but now, that brat Chen Mu got there first. For this competition, I want it to be broadcast live. As for the judges, I want us to randomly find an amateur outside the restaurant to taste and comment on the food after it's over. Moscal immediately changed his mind. Since he already knew that Chen Mu had the support of a powerful person, he would naturally choose a method that would produce results that no one could interfere with. Okay. Chen Mu agreed without thinking. Then, when does the competition start? The female reporter asked Chen Mu. Now. Chen Mu said and stepped onto the stage. The ingredients on the table are all available. After taking the apron from the waiter, Chen Mu put it on and started to work. Seeing this, Mosker was not willing to be left behind and followed suit. Opposite the stage, there is a huge screen, which is playing their live broadcast at the moment. Number of people, 200,000 plus. Moreover, more and more people are entering the live broadcast room. Wow, he is worthy of being a Michelin 5-star chef. His knife skills are far ahead of others. This thickness is really as thin as paper. TSK, when it comes to knife skills, who can beat my great Xia country? Any housewife in my great Xia country has this skill, so don't flatter me. Yes, that's right. We are in a competition now, and the other one doesn't look skilled at all. He's a typical gigolo. He has no real talent, so he relies on his face to attract some crazy fans. Nowadays, people look at appearance instead of strength. Ding dong. System prompt, crush Moskal's knife skills, and be rewarded with Jiangdong Commercial Street. Jiangdong Commercial Street? Chen Mu was dumbfounded. It is known as a place where only important people in Jiangcheng can go. Just like that, send him off? If he could take over the entire Jiangdong Commercial Street, his future would be bright. Then, he looked up at the scrolling comments on the screen, and Chen Mu felt calm. He admitted that he was a gigolo. After all, it's not his fault that he is handsome. Besides, not everyone is qualified to be a gigolo. But he would not admit that he had no ability. He threw the peeled onion in his hand upwards, and with the kitchen knife, he brushed. His movements were so fast that only a blurry shadow could be seen. In just a few strokes, round pieces of onion fell onto the plate. What the hell? This is a special effect. I'm not blind. I just saw a few shadows, and then the onions were cut? Are you kidding me? Awesome. As expected, our great Xia country's knife skills are unmatched. What a show. Those haters who say the anchor is a gigolo and have no real power should hurry out and pay homage to him now. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. You all kneel down. Sure, does your mother know that you are so showy? Glancing at the barrage, Shenmu sneered. It turned out that only those with real strength could act cool and get slapped in the face. He picked up the carrot and the knife fell, making a clanging sound on the chopping board. As Chen Mu's speed increased, a whole carrot turned into shreds. This knife skill is amazing. I thought he was just a pretty face, but I didn't expect he was actually quite capable. That's it? That's it? Is it worth it for you to lick me like that? I'm much better than him. He has both strength and good looks. Of course you are better than him. After all, you are good at talking and bragging. Come and fight if you don't agree. Follow me and I'll show you what real strength is. An hour later, the banquet hall was filled with fragrance. I don't know when, but a voting session appeared on the screen. Shenmu, 57237. Moscow, 82972. Brothers, don't vote for the pretty boy. He's just here to show off his face and get attention. We can't let this lazy guy who just wants to hook up with rich women win. If he wins, everyone here will be responsible. That's right, that's right. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Is he handsome? Not even 1/10 as handsome as my Daniel Wu. If I were to go on the field, his fancy moves wouldn't even be enough to carry my shoes. As some people led the trend, Mosker's votes rose sharply. 102,384. 159,388. Bah, you are just jealous of others' ability to be both a housewife and a cook. Sisters, we can't let such an outstanding young man be suppressed by these ugly men. Hurry up and vote for him. 78,198. 109,112. Even though the vote count is increasing, it is not as fast as Moscow's. Mosker, who had already prepared the sheep shepherd pie, took the time to walk to Chen Mu's side and said firmly, "Give up, you can't beat me." Chapter 61. Kneel down and admit defeat. The female reporter asked him out. What, Mr. Muscle, you said you want to give up? Chen Mu asked loudly with a look of surprise. Mosker was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He couldn't get angry in front of the camera, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Who said I was giving up? I was advising you not to give up and keep trying. Oh, so that's it? I heard it wrong. Looking at Mosker, who was angry but unable to vent his anger, Shenmu felt secretly happy. Poof. With a cold snort, Mosker turned and left again. Seeing this, the female reporter immediately walked to Chen Mu's side, looked at the various vegetables that had been prepared on the table, and felt worried for Chen Mu. There is only half an hour left until the end. Can you make it in time? Well, there's still time. Chen Mu nodded confidently. Without speaking to the female reporter, he turned on the fire, put the iron pot on the gas, and poured oil into it after the fire was hot. When the time is almost up, he pours in the hot pot base that he spent a lot of time preparing and stir-fries it. Holding the handle of the pot, the whole pot is full of fire, and starts stirring the wok. Hurry up, there's a fire, hurry up and put it out. Seeing this scene, Mosker quickly ran to the side of the stage, fearing that any accidents might happen. What a fuss! Shenmu pursed his lips, put down the pot that was still burning, and added water into it. Sizzle! As the smoke rose, the entire banquet hall was filled with an appetite-stimulating smell. It smells so good! The female reporter exclaimed. It smells really good. It makes me hungry instantly. The photographer nodded in agreement. The entire banquet hall was filled with admiration for Chen Mu. Even though the sound was not very loud, it was still heard by the audience in the live broadcast room. Wow, this little brother is not only handsome, but also a great cook. If I could marry him, he would let me do anything. I second the motion. My little brother belongs to everyone, no one can monopolize him. What should I do? He looks so handsome when he cooks. I'm in love with him. Girl upstairs, he's mine. Respect yourself. Seeing that the screen was full of people discussing and praising Chenmu, Castanel was so angry that he was about to smoke. Have these people never seen a handsome guy? He is the real handsome guy. The most handsome guy in the audience is him, Castanel. He stood up and walked directly in front of the camera. With a very artificial expression, he lifted up the strands of hair in front of his forehead and turned his face sideways to deliberately show off his sharp jawline. Who is this? Go away, don't delay us from looking at the handsome boy. Don't act coquettishly in front of the camera, we don't like you. That's right. It's so greasy that I almost vomited. There is enough oil to fry a whole pot of vegetables. The girl above, what you said is great. I fully agree with you. Well, I'm not a girl, I'm a man. I just feel disgusted. Castanel was still full of confidence and thought that the girls in front of the camera were impressed by his handsomeness, but when he turned around, he saw a barrage of comments on the screen that were madly complaining about him. In an instant, his face turned blue and white with anger. Clown. Chenmu wiped his hands with a towel. Do you really think that you can act arrogantly in Dacia just because you are a foreigner? Most women in their great Xia country are smart. I'm done. Chenmu walked up to the female reporter and told her the result. What? You're done? The female reporter was stunned, then looked behind Chenmu, the surprise in her eyes could not be hidden. He looked at Chenmu with even greater admiration. After all the things made by Chenmu were divided into plates, Mosker's side was finished. Everything was ready, and everyone followed Chenmu and Mosker out of the banquet hall and to the outside of the restaurant. Let passers-by taste their respective delicacies. Oh my god, I've never eaten rabbit meat so delicious that I want to eat more. It's delicious. It's so delicious. It's so delicious that I cried. Can I take it away? After eating Chenmu's food, everyone gave it rave reviews without exception. As for Moscow, no one cared about him. Ah! What kind of place is this? If I masturbate over there now, can I still get a bite? Just looking at this makes me want to eat it. Woohoo, passers-by are so lucky to be able to eat the food made by the little brother himself. At this moment, I can only say that I am so envious. Nearly 50 passers-by were attracted, and all 50 of them gave Chenmu positive comments. In this competition, Chenmu won completely. I don't accept it. Why could he win? Castanel was dissatisfied with the result. How could he not know about Daddy's cooking skills? How could a guy like Chenmu win? Don't believe it? Try it? Chenmu was very calm. After all, whether Castanel accepted it or not, it couldn't change the outcome. Just try it, do you think I'm afraid of you? I just don't believe you can. Castanel agreed immediately, took the chopsticks from someone else's hand, picked up a piece of meat in the hot pot and tasted it. How could it be so delicious? Castanel couldn't believe it and took another piece, looking very happy. It makes me so hungry. Is it really that delicious? It's really delicious, super delicious, so delicious that it made me cry. This is the most delicious food I have ever eaten in my life. This is the sincere opinion of a passerby who just appeared in the camera and was pulled over to taste it. Castanel. Mosker felt so disappointed when he saw his good-for-nothing son eating the enemy's food in front of the camera. Daddy, try it, it's really delicious. Castan picked up a piece of meat and walked towards Mosker. Moscow wanted to refuse, but when he thought about so many people praising him, he had to bite the bullet. Your mouth is filled with the irresistible aroma of meat. For just a moment, Mosker's eyes were shining. Looking at all this, Chenmu just smiled and said nothing. After all, his god-level cooking skills were not exaggerated. With his current cooking skills, he can make even the soles of leather shoes delicious. After the female reporter left, Mosker came to Chenmu like a zombie and asked, "Where did you learn these things?" "I haven't learned it." Chenmu answered lightly. "Didn't learn? How is that possible?" Mosker didn't believe it. "It's not impossible for you to understand talent." Chenmu smiled, raised his hand and gently patted Mosker's shoulder. "Can you teach me?" Mosker asked quickly. Chen Mu was very surprised that he made this request. After all, Mosker had always been high and mighty in front of him. Seeing that Chen Mu did not respond, Mosker knelt down directly and said, "I admit defeat." Chen Mu had a face full of question marks. He didn't make Mosker kneel down. "Please, teach me. I really want to make the most delicious and acclaimed food, but when I compare myself with you, I realize that I have been wrong all these years," Mosker said sincerely. "I can't teach you." Chen Mu shrugged. "As long as you teach me, I can do anything." Mosker still didn't give up. "That won't work either." Chen Mu remained firm. The cameraman had already captured this scene in his camera. Instantly, the live broadcast room started to quarrel. "See? The famous Michelin 5-star chef knelt down to my brother and begged him to take him in as his apprentice. My brother is really amazing. Those idiots who just bullied my brother, please come out and kneel down to admit your mistakes and apologize to my brother." Those who had just complained about Chen Mu online are now conquered by Chen Mu's strength and turn around to start praising Chen Mu without any bottom line. As a man, I can say responsibly that this guy does have some strength. How can he be called a brat? He is clearly a boss. A low-key and sophisticated boss. Yes, that's right. This is the boss. Ding dong. System prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the challenge mission, the reward has been issued. Seeing Su Shirin waving at him anxiously not far away, Chen Mu ignored Mosker and walked towards Su Shirin. As soon as Chen Mu arrived in front of Su Shirin couldn't wait to say, "Chen Mu, I can't accompany you to look at the car today. My family just called me and asked me to go back." "Well, okay, then I'll take you home?" Chen Mu nodded. "No, I took a taxi and it's already here. I'll leave first." Su Shirin shook her head and turned around, but stopped after walking a few steps and turned to smile at Chen Mu. "Chen Mu, you look especially handsome today." After saying that, without giving Chen Mu a chance to speak, he immediately trotted away with a red face. Chen Mu scratched his head. It felt really good to be praised by the school beauty for being particularly handsome. "Your girlfriend?" Suddenly, the female reporter jumped out from beside Chen Mu. "Ah, no." Chen Mu was shocked. "If you're not, then I'll be rude to you." As soon as she finished speaking, the female reporter immediately reached out and took Chen Mu's arm. "Are you free later? I want to date you." Chapter 62. A beautiful rich woman gave him $1 million luxury car. "I do have time, but..." Chen Mu hesitated. He hadn't gone to see his car yet. "No buts, big shot, you can't look down on me just because you became famous online." The female reporter shook Chen Mu's hand coquettishly. "How can I be considered a famous person?" Chen Mu rubbed his nose embarrassedly. "Of course you are. Now everyone on the internet is asking for your advice." The female reporter snorted proudly, "But they all have no chance. Who allowed me to get the upper hand?" Before Chen Mu could understand what she meant, the female reporter suddenly let go of his hand and said, "Wait for me for 5 minutes. I'll go finish my work and change my clothes to see you." "Oh, okay." Chen Mu responded stupidly. Seeing that there was no one around, Chen Mu, Zhao Li, who had been not far away, pounced on Chen Mu like a dog that was abandoned outside. Chen Mu dodged quickly and swiftly, not letting Zhao Li touch him at all. "Chen Mu, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. But it's not all my fault. Zhao Cheng used threats and inducements to coerce me, so I had no choice but to agree to be with him." Zhao Li looked sad. "If you really want to blame someone, just blame my damn charm. Blame me for being too outstanding. That's why I have so many suitors." Chen Mu. The world is so big and full of wonders, and the shamelessness of these people is so shocking that it leaves people speechless. I know I was wrong now. Please forgive me, okay? We can start over. Zhao Li bit her lips aggrievedly, blinking her eyes wildly, pretending to be pitiful. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Chen Mu. Looking up, Chen Mu saw a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a halter-neck red split-long skirt. Her long snow-white legs were faintly visible as the skirt swayed with her steps. She was walking towards him slowly in a pair of high heels decorated with rivets. Dong Yaya is also the wife of all the Iron Men. Chen Mu had seen her in the mall before. The high heels she was wearing were known as the killer shoes for men, Valentino. Rumor has it that besides black stockings, this is the most popular thing among men. Looking at the jade feet in the shoes that were so white that even the blood vessels could be seen clearly, Chen Mu finally understood at this moment why this pair of shoes was so lethal. It could make a woman's feet look like a high-end work of art. Chen Mu. The woman walked up to Chen Mu and skillfully took his arm. Chen Mu was so frightened that his whole body shuddered. Does he know this stunning beauty? Who is she? The woman looked at Zhao Li, who was glaring at her fiercely. Ex-girlfriend. Chen Mu said truthfully. Who are you? Stay away from my Chen Mu. Zhao Li looked at the woman holding Chen Mu's hand tightly, and the anger in her eyes was about to burst out. Your family? The woman sneered. Sister, you are already his ex-girlfriend. What qualifications do you have to say this? Besides, if Chen Mu had you in his heart, would I still have this opportunity? Zhao Li was speechless and could only look at Chen Mu pitifully. She wished Chen Mu could say a few words for her. Let's go. The woman stood directly between the two of them and pulled Chen Mu away. Seeing Chen Mu was so scared that his whole body was stiff, the female reporter stopped and laughed. It's me, the female reporter who asked you to wait for me just now. Her lips were originally very red, and when she smiled, the rows of neat, white teeth that looked like jade and shone with a luster were instantly revealed, and together with the dimples on the corners of her lips, they looked like what were they called? Chen Mu couldn't remember it at once. Looking at the dimples on the corners of the beautiful woman's mouth, Chen Mu thought hard for a long time before he remembered. Oh, yes, it was the big star Tong Lia. They looked very similar. She is so charming and beautiful that she can capture people's souls with just one look. You are amazed by me, right? The female reporter reached out her hand and gently patted Chen Mu's chest, saying delicately, Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid you'll eat me up. Ah, then I should be more restrained? Chen Mu lowered his head and looked at the pink and tender fist on his chest, which had no power at all, and grabbed it. That's not the case. I quite like the way you look at me. The female reporter cunningly pulled her hand out of Chen Mu's hand, stood on tiptoe and nibbled at his ear, like a hungry wolf with green eyes, wishing to swallow me into its stomach. The gentle breath sprayed on Chen Mu's ears and passed through his entire body like an electric current. Let's go, let's take a walk around here. Before Chen Mu could react, the female reporter immediately grabbed his hand and dragged him forward. Because the curvature is too large, the ravine on the chest is instantly visible. Chen Mu was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would be so attractive. She looked ordinary when she was wearing formal clothes before. Not only is there such a big change in appearance, but also in figure. If you look closely, you can see that she is a naturally S-shaped figure with a protruding front and a curved back. Seeing the Porsche in front of him, Chen Mu stopped. He hasn't forgotten about the mission. What? Want to buy a car? Seeing that he didn't move forward, the female reporter in front of him also stopped. Yeah. Chen Mu nodded. Okay, let's go in and take a look. The female reporter pulled him into the store again. I can buy you anything below 1 million. The female reporter said leisurely as soon as she entered the store. Chen Mu was stunned. He didn't have any auditory hallucinations, did he? The other party said he would buy him a car, although it was only less than 1 million, but it was not a small amount for ordinary people. Ms. Dong. When the store manager saw that the person who came was an acquaintance, he immediately poured 2 cups of coffee and personally brought them to the female reporter. The female reporter took the coffee and turned to look at Chen Mu. He will take you to see the car. I will wait for you in the lounge. Call me when you are done. I will pay with my card. Chen Mu wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, the female reporter turned and left. Sir, what kind of car do you want? The store manager immediately greeted Chen Mu. What are the cars that cost more than 5 million? Chen Mu retracted his gaze and looked around. 5 million? The manager was stunned, but he clearly heard Miss Yang talking about a car priced under 1 million. It would be fine if this young man was just a gigolo, but he actually dared to ask for such a high price. So, the way he looked at Chen Mu was different from before, with a look of contempt. If it weren't for this person, Miss Dong would have been his girlfriend. How could he be nice to Chen Mu? Sir, this is a car worth about 1 million. As for the car worth more than 5 million you want, please forgive me for saying so. Don't even think about it. Is this how you at Porsche treat your guests? Chen Mu sneered. Who was he looking down on? That depends on the person. You look to be in your early 20s. Do you really think you can afford a luxury car just by hooking up with a rich woman? The store manager sneered. Whether you can afford it or not is another matter. But there will be a price to pay for looking down on others. Chen Mu snorted coldly. Anyone who dares to look down on Chen Mu will have a bad ending. Who are you saying is a dog? You are the dog. You were raised by someone else. The manager hadn't finished his words when he saw a middle-aged man at the door and his voice immediately weakened. What are you arguing about? The middle-aged man came over and asked dissatisfiedly. Manager? Seeing the work badge on his chest, Chen Mu put his hands in his pockets and asked, Is this how you entertain guests at Porsche? After Chen Mu finished speaking, the manager glanced at him. This person looked like he was dressed in ordinary clothes, but he was wearing a priceless Star Domain watch on his wrist. It seems that he is not only a wealthy man, but also has an extraordinary status. He quickly kowtowed and lowered his posture. Sir, what's wrong? Is there something unpleasant that happened to you? Your Porsche store manager said that I am not worthy of your car. Chen Mu looked at the store manager calmly. What I said was the truth. Miss Dong told you to buy a car priced under 1 million, but you insisted on looking at 5 million, the store manager retorted unconvinced. But before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face by the manager. There was a loud bang, echoing throughout the Porsche store. You are blind. He is a big shot that you cannot afford to offend. The store manager covered his face, looking completely dumbfounded, staring at Chen Mu in disbelief. What a joke! How can he, a kept gigolo, be a big shot? Chapter 63, Damn, the reward is a golden island. No, I'm not a big shot. Chen Mu spoke quickly. He was just an ordinary college student. Yes, you are right. The manager was ferocious to the store manager and kind to Chen Mu. Seeing that the manager treated the young boy in front of him almost like licking him, the store manager was suddenly startled. Could it be that he is really some big shot? It shouldn't be. If he was an important person, why would Miss Dong say she wanted to buy him a car and let him choose one that costs less than 1 million? Which link went wrong in this process? Since you are here, take me to see which cars are worth more than 5 million. Glancing at the store manager's complicated expression, Chen Mu said to the manager. Okay. I don't know your name, sir. What kind of car do you like? The manager immediately called Chen Mu to the top luxury car in the store. Watching the two leave, the store manager walked back to the counter, clenched his fist and slammed the countertop heavily. Fuck, I don't believe he can afford a car worth more than 5 million. He looks so young, his clothes are very simple, and he came here with Miss Dong. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a rich man. Another young man also commented on Chen Mu's back. If he were a rich man, I would write my name on Jinli upside down. The store manager glared at Chen Mu's back with resentment and dissatisfaction. He raised his hand and touched his cheek, which was still aching. He remembered this slap. Come to think of it, didn't you say that you and Miss Dong were already engaged? How come someone else got there first? The young man looked away and asked curiously and gossipingly. How would I know what she is thinking? The store manager said, looking towards the VIP lounge with dissatisfaction. He has been pursuing Dong Yeye for such a long time. Even if her heart is made of stone, it should have been warmed by him. Now is a good opportunity. She is alone in the lounge. The young man quickly came up with an idea. Yeah. I'll be there right away. Hearing him say that, the store manager immediately perked up. After tidying up her hair and clothes, she headed towards the lounge. Little did he know that this whole scene was seen by Chen Mu, who was not far away. Mr. Chen Mu, are you driving the car or is someone else driving it? The manager pondered carefully. Me. Chen Mu retracted his gaze. Then I think this matte, pure black Porsche is very suitable for you. Just like you, it is low-key yet shows your temperament. The manager led Chen Mu to an exhibition stage and pointed at the black Porsche that was slowly rotating 360 degrees on the stage. At first glance, this doesn't seem like anything special, but the closer you look, the more you feel there's something there that makes it hard to look away. The manager was right about one thing. Indeed, just like him. How much? This car is the most valuable asset in our store, and the price is around this amount. The manager immediately extended his hand. 90 million? Chen Mu said. The manager was shocked and stammered nervously, Of course not, it's only 9 million. In fact, this car is worth 10 million. I see that this is your first time here, so I'll give you a lower price. He couldn't help but sigh in surprise. He was indeed a rich man, asking for 90 million right away. He never dared to dream that there would be a 90 million level car parked in the store. How much is 10 million? Shen Mu continued. He still understands the principle that one should be grateful when receiving favors and be grateful when receiving favors. It is impossible for the other party to give him an advantage for no reason. 1,080,000. The manager answered honestly. Okay. This is it. Don't give me a penny less. After saying this, Shen Mu turned and left the car. The manager was left standing there with a messy look on his face. He had received all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant and generous as Shen Mu. Today, a big order came. After realizing what was happening, he quickly followed. Then Mr. Chen Mu, would you like to pay by card or? Dong Yaya was so annoyed by the store manager that she didn't stay in the lounge. When she came out, she heard the manager's words. She immediately walked to Chen Mu's side and asked, have you seen it? Yeah. Chen Mu nodded. How much? Dong Yaya asked casually. Chen Mu didn't answer, but stretched out a finger. It's okay. Acceptable. After saying that, Dong Yaya took out a card from her bag. And you still say you're not a gigolo? The store manager came out of the lounge, saw the scene, and immediately started to ridicule Chen Mu. Ding dong. As the reminder sounded in his ears, Chen Mu realized that a new task had arrived. So he immediately opened the virtual operation page. Click on the taskbar. Mission: make Dong Yaya extremely disgusted with the store manager Wan Jinli, and you will be rewarded with a 62,984 square kilometer golden island. Holy crap! Chen Mu was shocked. You should know that the South China Sea island capital of Dasha Kingdom is only 33,900 square kilometers, which is only half its size. Moreover, this is a golden island. Whether there is gold on it or not, he made a fortune. This mission must be accepted. I really wasn't. Chen Mu stretched out his hand and held Dong Yaya's hand holding the card. Otherwise, I appreciate your kindness. It's okay if others say something about me. I don't want you to be treated differently. Hearing him say that, Dong Yaya immediately turned around and glared at Wan Jinli. I can spend money on whoever I want, no one can stop me. System prompt, target character Dong Yaya's dislike value for Wan Jinli plus 10. Oh? Is it so easy to increase the disgust value? Chen Mu was a little surprised. He thought it was at most plus 5. System, how high does the disgust value have to be considered extremely disgusting? Chen Mu asked curiously. System, reporting to the host, the disgust value is 100. Okay. Chen Mu closed the virtual interface. Fearing that Chen Mu would take it to heart, Dong Yaya quickly added, Chen Mu, don't listen to what others say. Some people are just jealous of you. Don't fall for their tricks. It's possible that I really look like a gigolo. Chen Mu sighed. Being handsome has become a mistake. No, it's not like that. Dong Yaya explained, not everyone is qualified to make me spend money, only you. Apart from you, I don't care about anyone else. This sentence was not only said to Chen Mu, but also to Wan Jinli, who was not far away. In an instant, Wan Jinli's expression became as ugly as it could be. Is that so? Miss Dong, you are so nice to me. Chen Mu walked down the stairs. He never thought that he, Chen Mu, would actually have this day. Such a beautiful woman was willing to pay for him. He appreciated the kindness. The manager standing by instantly understood the relationship between Chen Mu and Dong Yaya. Although the Dong family was not short of money, wasn't it too extravagant to spend 10 million on a man? Then he changed his mind and thought of the famous watch on Chen Mu's hand, and decided not to intervene. After all, if you have already bought such an expensive watch, what does this car worth tens of millions mean to you? When the manager looked at Chen Mu again, his eyes were full of contempt. He thought he was some great and generous person, but in fact he was a guy who depended on women for a living. Chapter 64, the black card came out and shocked everyone. Isn't it my duty to treat you well? After all, you are the man I am pursuing now. Dong Yaya handed the card to the cashier, then leaned sideways and raised her index finger to lift Chen Mu's chin. My man, of course I have to pamper him myself. The car is a limited edition black Porsche BXS5 S-Class. The manager reminded the cashier, settle it at the original price. This is a free bargain, why not take advantage of it? It's not his money anyway, so he's more than willing to take advantage of it. The closer he pays according to the original price, the more commission he will get. Limited edition? Dong Yeye was stunned. Could a limited edition be worth $1 million? What? What did you say? Wang Jinli, who was not far away, was so shocked when he heard the manager say this that his voice became shrill. He walked a few steps to Dong Yeye's side, stretched out his hand and pushed Chen Mu like the boss. How dare you? Even though Chen Mu didn't move, Dong Yeye still turned around and yelled at Wang Jinli, what do you want to do? Dong Yeye, do you know that what he chose as the treasure of our store, the 1,000? Seeing that Dong Yeye was still defending the pretty boy, Wang Jinli was furious. This pretty boy is a vampire. It would be strange if he doesn't drain Dong Yeye dry. But before Wang Jinli could finish her words, the manager's voice rang out, I'm sorry, Miss Dong, your card balance is insufficient and we can't pay. Dong Yeye was still puzzled by Wang Jinli's words about the store's treasure. When she heard the manager say that, she immediately said, how is that possible? I have 3 million in my card. After saying that, she was afraid that Chen Mu would not believe her, so she emphasized, are you mistaken? I do have more than 3 million in my card. But the car is only worth over 1 million yuan, so it definitely cannot be not enough. Well, Miss Dong, the car that Mr. Chen Mu specifically requested is worth tens of millions. The manager stared at Chen Mu. Thousands, tens of millions? Dong Yeye was dumbfounded. She turned to look at Chen Mu, stretched out her hand and gently pulled Chen Mu's sleeve, and reminded him in a low voice, didn't you say it was only $1 million? How come it's tens of millions? I didn't say it was $1 million. Chen Mu smiled. How about you take a look at cars worth $1 million? I really can't afford cars worth tens of millions. Dong Yeye looked embarrassed. Including real estate and other things, she would have at most about 5 million, which is only half of the value of this car. It's okay. Chen Mu lowered his head and patted the back of Dong Yeye's white and tender hand, I have it. What do you have? Chen Mu, there is really no need to buy such an expensive car. Dong Yeye didn't understand what Chen Mu meant and was a little anxious. I can afford it. Chen Mu smiled faintly. He had to buy an expensive car, otherwise, how would he be able to spend all that money? Boy, I advise you not to show off. If you do, you will be struck by lightning. Hearing what Chen Mu said, Wang Jinli rolled his eyes to the sky. If he really could afford it, would he have to try every means to seduce Dong Yeye and curry favor with her? A cold light shot towards Wang Jinli. Wang Jinli, who was about to imply something about Chen Mu, was suddenly frightened and fell silent, not daring to say a word. So scary. It's like being clambered over by thousands of poisonous snakes. If you resist even a little, you'll end up in irretrievable destruction. Seeing that Wang Jinli had behaved himself, Chen Mu slowly took out a black card from his trouser pocket. This card contains all the financial rewards he has received, but he has never carefully checked how much there is. He felt dizzy when he saw the long list of numbers. Swipe my card. The manager was shocked when he saw the black card with gold border in his hand. It was the first time he saw such a card in the country. Could it be that he had misunderstood this young man? Isn't he a gigolo who lives off women? Bite. Payment successful. As the machine made a sound, both Dong Yeye and Wang Jinli showed shocked expressions. Dong Yeye stared at Chen Mu closely. Where did such a young guy get so much money? Wang Jinli was shocked. The other party actually had so much money. No matter how he looked at it, this pretty boy didn't look like a rich second generation. Ding dong. System prompt, congratulations to the host for completing the task of purchasing a car with a consumption amount of 5 million. The full level repairability has been issued. Hint, anything flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the sea, as long as it is mechanical, the host can repair it. Okay, with this full level repairability, Chen Mu can fix any broken thing. Manager, are you sure the payment has been successful? After coming to his senses, Wang Jinli still didn't believe it. Are you doubting my ability to work? The manager's expression suddenly became serious. Of course not. I just think he is a liar. Wang Jinli's head shook like a rattle. Swindler? Chen Mu snorted coldly, can a swindler easily come up with 10 million? Who knows if you stole this card? Wang Jinli immediately turned around and said sarcastically, it might be some rich woman's mistress. Oh no, it might be a dowry given to you by an elderly woman. Envy. Chen Mu could not see anything other than naked jealousy on Wang Jinli's face. It's understandable to be jealous of him. But if you speak rudely, you will suffer. Chen Mu, this money. Dong Yeye looked at Chen Mu cautiously. She knew that this money was definitely not stolen or defrauded by Chen Mu, but she was still a little worried about whether it would have any impact on him if he used so much money to buy a car. Don't worry, I earned this money honestly. I didn't rely on anyone's charity. After Chen Mu finished speaking to Dong Yeye, he looked at Wang Jinli and said, "Brother, this is something you can't envy." As soon as these words came out, Wang Jinli was furious. Who said I was envious? How ridiculous. I would envy you? Yes, you didn't. Chen Mu was very considerate. Fuck. Stop pretending. Just because you say the money is clean, it must be clean? Wang Jinli looked at Chen Mu's nonchalant and pretentious look, and became even more angry. He wished he could beat Chen Mu up. Wang Jinli, have you had enough of making trouble? Dong Yeye really couldn't stand Wang Jinli's nitpicking look. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's discussed value plus 10. I'm making trouble? Dong Yeye, I'm doing this for your own good. He's obviously just showing off in front of you to win your favor. Wang Jinli was instantly annoyed by Dong Yeye's treatment. He doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Be careful that he will cheat you out of all your money and your life. I am happy and willing to do so. It has nothing to do with you. Dong Yeye continued to defend Chen Mu. Even if Chen Mu was really such a person, she does not regret her choice. Furthermore, the woman's sixth intuition told her that Chen Mu was definitely not such a person. Her intuition is always right. Okay, you said it yourself. Raising his hand, Wang Jinli pointed at the tip of Dong Yeye's nose. Don't regret it. After saying that, he shook his hand heavily again. His eyes burning with anger instantly looked at Chen Mu. Since he couldn't convince Dong Yeye, he had to start with Chen Mu, who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. Chapter 65. Kneel down and crawl under the crotch. Wang Jinli, go and organize the store's reports for me. Seeing that Wang Jinli seemed to be planning something against Chen Mu, the manager immediately found a reason to send him away. This Chen Mu is not an ordinary person. He is his VIP client. He absolutely cannot let Wang Jinli, such a blind bastard who was blinded by love, get angry and leave. Although the other party has already paid, for someone like him who is not short of money, a car is like changing clothes to him. It won't be long before you have to change it. Wouldn't he be able to make a lot of money then? Report? Wang Jinli was stunned. Wasn't the quarterly report just given? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. The manager didn't give Wang Jinli a good look. Yes. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, Wang Jinli still left. He was holding a grudge in his heart, knowing that sooner or later he would replace the manager. Watching Wang Jinli leave, Chen Mu wondered in his heart, if he left, wouldn't his mission be unfinished? Wait. Chen Mu shouted. Wang Jinli pretended he heard nothing and continued walking forward. Why should he stop just because Chen Mu asked him to? Who is he? Wang Jinli. Seeing that he was indifferent, the manager immediately called out to him. Wang Jinli stopped unwillingly but did not dare to offend. If he wasn't afraid that the manager would make things difficult for him in the days ahead, he wouldn't have listened to him. I want a test drive, let him come with me. Chen Mu raised his hand and pointed at Wang Jinli. Wang Jinli, pack up and accompany Mr. Chen Mu for a test drive. The manager did not give Wang Jinli a chance to refuse and directly threw the car keys to him. Looking at the golden car keys in his hand, Wang Jinli gritted his teeth in hatred. Is it so great to be rich? Do you want to come with me? Seeing Wang Jinli driving reluctantly, Chen Mu turned his head and said to Dong Yeye beside him. Okay. Dong Yeye nodded. After Wang Jinli walked out of the Porsche store, Chen Mu took Dong Yeye to the car, opened the back door very gentlemanly, and let Dong Yeye get in first. What a fucking pretentious guy. Wang Jinli said angrily after seeing this scene in the rearview mirror. Chen Mu remained silent. But my heart was filled with joy. Because in the virtual interface in front of him. System reminder, target person's discussed value plus 10. I'll sit in the passenger seat. After saying this to Dong Yeye, Chen Mu closed the back door and then walked around the car to the passenger seat. Just as he opened the passenger door and raised his foot to get in, the car moved forward without warning. Oh, sorry, I thought you were here. Wang Jinli looked at Chen Mu in the rearview mirror, who was 2 steps away from the car door, and was very proud. You little brat is still a little too young to fight with him. It's okay. Chen Mu walked forward without caring. He had expected that Wang Jinli would use the same old tricks again, and he deliberately deceived him. As expected, the car rushed forward again. Seeing from the rearview mirror that Chen Mu did not look in any distress, Wang Jinli gripped the steering wheel tightly in anger. It seems that your driving skills are not that good. Walking forward, Chen Mu was not in a hurry to get in the car. Instead, he opened the door, bent down and looked at Wang Jinli with amusement. This was a sudden accident. My driving skills are second to none in Jiangcheng, and no one dares to claim to be first. After hearing what Chen Mu said, Wang Jinli defended himself very unconvinced. Really? Then, shall we have a competition? Chen Mu made a request. Compare? You? Wang Jinli laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. This is not the way to seek death. Yes, it's me. What? Don't you dare? Chen Mu crossed his arms over his chest. To be honest, he quite likes the confidence on Wang Jinli's face that comes from nowhere. What a joke. Is there anything Wang Jinli, wouldn't dare to do? Let's compete, but there has to be a punishment. Wang Jinli was provoked by Chen Mu and immediately agreed. You say. Chen Mu waited leisurely. If you lose, you will disappear from Dong Ye's side and never appear in front of her again. Wang Jinli turned his head to look at Dong Ye and made the first request, then continued to add, also, you have to kneel in front of me and crawl under my crotch. Okay. Chen Mu agreed readily. No. Dong Ye refused decisively. Dong Ye looked at Chen Mu in disbelief. Why did he agree? Believe me. Chen Mu saw Dong Ye looking sad and immediately comforted her. But Dong Ye still couldn't help worrying. If Chen Mu lost, not seeing her was a small matter, but letting him get under Wang Jinli's crotch was a big deal. This is obviously an opportunity to insult people and trample on all the dignity of men. She would rather Chen Mu not see her than have Chen Mu be punished like this. I won't let you down. Chen Mu knew what Dong Ye was worried about, so he continued to comfort her. Okay. Finally, looking at Chen Mu's determined eyes, Dong Ye nodded. She believed in Chen Mu. After all, he used his strength to defeat Moscow, who no chef from the Great Xia Kingdom could defeat in Jiangcheng. Seeing Dong Ye's worried look for Chen Mu, Wang Jinli immediately got out of the car and slammed the door shut with a bang. So much so that the whole car body shook. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's disgust value +10. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, even without him, Dong Ye would never have any good feelings towards Wang Jinli. If you drive the same type of car, don't say I'm bullying you. Yeah. Chen Mu nodded. He felt that these words were more suitable for Wang Jinli. So the two went back to the Porsche store and chose a car worth more than 700,000 yuan. When the two cars were on the same running line, Wang Jinli rolled down the window and said to Chen Mu, boy, you are doomed to fail. Just wait until you kneel down and crawl under my crotch. Chapter 66, Stepping onto the Bottom Line. The consequences of underestimating the enemy are not pleasant. Chen Mu held the steering wheel calmly. Want to beat him? Maybe in the next life. Dong Ye walked to the middle of the two cars with a red flag and glanced at Chen Mu. Seeing Chen Mu nodded to her, she picked up the timer in her hand and said, ahem, countdown, 3, 2, 1. The red flags in their hands fell together. Boom. On the left-hand side of Dong Ye, something seemed to fly out at an extremely fast speed. Chen Mu? Dong Ye's heart almost jumped out when she saw Chen Mu on her right still walking slowly. Whether out of selfishness or fairness, she didn't want Chen Mu to lose. Don't worry. Looking at Dong Ye's incredibly beautiful face, which seemed to be blessed by God, Chen Mu smiled indifferently. He just started a little later than Wang Jinli, but it didn't change the outcome. Dong Ye bit her lower lip nervously. How could she not be worried? After losing, there is a high possibility that she will never see Chen Mu again. Not to mention making Chen Mu accept such a humiliating punishment. The car moved slowly. At this moment, in Chen Mu's mind, there was the 3D structure diagram of the car in his hand, as well as all its advantages and disadvantages. Looking at the small car body left in front of him, Chen Mu raised the corners of his lips mischievously. Speaking of which, as a Porsche store manager, Wang Jinli couldn't possibly be unaware of the performance of this car. This shows that he really wants to win. He knew that the car was not suitable for starting too fast, but he still insisted on doing it. The disadvantage of doing this is that it consumes the car body. With all the information about the car already mastered in his mind, Shenmue stepped on the accelerator as fast as he could, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and quickly surpassed the still complacent Wang Jinli at a steady yet exciting speed. Wang Jinli thought he had gotten rid of Shenmue long ago. He turned around inadvertently and found that Shenmue was right next to him. He was stunned. How is that possible? I couldn't see it just now. Shocked? Shenmue looked at him with a look of shock that his jaw almost dropped and was quite calm. Humph. I just saw that you didn't catch up, so I slowed down. Do you really think you can beat me? Don't be so ignorant of your own limitations. Wang Jinli snorted. He just relaxed his vigilance for a moment. Really? Shenmue smiled. Who doesn't know his place? Shenmue, if you know what's good for you, you should withdraw from the competition now. After all, if I were you, I would not continue to show off if I knew I would lose. Why don't you just kneel down and crawl under my crotch? Why do you have to ask for trouble? Wang Jinli spoke up to suppress the sarcasm. Shenmue was too lazy to pay attention to him. Without any real skills, you can only talk big. Shenmue, I'm warning you, Dong Yeye is my Wang Jinli's woman, don't be ungrateful. Be careful or you won't be able to stay in Jiangcheng. Seeing that Shenmue actually ignored his existence, Wang Jinli immediately became angry. Turning his head, Shenmue glanced at Wang Jinli with a sharp gaze. If Wang Jinli really had this ability, he wouldn't be nagging him endlessly here. Scare. Wang Jinli suddenly paused, and his body uncontrollably let go of the accelerator, causing his speed to slow down immediately. When he waited for his reaction, he could only see the back of Shenmue's car. Grass. He cursed in his heart. He stepped on the accelerator again and the speed soared. After a while, he caught up with Shenmue. Shenmue, fuck your grandma, do you really think you are some super rich second generation? Thinking of what happened just now, Wang Jinli felt furious. What did you say? Shenmue's face was cold, and he stared at Wang Jinli with cold eyes. He gave Wang Jinli a chance to reorganize his language. I said, I'll fuck your grandma, and not only will I fuck your grandma, I'll fuck your whole family. Damn you, how arrogant you are. Do you understand the principle of first come first served? I was the first one to fall in love with Dong Yeye. However, Wang Jinli had not finished his words. There was a loud bang. Shenmue turned the steering wheel to the right and hit Wang Jinli's car directly. The car body was hit hard and tilted outwards. Shenmue, are you fucking sick? Wang Jinli, who was hit violently, came to his senses and yelled at Shenmue. Yes, I am sick. What's more, I am seriously ill. After saying that, Shenmue showed a bloodthirsty smile and increased his speed to hit Wang Jinli's car again. With a loud bang, the car controlled by Wang Jinli was knocked out of its original route. Wang Jinli was also out of control, his body was pushed out in a deformed arc and then pulled back. Wang Jinli turned the steering wheel suddenly and prevented the car from being knocked off the road. Turning back, he yelled at Shenmue angrily, fuck you. Shenmue. Fuck your whole family, fuck your mother, if you are sick, go to the hospital. Why is he going crazy for no reason? If he wants to die, let him die. Don't drag him into this. Little did he know that this sentence offended Shenmue completely. Shenmue narrowed his eyes. He no longer cared about the competition, but only wanted to kill Wang Jinli. Holding the steering wheel, he deliberately slowed down to let Shenmue's car overtake him. Then, seeing that it was almost time, he pushed hard on the accelerator. With a thud, the car body directly hit Wang Jinli's car. Wang Jinli in the car threw his body backwards and forwards, and his neck felt a burst of pain. Damn it, he seemed to have sprained it. Moreover, after the collision just now, his chest was still in pain. Without giving Wang Jinli any chance, Shenmue drove the car directly to the green belt on the side. When both cars were unable to move forward, he immediately stopped the car, opened the door, walked a few steps to the cursing Wang Jinli, opened the door, grabbed the seatbelt, and violently dragged Wang Jinli out of the car. Looking at the car that was already smoking, Wang Jinli was shocked. Fortunately, Shenmue has a conscience, otherwise, he would most likely be injured. You little bastard, don't think that just because you saved me, I will. With a bang, Wang Jinli felt as if his cheek was hit hard by a hammer, and his body flew out. Without giving Wang Jinli a chance to resist, Chen Mu walked directly to the unconscious Wang Jinli, grabbed him by the collar, and punched him again and again. This was the first time he injured someone without receiving a mission from the system. Just because Wang Jinli stepped on his bottom line. Family is Chen Mu's bottom line. From the time he was born until now, his family has given him the best they can. In order to support his schooling, he gave everything he had. Not to mention his grandmother, who had always treated him like a treasure but passed away half a year ago. Wang Jinli, you should never ever insult his family like this in front of him. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't compete with you anymore. I give up. Please stop hitting me. If you continue, I will be beaten to death. No matter how Wang Jinli dodged, the fists hit him like a rainstorm, leaving him nowhere to hide. The bones in his body were almost broken, and he screamed in pain, but no one could help him. Chapter 67 Use the skill that increases pain 100 times. No matter how Wang Jinli begged, Chen Mu's fist still hit Wang Jinli quickly, accurately, and fiercely without any hesitation. Stop hitting me, I'm really going to die. Wang Jinli's voice was intermittent, like his last words. It was not until his fist became sticky that Chen Mu withdrew his hand with a cold face and disgust in his eyes. As for Wang Jinli, he was already lying on the ground half dead, with no reaction at all. Even the wailing sounds from before disappeared. After wiping the dust off Wang Jinli's clothes, Chen Mu looked down at Wang Jinli, whose eyes were swollen and could only be opened a crack. Even though Wang Jinli has become like a ghost, Chen Mu still feels that it is not enough. Do you know what happens if you anger me? I know. I will never dare to compete with you for Dong Ye again. Wang Jinli replied quickly with the remaining strength he had. He knew very well that if the other party really wanted him dead, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. It seems that you still don't know where you are wrong. Chen Mu raised his foot and stepped on Wang Jinli's cheek covered with bruises with his size 43 shoes. With just a little force, Wang Jinli let out a pig-like scream, ah. While enduring the severe pain, Wang Jinli's brain was working frantically, almost drying up his CPU, and he didn't know where he went wrong. It's me. Shouldn't I compete with you in driving skills? He asked, tentatively. The pain on my face suddenly intensified. Yes, I shouldn't have said such rude things to you. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. You shouldn't insult my family. Chen Mu knew that his stupid brain wouldn't be able to understand, so he said it directly. It's my fault, I slap you. Gurgle, Wang Jinli swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but feel relieved. He thought that if he didn't die at Chen Mu's hands, he would die at his feet. Retracting his foot, Chen Mu glanced at the two cars not far away that were emitting white smoke and had their bodies dented. He turned around without hesitation and took a taxi away. Grass. Watching Chen Mu leave in a car, Wang Jinli took a long time to calm down before he managed to stand up, and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. He would never let Chen Mu go so easily. No matter how rich he is, he doesn't believe that Chen Mu can control everything in Jiangcheng. If he doesn't send Chen Mu to jail, Wang Jinli will no longer be called Wang. Chen Mu? Dong Ye, who was waiting at the door of the Porsche store, saw him getting out of a car. Her mind was full of doubts. Wasn't he competing in driving skills with Wang Jinli? Why is he back? Is it a loss or a win? She trotted to Chen Mu's side and carefully observed the expression on Chen Mu's face. I instantly had a bad feeling in my heart. Oops. Chen Mu lost. Actually, you don't have to take it too seriously. This kind of competition is not formal. There's no need to take it seriously. She quickly spoke to comfort him. Don't worry, I didn't lose. Chen Mu smiled faintly. There is no winner or loser in this game. Really? Dong Ye's eyes lit up when she heard Chen Mu say that, and she even excitedly held Chen Mu's hand. I knew you wouldn't lose. The corners of the eyes were slightly raised, and the fox-like pupils were sparkling at this moment, which made Chen Mu startled. He could feel that Dong Ye was genuinely happy for him. Chen Mu, you're done. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded not far away. The two turned their heads and saw Wang Jinli limping out of the police car with a cane. He is Wang Jinli, right? Dong Ye was not sure. Within her sight was a man with a face so swollen like a pig that his parents couldn't recognize him, but he was wearing the work clothes of the Porsche shop. If it weren't for the work badge on his chest, she would never have connected this man with Wang Jinli. Yeah. Chen Mu nodded. Uncle Police, it's him. He is the one who beat me like this. Wang Jinli immediately pointed at Chen Mu and spoke to the uniformed police officers around him. Looking at Chen Mu, who was unharmed, two policemen walked over. You really believe him? I'm being wronged. Chen Mu raised his hands with an innocent look on his face. If I really want to attack him, how can I be unscathed? In fact, he is stronger than me, so if anyone is going to get beaten, it should be me. Besides, I have no reason to attack him. If Dong Yeye thought that Wang Jinli was wrongly accusing him, wouldn't his disgust level increase dramatically? After carefully observing Chen Mu, the policeman found that there was indeed no scar on his body. He turned around and looked at Wang Jinli, whose cunning smile suddenly stopped after hearing Chen Mu's words. No, Uncle Police, don't listen to his nonsense. Things are not at all like what he said. Wang Jinli suddenly became anxious. Uncle Police, I just met him today. I have no reason to attack him. Chen Mu continued to pretend to be innocent. Fuck. Chen Mu, you are so good at pretending. It's obvious that you are doing this because. Chen Mu, I'll fuck your grandma, I'll fuck your mom. Wang Jinli realized something and immediately changed his words. He just didn't believe that Chen Mu could endure it. However, before Wang Jinli could achieve his goal, he was stopped by a policeman standing by. Ahem. Sir, please be careful with your words. Otherwise, I will regard it as a provocation. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's disgust value plus 10. Chen Mu, it comes without any effort. Wang Jinli was so angry, but he couldn't show it. Uncle Police, there must be some misunderstanding here. Chen Mu was not that kind of person. Dong Yeye immediately stood up to defend Chen Mu. Although she didn't know why Wang Jinli was injured like this, she believed that it was definitely not Chen Mu's fault. As Chen Mu said, he had no reason to do so. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's disgust value plus 20. Chen Mu smiled secretly, it was just as he thought. Tell me, how do you know the person who reported the case? Although he already had the answer in his mind, the police officer did not miss any step of the necessary procedures. So Chen Mu told the story of how he came to the store to buy a car and then competed with Wang Jinli in driving skills. Uncle Police, don't worry, we all obeyed the traffic rules and definitely did not exceed the speed limit. Chen Mu looked at Wang Jinli, who was shaking with anger not far away, but he still had an idea in his mind. Did Wang Jinli really think that he could arrest him by just calling two policemen? Joke. He, Chen Mu, has injured so many people, but he has never been to the police station for this. Just him? Okay, we got it. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. After taking the statements, the police learned from Dong Ye and the manager that Chen Mu really had no reason to attack Wang Jinli. Wang Jinli, please come back to the police station with us to take a statement. Turning around, the two came to Wang Jinli's side. Wait. Chen Mu walked over. You, what do you want to do? Looking at Chen Mu approaching him, Wang Jinli became frightened. Mr. Wan, although I don't know why you want to wrongly accuse me, I am still very worried about your injuries. Chen Mu reached out and held Wang Jinli's hand. Before Wang Jinli could shake off, he had already let go. You must cooperate with the police and don't add to their workload. Chen Mu, why are you pretending to be a good guy? It's obviously you who hurt me. When Wang Jinli heard him say that, he instantly became furious. Come with us. Two policemen grabbed him and went towards the police car. Looking at Wang Jinli, who was struggling and making noise, Chen Mu controlled him with his mind. Ding dong. System prompt, host, you have used the skill that increases pain by 100 times, and you still have 4 more uses. Chapter 68, The Art of Physiognomy. In an instant, Wang Jinli fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground in pain, howling, "Ah, it hurts, ah, all the bones in my body hurt. Are they broken?" After a short while, snot and tears were seen flowing down Wang Jinli's face, and the sounds of pain were endless. He looked like a clown, attracting many people's attention. Wang Jinli, what happened to him? Hearing the shrill howl, Dong Yeye couldn't help but raise her hands to cover her ears. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's disgust value plus 10. Maybe he has epilepsy? Chen Mu said casually. Ding dong. System prompt, target person's disgust value plus 20. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward of Golden Island has been issued. Chen Mu was satisfied when he heard the reminder from the system. If he had known that he could complete the task so quickly by teaching Wan Jinli a lesson, he wouldn't have to go through so many detours. Then stay away from him, be careful that he gets sick and bites you. After saying that, Dong Yaya quickly pulled Chen Mu's hand and walked away. Chen Mu. Dong Yaya really is thinking about him all the time. She is not hypocritical. Get up, don't pretend to be faint, come with us to the police station for investigation. In an instant, Wan Jinli, who was rolling on the ground and wailing, became silent. The policeman squatted down and pushed him. Seeing that Wan Jinli remained motionless, the two policemen looked at each other, and finally worked together to lift Wan Jinli into the police car. It is not known whether Wan Jinli was sent to the hospital or the police station. Seeing that the manager was looking at him with a strange look, Chen Mu walked straight over and took out the black card. I bought the car we just drove out. If the police ask about it later, you know what to answer. Of course, of course. The manager stretched out his hands to take the black card, greed in his eyes. Did you buy both cars? After waiting for the manager to leave, Dong Yaya came over and asked in disbelief. Well, there was a little accident on the road and we collided. Chen Mu said lightly. When Dong Yaya heard Chen Mu say this, her pretty face immediately wrinkled. Are you okay? Are you not injured? I'm fine. Chen Mu shook his head. In fact, Dong Yaya is the first person besides Su Shirin who cares about him so much. That's good. But, the car had an accident. It's not the car's problem. You don't have to spend money to buy it. The two cars together cost more than 1 million. Dong Yaya closed her mouth after talking. Chen Mu could buy a car worth tens of millions at will, so spending $1 million was just a trivial matter for him. Spend money to settle the matter peacefully. Chen Mu explained. Okay. Then after you buy the car, can you go on a date with me? Dong Yaya nodded and looked at Chen Mu with hope in her eyes. Afraid that Chen Mu would refuse, she immediately reached out and hugged his arm and said tenderly, You promised me, you can't go back on your word. At the same time, the virtual panel in front of Chen Mu popped up, task list updated. Chen Mu suddenly became curious. What task was given to him? Use your mind to switch directly to the task page. Mission, capture the target character Dong Yaya to obtain the skill, face reading. Holy crap! If Dong Yaya hadn't been right in front of him, Chen Mu would have exposed his inner thoughts. Is there a reward for capturing Dong Yaya? Sure enough, all the good things in the world happened to Chen Mu. Now, he not only possesses the ability to see through things, God-level medical skills, God-level cooking skills, and maximum-level driving ability, but he also has one more skill. You know, in the Great Xia Kingdom, the richer a person is, the more he believes in him. There are many people who have no idea about physiognomy but can look just as they see in books. Not only do they have a good life, but they are also surrounded by beautiful women. The physiognomy technique of the Great Xia Kingdom is to judge a person's fortune and physical condition by looking at certain features on his or her face. It can be said that the so-called psychologists are actually somewhat related to the art of physiognomy. If he had this skill, Chen Mu didn't even dare to think about how awesome he would be. Chen Mu? Seeing Chen Mu ignoring her, Dong Yaya bit her fiery red lips in grievance, and said aggrievely, Is it really so unfair for you to date me? Of course not. Coming back to his senses, Chen Mu looked at Dong Yaya's charming appearance, his heart softened, and he quickly explained, I was just wondering if you were hungry now, and where I should take you for a stroll. Really? Hearing him say that, Dong Yaya was immediately happy. It's still early now, I know a good private cinema. Private cinema? So exciting? Chen Mu was suddenly shocked. Was it the kind of private movie he had imagined? It's not his fault that he has dirty thoughts, but private movies can indeed induce people to think in evil ways. Well, okay, then shall we go and have something to eat? Chen Mu asked, pretending to be calm. After all, only when you are well fed and well drunk can you have enough physical strength. No, there's everything in the cinema. Shaking his head, Dong Yaya suddenly tiptoed to Chen Mu's ear without any warning and said softly, Whatever you want to eat, we have it. Chen Mu. Grass. His whole body felt numb. My whole body is numb. It's like someone has pressed the acupoints and I can't move. He could only watch as Dong Yaya let go of his hand with a mischievous smile, put her hands behind her back, and walked forward with enchanting steps. Looking at the particularly conspicuous rope tied into a bow around Dong Yaya's neck, Chen Mu couldn't help but have a terrible thought in his mind. I really want to rush over and untie that annoying knot. Mr. Chen Mu, this is your black card. After swiping the card, the manager came to Chen Mu's side. Your total consumption is 1.56 million. Yes. Chen Mu took the card from him and casually put it into his trouser pocket. Without paying any more attention to the manager, he quickly caught up with Dong Yeye. Dong Yeye was walking in front of him, with her entire snow-white back exposed to Chen Mu's sight. It really is the graceful willows in the moonlight, the jade-like bones covered with frost and snow, silky and flawless, like lotus and jade. It's such a pity not to have cupping. Chen Mu, hurry up. Dong Yeye stopped and urged him in a tender voice. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Mu responded. He quickened his pace and walked to Dong Yeye's side, looking at her with his head tilted. He looks like he would bring disaster to the country and the people, but when he opens his mouth he is soft and cute. The contrast is huge. No wonder, people say beauty is the root of trouble. Which man wouldn't be moved or confused after seeing this? Chapter 69 Private Cinema. It's true, this is Chen Mu's first time to come to a private cinema. It was very different from what he imagined. He thought it was nothing more than setting up a larger screen in a hotel room, and then it would be a private cinema. In fact, the so-called private cinema is actually very similar to a cinema, with long benches in front of the huge screen where people can lie down or sit. In the middle between the two chairs are various seasonal fresh fruits, snacks, and drinks. As for the atmosphere here is better than that in the cinema. Why don't you come in? Seeing that Chen Mu was still standing at the door, Dong Yeye, who was about to sit down, returned to him. It's my first time here, so I'm a little nervous. Chen Mu said truthfully. First time? Dong Yeye was surprised, then jokingly stretched out her finger and poked Chen Mu's heart. Yes, come with me for the first time. No, it's the first time in my life. Chen Mu shook his head. I don't believe it. Dong Yeye curled her lips. Men's mouths are the best at lying, let alone a man as charming as you. After saying that, she turned and left. Chen Mu immediately reached out and grabbed her slender wrist. I didn't lie to you. He is telling the truth, why don't you believe him? So have you never had a girlfriend? Dong Yeye turned her head and looked at him seriously. Yes. Chen Mu didn't intend to hide it from her. Then you haven't been here? Dong Yeye didn't think there was anything strange. After all, Chen Mu was handsome and rich, so he must have many suitors around him. No. At the beginning, I was busy working to earn money to support her school. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Chen Mu let go of Dong Yeye's hand. A good man does not talk about his past achievements. Not to mention, that past was still a great shame for him. However, before Chen Mu had taken a few steps, he suddenly felt someone hugging him tightly. Hey, what are you doing? Although he was so excited that he wanted to kill Dong Yeye on the spot, Chen Mu still pretended to be calm. Chen Mu, I admit that I like you. At the beginning, I just had a good impression of you and was curious about you, but after getting to know you, I found that you are a person worthy of my love. Dong Yeye leaned her face on Chen Mu's broad back with a shy look on her face. Chen Mu. So fucking exciting. This is the first time someone confessed to him in his life. Moreover, she is a peerless beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people. Chen Mu, even if you don't like me, don't hate me, okay? After a long time without getting a response from Chen Mu, Dong Yeye hugged Chen Mu's arms a little tighter. How could I hate you? Chen Mu retorted, very confused. Which man wouldn't like a beauty like her? Really? Then I will assume that you like me. Dong Yeye was delighted. After letting go of Chen Mu, he pulled him towards the reclining seat. As the two took their seats, the originally bright room suddenly became dark. Instead, the huge screen in front of them lit up and advertised other movies before starting to play the movie they were watching. Chen Mu didn't know what movie they were watching. So, he only knew the movie when the title appeared after 1 minute of the movie playing. Oh, it turns out to be a horror movie. Chen Mu, let's sit together. I'm scared. Before Chen Mu could speak, Dong Yeye had already squeezed in next to him. Chen Mu. Are you afraid and still watch horror movies? As the movie played, when it came to some bloody scenes, Dong Yeye was so scared that she hugged Chen Mu's arm tightly and refused to let go. Until she came out of the terrifying place, she screamed and burrowed into Chen Mu's arms. I can't take it anymore, Chen Mu, I'm so scared. She grabbed Chen Mu's clothes tightly. Well, how about changing to something else? Chen Mu pretended to be a gentleman and did not dare to reveal his evil thoughts. No. Dong Yeye shook her head and refused. Ha! Chen Mu didn't understand. Suddenly, Dong Yaya and Chen Mu's arms leaned completely into his arms. In this case, I won't be so scared. Dong Yaya raised her head and looked at Chen Mu, whose jawline was very clear, and felt happy in her heart. If Chen Mu hadn't pushed her away, it would mean that Chen Mu also had a good impression of her. I'm so scared. Dong Yaya hugged Chen Mu even tighter. Chen Mu. This, sudden happiness. 2 more tasks have been updated in Chapter 70. A night passed. The next morning, Dong Yaya left because of something. It took Chen Mu a long time to come back to his senses. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. When I lowered my head, I saw Dong Yaya getting into a black business car. I feel a little regretful in my heart. But when I think about the next chance, I feel there is nothing to regret. After packing up, Chen Mu walked out of the cinema. When he saw the old man suddenly walking past him, he immediately noticed that there was something wrong with his expression. If the forehead is black, you can tell at a glance that this person will not live long. Looking back, Chen Mu had only taken a few steps when he saw the old man fall to the ground with a thud. Chen Mu. Oh shit. Is his intuition so accurate? Just as Chen Mu was astonished, the system appeared in front of him. In the virtual panel glowing blue, the taskbar updated its status again. Task 1, save the old scavenger in front of you, and you will be rewarded with 200 billion dasha coins. Task 2, read the faces of 5 anchors with millions of fans, and get 10 beachfront villas as a reward. When he saw the task, Chen Mu remembered yesterday's task. Clicking on the little red heart, he indeed saw that the task status showed that it had been completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the face reading skill has been released. If you save this old man, you will be rewarded with 200 billion dasha coins. I'm afraid this person is not simple, right? Considering the previous mission, Chen Mu concluded that the system would not allow him to save an unrelated person. As for the second task, it was not a difficult task for him either. Compared to 200 billion dasha coins, he actually cares more about the beachfront villa. Rumor has it that the seaside villa is only rented and not sold, and many big stars, as well as people from the political and business circles, live there. If he owned 10 villas, I can't imagine how many people would envy him. He must be trying to blackmail us. Don't pay any attention to him. Let's go quickly so that he won't bother us. I could hear the whispers of passers-by. Chen Mu quickly came to his senses, walked a few steps to the old man who was lying on the ground motionless and squatted down. Young man, be careful or he might blackmail you. The auntie nearby wanted to stop him, but was afraid of being implicated. It's okay. Chen Mu smiled. Blackmail him? He has plenty of money. Don't be afraid of him blackmailing you. After helping the old man up, Chen Mu first checked his eyes and then felt his vital pulse. Fortunately, he can be saved. Chen Mu put the old man down again and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation very professionally. After a while, the old man slowly woke up. The virtual panel taskbar has been updated again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, 200 billion dasha coins have been issued. I suggest you go to the hospital. Chen Mu said as he took out cash from his trouser pocket and stuffed it into the old man's hand. It is said that if you save a person, you should save him to the end, and if you send a Buddha, you should send him to the West. Besides, this little money is nothing to him. Young man, you see, my family's situation is actually quite difficult too. Why don't you give me some too? My situation is much worse than his. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and I'm sick all year round. When the aunt saw that Chen Mu gave the money so readily and without hesitation, she immediately walked up to Chen Mu and stretched out her hand to beg for money. Chen Mu glanced at her and stood up. It seems like this is treating him like a sucker. He has a lot of money, but he is not stupid. Naturally, he chose to ignore such unreasonable requests. How can you be like this? Seeing Chen Mu walk around her, the old lady simply stopped pretending and put her hands on her hips and scolded Chen Mu. You think you are so great just because you have a few filthy coins? Do you look down on me like this? I'm asking you for it because I think highly of you. You really take yourself too seriously. Chen Mu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he turned around to look at the auntie who was about to squeeze him but did not dare to do so after he turned around. I don't have much money, so there's no need for you to beg from me like a beggar. Who are you calling a beggar? Your whole family are beggars. I live a comfortable life, with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. The ant immediately became excited. If it's really like what you said, would you stop me on the street and ask me to give you some money? Chen Mu sneered. Then, he stopped paying attention to the unreasonable old lady and turned away. Instead of wasting time on 5 unimportant people, he might as well go back and complete the second task.